Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Pirates announced they're waiving 3 players: G1 Bay, Liover Peguero, and pitcher Jack Little. Also, Pitt football. After the college football rankings came out, the initial ones, Pitt football ranked 24th there. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Chris Muller here, and look, I don't like wasting money, especially mine. And if you've got an HSA or FSA, you might be about to do just that. Those pre-tax dollars, they could vanish at the end of the year. But here's the move. Use them on something that pays you dividends every single day: your health. Awaken 180 Weight Loss is HSA and FSA approved because it's doctor approved and recognized for its real results. Best part, you don't have to guess what you'll save. Just head to awaken180weightloss.com and use their savings calculator. You could save anywhere from 22 to 40% off your entire program. You all know my story. I didn't skip a holiday, a dinner out, or a night with friends while dropping my 35 pounds. How? Awaken 180 works with real life, not against it. Weekly weight loss, then free support for life. Don't let money go to waste. Let it help you earn daily dividends instead. Call your medication-free solution for weight loss at 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
Don't miss the classic hits of Orleans Live in Pittsburgh. December 4th at Jurgles. Don't miss a special quartet performance from Orleans. Best known as the pop rock band that brought you the classic 70s hits Still the One, Dance With Me, and Love Takes Time. Don't miss this special performance. Orleans Quartet, December 4th at Jurgles. Get advance tickets now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This football season, huddle up at Rival Sports Bar, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square. Fresh pizza, cheesesteaks, ice-cold beer, and 30-plus big screens showing every game, every Saturday and Sunday. Rival, your sports home.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey guys, Malsey here, and if what I'm about to describe describes you, then it sounds like you could need some help. It's time to get intimate, everything gets ready, and then you can't perform like you used to when you were in your prime. Blue Chew can help you out, fellas. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. Blue Chew is a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and then handed it a gym membership and then slapped it on the back and said, get out there and do your best. Blue Chew's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is, because showing up matters. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. Makita knows that pros never settle. Get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning and happy middle of the weekday, otherwise known as Wednesday. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. This is 93.7 The Fan. It's Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. We talk about sports. 24/7 sports talk, sports coverage. We're the home of the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Pitt Panthers football team and men's basketball team. And I mentioned Pitt because there's some exciting news that I'm pleasantly surprised by, but I shouldn't be pleasantly surprised by it. It slipped my mind, this conversation about the team, and we'll get into it in just a moment. Get up with the Family Morning Show every morning at 5 a.m., every weekday morning at 5 a.m., I should say. It's brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. Pirates made some moves as well, which, it is what it is. They're making roster moves right now. They're getting things finalized, or not even finalized. They're finalizing their initial moves to start the process of rebuilding the roster, but they waived G1 Bay, Leover Piguero, and Jack Little. Jack Little's a pitcher. And then the other two, G1 Bay, he's fast, but he can't hit. Leover Piguero, I don't think got enough chances on the Major League roster, but I thought he did pretty well when he was here this season. But yeah, that just means they're being taken off the 40-man roster, and I guess they're going to start the process of doing things with that. Free agency starting here, so we'll see. But that's all we can do is see. Enough about the Pirates. I'm trying to put it off and trying to make it a tease, but I only have, 35 minutes to talk, so let's talk about it. Pitt football, ranked. Pitt ranked 24th of the top 25 teams. So you've got Ohio State number 1, Indiana number 2, Texas A&M number 3. They're all undefeated to this point in the season. Pitt is one step behind Washington and one step ahead of Tennessee. Pitt's in it. Pitt's won 5 games in a row, and they're moving. Mason Heichel is the talk of the town as it relates to Pitt football. He's become an instant star, and I think about where Pitt was to start the season, and it's weird. First of all, I remember we were talking on the morning show. Eli Holstein had come in, Pat Narduzzi had come in, and Holstein had come off of a good start to last season, but a poor finish. And it was a whole different outlook. It's can Eli Holstein do it again? I think was just the big conversation was, can he do it again? Can he replicate a lot of his early successes with the team? Because after Kenny Pickett, it was Keaton Slovis. It was Cam Dayer or something like that, right? I remember, I forget how to pronounce it. Vayer, that's it. There was a quarterback rotation there for a little bit, and then you thought Holstein could provide some stability. And then to start this season, he struggled. And at least Pitt caught it early enough where they played non-conference games. They lost to West Virginia. They lost to Louisville, which was disappointing because they had started so well, and then they blew that lead in that game. But Pitt hasn't looked back since. I mean, so be it. Mason Heichel comes in there. He impresses early. And now Pitt is 7-2, 5-1 in conference games, and now Pitt's ranked. That's good. That's really good. So I think Pitt should be given as at least the same amount of interest that the Steelers are getting right now, although the Steelers did prove, I guess at least for 1 week, why we should continue to pay attention to them and have faith in them. They still, I think, need to prove consistency as it relates to their production. Pitt football, however, on the other side of it, Pitt football has demonstrated consistency this season. When they started without consistency, as soon as Mason Heichel came in there, he at the quarterback position has been a catalyst to kind of steer this team in a great direction. So good that Pitt is being recognized now as being one of the top 25 in the college football rankings. Penn State ain't there. WVU is probably never going to be there, but Pitt, I think, benefiting too from Penn State and its struggles. That's one less team you got to deal with to get into the rankings. I see Georgia Tech on there. Georgia Tech just lost its first game, and it was a conference game as well this past weekend. So they were almost undefeated before these latest rankings came. Notre Dame ranked. Pitt's going to play them coming up here soon on the schedule. Pitt is off this weekend, so no game for Pitt. And I believe Notre Dame is their next game on the schedule. Indeed it is, on Saturday, November the 15th at 12 o'clock. So they have 3 games left on the regular season schedule. The regular season ends for them at the end of November, at the end of this month. I'm saying November like it's 2 months away. It's not. It's here. We're in November. Time is moving. Time is marching, and I am not keeping up with that. So at the end of this month, the regular season ends. And then it's conference playoffs, and then the big college football playoffs begin. I'm excited to see these games. And the Georgia Tech game, Pitt and Georgia Tech, if only that were a home game, where fans could come and cheer on the team right here locally. Not the case, but Georgia Tech, like I said, Georgia Tech was undefeated up until this weekend. They were winning their games, and then they ended up losing to NC State, 48-36 this past Saturday. So Georgia Tech also off on November the 8th. They play Boston College, then Pitt, then they play Georgia, which is not a conference game for them. Georgia is also a top 25 team. Georgia's 5 right now. So that's going to be a great game. Pitt, Georgia Tech. Because of how it could also steer the standings in the ACC. Pitt's not going to play Virginia in the regular season, and Virginia's the last team that's undefeated in the ACC. They're 5-0 in conference. They've got Wake Forest, Duke, and then Virginia Tech to end the season. So right now you have Georgia Tech and Pitt at 5-1, tied for second in the ACC standings. Louisville, SMU, Duke, they're all pretty close at 4-1 for their conference records, and then it falls off from there. Which I'm surprised that NC State beat Georgia Tech, because NC State 2-3 in conference now. That was only their second conference win in 5 games. Miami's another game on Pitt's schedule. Like I said, on November 29th, that's when the season ends for Pitt. They've got Miami in that final game of Pitt's regular season there. Miami 2-2 in conference. Before the game against Pitt, Miami plays Syracuse this weekend, then NC State, then Virginia Tech. So not the easiest slate of games for them. So you're saying there's a chance? I am. Just depends how Virginia does. Pitt's got to win out. Pitt's got to keep winning. That's the bottom line. It seems like an easy formula. That's great analysis by Callis. I get it. Yeah, they got to keep winning games. And they very likely could be at the top of the ACC by the end of this season. Virginia, right now at the top, like I said, undefeated at 5-0. Just one loss. And a string of wins for Pitt. And Pitt could have a pretty high seed going into the ACC playoffs. (412-928-9370). That's 412-928-9370. Giving a lot of love to Pitt this morning because I think they deserve it. The rankings came out here recently, and Pitt is 24th of the 25 teams. So, what do you think? 412-928-9370. Can Pitt continue to win football games? Can Pitt stay undefeated for the rest of the season? Got Notre Dame. Tough matchup. Georgia Tech be a tough matchup. Miami. Just based on their conference record this season, that seems like a winnable game. So what do you think? How do you think Pitt's going to do? You think Pitt's going to keep it up, or do you think Pitt's going to lose any of these next three games coming up? Again, they're off this weekend, but the 15th, the 22nd, and the 29th, they have games. And those three games are the end of Pitt's regular season schedule. Let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. You can talk to me over the phone by calling that number. You can talk to me on X by tagging me in a post at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. And you talk to me on YouTube. We have a YouTube live stream where you can see me on video and see our studio on video, but you can also use the live chat there, and I do check that regularly. So if you want to comment on the live chat, if you have anything you want to say to me, I usually read those comments. Some of them get crazy. That's just the nature of it, which it is what it is. But whenever you make a comment where you're asking a genuine question or making a genuine comment, I do, from time to time, pick those out too and address those. Got a caller on hold right now that wants to talk, so let's take it. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, old German Rod. You knew I was going to bandwagon for a while with you. Pitt defense, the way they're playing, I think they can beat anybody. And the offense, they're actually coming around and playing good now since the quarterback's there. And this freshman class is also pitching in, doing very well. I'll listen to your thoughts. And if you thought the Steelers were going to go out after a wide receiver, you're crazy because you know Mike Tomlin only goes after old veterans on defense. We'll see you later.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was expecting to talk about something Steelers related this morning, but what are they going to talk about? What are we going to talk about? When I saw Jacoby Myers got traded, and it wasn't to the Steelers, I was like, you know what? Draft. And then some other wide receivers got moved around, and I'm like, okay, well, what are the Steelers going to do? Not much. And because the Steelers didn't do much, and then I saw Pitt got ranked, I'm like, you know what? Let's talk about Pitt this morning. They deserve it. And we are the flagship station of Pitt football as well. So a deserving conversation on your flagship home of Pitt Panthers football. 412-928-9370. Do you think Pitt has the talent, has the skill to win the final three games on their regular season schedule? Let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. I got this caller on the line now. So, good morning. What's your name?
My name's Barry. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. What's up?
I think Pitt loses to Notre Dame.
Ooh.
That's a real challenge. I think Pitt loses Notre Dame. And I think the Steelers going to lose a couple more games, too, because they didn't get another wide receiver. You have a good day.
Thanks. Appreciate the call. I don't want to. I mean, the Steelers are odd. Like, I don't think about the offense being a big issue with this team. I guess as now we pivot to Steeler talk. I don't see the offense being the issue. Whenever I've had complaints about the Steelers this season, it's usually been because the defense has given up near 30 points, if not more than 30, to teams they shouldn't. The Jets game was a win, but the Jets game was scary. I mean, the Jets scored 30 on the Steelers. That's not good, right? Let's look at some of these other games while I'm poking around. I mean, the Steelers gave up 31 to the Seattle Seahawks. The Seahawks may have been the better team that day. 31 points, too many. They won against the Patriots. They won against the Vikings. That's all good. They won against the Browns. Great. They gave up 33 points to the Bengals. No, not good. They gave up 35 to the Packers. Not good. And then they beat the Colts. They limited the points against the Colts. Now, if you're talking about the Steelers' output, Steelers scored 34 against the Jets, 17 against the Seahawks, 21 against the Patriots, 24 against the Vikings, 23 against the Browns, 31 against the Bengals, and 25 against the Steelers, and then 27 against the Colts. Point there is, I don't think the offense is the problem. I think that for the most part, they've scored enough. Their output against the Seahawks was not great, but that's the lowest point total they've had in a game, just looking at the games on the schedule. 17 right now is the floor. That's the least amount of points they've scored in a single game this season to this point. Remember when they were scoring like 10 points in games and 14 points in games, and remember all the 3-and-outs that used to happen? I don't want to. I mean, I'm disappointed in a sense, because I'm like, okay, they didn't get a wide receiver, but then I thought about it more, and I'm like, I mean, are we really going to be this disappointed that they really need another wide receiver? An extra offensive piece is really going to separate them further from teams? They just beat the Colts, for crying out loud. And nobody thought that was going to happen. Really, nobody thought that was going to happen. They limited the Colts to 20 points and scored 27. 27's enough. Their scoring rates this season are enough to win these games. It's just a matter now of whether the defense can stop other offenses. By the way, I did a Twitter poll, and 90+% of people said it's pronounced defense, not defense. And some people made a note of that, so I did a Twitter poll, and I'm trying to change that habit. So if you see me start to twitch and stutter and correct myself, that's why. It's defense, right? Because that's what the people say, and I'm a man of the people. So defense. Steelers defense is doing enough. They're doing it. I'm sorry. Let me try that again. The Steelers defense has not done enough in some of these games where the Steelers have lost, while the offense has been pretty consistent all season. And does another wide receiver really make this offense that much better? I mean, maybe you get another receiver, you have a different scheme, and then the offense scores closer to 30 points in these games. That's a maybe. Right? Like, I'm not coming into today, though, being overly disappointed in the Steelers' efforts at the trade deadline. I'm not. I can't be, because it would be, I think it would be futile to argue over whether the Steelers should or shouldn't have gotten another wide receiver while pivoting and looking at how the defense has performed whenever the teams, whenever the Steelers have lost. The offense has been consistent. You know what you're getting from the offense, but you've already invested so much money, so much in contract lengths on the defense that I expect better from them game to game. And again, the Steelers' lowest offensive total point total in a game was 17. They scored 17 points against the Seahawks. That's the lowest point. Every other game, they've had 20 points or more. That's good enough to win football games for me. I'm good with that. I don't mind that. I think it's more of a focus on can the Steelers' defense be more consistent, not how many pieces do we need to add to the Steelers' offense. And maybe in the playoffs, the Steelers may not have depth, or maybe if one of these guys gets hurt, or some of the guys get hurt again, because some guys have returned from injury. If they don't have enough depth, then maybe that's an issue. But assuming everybody stays healthy, I'd say there's not a need to get another receiver. It would have been nice. And maybe I'm a little surprised that the Steelers didn't really make any significant offensive moves at the deadline. But then I think about it, and I'm like, you know what? The offense isn't the problem when they're losing games. The offense is not the issue. It's the defense giving up 30 points to teams that becomes the issue. 412-928-9370. So now we've kind of got alternating conversations going on here. Praising Pitt football. Reacting to the Steelers' lack of deadline moves. No top-tier receiver for the Steelers. Let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X and talk to me on the YouTube chat as well. Plenty of ways to interact with this show in the morning. 412-928-9370, though. That is the phone number if you want to reach me directly. I am taking calls this morning. CC on the YouTube live stream. In the chat, he says $160 million defense shouldn't need help, Harry. You're right. They shouldn't need help. And yet, they're the reason why I think the Steelers primarily lost a lot of those games. The Seahawks game's a little tricky, though, because remember, Caleb Johnson had that kickoff faux pas that prevented the offense from getting the ball back. So maybe you could put that on him and some other mistakes that the team made. But if you're looking at the final scores, I mean, still, defense gave up 31 to the Seahawks. And even if the defense doesn't, even if Caleb Johnson fields that kick maybe and the Seahawks score one less touchdown, I mean, the Steelers defense would have still given up 24 to the Seahawks, the Seattle Seahawks. A team that's respectable, but a team that I wouldn't consider greatly better than the Steelers. When the Steelers have lost games, the defense has given up over 30. So, yeah, you're right. They shouldn't need help, CC. That's a fair point. But, I'm more concerned about why the $160 million defense is giving up so many points in certain games. I'm not so focused on, the Steelers' offense is scoring into the 20s each game. Oh, they really need help. No, that's not the first thing that comes to my mind. It's not, what does the Steelers' offense need to do better? No, it's like, hey, Steelers' defense, what the heck? Why are we not winning games? Why are you giving up 30 points in some of these games? That's more it. So I'm not necessarily even saying that the Steelers' defense needs help. I'm not saying that the Steelers should have acquired anybody else at the trade deadline. But I'm just saying that I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to be frustrated. I'm not going to hit things this morning because the Steelers didn't get a wide receiver. I'm not going to lash out in anger because the Steelers didn't get another wide receiver. It would have been nice. But just think about how well they've been doing this season right now, how consistent they've been. When they lose games, it's really not because of them. The offense is good enough to win games here. The defense, when the defense hasn't been consistent, when the defense has struggled, that's when they're losing. And again, this $160 million defense in certain games giving up 30 points is just not acceptable to me. 412-928-9370. The phone number you can call. Got about 2 minutes left. Engaging with CC from the YouTube chat. Them giving up those points is why the offense could use the extra firepower. Need to keep pace in those games when the D doesn't show. Yeah, it's not an awful point. I've seen some people on social media already getting upset about this, that they're angry that the Steelers didn't make any moves and that other teams got these bigger receivers. I'm not going to sit here this morning and be overly frustrated by the Steelers' lack of moves. So, we can have the conversation. CC's got a point as he talks to me through the YouTube live chat, just saying that maybe better offensive weapons could have countered some of the struggles of the defense so that the team can keep pace despite defensive struggles. But my counter to that, again, is that the defense really shouldn't be struggling that much because they have the potential to be the best of all time. Juan Thornhill, that comment's going to go down in infamy. They have the potential to be one of the best defenses of all time, and they're getting paid like it. It'd be different if it was like, oh, the defense is really good, and they've got a lot of guys they can develop. No, this defense isn't to be developed. This defense is full of established players who are getting paid massive amounts of money. So, I really want to focus on the offense to keep with the firepower. And again, this is just a conversation. But the bottom line is I'm not angry about this trade deadline. I'm not upset about it. I think that the Steelers defense just needs to play like they're being paid and do it consistently. And we haven't seen too much consistency from them so far this season. Game against the Colts was a great demonstration of what they should look like, and that's not going to happen every game either. That was a wicked game where they forced 6 turnovers. It's a great performance. But for me, as I think about it, again, I'm not going to sit here and be like, drat. Steelers didn't get another weapon on offense. Offense is consistent. So the defense needs to tighten it down and get consistent. But a great conversation nonetheless. I think that, points on that side of it are fine. I think that if you thought that they could have benefited from extra firepower on offense, that's okay. But I'm not going to, not sitting up here this morning being frustrated by it at all. It's okay. Expect the Steelers defense to be more consistent. That's what we should be doing, regardless of whether the Steelers made any moves for a wide receiver or not. I'm surprised by it, but I'm not angry about it. That's how I feel. All right, I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley comes up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Most area roadways up to speed as we begin the Wednesday morning rush. Traffic on the parkways east and west fairly steady into their respective tunnels. Route 28 also pretty much up to speed. However, if you're heading to or from the South Hills, just watch for crews working on Route 51 with restrictions in both directions between Coleraine and Whitehead Streets and the intersection with Overbrook Boulevard. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
Dan's angrily letting you know that this November, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has a deal worth being thankful for. Home equity loan rates as low as 5.5%. Join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union for just $5. Find out if you're eligible. AllegiantFCU.org.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona News Cigars CAO Smoker on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, November 7th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon. Meet a CAO CAO representee. Save 25% on CAO box cigars. Buy 5, get 2 free. Plus raffles for great prizes. It's the Verona News CAO Cigar Smoker. Friday, November 7th from 7 to 10 p.m. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. We'll even thank you with a $20 Visa gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Hey Steelers fans, Chris Muller here, and that's right, your Steelers took home the win this week. And because of their incredible victory, Verizon is donating another $100,000 toward veteran debt relief in southwestern Pennsylvania. We all love that winning feeling, and this season, Verizon is making every single Steelers victory mean even more for our veterans. They've committed to tackling veteran debt one win at a time. And for every Steelers win, $100,000 will be eliminated. And with a mission of eliminating up to $1 million in veteran debt in our community, every single game this season counts. When the Steelers win, the vets win. Simple as that. This is more than just a donation. It's Verizon showing up for the heroes who have sacrificed so much for our freedom. With every Steelers touchdown, they're not just getting points, they're helping Verizon to pay it forward for the people who deserve it most. Verizon is proud to stand with our veterans, and to all who have served, we want to say thank you for your service.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Get ready for a night of laughter and surprises at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on Sunday, November 9th. Hiprov, where hypnosis meets improv comedy. Watch as audience members become stars, hypnotized by the renowned Assad Mekki, and join world-class improvisers in hilarious acts along with Colin Mockery. Don't miss out on this unique show that promises to leave you in stitches. Buy your tickets now at librarymusichall.com. Hiprov, live at Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall, November 9th. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Crowley here for Zero Res. Don't let Thanksgiving spills leave a stain on your holidays. Call Zero Res. Their patented cleaning technology lifts out even the toughest gravy, cranberry sauce, or pumpkin pie disasters without soap or residue, so your home stays cleaner longer. We had the family over at our place for the first time last year. The food was great. The mess, not so much. Uncle Ken spilled red wine all over his black and gold jersey, but also the living room carpet, and mud stains galore after that turkey bowl. If you have a holiday emergency, call my friends at Zero Res or call them to get your home ready for the holidays. Don't do it yourself. Call Zero Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Take $50 off your air duct cleaning. Call my friends at Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
Oh, it's the holiday season. Can you believe it already? At Schultz Ford, they work hard all year, holiday or no holiday. Get there this month. It's a fantastic time. It just is. all the great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Man, it's great down there. You need to get down there. Always online, too, at schultzford.com. The inventory, yeah, they got a ton of it. So go get in and explore. F-150, Expedition, maybe for those ski trips or up into the mountains this winter. Anything you want, the inventory is there. It's fantastic. It's great. So get to one of the locations. Again, always online at schultzford.com. They have such great service. How about mobile service? Something small you need in your driveway? They'll come and fix it. Bang, right out of there. You don't even need to get dressed. Stay in your pajamas. So schultzford.com always, and all those great locations. Customer service can't be beat. schultzford.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heading to or from the South Hills, just a little difficult right now as utility crews are still wrapping up some overnight work. Watch for restrictions on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard in both directions between the intersection with Coleraine and Whited Streets and Overbrook Boulevard. In the meantime, the parkways east and west, heavy but steady into their respective tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed, so is the Parkway North, and Route 65 with traffic light delays to McKees Rocks Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Nicholas Harry Callis, and for the final time, no Doran Dickerson. He'll be back tomorrow, returning from paternity leave. Let's go. It's a hump day. We got tons to get into this morning. The Steelers didn't do anything at the NFL trade deadline. Pitt ranked 24th in the initial college football playoff rankings. That's better than not being ranked. But I think the ACC should be concerned where their teams fell. We'll get into that. Tristan Jarry goes on IR, and the Penguins recall Sergei Murashov, the AHL goaltender of the month. Could he make his debut against the Washington Capitals? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll find out. But if he does, he'll be the 7th rookie to play for the Penguins this season, most in the NHL. So much to cover. Harry, how you doing this morning on this hump day? Yes! Doug Whaley today from 9 o'clock until 10. Ray Fittipaldo at 8. On Wednesdays, we play Dead or Alive. We'll get to that in a moment. Tom Brady cloned his dog. He cloned his dog. Dead dog cloned. Freaky stuff. If I were rich, I don't know what I would do, but I don't think I'd be cloning my dog. I love my dog, but the clone dog ain't the old dog. Gonna look like the old dog, might be similar to the old dog, but it ain't the old dog, which is weird to me and kind of gross. There's a lot of dogs out there that get abandoned that you could rescue, that you could save, that you could raise and treat with the respect they deserve. Or, I guess you can clone it and be a freak. Your thoughts on the cloning?
You were messing with. It's.
Were you about to say you're messing with God?
Maybe. I mean, it's just like.
A lot of people were tweeting that yesterday.
We try to find ways, I think, to cheat death. And I think that's one of those things that Tom Brady's like, you know what? This is my way to cheat death.
I'm all about loving my dog.
My dog's not actually gone. Look, I have an exact genetic replica.
You love your dog.
Yeah.
If you had all the money in the world, I don't know that you'd clone it.
We talked about this before. Remember, my dog died on April 1st, April Fool's Day.
Yeah, well, you have another dog.
Yeah, Larry. He's cool. He's still young-ish. He's turned 4 in August.
You can't.
No.
You can't actually recreate the dog. Like, this dog will have no memory of you. This dog's not going to be exactly the same.
No.
So it's just goofy to me.
No.
Kind of messed up.
That's a good point by you. Go help the other dogs.
Go adopt a dog. Go rescue one.
Now, just to get a little sentimental for a second.
Oh, boy.
Well, no, like when my dog passed away, like years ago, it was sad because I'm like, oh, man, this is my childhood dog, and now I feel like I'm growing up, and this is sad, and this is like a thing. Like,
of course.
Like, this happens, but like, and I never wanted another dog because I'm like, but I don't want a dog to be a replacement dog. And my parents were kind of on the same, they're in the same realm, they're in the same thought process, but then, like, my mom was like, no, we're going to get one. We got an opportunity to get one, we're going to get one. And that's why we found Larry, and I'm like, the dogs aren't the same either, but that's a good thing.
Yes!
They all have their different personalities, their different tics, their different styles of playing, or, walking, or whatever energy levels that they have. And so I'm like, it's nice to rescue the dog, so to speak, and give a dog a home, but it's also like you get to embrace the different personalities in the dogs, and they all can still be a part of the same family. We didn't forget my other dog, but it's just nice to have another one around to be able to raise and give a good life.
Totally get that.
So don't clone your dog.
When my dog dies, because all dogs must die, I don't know that I'll get another dog. It'll hurt too much. I think a lot of people go through that.
You think about that. You think about it now because you want to love your dog now, so you shouldn't think about it now. There's no reason to think about it now. But if the time comes where you're looking for another companion, you shouldn't get one because you miss your other dog. You should get one because you like having dogs around and you want to give a dog a good home.
I don't know that I like dogs. I like my dog.
I thought the same way before mine passed away, I swear. And I was totally against it. But then I met Larry, and Larry's really awesome, and he's a different kind of awesome, and it's just nice to have.
Texter, Tom Brady doesn't care about God. He sold his soul to the devil a while ago. Whoa. Texter, you should clone D's. Texter, his money, his dog, why do you care? I mean, it's not like it kept me up at night. It's not like I'm having a bad day because Tom Brady cloned his dog. I just think it's a total freak show kind of thing. Texter, my cat just passed away. Lost mine after 15 years. R.I.P. Sorry. Clone it.
No.
If I were rich, I would pour all my money into West Virginia sports. I would buy top 5 rosters for basketball and football. I would not clone my dog.
You'd give money to West Virginia before you try to clone your dog. I mean, people deal with their emotions too in odd ways.
This
and
would
he
be
has
at
the money,
first.
and he has the money.
Yeah.
To facilitate that happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Texter, if you clone your dog, do you give it the same name, call it Junior, or call it the second? Yeah, that's a good question. Does he operate as if the new dog is the old dog? Like, does he just give it the same name and treat it exactly the same way? Probably, because he's a freak. Texter, dog spelled backwards says it all. All right, do we want to play Dead or Alive?
That's a great conversation to lead into this game.
Damn right. A game that was created by intern Dom and then perfected by Harry Callis.
See, I'm always perfect.
It is a rousing edition, the newest edition of Dead or Alive.
Let's get this one out of the way. Dick Cheney.
Too soon, Harry.
I know.
Too soon.
I was actually going to do this because I didn't think you'd see it, but then you saw it yesterday, and I'm like,
of course I saw that Dick Cheney passed away. Did you find it weird that we had a random impromptu conversation about Dick Cheney like 2 weeks ago? And then 2 weeks after that, he passes away?
Didn't we talk about him because of the deer hunting stuff that was going on? Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. In this space, on the Fan Morning Show pre-show, he shot that guy with a pellet gun, and he had like 25 pellets in him, and they wound up not removing them. So that guy's just walking around, probably not able to go through airport security because he's got pellets all through his body.
All right.
Texter. Oh, see, here's the thing. I don't know, Harry, dead or alive, Tom Brady's dog. Dead, I guess, but kind of in a way alive.
Did I see that he named the clone dog, though, something different?
I don't know.
I read the story briefly because it did catch my attention. All right, we'll get to that later. Okay, so Tony Gwynn Jr., not Tony Gwynn. We know Tony Gwynn passed a little while ago. Tony Gwynn Jr., his son, dead or alive.
I mean, is that even... Is he even a celebrity?
Yeah, he played in the majors, too.
So he's young. Harry, you don't understand the game. Here's why. Number one, you can't use Dick Cheney because it's tender. It's a tender deal.
Is it really?
It's too soon. People are going to get offended. And now you're going with a young guy. You got to go with the old guys. I'm guessing this young guy passed away, unfortunately. And that's why you're bringing him up. Because if not, it's way too random.
You're wrong. He's alive.
Thank God. I mean, jeez.
I clearly understand the game because you still didn't know.
No, you got my goat, but you can't.
I can do whatever I want.
People aren't offended when you talk about the elderly passing away if they've passed away a while ago. But if someone dies yesterday, you can't use them. And if somebody's young, they shouldn't be on this list.
What?
All right, go ahead. I'm 0 for 1. But I'm very thankful to be 0 for 1.
Well, you're 1 for 1, technically. You knew Dick Cheney passed. Anyway.
Thank you.
Barbara Streisand.
This is a great one. My parents, big Barbara Streisand fans. But I don't know if she's alive. I feel like if she were dead, that my mom, dad, and sister and I all would have been in a group chat talking about it. I'm going to say alive.
She is alive?
Let's go, Barbara!
Very good. Okay. Julie Andrews.
Someone who texted in that Aaron Hernandez is a murderer and Tom Brady's playing God. I'm not going to read that text on the air. Julie Andrews is still with us.
Good.
Let's go.
You are correct.
I know that because I'm a huge Julie Andrews fan. And we watch The Sound of Music all the time because my daughter loves it. Mary Poppins as well. And so I was Googling her to make sure she was still alive. She was a hottie back in the day. Julie Andrews.
Chuck Yeager.
Now I'm doing what I do every time. I'm making sure I get the picture up. He's the first guy that broke the sound barrier, right?
I don't know.
Great. Dead.
Dead is correct.
Yeah!
Wow. Look at you improving on your knowledge of people that are still with us.
Thank you.
And not Kirstie Alley, last one.
People are saying Dick Cheney's a fair play.
Why not? I mean, you know how hilarious it would have been if you didn't see that news and then it came on here. That's why I chose him. I'm like, oh, yeah, he's alive. I hadn't heard anything. Actually, he passed away yesterday.
So Kale popped in here yesterday and started to do his famed Donald Trump impersonation talking about Dick Cheney, which made me laugh. Then he walked out the door, and I was like, that's really random. Why the hell is he talking about Dick Cheney? We just talked about Dick Cheney a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't find out for another 45 minutes that Dick Cheney had, in fact, passed away.
So I knew before you.
Texter, dead or alive, the guy Dick Cheney shot. You know what? We looked that up a couple of weeks ago, and I can't remember. Who'd you say? Kirstie Alley?
Kirstie Alley.
Didn't she pass untimely?
Yeah, she's dead.
Yeah. You a big fan of the Look Who's Talking movies?
No.
Really?
I don't like movies. You know that.
Oh.
Not a big movie person.
Wasn't she in a movie about the Tooth Fairy, too?
I don't know.
That was a good one. What's the Tooth Fairy handing out these days? Asking for a friend.
Just money, I think.
Yeah, I know that. But how much money? What did you get?
5, usually intervals of 5.
That's about right. Did you ever lose multiple teeth at once?
So when I was 13, I was in 7th grade, I remember, before I got my braces, I had like 2 baby teeth left, and I was frustrated. And they were loose, but they weren't coming out. And I remember, I was like, Mom, what do I do? She's like, we can take you to the dentist. I don't want to do that. So I literally ripped 2 teeth out of my mouth.
Did you ever do the thing where you tie a string around them and put the other end of the string on a football or on a door?
No.
We did that all the time. Get a loose tooth, you tie the string around, you close the door real hard, and it pops out. You don't feel a thing. It's magic.
I was strong enough to just rip them. I mean, I just took my fingers in, just wiggled them, and then...
That didn't hurt?
No.
Okay. Did anybody else do the thing out there where you tie the string to your tooth? 412-928-9370. Text us. I also tied it to a Nerf football one time and threw the football, and it ripped my tooth out. Then I couldn't find the tooth. So there's a tooth somewhere in the backyard of my old house. Cop's probably going to get called.
Here's a fun one for you, too. I can remember when I was in elementary school, too. My first lost tooth, I could not find. It was just gone. I think I ate lunch.
You swallow it?
Nurse. I might have.
Yeah.
And I didn't, or I could have lost it.
That's probably not uncommon, swallowing a tooth.
Well, no, because, I mean, back then I didn't know, like, once you start losing teeth, then you know what to expect. You can kind of wiggle them out yourself. But like,
oh, it was your first one?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Texter writes in, how do I handle this one delicately? The tooth fairy had to give my daughter $20 the other day because she pulled a tooth right before bed, and the tooth fairy had no other cash.
Very good.
A lot of texters are writing in the going rate for tooth fairy money is $10 per tooth.
That's inflation right there.
That is inflation.
Back when I was younger, inflation wasn't as big. Now it's getting big. Yeah, $10 makes sense.
Texter, Dick Cheney shot out my baby teeth.
Oh, jeez.
Texter, I still use the door trick on my kiddos. Texter, needed to clone Dorn, and then he could have been there all week. All right. We're getting by just fine without Dorn. We miss him terribly.
You miss him.
The listeners miss him terribly. Okay? But he had a baby, a cute little baby, and so he deserved some time off to be with his lovely family.
People in the YouTube chat seem to have forgotten that. There were a lot of comments like, oh, did Dorn get fired? No. No, he just had a child. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, I got a couple texts every day. I probably didn't do a good enough job at telling people where Durham was. I bring it up in the pre-show and then pretty much forget about it the rest of the day.
Yeah, you like talking about yourself throughout the main show. It's fine. I mean, that's what you do.
I don't talk about myself. I talk about sports, Harry. Texter, Callis ate his first tooth. Shocker.
It disappeared. I mean, it could have been in my food. I don't know. I was a first grader. Everybody relax.
You know what did suck? Braces. I hated braces.
Yep.
Then you get hit in the face. It hurts like a son of a gun.
I didn't follow any of the procedures, so I would still eat like sticky stuff. At one time, the liner in my the liner in my braces, like fell out, like stuck to some Swedish fish, I think, and then just pulled it out. The whole line at the bottom. Never forget that. I was bad.
Stuff like that sticks with you, man. Stuff that happens when you're a kid, it just sticks. Texter writes in, how many clones of Crowley would it take to beat up Doran?
Too many. Too many for science.
I'm putting that out as the Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. How many Crowley clones would it take to beat up Doran?
What a great question.
That's like how many, could 1,000 grown men beat up 100 gorillas or something?
Sure.
Well, wasn't that the hypothetical? I forget.
It was like 10,000 to 100, I think.
Yeah.
But,
people were running simulations through AI.
And the people didn't win. The men did not win.
How many clones of Crowley would it take to beat up Doran? How many clones of Intern Dom would it take to beat up Doran?
Way too many.
How many clones of Austin Bechtold would it take to beat up Doran?
Infinitely too many. You understand? You just think about that visual. You understand what Doran could do to Bechtold? Like when I was wrestling in like middle school, there was this one kid who thought he was tough, and he got mad at me one practice, so he just started swinging. I literally had my hand like
on his
stiff
forehead,
arm,
doing the swinging arm thing. Classic.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what I imagine Doran doing to Bechtold or Tom. They're just running at him, and he's just stiff arming them and then kicking them, and no way. No.
Dexter, dead or alive? Steelers defense.
Very much alive.
But it was pronounced dead prior to the game on Sunday. And
by who?
Well, didn't you see the casket that was made up?
No.
Oh. I'm happy my producer keeps up with everything.
Why would I look at caskets and stuff? Who made it?
It went viral. It was before the Steelers game. Mark Caboli was ripping him to shreds, saying it was embarrassing.
Well, they were embarrassing, and then they beat the Colts.
No, the casket was embarrassing, Harry, not the Steelers defense. Well, actually, no, but both were embarrassing according to Caboli. All right, in 30 seconds, one could argue it was embarrassing the Steelers' inactivity yesterday, and that one might be me. Let's hear from you at 412-928-9370. Deadline comes and goes, and the Steelers sit on their hands. It's a Fan Morning Show. Back in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
I just know that you're trending in the right direction. If you got the desire to be in this thing as the road gets narrow, usually you're open to adding talent that can assist you, whether it's attrition-based or whether it's just areas where you fall short. And that's something that I think some of the competitive teams are interested in and year out. It's just a natural component of this thing.
Mike Tomlin at his press conference yesterday says good teams try to get better at the NFL trade deadline. Well, the Steelers must not be a good team because they didn't get any better. The Steelers did diddly squat. They did nothing. Bupkis. Omar Khan, Mike Tomlin, probably sipping on espresso at South Water Street with their feet up. Didn't do a damn thing. And that is a crying shame. The AFC is wide open. I wouldn't say the Steelers are the best team in the AFC. I'm not sure bringing in a number 2 wide receiver would have made them the best team in the AFC. But I think this year, more than any in recent memory, represents an opportunity for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because on any given Sunday, I think the Steelers could beat any team in the AFC. I think they could lose to any team in the AFC, but I think anybody could beat any team in the AFC this year. And the Steelers, with their inactivity yesterday, are looking a gift horse in the mouth. This is an opportunity they didn't expect to be here this offseason. The Ravens are 2 games behind you in the division. Nobody would have predicted that. Nobody would have predicted the Ravens in November to have a losing record. And you have an opportunity to put them out of their misery, to step on the head of the snake, and you didn't do it. The Chiefs, they're probably going to make the playoffs, but it's November 5th, and they're on the outside looking in. There are 3 7-win teams in the AFC, and you've beat 2 of them. The Colts walked up in here on Sunday, a 3.5-point favorite, with the best record in all of football, and you put boots to their ass. You played the New England Patriots earlier, and yeah, there were some fluky elements in that game, but you beat them on the road in Foxborough, where you never win. The Bills aren't unbeatable. Yeah, they just beat the Chiefs, but they lost to Atlanta and gave up 350 yards in the first half of football. They're flawed. The Chargers, people think they're pretty damn good. I think Justin Herbert's really good. I think their head coach, Jim Harbaugh's really good. They added Trevor Penning yesterday, a first-round offensive lineman, but their 2 tackles are out for the season. Point being, every team in the AFC has warts. Every team in the AFC is flawed. And so the Steelers should have improved their lot in this flawed AFC to give themselves the best chance to win a playoff game and perhaps more this year. The Jags gave up a 4th and a 6th for Jacoby Myers. When we were doing our show yesterday, we were throwing around a potential 3rd-round pick for Jacoby Myers. The asking price for Rashid Shaheed, according to Adam Schefter yesterday, was a third-round pick as well. Ultimately, that's not what it cost. The Seahawks gave up a fourth and a fifth for Rashid Shaheed. The Jags gave up a fourth and a sixth for Jacoby Myers. The Steelers have 12 damn picks in the 2026 draft. They'll have 2 thirds, 2 fourths, 2 fifths, 2 sixths. Why did the Steelers do nothing yesterday? DK Metcalf had 6 receiving yards against Indianapolis. DK Metcalf has 110 receiving yards combined in his last 3 games. The opposition's getting wise to DK Metcalf. They're not going to let DK Metcalf be the only Steelers wide receiver that beats you. Roman Wilson got called a bonehead by his head coach yesterday. Is he your wide receiver too? Do you really want a bonehead as your wide receiver too? Is it Calvin Austin? He doesn't strike the fear of God into anybody. Is it Marquez Valdez-Scantling? He who Mike Tomlin called just a practice squad guy yesterday? People have been fighting with me on Twitter for a couple of days now since I've been saying go out and get a wide receiver too, saying that Arthur Smith doesn't use multiple wide receivers frequently. And it depends on what you got. Mike Tomlin says if you got red paint, you paint the barn red. If you got a good wide receiver too, I bet you Aaron Rodgers is going to throw him the football. Not to mention, when Arthur Smith had 2 good wide receivers in Tennessee, Corey Davis and A.J. Brown, you know what Ryan Tannehill did? This is going to be shocking to everybody. He threw it to the wide receivers. You can't have too many good players, and when the cost ain't all that much, go out and get good players. And if you think a 4th and a 6th for Jacoby Myers is too much, I think you're smoking crack. If you think a 4th and a 5th for Rashid Shaheed is too much, I might be inclined to agree with you, but not when you got multiple 4th and 5th round picks. Go out and make the team better. And there's no rule against signing Rashid Shaheed to a long-term deal. There's no rule against signing Jacoby Myers to a long-term deal so that guy can help this year and into the future. I think the Steelers whiffed on a massive opportunity yesterday. What do you think? 412-928-9370. The Steelers have 12 picks in the 2026 draft. They're likely to finish around 10-7 and make the playoffs. That's what they always seemingly do. Do you really think they're going to make 12 draft picks? Do you really think 12 rookies are going to make the team? Of course not. When you have that many draft picks, they only make the team if you're bad like the Browns or the Jets. The Eagles, they've got a bunch of picks in the upcoming draft, and you know what they did? They flipped a third to the Dolphins for a linebacker. One of the reasons why you stack draft picks is to move the assets. There's a lot of fighting going on social media over semantics. Are the Steelers all in? Are they not all in? The Steelers were never all in. Blah, blah, blah. Boring. I'm not interested in that. If you're one of these people who thinks the Steelers have been all in, I think that's fine. Depends on your definition of all in. If you're one of these people who thinks that this offseason the Steelers weren't all in because they didn't give up any draft capital for the 2026 draft, that's fine. It depends on your definition of all in. But here's a fact. The Steelers broke their credo yesterday. The Steelers may never have been all in, but they broke their credo. The credo that every year they want to win. Every year, their goal, they tell us this, is to win the Super Bowl. Whether they believe it or not, who gives a rat's ass? They say every year at the end of the season press conference, when Mike Tomlin gets up there with the general manager, when Art Rooney II talks to the assembled media and puts up the bat signal, they say every year they're trying to win a championship. Which means you need to put yourself in the best position to win a championship. This offseason, you added Aaron Rodgers and Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith and more. Good first step towards contention. Think this year's roster's better than last year's roster. But a deadline represents an opportunity, and they whiffed on that opportunity yesterday. They broke their credo. They are not doing everything they can to position themselves to win playoff games and then ultimately a championship. When they added Aaron Rodgers, when they added Jalen Ramsey, when they added Jonnu Smith, if you gave them truth serum, they probably thought, we're putting ourselves in a really good position to make the playoffs. But are we as good as the Ravens? Probably not. The Ravens have been a disaster. You've got a 2-game lead. You're in a better position than you thought you'd be in. You gave them truth serum. They probably would have told you at South Water Street that on November 5th, the Bills and the Chiefs would be atop the AFC, and the Ravens would be in that mix. None of those teams have been as good as we thought they'd be. None of them. And as circumstances change, so too should opinion, and you need to be light on your feet. You need to be willing to pivot. If the Steelers were never planning on doing anything significant at the NFL trade deadline, if you go back to the offseason, they think, okay, our roster's pretty damn good. We'll add some pieces if guys get hurt, but that's about it. You need to change your plan when you look around and you're in a relatively better position than you thought you'd be. They're licking a gift horse in the mouth. They're not following their own credo. They say they want to win every year. They acted like it this offseason. They didn't act like it yesterday. That's got me hot and bothered. How's it make you feel? 412-928-9370. I think they're hypocrites. I think they're a walking contradiction personified as a football front office. What do you think? 412-928-9370. If you want to tell me that Jalen Waddle is worth a first-round draft pick or a second-round draft pick, we can quibble with stuff like that. If you want to tell me they should have done everything they could to pry Marvin Harrison Jr. away from the Arizona Cardinals, we can quibble about that. What you will not convince me is that a 4th and a 6th was too much for Jacoby Myers, or that they shouldn't have been involved for a 4th and a 5th for Rashid Shaheed. 412-928-9370. The Steelers beat the best team in football on Sunday, announcing to the world that they're in this thing. And then yesterday said, we're good enough as is. Are they good enough as is? Are they hypocrites? 412-928-9370. I want to hear from you. What are the Steelers missing out on by not acquiring Rashid Shaheed, one of the great offensive minds of the 21st century, weighs in when we come back. And we'll take your calls, texts, and tweets as well. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Initial college football rankings have Pitt in the top 25 right now. They are 24th. They are just ahead of Tennessee. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This OC Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So the Jets brought in a new GM and coaching staff who tried to win with their inherited roster up until now. But they lost with Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams, so they could lose without them, right? There's no way you turn down 2 first-rounders for Sauce. That's a fleecing in my eyes. And the Quinnen Williams deal adds another 2026 #1 and #2. Plus, he was unhappy being here anyway. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. There is no better time to start a home project, and why not choose America's most trusted home remodeler, West Shore Home, to do that job? They make home remodeling easy with their teams of highly trained employee installers who get the job done right. Plus, you get your project started now and lock in extra savings just for being a listener. All you have to do is schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500 on your project on top of their current offer. That's westshorehome.com/fan. West Shore Home, remodeling reimagined.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. From tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon lineup to top-shelf spirits served over ice balls. Plus local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. Twin Peaks' drink menu is second to none. And don't forget about those legendary 29-degree drafts. Why wait for the weekend? They're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league at your local Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
Ready for a new ride at the price you'll love? Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net today.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Cloudy today with rain later, the high 65.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop. Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop. A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Fight stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Signs of problems in the early morning rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews checking reports of an accident now on the 1100 block of Route 8 William Flynn Highway in Shaler. That's between Butler Plank Road and East Penview Street. Expect delays there. Inbound on the Parkway West, you're jammed right around the runaway truck sand pile. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 is up to speed, so is the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. You've invested in everything else this year. Have you invested in yourself? Awaken 180 is HSA and FSA approved. Make your tax-free investment in yourself pay you dividends every single day. Up to 40% savings at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
This guy is a game wrecker, boy. He's a touchdown waiting to happen. Maybe the fastest guy in the league. Play speed right now.
Oh, yeah.
And more than just a receiver, he's on reverses and just get the ball in this kid's hand. He's electric.
That is Bruce Arians, Super Bowl champion winning coordinator here with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Super Bowl winning head coach with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, one of the best offensive minds of the last quarter century in the NFL, saying that Rashid Shaheed is a guy who scores touchdowns and maybe the fastest player in the league. The Steelers could have had him for a 4th and a 5th round pick. I know that because the Seattle Seahawks got him for a 4th and 5th round pick. You don't think he helps transform this offense from an almost top 10 scoring unit in the NFL into a top 10 scoring unit in the NFL? I do. I think the Steelers should have been in on him. I think the Steelers should have made it happen. And I'm pissed off that they didn't because I think the AFC is wide open. And the Steelers had an opportunity yesterday to get better and just said, nah, no thanks, we're good. Asking price is too high. I think the front office is hypocritical. Every year they tell us they want to win. Well, their actions yesterday didn't prove it. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in and says that Doran would have slapped me upside my head for my opinions this morning. Well, Doran's actually been saying for 2 weeks, longer than that the Steelers should get a wide receiver too. So I'm not sure about that. The texter then responded and said, yeah, but he wouldn't be calling the Steelers a hypocrite because he knows that their plan all along has been to save draft capital and draft a quarterback in next year's draft. I'm happy you bring that up because I do think that has been their plan. But a lot of stuff has changed, no? I think there are 7 teams, not including the Steelers, that could realistically draft a quarterback next year. There are 4 teams that have 2 first-round picks in next year's draft. 3 of those teams could draft a quarterback, including the Los Angeles Rams, who could do the Green Bay Packers thing, and even though they've got a great quarterback, draft somebody behind him. I don't think there's even 3 quarterbacks that are worthy of being drafted in the first round. There are 7 teams that need them, and a 4th and a 6th round pick doesn't help you move up and get a quarterback earlier in round 1, folks. Like, that's the biggest misnomer going around. Oh, the Steelers got a 4th and a 6th round pick. They could have used it on Jacoby Myers. I don't know why I'm doing this voice. The Steelers, if they use these 4th and 6th round picks on Jacoby Myers, that hurts their opportunity to move up in the draft. No, it doesn't. You think you're leapfrogging Cleveland or the Jets or the Saints? Or the Rams with 2 first-round draft picks? Or the Jets with 2 first-round draft picks? What, with a 4th and a 6th? What are you doing? You smoking drugs? Doesn't help. Do you guys know what it took to move up and get Patrick Mahomes? 2 firsts and a 2nd. Do you know what it took for the San Francisco 49ers? They made a mistake to go up and get Trey Lance. 3 first-round picks. Do you know what it took for the Jacksonville Jags to move up with the Cleveland Browns last year in the draft? Multiple first-round picks and a 2nd-round pick. A 4th and a 6th has nothing to do with this. A 4th and a 5th has nothing to do with this. And even if it did, I'm not sure you'd be able to jockey yourself in a position anyhow because there's more quarterback-needy teams than there are first-round talents in next year's draft. So miss me with that. That might have been their plan. You got to be light on your feet. We thought this would be a great quarterback draft. It looks like poop now. 412-928-9370. Let's start things off today with Mike in Cranberry. Good morning to you, Mike. How you doing, buddy?
All right, Crowley. I think you're way off base, man.
That's okay. Why?
We got such a unique thing going with these tight ends. Remember when New England had two really good tight ends?
Yeah.
And remember Randy Moss? Who was his second guy?
Okay,
No
but
one knows.
are any of the
Who was his
Steelers
second guy?
Are any of the Steelers tight ends as good as either of the Patriots tight ends, and are any of their wide receivers as good as Randy Moss?
I'm not saying that. We have a unique thing that no one's doing. Nobody.
I agree
no one
with
can
that,
watch
Mike.
Mount Washington.
I agree with that, Mike. But
all right, but adding a second guy this middle of the season, you don't want to ruin the chemistry, man. I disagree. I like the guy.
Did Kyle Duggar ruin the chemistry on Sunday when he played 77 of the 78 snaps on defense?
A dire need is one thing. We're not in dire need. We're not.
Okay, but
we
he
have a great thing going, dude. We're scoring points.
They didn't score enough points on Sunday, according to Aaron Rodgers or Mike Tomlin, and you know why? Because DK Metcalf, got completely taken out of the game, and teams are now wise to it. They're doubling DK Metcalf. They're making other wide receivers beat him. If the Steelers don't get 6 turnovers, they don't scratch 20 points on Sunday. They needed another playmaker, and they didn't get one.
Wait, when we win it, that's what I thought.
What do you mean?
Well, if you look how good they played. We're supposed to play the number 1 team. We whooped them.
And this is the beauty of Sports Talk Radio, Mike, and I thank you very much for your call and the spirited debate. And call back anytime, and you can call us at 412-928-9370. Mike looks at the victory over the Colts and says, hey, the Steelers are pretty damn good as is. I look at the Steelers' victory over the Colts, and that makes me want to add to this team. Do you agree with Mike, or do you agree with me? We're not going to get personal. There might be some voices raised back and forth. It's Sports Talk Radio. 412-928-9370. You on Mike's side or you on Crowley's side? Do you think the Steelers were right to stand pat yesterday, or do you think the Steelers should have added? I like what Bruce Arians said about Rashid Shaheed, fastest player in the league, a walking touchdown, and you only had to give up a 4th and a 5th to get him? Why would the Steelers not do that? 412-928-9370. Yes, Harry.
Can I get in on this?
Of course you can.
I agree with Mike.
What? You disagree with me? Shocking.
Isn't that shocking?
Mm-hmm.
I think that we should expect more from the Steelers' defense, I think, than they've performed this season. And so my perspective on it is, why adjust the offense when they're consistently scoring in the 20s, when before they would score like 10 to 14 a game? When your defense should be expected to do more because they're being paid so much.
Just because the defense should be expected to do more doesn't mean the defense is going to do more. And because the offense has been the better unit doesn't mean it can't get better. You're going to need to win some shootouts. The Steelers were great against the Colts. They need to do it again against the Chargers and against the Bengals before I believe the defense is back.
I don't expect
but rest assured, when they play the Bills, if you ain't scoring in the mid to upper 20s, you're not winning that game. If you play the Chiefs in the playoffs, you're probably going to have to score into the 30s, or you're not going to win that game. And DK Metcalf can be schemed out of this thing. 412-928-9370. Let's go to JTB in Pittsburgh. Hi, JTB.
Crowley, how you doing, brother? It's always good to see you and hear you.
Thanks, man. What's up?
Hey, I have to agree with you on this. It pains me. I definitely think the Steelers left a lot of stuff on the table, and their win to me with Indianapolis wasn't that impressive. They win the games they're not supposed to, and they lose the easy ones. It'll even out where, if they're lucky, they'll make the playoffs.
So that's
Barber football focus right there, brother.
I didn't realize who JTB was before I punched him through. 412-928-9370.
You're having a week.
Here's the thing. If you look at it that way, I can see that. Hey, they beat the Colts. If they play them 10 times, are they going to beat the Colts more often than not? Probably not. And so that bolsters my opinion. You're 5-3. You're in first place in the North. In the offseason, if you thought you were going to be 5-3 on November 5th, you probably didn't think you'd be in first place. You are. Augment the roster. Upgrade the roster.
Would you say you're mad that they didn't make a move?
Yes. Of course I am. Because they tell you every year they want to win, and they have an opportunity here in a weak AFC, a wide-open AFC, to improve their lot in life. And they said, no, a 4th and a 6th is too much to pay. Oh, a 4th and a 5th is too much to pay. It's ridiculous. 412-928-9370. You can chime in on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. What did Mike Tomlin have to say about the wide receiver the Steelers did add? And we'll take your calls, and you can give your thoughts on what they didn't do at the deadline. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football in the initial college football rankings, they got 24th. They are just ahead of Tennessee in that initial top 25 ranking. Pitt is off this weekend. Their next game is against Notre Dame on Saturday, November the 15th. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, Chris Muller here, and look, I don't like wasting money, especially mine. And if you've got an HSA or FSA, you might be about to do just that. Those pre-tax dollars, they could vanish at the end of the year. But here's the move. Use them on something that pays you dividends every single day, your health. Awaken 180 Weight Loss is HSA and FSA approved because it's doctor approved and recognized for its real results. Best part, you don't have to guess what you'll save. Just head to awaken180weightloss.com and use their savings calculator. You could save anywhere from 22 to 40% off your entire program. You all know my story. I didn't skip a holiday, a dinner out, or a night with friends while dropping my 35 pounds. How? Awaken 180 works with real life, not against it. Weekly weight loss, then free support for life. Don't let money go to waste. Let it help you earn daily dividends instead. Call your medication-free solution for weight loss at 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
Never-Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart, 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray, Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra, and Emerson Hart of Tonic. If you kid only a night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli for Comcast Business Solutions. Comcast Business Solutions and expert partnership can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting, confidently transacting, must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running, dinner rush crushing neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting medical team collaborating caregivers we all depend on. It's how shipping companies become package tracking, speedy delivering logistics masters. And how wealth management firms become cyber securing, market tracking guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and connection redundancy with Wireless Connect, Comcast Business is helping businesses stay connected and get threat ready. Comcast Business, powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities. Call today to learn more about their great offer.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
He's just a practice squatter right now, and so we'll get him in the fold and get him working and check his overall level of conditioning, how he learns, and some of those things. It is not the Duggar discussion. He's just a practice squad guy.
How much did Aaron kind of advocate for bringing him in?
He did not.
All right, that's Mike Tomlin talking about Marquez Valdez-Scantling, a guy that Aaron Rodgers praised wildly the other day. Mike Tomlin says, he's just a practice squad guy. We'll see if he was full of it or not in the coming weeks. Jacoby Myers is a better player. Rashid Shaheed's a better player at this point in his career. So the Steelers have a practice squad wide receiver. That's their big-time offensive addition. That doesn't sit well with me. How's it sit with you? 412-928-9370. Chris Halicki of DKPittsburghSports.com is a very nice guy. I like him. I met him in Ireland. I think he does a good job. I'll disagree with what he wrote on DKPittsburghSports.com yesterday. He wrote this. Once again, Omar Khan did not acquire a wide receiver at the trade deadline. Why? Simply put, the Steelers' future is more important than stealing headlines. To me, it's not about stealing headlines. It's about making your team better now. And you could potentially make your team better in the future. Does anybody think the Steelers aren't going to take a wide receiver in the second or third round next year? Raise your hand. Keep one hand on the wheel if you're driving. Raise your hand if you think the Steelers are going to draft a wide receiver next year. Everyone's raising their hands? Okay, good. So you could either take one in the third round with one of your multiple third-round picks, or you can trade a fourth and a sixth for one and sign him to a deal. That helps the present, and it helps the future. Doesn't seem all that hard to figure out for me. I'd be the Steelers GM for $80K, 412-928-9370. Would I rather use a third-round pick on an unproven guy or a fourth and a sixth or a fourth and a fifth on a guy that I know can help? I think that's obvious. And the Steelers haven't been bathing themselves in glory with how they've drafted wide receivers lately. Now, George Pickens was a malcontent. He's playing well in Dallas. I am not here for revisionist history. He would not be doing that here in Pittsburgh, even with Aaron Rodgers. He was a ticking time bomb here. I think he's okay with the Cowboys having a losing record because he's eating. He's getting his. So I don't think that would have worked out here. And from a mindset standpoint, he ain't a winner. They drafted Roman Wilson, who Mike Tomlin called a bonehead yesterday in the third round. And they drafted Calvin Austin III, who's a nice piece, but probably profiles as more of a 3 or a 4 than a number 1 or number 2 in the league. The Steelers had a great track record for years of taking flyers on wide receivers and those guys being outstanding. That has not been the case this last handful of years. So would I rather draft one in the third round next year or trade for one with a fourth and a fifth round pick this year? The answer is easy for me. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Rob in West Mifflin who wants to chime in. Good morning to you, Rob. Thanks for calling.
Good morning, Adam. How you doing, man? I don't know what you're doing down there, but they act like they was all in by going to get all these guys and making these trades and everything. He just hit a pause button. Like, we didn't get better yesterday. All these other teams around us did, and if they think that scoring 24, 23 points in the playoffs is going to get them a victory, they got another thing coming, man, because I don't know if this was Artie Smith's one wide receiver system or whatever, but anytime you have a chance to make your team better, you make your team better. Philadelphia, they made their team better. Even
Yes,
though
they
won
did.
a Super Bowl last year. They won a Super Bowl, but they made their team better. Everybody makes their team better if you think you have a chance to win it all. Like, go all in.
And in a fourth and a sixth-round pick or a fourth and a fifth-round pick, if that's what the cost would be to have pried Jacoby Myers away or Rashid Shaheed away, that's not too high of a price for me to pay. I appreciate the call.
Adam, hear me out real quick. Those picks are like prospects in baseball. They mean nothing because they're not proven. You give them away, man, for proven players in NFL.
And guess what, Rob? If you'd have given up 2 picks, you'd still have 10 in next year's draft, including multiple thirds. Come on now. Mark Caboli thinks giving up a fourth and a sixth is too much for a rental, or a fourth and a fifth is too much for a rental. Okay. You're allowed to sign those guys to a deal. Like, Jacoby Myers could have been here beyond just this season. Rashid Shaheed could have been here beyond this season. And I have no reason to believe that if they came in and were productive, that the Steelers wouldn't give them money. Calvin Austin III, he's probably not going to be around beyond this season. If he is, he's not going to be expensive. Aaron Rodgers, if he comes back, is going to cost $13 million. If they wind up getting a rookie quarterback instead of Aaron Rodgers, he's going to cost next to nothing. They're going to have a ton of cap space next year. You can't throw 18 to a wide receiver, 20 to a wide receiver. Well, what if Jacoby Myers doesn't want to be a number 2 guy? Money talks. 412-928-9370. Jim in Monroeville, hello.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Jim. Thanks for calling.
You know what? I normally agree with most of what you say, Crowley. You're usually spot on, but I disagree here. I don't think Jacoby or Rashid Shaheed are worth it. I think that's what Omar thought. What they wanted, I think, was more along the lines of a Waddle, maybe even a DJ Moore. I even heard Calvin Ridley, who I honestly think is better than Shaheed, or the other guy, Myers. So I think what they wanted just wasn't there, and they weren't willing to give up 2 picks for a rental. So I'm okay with what they did. We're in the first place, and I'll hang up and get your thoughts.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate the call. It's tough to comment on guys who didn't move, right? You know, I went back and forth with a guy on Twitter last night. You don't know what some of these guys would have cost. You're right. I don't know what it would have cost to get Calvin Ridley away from the Tennessee Titans, or ultimately what it would have cost to get Jalen Waddle away from the Miami Dolphins. What we do know is what it cost for Jacoby Myers and what it cost for Rashid Shaheed. And the price for each of those guys isn't too much for me. Bruce Arians, one of the great offensive minds of the last quarter century, was on Pat McAfee and said Rashid Shaheed's a touchdown maker and the fastest player in the NFL. You wouldn't have wanted that on this offense? You don't think everything becomes easier if you got a guy with that kind of game-changing speed? Even if he can't, quote-unquote, get on a moving train, you line him up outside, guess what they got to do? They got to line a safety up over the top. Makes it easier to run. Gets the play-action pass involved. Opens up the middle of the field. Takes some of the pressure off of DK Metcalf. Need I go on? Vic, one of our all-time favorites, is chiming in. Hi, Vic.
Hey, I can't believe they didn't do nothing yesterday. I would have given a third and a fifth for Rashid.
That's a little pricey for me, but it's a little pricey for me, but they got it done with a fourth and a fifth. How about 2 fourths? You got 2 fourths. I mean, just improve your team
picks next year.
And you owe it to Aaron Rodgers too, Vic, because as we saw on Sunday, that's not a great Indianapolis Colts defense. The reason their numbers are so good is because they play from ahead as much as they have this season. But that's a defense that can be had, and that's a defensive coordinator that's never really impressed me. And they had to get blood from a stone. They scored 24 points because they got 6 turnovers. If they didn't, they would have had their worst offensive output of the season. And why is that? It's because they took DK Metcalf away, which is becoming easier and easier to do the more tape that's out there, Vic.
And 6 turnovers is not going to happen every Sunday.
Correct. They can count on 3 or 4 every now and again. They got 5 against the Patriots, but turnovers are a fickle mistress. I know the Steelers have led the league in turnovers going for like 5 years, but they come in bunches. If they play the Bills and get 3 turnovers, they can beat them. If they don't, they won't. Why? Because they're not going to be able to fight fire with fire when DK Metcalf gets taken out of the game and you go death by 1,000 cuts with the tight ends. It's worked to this point this season, but you're starting to see some signs that It ain't going to work. 412-928-9370. The phone lines are popping. We love talking to you on big sports reaction days. The Steelers did nothing yesterday. I think they broke their credo. They say they want to win every year. Their actions yesterday didn't back that up. 412-928-9370. More of your thoughts on this when we come back. Also, Tom Brady cloned his dog. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates made some moves yesterday. Part of their first big offseason moves. Not really big, but starting to chisel at the 40-man roster. They waived G1 Bay, Leover Peguero, and Jack Little. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Earlier accident cleared from inbound Route 28 between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 off-ramp. Still causing some heavy delays as you're heading down toward the north side. Also an earlier accident in Shaler on Route 8. This is just south of the intersection with Butler Plank Road. Watch for some slowdowns there as well. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. And one lane each direction restrictions for utility work. That's Sawmill Run Boulevard, Route 51 at the intersection with Coleraine Street and Whitehead. And that's causing delays on the northbound side back before Route 88. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Gobble up the grime and save big on getting your home Coit clean by Thanksgiving. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service and 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT now and get your home Coit clean by Thanksgiving.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. SouthHillsKia.net.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med-mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. Don't let the cold take over your house this fall and winter. Replace those old drafty windows with my friends at Universal Windows Direct. Right now, the deal is fantastic. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, you'll also get 36 months of 0% financing with equal monthly payments, same as cash, and a $500 bonus off your project. Call now, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com and schedule your free estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
The Allegheny County Jail is hiring correctional officers and healthcare professionals now. Get a competitive salary, healthcare, and a pension. Ready to make a difference? Apply today at joinacj.com.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
Dan Zang really letting you know that this November, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has a deal worth being thankful for. Home equity loan rates as low as 5.5%. Join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union for just $5. Find out if you're eligible. AllegiantFCU.org.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. What did Mike Tomlin have to say about one of the wide receivers in his wide receiver room? We'll tell you coming up in 10 minutes. How do you feel about this Steelers wide receiver room now that we know what it looks like? That it's the guys they've had and potentially Marquez Valdez-Scantling. 412-928-9370. A texter writes in, maybe, just maybe, this says more about their wide receiver room and how confident they are with what they have. I'm okay with it. If they're confident in what they have, they shouldn't be. They got a bunch of guys who look the same. Roman Wilson, not very big. Calvin Austin, not very big. Ben Skoranek is what he is. Scotty Miller is what he is. It's just a bunch of guys. If DK Metcalf were to go down with an injury tomorrow, and knock on wood, lucky rabbit's foot, rosaries, they have the worst wide receiver core in the league at that point. What happened last year when George Pickens went down due to injury? I'll tell you, I'm glad you asked. Steelers went 1-2 and averaged 19 points per game. Now, I do think this collection of skill position talent is better than last year's. I don't want to be intellectually dishonest, but it's still not great. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Josh and Irwin, who's been waiting patiently. Hi, Josh.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Peachy.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, you just took the words out of my mouth. As I say, my biggest takeaway yesterday was they learned nothing from Pickens missing time last year. But the other point about the Myers thing, I saw Caboli say it was, a rental, but why does it have to be a rental? Why are we so archaic in signing people mid-season? I mean, you can't make an exception. And
they could have traded for him and signed him all within 47 minutes.
Exactly. And the other thing is, if they are going to, spend a first on a QB this year, when Ben came in, he had Burris and Ward.
Yep.
Would you not want two experienced guys, for your QB to learn with instead of another rookie, like a second rounder?
Exactly right. And that's the thing people are missing when they talk about how the Steelers don't want to sacrifice their future. If you sign a guy to a long-term deal, he's part of the future. That's why the DK Metcalf move was worth giving up a second-round pick for, because he helps this year. You've got him for the next 5 years. He'll help Aaron Rodgers, and he'll help, hopefully, the next great Steelers quarterback. 412-928-9370. If you want to chime in on the Steelers' inactivity at yesterday's trade deadline.
Can I make a point about George Pickens real quick?
Sure.
So how are we saying that, when he wasn't playing for them, that they did worse, but then we talk about, oh, well, then he went to the Cowboys and he wouldn't help the Steelers anyway. Why didn't they just keep him then if he was so valuable?
Because he's an ass.
I get that. So why are we even saying, okay, he was injured last season and they didn't do as well?
Because it's an analogy, Harry. He was your number one wide receiver. He went down, and you didn't have depth behind him. DK Metcalf is this year's number one wide receiver.
But you're calling their depth a bunch of guys, and I get that, but they're guys that are working together and making this offense score.
They're not. The tight ends are. Aaron Rodgers is. They had 66 receiving yards from wide receivers on Sunday.
It's a way more versatile offense now.
And it would be without DK Metcalf. You're changing the conversation. If DK Metcalf goes down, you have faith that they're going to keep putting up 25 points a game?
Yeah.
Oh, I think you're wrong. 412-928-9370. Give us a ring. Give us a word on how you feel after the Steelers' inactivity at yesterday's trade deadline. And how do you feel about what is now their final product in their wide receiver room? 412-928-9370. Dwayne and others waiting patiently on hold. We'll get to you coming up next. What did Mike Tomlin have to say about one of his young wide receivers? First, we tell you about fan weather. It's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDK take care of that. It's Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. We're going to have to wait until sundown before rain arrives with sunny morning skies and mostly cloudy skies this afternoon. I have high temperatures today hitting the mid-60s and temperatures right now in the 30s. Rain totals won't be very high this evening. I don't think anyone sees more than 0.05 of an inch. The biggest issue today may very well be the winds, with winds gusting up to 40 miles an hour and being possible this evening and overnight. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the faceoffs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode too. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Think fast. Life can throw you curveballs. Having UPMC Health Plan helps you catch them. Now's the time to get covered. Open enrollment for individual and family plans is today through January 15th. No matter what stage of life you're in, they have individual and family coverage options like their new plans that bundle dental and vision, so you can handle all your health needs. While this year might feel a little different, one thing is the same. They're here for you with one-on-one support. To get started, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona News Cigars CAO Smoker on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, November 7th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon. Meet a CAO representee. Save 25% on CAO box cigars. Buy 5, get 2 free. Plus raffles for great prizes. It's the Verona News CAO Cigar Smoker, Friday, November 7th from 7 to 10 p.m. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Target's early Black Friday deals are almost here, and they're bigger than ever. Take 40% off select gifts and holiday decor for 3 days only, starting this Thursday. Score can't-miss deals on new fits for the whole fam, festive lights and decorations to brighten your home, and even top toys like select Lego sets for endless holiday fun. Shop in-store or online, but don't miss out. These deals are going fast. 40% off gifts and holiday decor starts Thursday, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crew's still working on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard, doing utility work. As a result, single lane each direction restrictions on that roadway at the intersection with Coleraine and Whited Streets, and causing northbound delays almost back to Greenlee Road in Brentwood. So just be aware, you might want to avoid it and head over to Route 19 West Liberty Avenue as a way to access the Liberty Tubes. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that's jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. And Route 28 heavy past the 40th Street Bridge toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Have an easy holiday, only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Don't miss out on the latest laptops, up to 45% off. Staples, that was easy.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You said last week you guys would be buyers at the trade deadline. You already bought one in Kyle Duggar. Do you anticipate shopping around a little bit more before 4 o'clock?
We'll see what happens. I like shopping. I think it's been a steady improvement in terms of their quality of play, particularly Roman of late, other than that boneheaded lack of ball security late in the football game. Generally, there's been an uptick in the quality of his play. But again, we don't look at our eligibles as wide receivers, man. We feel really good about our tight end group as eligibles as well. And you can't talk about the passing game without talking about the contributions that we get from that group. We've been very open about that as well. When we acquired Jonnu at the very beginning of the journey, we talked about, that we have eligibles regardless. REC, receivers. I still think we feel the same way. We certainly need growth and development from individuals within our collective, but we're comfortable with how we're distributing the ball and our utilization of people and our division of labor to this point.
Mike Tomlin says the Steelers are comfortable with their eligibles. I think they're better than they were last year. I like DK Metcalf more than George Pickens. And you have Jonnu Smith, and Darnell Washington's taken a big step forward. And Roman Wilson, I think, is a better player at this point in his career than Van Jefferson. But that's not to be confused with good. Just because they're better than they were last year does not mean they're good. Just because Russell Wilson was better than Kenny Pickett didn't make him good. Just because you had two offensive coordinators at the end of Matt Canada's final season in 2023 doesn't make those coordinators good. It just makes them better than what you had. If DK Metcalf were to go down with an injury, Marquez Valdes-Scantling probably would have to be the reasonable facsimile there. You elevate him from the practice squad, you get him on the 53, and he would be the guy that would, quote-unquote, try to take the top off at defense. But there's a reason why Marquez Valdes-Scantling has bounced around on practice squads, and DK Metcalf got paid $150 million. It's because DK Metcalf is worth $150 million. And Marquez Valdez-Scantling, at this point, today, is no better than a practice squad player. Now, San Francisco's had all kind of injuries at their skill positions this year. How much did Marquez Valdez-Scantling play? Not a lot. So the Steelers didn't even get themselves insurance yesterday. They didn't upgrade wide receiver 2, and they didn't guard against a DK Metcalf injury. And for those reasons, I think they failed miserably. What do you think? 412-928-9370. And give me a word you would use to describe the trade deadline for the Steelers yesterday. Someone writes in flummoxed. I wasn't surprised, but I am pissed. Football Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's go to Dwayne in Pittsburgh. Hi, Dwayne.
Good morning.
Morning.
I got to agree with you on this right here. I think we should have made a move. I mean, we got a bunch of receivers in a room that if the number one receiver is getting doubled, nobody else can get open. So I got to agree with you on this one.
They are in a pickle if DK Metcalf gets hurt. And even if DK Metcalf continues to be healthy, because he's been a durable player throughout his NFL career, you just saw it on Sunday. You can take DK Metcalf out of a game. And if you do that, are the Steelers wide receivers getting open enough? No, they're not. DK Metcalf had 6 receiving yards on Sunday. He had a drop, so he should have had like 12. But he had 6 receiving yards on Sunday. He's had 110 the last 3 games combined. That's not good production from a number 1 wide receiver because you can scheme anybody out of a game. Makes it a lot harder, though, if you've got Jacoby Myers on the other side. Makes it a lot harder if you've got Rashid Shaheed on the other side. And all it would have cost is 2 draft picks, day 3 draft picks, in a draft where you've already got stockpiled 12 draft picks. And here's the other thing people talk about when they're discussing those guys being rental players. I've said sign him to a long-term deal. The player always has the option to say, I'll test free agency. So let's walk this one out. Let's say you do give up a 4th and a 5th for Rashid Shaheed. Or you do give up a 4th and a 6th for Jacoby Myers. And whichever wide receiver they get says at the end of the year, you know what, I'm going to test free agency, and they wind up signing someplace else. Guess what you get, folks? You get a comp pick in the 2027 draft. You would get an additional draft pick. It wouldn't be in 2026, but it would be in 2027. A texter writes in at 412-928-9370. The Steelers are stockpiling draft picks to make a splash in the draft because it's in Pittsburgh. I don't disagree that they'd like to make a splash. I do think it being in Pittsburgh means something to Art Rooney II. Same way I think the Kenny Pickett being a Pitt quarterback meant something to Art Rooney II and Kevin Colbert and Mike Tomlin, and not wanting the Marino thing to happen again. They're only human. I think these things do affect your line of thinking. But a 4th and a 6th round pick ain't going to help you make a splash. 4th and a 5th round pick ain't going to help you make a splash. 412-928-9370. Rick in the car, good morning.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks. The only excuse that I could see for the front office inaction is maybe they were getting a colonoscopy and getting all that stuff cleaned out because they had an opportunity to get better in offense. You're right. They're going to have to get in shootouts here. And if those defenses can't miraculously get that ball away from the opposing offense, they're not scoring. That's it. I'll listen to what you have to say.
Thank you, Rick. Was he alleging that Omar Khan wasn't making trade calls because he was in a twilight zone getting a colonoscopy? I think that's what he was alleging. I would urge everyone out there, when you are of age, to get a colonoscopy. Early detection is the key. Yes, Harry.
Okay, so you said that you don't think 4th and 6th round picks could be like big splash players. Is that right?
No, I said if you're trying to make a splash, meaning you would couple those picks to move up in the draft, you're not going to get anything of value for a 4th and a 6th round pick.
Well, I am looking at their 4th and 6th round picks from the last 3 to 4 years, and they're not bad. They got Will Howard in the 6th round this past year.
How many games has he played for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I know, but he's not. I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Sawyer in the 4th. In 2024, they got Mason McCormick in the 4th round.
Good players.
He's an impact player. They got Nick Herbig in the 4th round in 2023. How about that? Look at him now.
Mm-hmm.
He's good. Calvin Austin the 3rd, 4th round pick in 2022. Connor Hayward, 6th round pick in 2022.
Well, you were making good points, and then you mentioned Calvin Austin and Connor Hayward. And Calvin Austin.
What's wrong with Calvin Austin?
He's a useful player. He's not to be confused with a good player. And Connor Hayward, the thing that he brings most value to is running the quarterback sneak.
And he's also related to Cam Hayward, so that's something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sure is something.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, like, giving up those picks, I mean, then you're losing these impact players that they're not. Well, Nick Herbig has become a flashy player, but, like, you're losing depth pieces that I think are more helpful than you initially think because they're not always in the spotlight.
I think your mindset reflects that of the Steelers. I think you're right about that. When they trade a 4th or a 6th round pick, they do think of it that way. Are we really willing to give up a potential Nick Herbig for Rashid Shaheed? Are we willing to give up a potential Nick Herbig for a Jacoby Myers? And their answer was no. That being said, Buddy Johnson was a 4th round pick. Kevin Dotson was a 4th round pick. Antoine Brooks Jr. was a 6th round pick. Quincy Roche was a 6th round pick.
Well, now we're getting into the Kevin Colbert era. So.
Benny Snell was a 4th round pick. There's no guarantee that any of these guys are going to be good.
Well, the guys I named were drafted by Omar Khan. That was the whole distinction that I was trying to make there, too.
I understand what you're saying, and that's exactly how they look at it. I'm telling you that I think they look at it wrong.
And another thing, too, that I was looking at is, I mean, the Steelers in 3 of the 5 last playoff losses gave up over 40 points in those losses. So, I mean, does any one of these acquired wide receivers really give the Steelers the potential to score over 40 in a game?
Well, considering you think that this offense could continue to put up 25 without DK Metcalf, how do you think they'd fare if they had DK Metcalf and Rashid Shaheed?
I mean, are they scoring over 40? No, I don't think so. Even with Rashid, I mean, they're not.
412-928-9370 is the number to call. I think Harry's arguing against himself with the last point. Your defense has been historically bad in the last 5 playoff games it's played. The last 8 years, they haven't won a playoff game. Most of that's because Mike Tomlin's defense craps all over itself. You're going to need to win a shootout or two if you're going to advance in the playoffs. You lessen your chances of doing that yesterday by not acquiring a wide receiver. And here's the other thing. This team's got other holes. Like, you could have made an argument that they should have brought in an offensive lineman. Brian Batko was on with Starkey yesterday and said, how about a defensive lineman? Think about the teams the Steelers are going to be playing. The Bills, the way they run the football. This week, you know the Chargers are going to run the football. The Detroit Lions are going to run the football. You know the Baltimore Ravens, whom you faced twice, are going to run the football. And you've got Cam Hayward, who is in his upper 30s, who could deteriorate as the season goes on. And you've got rookies who could hit the rookie wall as the season goes on. Not only did the Steelers not address a need at wide receiver, they didn't address any of their other needs as well, apart from safety, which they did last week. And I give them full marks for it. Kyle Duggar played a lot better in game 1 than I thought he'd play at any point for the Steelers. But for them to do nothing yesterday, as you look around the AFC and see how wide open it is, I think it's a dereliction of duty. Agree or disagree? 412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin called his up-and-coming third-round pick from last year a bonehead. And we're supposed to sit here and think that this wide receiver core is good enough?
That's incorrect. He said he made a boneheaded play. He didn't call him a bonehead.
When his third-round pick from last year...
You make boneheaded decisions all the time on this show. That doesn't mean you're a bonehead all the time. You're a good radio host most times.
Oh, thank you, Harry. I think some listeners would disagree. Caleb Johnson made a boneheaded play and then didn't see the field on special teams since that point. Caleb Johnson barely plays at all because he made one of the dumbest decisions you've ever seen on a football field. Roman Wilson's wasn't quite historic, but it was really stupid. You think that guy is a solution moving forward? If you do, I got some beachfront property in Nebraska to sell you. 412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin lies through gritted teeth saying he feels good about this wide receiver core. That's how I see it. How do you see it? 928-9370. In addition to speaking with us on the phone on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, you can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline. Your call's next. It's Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins recalled some players from Scranton Wilkes-Barre. Heinen, Graves, Miroshov all have been called up. This move announced yesterday. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I suspect Jerry Jones was trying to keep his fan base at bay after the poorly received Micah Parsons trade by securing All-Pro Quinnen Williams from the Jets. And now these sauced-up Colts are clearly all in. Elsewhere, Seattle picked up New Orleans wideout Rashid Shaheed. Jacksonville traded for Vegas pass catcher Jacoby Myers. And the Chargers acquired Saints tackle Trevor Penning to plug their big hole at left tackle. I'm Boomer Esiason.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles. Drugstore insoles, custom insoles. I spent thousands of dollars. I bought all these products, and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure that I got something that my feet felt good in, not somebody else's feet. I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. I have boots, I have cowboy boots, running shoes, I have walking shoes, I have flat shoes, heels. It makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Ready for a new ride at the price you'll love? Visit South Hills Chrysler Jeep.net today.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Emergency utility work causing major traffic headaches out of the South Hills. Watch for single lane each direction restrictions on 51 at the intersection with Whited and Coleraine Streets, resulting in delays on the northbound side back before Provost Road, and southbound delays as well, all the way back to Bousman Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels and the Parkway East to Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get 50% off all window styles from Window Nation. Visit windownation.com.
This November, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, the sale ends soon. So schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Trade deadline is coming past, and the Pittsburgh Steelers, Omar Khan, Mike Tomlin, they sit on their hands. A texter writes in at 412-928-9370. You don't just make a trade to make a trade and to make the fans happy. If the deal doesn't make sense, you pass. There's a saying that if you make decisions to make the fans happy, you'll end up sitting with them. I don't think trading for Rashid Shaheed or trading for Jacoby Myers or augmenting this roster would have been making a trade just to make a trade. I don't think it would have been for PR. I don't think it would have been to make fans happy and say nice things on social media. I think it would have been done to help the team. I think both guys would have helped the team. Another texter writes in, Shaheed, 500 yards, 2 touchdowns. Myers, 350, no touchdowns. Austin, 230 in 6 games. Are you really getting better with those 2 guys? Yeah, absolutely you are. Calvin Austin has never had more than 600 yards in a season in his NFL career. Jacoby Myers had 1,000 yards receiving and 4 touchdowns last year. He had 800 plus the prior 3 years. Rashid Shaheed had over 700 yards in an NFL season before and is on pace for 1,000 this year. Both guys are considerably better players than Calvin Austin. Why do we think Calvin Austin got hurt, by the way? Oh, yeah, it's because he's too small. So, yes, it would have been a significant upgrade. 412-928-9370. Bob in North for Sales wants to chat. Hi, Bob.
What's up, Crawley? You know what this reminded me of? Pirates like. They don't do anything to improve their team. And they had the opportunity because Shaheen is a heck of a punt returner, heck of a kickoff returner. They could have upgraded in 3 areas. But you know what? Everybody says we'll go to a 3 tight end set, and then we'll throw the ball to the tight end. I'm out.
Thank you, Bob. Here's the other thing that reminded me of the Pirates yesterday. Couple of reports out there. Adam Schefter, some slap ass from CBS, said the Steelers were close to getting something done. We hear that about the Pirates every offseason and every deadline. Boy, we sure tried hard. Give us a gold star. Give us a sticker. How about some orange slices, little participation trophy?
I mean, the Steelers did find a way to acquire Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Jonnu Smith, all in the offseason, so it's a little different.
You know what they've done? They've done what my daughter does all the time. My daughter will start coloring a picture in a coloring book, get bored with it, finish before she colors in the legs. She also will drink water bottles and leave half the water bottle laying around the house. This is an analogy, my friends.
They are 5-3 right now.
The analogy is this. If you start something, finish it.
They've won 5 games. They're finishing it. The season's not over yet.
Other teams in the AFC got better. The Indianapolis Colts went out and got Sauce Gardner. The Baltimore Ravens got an edge rusher who has more pressures than anybody on their team, who has 4.5 sacks in the last 4 games. The Jacksonville Jags got Jacoby Myers. The Seattle Seahawks aren't satisfied with their standing despite the fact that they're 6-2. They've got one of the best wide receivers in football in Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's not enough for them. So they went out and they got Rashid Shaheed. The Steelers are at 5-3, 2-game lead on the Baltimore Ravens in the AFC North, and they're looking a gift horse in the mouth. They've got an opportunity here, or they had one, to get better, and they choose not to. Doesn't sit well with me. Harry's fine with it. How do you feel? 412-928-9370. Yay, they tried. Woo! How about everyone gives Omar Khan a pat on the back? How about everyone gives Mike Tomlin a high five? Congratulations. Finish the job. You had Aaron Rodgers come in here this offseason. He's done his end of the bargain. They're 12th in the league in scoring. He's about doing as well as you can do with the cast of characters you got. They need to be better. 9 of the top 10 teams in the NFL in scoring currently hold a playoff position or are tied for a playoff position. Scoring in 2025 matters. And they've done a good job so far. They haven't done a great job. You want to do a great job, get another eligible in here. Mike in Wexford. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm great.
So, here's the ball. I don't know what Tomlin's story is, but, I mean, how could DK be a number 1 receiver when he has no help? That's number 1. Number 2, you have Tomlin like yesterday. I love shopping.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Are you seriously going to, like, tease everyone like you're going to do something and then do nothing?
I'm sure my wife wishes that I shopped like Mike Tomlin. If I'm on Instagram and I'm scrolling, my man, and I see a nice new West Virginia hat, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy it. My wife wishes that I shopped like Mike Tomlin and was able to scroll past these things. I'm not. Look, if we saw that these wide receivers yesterday were going for 3rd-round picks or 2nd-round picks or 1st-round picks, I would say, damn, that's too pretty a price to pay. But you've got 12 picks, and a 4th and a 6th went for one number 2, and a 4th and a 5th went for another number 2. This just in, folks. The Steelers are still going to, quote-unquote, try to win next year. They're not going to draft 12 players. They're going to package those picks to move up in the draft, or maybe they'll move 1 or 2 this offseason. You're not adding 12 rookies to a 53-man roster next year. You ain't the Browns. The Browns have played more rookies this season than any team in football. Why? Because they're trying to suck, and they're evaluating young talent. The Penguins, if Murashov comes up and plays, and I'm very happy that he got called up from the AHL. He was the goaltender of the month in the AHL. They're going to have played 7 rookies. Why? Because they're trying to evaluate young players. The Steelers aren't making 12 picks next year. It's not happening. At some point, these picks are going to get moved. Why not move them yesterday? 412-928-9370.
I almost bought something really dumb, by the way, to your point. You want to hear about it?
Did you get Instagrammed?
I was on Facebook. And I was scrolling and I saw an ad. You want to hear about it?
Of course I do.
So, Mario Kart. And I just got a gaming system to play it. And there's this Mario Kart game they came out with. It's called Live because you race remote control cars, but you can play on the screen at the same time. The carts have a camera on them, so you can create your own obstacle course or racetrack in your house. And I said, I need to get this. It's $100. Talked to Jada about it. She said, you really think we're going to play that much? No. And then I called my brother-in-law. I'm like, you'd play this with me, right? He's like, not for $100, no. And I'm like,
they talked you off the ledge.
Yeah.
I wonder if Omar had to talk Tomlin off the ledge or if Tomlin had to talk Omar off the ledge. It doesn't so much matter. Steelers didn't get anything done yesterday. And it doesn't sit well with me. Their credo is we want to win every year, and they had an opportunity to make themselves better yesterday in a weak AFC, and they didn't. Texter. Okay, now you're becoming my least favorite radio host, and that's usually reserved for Mueller. You're an idiot, and God bless your wife. Why? Was it the hat thing, or you just wanted the Steelers to stand pat yesterday? It's okay if you did.
I didn't want them, to speak to everybody's point, I think, on this, I didn't want them to stand pat, but maybe a 4th and a 6th, or a 4th and a 4th, 2 fourths. I mean, was it good enough, or was it too expensive? And to me, it's like, if we're looking at the problems of the Steelers right now, is that the defense at times cannot stop other teams.
Yeah, so score more.
Yeah, but that's not the answer. The answer is get your schemes together and create a scheme like you did against the Colts.
And you have faith that Mike Tomlin can do that consistently based on what evidence?
I don't think they can get 6 turnovers every game, but they should be getting enough turnovers, or at least stopping teams on 3rd and 4th downs, so that the other teams will punt the ball, and then maybe the Steelers could get the ball back, and the offense could do its work. And that's why I'm fine with it, because I know that I think the offense could generate enough points to give them a chance to win in any situation.
Thank you, Harry. You have a chance to voice your opinion, too, at 412-928-9370. I vehemently disagree. The Steelers' defense over the course of the last 16 games has given up 26 points per game. The Steelers' defense in the last 5 playoff games has given up, on average, over 30 points per game. The Steelers on the season defensively have given up 30 points in 4 of the 8 games. If you think Mike Tomlin can fix this defense, and that what we saw against the Colts can be the rule and not the exception, good for you. You are an optimist. I don't feel that way. So you need to score more, which means they needed to add, and they didn't. 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. How many clones of Crowley could beat up Dorn in a fight? You can vote at _Adam Crowley, because not Mike Tomlin, Tom Brady cloned his dog. If we cloned Crowley, how many of me could beat up Norin? How many clone Crowleys could beat up Callis? Because one ain't doing it. Callis would beat me to a pulp. I think Callis would beat 2 Crowleys to a pulp. I think 3, it gets interesting. I think 4 pushes it over the edge. What do you think, 4 Crowleys?
Only 4 of you could take me on?
How many do you think?
More than 10.
Get the hell out of here. You would tire.
Have you seen yourself?
Have you seen 10 of me?
What, are you going to rub your belly hair on me? I mean, is that your attack? I'm just going to stiff arm you and then kick you and then punch you and then you're down.
I think we go for the legs first.
And I got more layers on me. So, I mean, you punch me, it's like it just bounces.
I think we do the classic move. If I'm strategizing against you with my clone self, I think one of us gets on all 4s and then the other one pushes you over the top. Classic move. 412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin did say something yesterday I agree with. We'll tell you what that is. We'll take your calls on the deadline right now. It's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football in the initial college football rankings. Pitt 24th of the top 25. They're right ahead of Tennessee, right below Washington. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Claich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shlydeckcompany.com.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Pittsburgh, you might recognize my name from the football field or my face from television, but now I want you to become familiar with my family. I'm Johnny J.P. Patrician, and in 1955, my grandfather opened Nick Chevrolet right off of Route 28. We have been family owned and operated for 70 years. The number one priority of our standalone dealership is to treat customers like friends. Whether you're looking for a new Chevy or a pre-owned vehicle of any make or model, stop in and see my family. Before you buy, give Nick Chevrolet a try. 724-224-2700 or nickchevrolet.com.
The Allegheny County Jail is hiring correctional officers and healthcare professionals now. Get a competitive salary, healthcare, and a pension. Ready to make a difference? Apply today at joinacj.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is putting you in control right from NBA tip-off, because every day to start the season, you get to choose your reward. Take your shot with a profit boost, play it cool with a no-sweat bet, or get a little backup with a bet-back token. So, you want to take a chance on a player. You want one who's hot and healthy. That seems obvious. Steph Curry at the beginning of this season. He's getting older, but he still gets it done. He's been a great bet to go over points so far. So make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to make your choice. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to make your choice. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Jalen will continue to work exclusively at safety. We value his positional flexibility. It's an asset to us. It gives a lot of people things to work on, but certainly under the circumstances that we're under right now, we deem that appropriate, as we did last week, in terms of nailing him down there.
Day not totally lost yesterday for Steelers fans. I wanted them to upgrade the roster, and they didn't. Mike Tomlin had his press conference yesterday, though, and did say that Jalen Ramsey will be sticking at free safety, at least for this week, and I love that. I think he should stick there the rest of the season. It's the best defensive game they played all year. It's arguably the best defensive game played by a defense this season, and I think Ramsey had a lot to do with it. He set a tone early by absolutely destroying Tyler Warren. He set a tone late by committing a 15-yard defenseless receiver penalty, which I think if you asked him, he wouldn't mind. He's got the body type. He's got the instincts, the smarts to play free safety. And I think he can be better at it at this point in his career than what we had seen out of Minkah Fitzpatrick the last couple of years. And I think we could see a Charles Woodson kind of late career renaissance, a Rod Woodson late career renaissance from Jalen Ramsey. He doesn't run quite as well as he used to. He's not great in man coverage against premium wide receivers like he used to be. But at free safety, I love it. I want to see more. And I think it's reasonable to expect you can branch off of what they did on Sunday. They played 2 high safeties, cover 2, about 50% of the time, their highest percentage of the season. I think you can start to mix and match and do some weird stuff with him at free safety the more he gets comfortable with it. So I'm not just going to sit here and poo on the Steelers and Tomlin all day long. I like the idea of keeping Jalen Ramsey there. And sometimes the greatest triumphs come from failures or circumstance. When the Penguins won the Stanley Cup in 2016, I don't think Mike Sullivan was some kind of genius for putting the HBK line together. That was the catalyst for their championship. But Malkin got hurt down the stretch, and so they had to create offense in the top 6, and that became their de facto second line, and all of a sudden it clicked, and the rest is history. Necessity can be the mother of invention, and I don't know that their plan was for Jalen Ramsey to play free safety this much, but it worked for a game against the NFL's best offense. More of that, please. And less can be more on the defensive side. David in Warrendale's been waiting patiently. Hi, David. David, are you there? Oh, hi. What's up, man? You're on the air, David.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. What's up?
Yeah, I was just, the contingency plan is what I would like to bring up.
For sure.
We got rid of Pickens, and we had nothing to replace him. And that has continued, and it's haunted us. Maybe we should have kept him and put him under DK. Maybe DK could have got in his head and made him a better player. But we had no contingency. And right now, I'd take Pickens back in a heartbeat.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly, but they have not added enough to this wide receiver room. I just don't think that George Pickens was going to work out here this year, guys. I know he's having a fabulous season in Dallas. I'm not taking that away from him. But he needed the change of scenery. I think there's a shot, maybe even a good shot, that he would have held out had he reported to training camp here. I guess that's an oxymoron. He would have not reported to training camp. He would have held out. Aaron Rodgers appreciates precision. Aaron Rodgers, when talking about the Hail Mary a couple of weeks ago against the Cincinnati Bengals, was pissed because he's the greatest Hail Mary thrower in the history of the NFL. And he was talking about how you needed to be on the hash marks in the end zone, and he was looking for precision. Do we all remember what George Pickens did in a Hail Mary opportunity last year? He got in a fight with Newsome, pushed his ass out of the back of the end zone. There were fisticuffs. That's just an example of George Pickens being more about himself than about the team. I don't think he and Rodgers would have hit it off. To say nothing about how George Pickens' other teammates viewed him. That thing would have curdled. That thing would have boiled over. That thing would have exploded. It just wasn't going to work here. That wasn't the mistake. The mistake is not getting a guy yesterday. We'll talk to Ray Fittipaldo about this coming up in about 18 minutes. I'm interested in what Ray has to say. Was a 4th and a 6th too much to give up for a rental in Jacoby Myers? Was a 4th and a 5th too much to give up for a rental in Rashid Shaheed? We'll get his thoughts and opinions at the top of the hour. Coming up next, Pitt ranked 24th, in the first college football playoff ranking. That's good. There is bad as it relates to the ACC, though. And we'll tell you what that is when we come back. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates had some moves made yesterday. 3 players were waived: G1 Bay, Leover Piguero, and Jack Little. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, hello, it's me, Nicholas Harry Callis. Let me tell you about Fanatic Sportsbook. This football season, where else would you want to bet other than with my partner, Fanatic Sportsbook? Fanatic Sportsbook is the home of fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays all season long. From your first-half injury. They were the first to protect your prop bets throughout the first quarter, and now they've extended that protection throughout the whole first half. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or even defensive players, Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Why stick with a book that leaves you empty-handed when you can bet with the one that has your back through the whole first half? If you want to protect your parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter for all pro football, every single game, all season long. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents, construction, and other things tying up your morning commute. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Insurance companies prepare to settle auto accident cases, not LGKG. LGKG prepares for trial. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. Crews checking reports of an accident in West Mifflin, the intersection of Philip Murray and Camp Hollow Roads. Also, emergency construction work on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard. Single lane each direction restrictions at the intersection with Whited and Coleraine Streets. That's causing northbound delays just about back to Greenlee Road in Brentwood. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com. Your local super lawyers.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. Cold beer, hot wings, every game live at Rival.
Hey, Chris Muller here, and look, I don't like wasting money, especially mine. And if you've got an HSA or FSA, you might be about to do just that. Those pre-tax dollars, they could vanish at the end of the year. But here's the move. Use them on something that pays you dividends every single day, your health. Awaken 180 Weight Loss is HSA and FSA approved because it's doctor approved and recognized for its real results. Best part, you don't have to guess what you'll save. Just head to awaken180weightloss.com and use their savings calculator. You can save anywhere from 22 to 40% off your entire program. You all know my story. I didn't skip a holiday, a dinner out, or a night with friends while dropping my 35 pounds. How? Awaken 180 works with real life, not against it. Weekly weight loss and free support for life. Don't let money go to waste. Let it help you earn daily dividends instead. Call your medication-free solution for weight loss at 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, and FanDuel is putting you in control right from NBA tip-off because every day to start the season, you get to choose your reward. Take your shot with a profit boost, play it cool with a no-sweat bet, or get a little back up with a bet back token. My favorite way to go in the NBA is with their no sweat bets, putting together a parlay, a same game parlay, using some of the alternate player props that you find in there to make it a very winnable bet. And then if it doesn't win, well, no big deal. I'm going to get the money back in bonus bets. So make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to make your choice. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $50 off air duct cleaning. Book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. Been talking about the Steelers' inactivity on trade deadline day for most of the show. Did give Tomlin a compliment in the last segment, saying I'm happy he's going to stick with Jalen Ramsey at free safety. Ray Fittipaldo is going to join us in 10 minutes. Let's come up for air. Switch gears a little bit before we talk to Ray. The Pitt Panthers, 24th. In the first college football playoff rankings. And I didn't know whether or not they would be included. And here's why. They have a bad loss on their resume. My team sucks, and they lost to them. They have an ACC loss on their resume. That's not that big of a deal. Louisville's a good team. Louisville came in at 15th in the first college football playoff rankings. But I look around and I wonder, where's Pitt's good win? Where's their resume win? They beat Florida State, and at the time that was a good win. Florida State then went on to lose 4 consecutive games. Boston College, whom they beat up on, is 1-8. NC State is pesky. NC State just beat Georgia Tech, so that's a good win, but that's not a resume-boosting win. Beating Syracuse does nothing for anybody. And then this weekend was a nice win, but we all could see it coming. So, Pitt hasn't beat anybody. That doesn't mean they can't. We just haven't seen it yet. Now, had they had Mason Heinschel, maybe they beat Louisville. You don't know how that game plays out. But Eli Holstein was bad enough to get benched and was one of the reasons why they lost the game, if not the reason they lost the game. So who knows? The problem is Virginia's 14th, Louisville's 15th, Georgia Tech 17th, Miami 18th. The ACC ain't getting that much respect. And so if Pitt wins out, I'm not sure if they'd lose in the ACC championship game, if they'd make the college football playoff, and I think they probably wouldn't. I don't think the ACC gets enough respect that it's going to get multiple teams into the field. Maybe I'm wrong. There could be carnage the rest of the way. It's been a season filled with carnage. But I think Pitt's only path is winning the conference, which means winning at least 3 of the 4 games down the stretch, with the Notre Dame game being the exception. I'm fascinated to see how this all goes. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, if you beat 3 ranked teams and then beat another ranked team, that's 4 ranked wins. Maybe that is enough. But I'm not seeing a ton of respect for the ACC by the College Football Playoff Committee yesterday. What do you think Pitt does in the last 3 games? 412-928-9370. I have no earthly idea. Heinschel's been great, and that's probably an understatement. But he has had some turnover-worthy plays that he's gotten away with. He threw the red zone pick against Florida State and then bounced back, which shows you a ton for, my goodness, an 18-year-old. But he's had some turnover-worthy plays that haven't been capitalized on by the opposition. And I still think Pitt isn't a good team in pass protection. And Notre Dame isn't a world beater getting after the quarterback. They only have 23 sacks in their 9 games. That's 2.5 a game. That's not a terrible number. It's not a great number. But I think their pass rush is going to test Pitt's offensive line. Georgia Tech can score with anybody. And then you got Miami at home. And I don't think Miami is all that they were cracked up to be at the beginning of the season, but certainly a tougher test, a stiffer test than Pitt has faced at any point this year. I have no idea how this goes. They've won 5 games. They've put themselves in position. I am taking absolutely nothing away from them. You can't be in position unless you put yourself in position. They've now put themselves into position to contend for an ACC championship. But to think they've been tested is simply not true. The test begins next weekend against Notre Dame. And I've told you, I think it's a good schedule spot. College game day could be here, first of all. But Notre Dame's going to play a Navy team that's pretty good. That's a totally different offense than what Pitt is going to throw at them. It's going to be a physical game because it's a rivalry game from Navy's standpoint. And Pitt's just sitting at home getting healthy. So I think it's a good schedule spot. Now, Pitt got effed because it's not going to be a night game, and it absolutely should be a night game between 2 ranked teams. Pitt got screwed on that. It should be an 8 p.m. kick. It should be national television. College game day should be here, and it should be one of the most raucous environments in college football that weekend. So that, I don't think, aided Pitt. Plus, Notre Dame knows they're in the field right now, and if they win out, they're getting in. But I do like the schedule spot for Pitt. They've got in position now. Can they take advantage of it? I don't know. Just being honest with you. Because the only ranked team they played this year is Louisville, and they lost. Ray Fittipaldo is going to join us next. More on Pitt a little bit later on in the show. 24th in the first college football playoff ranking. In position to be in position. Did Ray like that the Steelers didn't give up a 4th and a 6th for Jacoby Myers? Would he have given up a 4th and a 5th for Rashid Shaheed? Is there anything else the Steelers could have or should have done yesterday? We'll get to that coming up next. First Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Harry, we're hitting the 60s today, baby. High of 63. Next week, Monday and Tuesday, don't look. It's going to be in the 30s. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and you've heard me talk about it, but I'm going to tell you again, it's all about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You know, like somebody kind of gave you a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best where and when it counts. And Blue Chew is also the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means you can be more confident where it counts. You can be more confident when it counts. You can be ready when she is. And it really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days, to your prime when you told everybody you were at your best. And guys, it isn't just about performance. Give her group chat a little something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Okay, so you may have missed the window to get on Precision Pointing's schedule. That's a bummer, but let's make sure you've got your ducks in a row in spring of 26. Don't make the same mistake again. Believe me, it won't be that long. And now that they're an award-winning company as the region's premier masonry restoration company, the secret's out with Precision Pointing. Brick pointing, chimney repair, whole house, commercial restoration, well, they do it all and they do it well. Take it from this satisfied customer right here that Precision Pointing is the way to go. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Never-Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart, 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray, Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra, and Emerson voice and heart of tonic. If you can only see. A night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Single lane each direction. Restrictions on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard at the intersection with Whited and Coleraine Streets is due to emergency utility work and causing northbound delays stacking back before Provost Road as you head down toward that zone. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Northbound 79 heavy from the Parkway West up toward the Craft and Moon Run interchange. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike and Route 28 delays before the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North stacking before Camp Horn Road all the way down the East Street Valley. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
People are crushing me on the text line for saying that Pitt has been untested to this point. I don't know how you can argue that they have been tested. They got a 5-game winning streak, and good on them. They've put themselves in a position to be in position, but these were all games they should have won. I know they were a big road underdog against Florida State, but you look back on that one, and Florida State's not all that good of a football team. Again, taking nothing away. If Pitt wins out, they get in the playoff because they'll be ACC champion.
Well, Pitt beat NC State, and then NC State beat Georgia Tech, who had previously been undefeated up until this past weekend. So,
and I'm not saying it's a
good teams.
I'm not saying it's a bad win, Harry. It's just not a resume boosting win because it's not like North Carolina State is viewed as this juggernaut.
And they were tested against West Virginia this year. You're right, and they lost.
They were not, and that's a bad loss, and it could ultimately hurt them. Like if Pitt was sitting here at 8-1 right now, they could get their way into the playoff if they didn't win out, potentially. Or if they did win out, they get into the playoff. I'm not 100% sure they do if they win out now. Unless, of course, includes an ACC championship. ESPN FBI, for whatever that's worth, gives Pitt a 3.7% chance of making the playoff. I shouldn't even have referenced that because I think ESPN FBI is actually crap. Football Talk in the Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus, it's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. Perhaps Omar Khan was watching Landman yesterday, trying to catch up before November 16th, and that's why he didn't make a trade. Ray Fittipaldo joins us now to get into that and more. And Ray is brought to you by Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, serving as your home team for over 90 years. LGKG.com. Hello, Ray.
Good morning, Adam.
Ray, your thoughts on what the Steelers didn't do at the deadline?
Yeah, Adam, I mean, when you look at the way this offense is structured, and I wish I had the exact number for you, but Aaron Rodgers just spreads the ball around so much. I don't know that there was a big need to go out and get another receiver. I think they've, through 8 games, I think they've had 4 different receivers lead them in receiving yards each game. I know Freiermuth did it against the Bengals. I know DK did it. I know Jalen did it, and I think there's one other person, who did that as well. So, it's not uncommon for Aaron to spread the ball around to 6-8 players. They've proven that they can win in this manner. They've proven that they can be a good offense in this manner. I just don't think Omar Khan felt the need to go out to add another body just for the sake of adding another body. Now, listen, DK Metcalf can get injured this week, and it'll be a different discussion next week. But
right.
If everyone stays healthy, I don't have a big issue with Omar standing pat yesterday.
Just playing devil's advocate, Ray, if they had, let's say, Jacoby Myers or Rashid Shaheed, would you need to spread the ball around as much?
I just think that's the way the offense is structured. I think that's the way Arthur Smith likes to do things. I think that's the way Aaron Rodgers likes to do things. And I don't think – let me go on record. I don't think, like, Jacoby Myers would have been a bad addition. I think he might have come in here and been okay. But whose spot would he have taken? Roman Wilson, right? I mean, do you really want to stunt the growth of a guy like Roman Wilson because you're adding a guy like Jacoby Myers? They like Calvin Austin. Calvin Austin led them in receiving last week. They like him as a number 2. So, I just don't think the Steelers felt a strong need to go out and address that position.
Do you think they checked around?
They did. I know they did, and I just think the asking price was maybe a little bit too high, and we all know the reasons for that. They want to have those draft picks at their disposal in the spring in case they want to draft a quarterback. And listen, even if they don't draft a quarterback, Adam, this is a team that has to start getting younger at some point. I know they're young on offense, but there's a lot of age on that defense, and they're going to need those draft picks one way or the other. On the defensive line, in the secondary, they're going to have to replenish those some of those positions at some point, and it's always a nice thing to be able to do that with draft picks where you could draft and develop players.
That being said, there's no chance in hell they have 12 rookies on the team next year, Ray. Like, they're not going to make all those draft picks.
I don't think so, no. But I do think they want to have those just in case they want to move up in the draft and get their quarterback. And I know it's a down year right now for some of those quarterbacks. I shouldn't say a down year. It's not the year we were expecting for those quarterbacks, but that doesn't mean that Omar and Andy and his scouts aren't out there, and maybe they feel like there's a guy who's just in the wrong college system, but he has all the intangibles and all the talent you need to be a good NFL quarterback. And I think that's important to note because the college game is really a different game right now than the NFL game, and it's really on the scouts and the personnel guys like Andy to figure that out. So even though you might not be seeing it on the field with some of these guys, I'm telling you, some of these guys have the skill set. They have the intangibles to be NFL quarterbacks. And, hey, you might even be able to get a guy like that late first round, early second round. They did it in Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts. Who says it can't happen with the Steelers or another team this go-around?
Ray Fittipaldo joining us here on the Fan Morning Show on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mike Tomlin was sort of dismissive yesterday about Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Ray, and maybe I should just drop the sort of. Do you think he was lying through his teeth, or do you think he really just views MVS as a practice squad guy?
Well, I've been around Mike long enough to know, and I've probably been guilty of this in the past. I've asked about a practice squad player, and that was the exact same response that I got. So, listen, most of the time, Mike is right. These guys are just practice squad players. I'm a little bit intrigued by this. And I just think because of that history with Aaron Rodgers, they have a track record. They're going to be able to get on the same page quick. I think once they onboard him and they figure out, okay, he's healthy. Okay, good. Check. He learns the offense. Check. Then you're going to be able to sign him to the 53 and maybe get him involved in the offense. I don't know if it's going to be before Thanksgiving. Maybe it's after Thanksgiving. But at some point in the future, and we saw it on Sunday, it was a good game for the offense because they punched in some of those opportunities in the red zone. But overall, it was missing something. And I think there's a chance down the road that MVS could be that guy who gives them a little bit of a boost later in the season.
Last year, Mike Williams, 9 catches, 132 yards, 1 touchdown. It's early, Ray, obviously.
Yeah.
Do you think that MVS, by the end of the year, has more than 9 catches for 132 yards and 1 touchdown?
Man, that's good. That'll depend on, listen, if he's just signed for the last 4 games, probably not. But let's say he's in the lineup for that Bears game in a couple of weeks. So he doesn't dress for the next 2 games. I think in that scenario, yeah, with Aaron being the quarterback, yeah, I think he would be able to surpass those totals if he gets in the lineup, say, by November 23rd.
Ray Fittipaldo with us, he, of course, from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Ray, was there any other need that the Steelers should have addressed yesterday that they did not? Anywhere that you look on this roster and go, oh, boy, they could have used the help?
Yeah, I mean, you still look at safety just because they're a little bit banged up there. I think the hope is Jabril Peppers can come back from that soft tissue injury, and he's a good depth piece. Chuck Clark as well, who had the illness. So you're probably okay there if those guys come back. A lot of people aren't talking about the Daniel Ekuale injury, but they're a little bit thin now at nose guard. So, Keanu Benton's going to have to stay healthy. If there's an injury there, you're going to have to move Y.A. Black to nose, and they've just been so hesitant to do that. But Y.A. would have to learn on the job if that's the case. And I know we've kind of been down on him throughout the year, but Keanu Benton had him another strong game against the Colts. He's coming on. If he could be really good inside, that's going to make a big difference for the defense.
Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Do you think they have any interest in Asante Samuel Jr.?
I don't know. He's been out for so long that I think sometimes teams struggle with that because there's not a lot of knowledge about like what he's been doing and where he's been. So to me, that wasn't on their radar. I'm not saying they weren't involved in that, but I didn't get the sense just checking around that he was one of the guys they were poking around about.
Ray, Mike Tomlin said yesterday that at least for this week, Jalen Ramsey is going to stick at free safety. I know it was one game where he played, 86% of the snaps at that position, but he looks violent at that position. Yep. He made a bunch of solo tackles out there. I don't think he's quite the man-to-man guy that maybe they thought they were acquiring. But in that one-game sample, and this is high praise, I think he can have a Rod Charles Woodson kind of late career surge at that position. Do you think that he'll remain there for the remainder of the season?
I mean, listen, the way they played against the Colts, they ought to just lean into that as long as it's good. And it was really good against the Colts for, 3.5 quarters there. And I agree with you. There's a lot of guys who make that transition later in their careers. I think Jalen is now 31 going on 32, so he's about at that stage where that's going to happen. And, it kind of happened by accident because of the injuries, but I think it's going to work out not only for Jalen, but I really like what I saw from that defense, Adam. I was in the locker room after the game talking to Peyton Wilson and some of the other linebackers, and they were just like, we played simple. We played basic because of the injuries, but we played fast, and they knew what they were doing. They were getting lined up. There were no communication issues. You didn't see many fire drills out there aside from the one early in the game where they were running guys on and off the field. It was basic. It was simple, but it was effective. And I think, like I said, I think they should lean into that going forward. If it's not broke, don't try to fix it.
I'm with you 100%. Ray, what do you think about this Chargers game coming up? I know the Chargers like to run the football. Steelers last 2 weeks have done a much better job in stopping the run. But their tackles are out. I know they got Trevor Penning yesterday, but I thought the Colts matchup was going to be a nightmare matchup for the Steelers defense. I actually think the Chargers matchup is a good one for Pittsburgh. How do you view it?
Yeah, I don't know if Penning's going to be able to play with just a couple of games or practices under his belt. So that'll be interesting. They're going to have to simplify things one way or the other there. I'm with you. I think the Chargers are a top 5 running team. I think they're a top 10 total offense, but they don't score a bunch. I think they're middle of the pack in scoring. So if the Steelers can turn them over a couple times, if they could be good in the red zone, they're going to have a chance to win that football game. And I just hope it's as entertaining as the last time I was out there. 41-37. Adam, the Steelers scored 27 points in the fourth quarter of that football game, and they still lost. Our old friend Mike Williams got the game-winning touchdown with about 2 minutes to go. So that was an entertaining game. I'm just hoping for another one like that this Sunday night.
Ray, I lied. There is one more question. This a week-to-week league. It's a month-to-month league. The Steelers are sitting here at 5-3, first place in the AFC North. So this prediction is subject to change. But what do you think this team's ceiling is?
10-7, I think. And hey, listen, at this point, Adam, that might be good enough to get the 4 seed. Maybe the Ravens stumble a little bit down the stretch. Maybe they go 10-7, and for whatever reason, you win the tiebreaker. And maybe that's just the one break the Steelers need. Get a home playoff game. Maybe you get that elusive playoff win. Maybe that's the way to do it. It's not going to look a whole lot different from some of their other recent seasons, record-wise, but maybe that's going to be what it takes for them to finally get over the hump and win in the playoffs.
Yeah, a home playoff game and a quarterback that is a surefire first-ballot Hall of Famer, that could be the difference. Ray, we appreciate the time as always, man. Very informative and wonderful. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Adam. See you next week.
See you, buddy. I don't know why I formed into Joe Starkey there at the end of the interview. He's a wonderful man there, Harry. A wonderful man. I want to get into the Steelers ceiling coming up next. I think it's a good spot to do it because we'll start leaning in on Chargers prep these next couple of days. Doran is back tomorrow. Let's go, along with Pat Bostic. But you're about halfway through the season here. What do you think these Steelers can accomplish? Can they win a playoff game? Do you think they're going to win the AFC North? And would have adding a wide receiver yesterday have changed your prediction for these Pittsburgh Steelers? I want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Give us a ring. You could also text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football in the initial college football rankings, they are 24th in the top 25. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. For the first time in 14 years, I'm starting my game balls with a place kicker. He's Jacksonville's Cam Little, who set a new NFL record with a 68-yard field goal. What a kick it was. Seattle's Sam Darnold and Chicago's rookie running back Kyle Monangai also enjoyed career games, while Drake London and Brock Bowers stood out catching passes. And Minnesota's Eric Wilson and Javon Hargrave shared defensive top honors. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Hey, it's Crowley for Window Nation's end of the year sale. This November, you'll save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0% financing for 5 years. What a deal. And you like hockey? You could get 2 tickets to a Penguins home game while supplies last. Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good, you'll actually save money on lower utility bills. The holidays coming up, that's a big deal, and come with a lifetime warranty. Don't miss out on 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com.
Oh, it's the holiday season. Can you believe it already? At Schultz Ford, they work hard all year, holiday or no holiday. Get there this month. It's a fantastic time. It just is. All the great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Man, it's great down there. You need to get down there. Always online, too, at schultzford.com. The inventory, yeah, they got a ton of it. So go get in and explore. F-150. Expedition, maybe for those ski trips or up into the mountains this winter. Anything you want, the inventory is there. It's fantastic. It's great. So get to one of the locations. Again, always online at schultzford.com. They have such great service. How about mobile service? Something small you need in your driveway? They'll come and fix it. Bang, right out of there. You don't even need to get dressed. Stay in your pajamas. So schultzford.com always, and all those great locations. Customer service can't be beat. schultzford.com.
Hey guys, if you suffer from ED, low T, there's only one. Steel City Medical Center.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news on the construction front. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. That overnight emergency utility work has wrapped up, reopening all lanes of Route 51, both north and southbound, near the intersection with Coleraine and Whited Streets. Northbound delays, though, still stacking back toward Route 88 Library Road. Parkway West, your jam between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Churchill, while Route 28 is stacked almost to the Highland Park Bridge. The Parkway North delays backing before Camp Horn Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Saloni's Italian Bread Company is now hiring delivery drivers for Pittsburgh and surrounding markets. Join the expanding team at a proud, family-owned local business. No CDL required. Enjoy competitive pay, union benefits, and a pension plan. Apply today at Salonis.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Man, it certainly starts with Herbert for us. I feel like we caught a flyer a year ago. He was limited from a mobility perspective when we played him. I thought it impacted how the game unfolded. It allowed us to do some things schematically that you're somewhat hesitant to do if he has full mobility. Herbert is extremely talented. He can kill you with his arms. He certainly can kill you with his legs. He can kill you with both by play extension. He has a complete arsenal of people to throw to.
Mike Tomlin talking about Justin Herbert. The next test for this Pittsburgh Steelers defense. Steelers passed the test last weekend with flying colors. It was one of the best offenses in the history of the NFL, statistically speaking, that came into Acrisure Stadium, and the Steelers whooped up on them. I don't even think the final score was indicative of just how well the Steelers defense played. And now you take on a quarterback that's better than Daniel Jones, probably by leaps and bounds. Now, the offense isn't, but Justin Herbert is a stud. If the Steelers' defense can replicate some of the success in this game that they had against Indianapolis, I'll start to buy into the defense a little bit more. And then you got to go out there in the revenge game against Flacco and take care of business. And then I might buy in fully. But one game does not make a trend. I am cautiously optimistic, though, that the Steelers can have a pretty good game defensively because the tackles for the Chargers are both out for the season. Rashawn Slater from Northwestern, their right tackle, he gone. Joe Alt from Notre Dame, he was lost for the season. He got hurt last week. He gone. And the Steelers' defense looked as good as it has all season long this week. They're getting pressure. When the Steelers get pressure and force turnovers, they win. When they don't, they lose. And so here's the question at 412-928-9370. About halfway through the season, now after the trade deadline, things get real. We're in November. What do you think the ceiling is for this team? Ray said that he thinks they're 10-7, maybe could win a playoff game, but he didn't sound all that convinced that they can. What do you think? 412-928-9370. I agree with Ray. I think they're about a 10-7, 11-6 team. That's what I thought they'd be coming into the season. Now, it's been a winding road to get where they are right now. If you go 10-7, you probably get a home playoff game. If you go 11-6, you're winning the division. And that would be something we haven't seen in a while. The Steelers in a home playoff game. That gives them a better chance to win the playoff game, obviously. And you've got a Hall of Fame quarterback who's still playing like one of the best 10 passers in the league. So I'd give them a puncher's chance. He's playing better than I thought he would. I thought he'd be good. He's playing better than I thought that he would. The defense, on the flip side, is playing worse overall than I thought it would. So I got 10-7, maybe 11-6. And right now, I would lean towards the side of they're not going to win a playoff game. And that's what makes yesterday so frustrating to me. I think you need to score a ton of points to engineer victory in the playoffs. And I think that becomes easier. Here it comes, people. The better players you have. Calvin Austin, they might look at as a number 2 wide receiver, like Ray was saying in the last segment. I don't. Roman Wilson, they might look at as a legitimate number 3, a guy who could step in and be a number 2. I don't. He showed growth the last few weeks, and then he made one of the dumbest plays of the season for the Steelers on Sunday. How am I supposed to trust that guy moving forward? If the Steelers added Rashid Shaheed for a 4th and a 6th, or if the Steelers added Jacoby Myers for a 4th and a 5th, excuse me, I got that backwards, I'd feel a lot better about their chances of winning a playoff game. Why? Because the Steelers' defense is crap in the playoffs. Has been going on damn near a decade. 8 years, 5 playoff losses. The defense got its butt whooped in every single one of those games, giving up on average, 37 points per game? Why would I think that'd be any different? I think they'll make it. Right now, I think they're going to lose the way they always lose. If they had a number 2 wide receiver worth the salt, even if your defense doesn't play all that well, you can win a playoff game. Or, and this is a novel concept, you could take an early lead in a playoff game. The Steelers' offense has been a pleasant surprise this year. I'm not sure how sustainable it is. I think if not for the 6 turnovers on Sunday, we'd have been looking at that game saying that was the worst offensive output of the season. They couldn't run the ball. DK Metcalf got taken completely out of the game. And even still, the Indianapolis Colts decided to give up 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. They shut down the Steelers' number 1 wide receiver and said, you know what, that's not good enough. Let's help ourselves out. Let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. But the Steelers' offense, if not for the 6 turnovers, has its worst game of the season. And DK Metcalf the last 3 weeks has caught the ball 10 times for 110 yards. That's not good enough. If you had Jacoby Myers on the other side, if you had Rashid Shaheed on the other side, that would free up DK Metcalf. And it wouldn't look as hard as it looks at times for the Steelers' offense. Look, they're better than I thought. It doesn't look easy. It was like getting blood from a stone on Sunday. I think making moves yesterday would have changed the ceiling for this Steelers team. I would have picked them to win a playoff game at home with Jacoby Myers or Rashid Shaheed. What about you? 412-928-9370. Texter, the ceiling is not a home playoff win until they show us they can beat a league MVP like Lamar, Allen, or Mahomes when it matters. I'm with you. And to beat those guys, it can't just be, hey, our defense needs to play its best game and we need to score in the mid-20s. No, you need to go into those games hoping your defense can do that, but expecting to need to win a shootout. And I don't think you've got the firepower right now. I don't think you're explosive enough right now to keep up with those teams. And you can miss me with, I'm sure we're going to get this, well, the Chiefs' offense haven't been that great this year. We know what they do come January. They turn it on. They score points. They win games. They've gone to 7 consecutive AFC championship games, 5 Super Bowls, won 3 of them. They're going to score points come playoff time. Josh Allen has been one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of postseason football statistically. His defense has let him down a ton. You got to score points to beat that guy in the playoffs. You have an easier time being explosive, an easier time scoring points with a number 2 wide receiver. They missed a huge opportunity yesterday. I think the Steelers' ceiling's what it's always been this last 8 years or so. Playoff appearance, you're like the 14th best team in football. Mike Tomlin's holding a press conference in mid-January. Art Rooney II's talking about how they're better than the mean. Lather, rinse, repeat. With a number 2 wide receiver, I think it could have been different. 412-928-9370. I want your thoughts on this via the phones at 412-928-9370. You can also tweet us at _Adam Crowley, at Callis_33, and you can text us 412-928-9370. People keep chiming in saying the Steelers couldn't give up draft picks because they're looking for a quarterback in next year's draft. I got some stuff that's going to hurt your feelings. I got some stuff that's going to make you rethink your opinion on that when we come back. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates made a couple moves yesterday. They waived 3 players, Juwan Bay, Leover Peguero, and Jack Little, all waived, now off the 40-man roster. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just gotta. So you call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle is a Diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Here, and look, I don't like wasting money, especially mine. And if you've got an HSA or FSA, you might be about to do just that. Those pre-tax dollars, they could vanish at the end of the year. But here's the move. Use them on something that pays you dividends every single day, your health. Awaken 180 Weight Loss is HSA and FSA approved because it's doctor approved and recognized for its real results. Best part, you don't have to guess what you'll save. Just head to awaken180weightloss.com and use their savings calculator. You could save anywhere from 22 to 40% off your entire program. You all know my story. I didn't skip a holiday, a dinner out, or a night with friends while dropping my 35 pounds. How? Awaken 180 works with real life, not against it. Weekly weight loss, then free support for life. Don't let money go to waste. Let it help you earn daily dividends instead. Call your medication-free solution for weight loss at 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer & Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer & Cross Garage Floor Coatings. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, and FanDuel is putting you in control right from NBA tip-off because every day to start the season, you get to choose your reward. Take your shot with a profit boost, play it cool with a no-sweat bet, or get a little back up with a bet back token. My favorite way to go in the NBA is with their no sweat bets, putting together a parlay, a same game parlay, using some of the alternate player props that you find in there to make it a very winnable bet. And then if it doesn't win, well, no big deal. I'm going to get the money back in bonus bets. So make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to make your choice. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
About halfway through the Steelers season, what do you think their ceiling is? Do you think their ceiling would have changed if they acquired Jacoby Myers or Rashid Shaheed yesterday? 412-928-9370. I think they're destined for 10-7 or 11-6 and to lose a playoff game. Had they added Rashid Shaheed, one of the fastest players in the NFL who's on pace for 1,000 yards this season, I think they could have won a playoff game or two. I want your thoughts on this at 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls in a moment. One of the reasons why people have been saying all morning long to me when we've opened up the phone lines that they're okay with the Steelers standing pat yesterday is because the Steelers have 12 draft picks coming up in the draft that's going to be held here in Pittsburgh. And they're going to go get a quarterback with these 12 draft picks. Okay. There are 4 teams now with 2 first-round picks. Cleveland, the Jets, the Cowboys, and the Rams. Cleveland's going to take a quarterback. The Jets are going to take a quarterback. The Cowboys won't. The Rams very well could. So each of those teams has better draft capital than the Steelers. Those 3. If they want to move up, they can. Cleveland won't have to. The Jets won't have to. But they've got all kind of draft capital. How many teams could draft a quarterback? I've counted 7. Cleveland, the Jets, New Orleans, because I don't think this Shuck deal is going to look all that good down there. The Dolphins, I think, are about ready to move on from Tua. They're moving on from a bunch of other pieces. The Raiders, the Cardinals, and again, the Rams. Are there even going to be 3 quarterbacks that are worthy of first-round selection? And how much would the 4th and 6th round picks that were sent for Jacoby Myers help? How much would the 4th and 5th round picks that were sent for Rashid Shaheed help? I don't think they'd help all that much. The Bills moved up from 12th to 7th to get Josh Allen. They gave up their 1st round pick and 2 2nd round picks. The Chiefs moved up 17 spots to take Mahomes. They gave up 2 1st round picks and a 3rd round pick. Last year, the Jags moved up in the draft to take Travis Hunter. They gave up the 5th overall pick, a high 2nd round pick, and a 2026 1st round pick. When the Niners traded up, mistakenly so, for Trey Lance, they gave 3 1st round picks and a 3rd round pick to the Dolphins in return. What do people think the Steelers are going to do with their 4th and 6th round picks? Move up and take the next franchise quarterback? No. It's going to take more than that. It's going to take more than thirds. It's going to take multiple firsts and then some. I'd have been more than fine moving a 4th and a 6th or a 4th and a 5th to get a number 2 wide receiver. Here's the other thing. You're probably going to draft a receiver next year. If you trade for Jacoby Myers or Rashid Shaheed and then sign him to an extension, guess what you don't need to do? Draft a receiver. I think bringing one of those guys in would have changed their ceiling, and it wouldn't have hurt them all that much looking for a quarterback next year. Let's go to Alex in Swissvale who wants to chime in. Hi, Alex.
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me? I'm right next to the road. Sorry about that.
We can hear you. You're good.
Perfect. I got 2 things for you today. One, I don't think that I think that we should really invest in the talents that we have in Mount Washington, and even though that he messed up really, really bad, Wilson at wide receiver, they've shown really, really good stuff in the last 2 to 3 games, even though it's been a rough 2 to 3 games. Also, I think
just real quick, I'll let you finish, but just for clarification, when you say invest in those guys, do you mean pay them or you mean play them more?
Play them more.
Okay.
Because and once they prove themselves, pay them. But I think that Omar Khan did the right thing in being conservative this year because we got a good thing going. We just need to figure it out. Who can tell when we figure it out? Nothing. But I appreciate you taking my call. I'm going to hang up and listen, man.
Thanks, Alex. I'm just not as high on Roman Wilson as other people are. Yeah, Roman Wilson was healthy last season, and they thought so little of his understanding of the offense to give him an opportunity even when they were banged up with George Pickens being down for 3 games. Then this year, he starts slow. Clearly, they still didn't trust him. He's played better statistically like the last 3 weeks, and then he made one of the dumbest mistakes you're ever going to see a young player make. Like, there's one thing he couldn't do in that situation at the end of the game. It's try to make a play and fumble the football, and he leaps through the air and fumbles the football. I just don't believe in Roman Wilson. And I'm not really sure they do either. I think a mistake like that could get him stapled to the bench. We saw it with Caleb Johnson. He had a mental error in the Seattle Seahawks game. He hasn't been out there on special teams since. He barely sees the field from the line of scrimmage. I think it's a bad receiver room with DK Metcalf. And I think if DK Metcalf gets hurt, they're totally screwed. And I think they'd miss the playoffs if they missed that guy for a considerable amount of time. You don't have anybody that can step in and fill the shoes for a couple game period. Let's go to Russ in USC. Hi, Russ.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What up?
Hey, I think they totally missed here on not getting after Myers or Shaheed. I just kind of listening in, he kind of hit my point. You know, something happens to Metcalf, it's the talent just drops right off. I understand they're real high on Calvin, and I like the guy, but, you know, often hurt. You know, I think just because he's a smaller guy. But I really feel like they missed on an opportunity with those picks. I think they could have got him for just a 4th and maybe some, you know, a 27 pick or you know, maybe even a Wilson or throw in another practice squad player.
You could have thrown in Wilson, and that would have probably pushed you over the top. But yeah, I don't think you would have got him for less than what the Seahawks paid for Shaheed or for what less than the Jags paid for Jacoby Myers. But I think your initial point's the right one. And I've been putting this out this morning. When the Steelers lost Pickens to injury last year, they went 1-2 and scored 19 points a game. Now, it's a better overall cast of eligibles, as Mike Tomlin put it yesterday, than it was last year, because Van Jefferson was your number 2 last year, and this season you've got Jonnu Smith, and you've got Darnell Washington, who's taken a step. Like, you're better than you were. But you still have one of the worst wide receiver rooms in the NFL, and if you subtract DK Metcalf, it might be the worst room in the NFL. One more from Mark in Brentwood. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how are you, sir?
I'm good, man.
Hey, so hot take. I was saying this, and while it's not a high-end need, I was saying we should have packaged Freiermuth out for the trade deadline and not Washington as a future. I just think the developmental skills you see in him, how big he is, how agile he is, I think we could have got a package done and got a receiver back that we need for the help. And getting rid of Freiermuth, I think, would have been the move to make out the deadline.
Well, I think there's room for everyone to coexist, and thank you for the call. I mean, I don't want to give up Freiermuth. I want to give up a 4th and a 6th. I don't want to give up Freiermuth. He's a good player. I want to give up a 4th and a 5th. Freiermuth caught a touchdown against Indianapolis. He caught 2 against Cincinnati. We've been asking where he was. Now they finally fold him into the offense. You could have had him and a number 2 wide receiver. And that would have had the Steelers looking like one of the better skill position units in the NFL. Now you're an injury away from being one of the worst. I almost sounded like Elmer Fudd there. Injury. 412-928-9370. The faces have changed. The Steelers overhauled their roster a lot in the offseason, and yet I still think their ceiling's the same because they've got a gaping hole at really one of the most important positions in football. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Your calls on that coming up next. We'll go around the NFL. What else happened on trade deadline day? Doug Whaley from 9 until 10 right now. It's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers' moves at the trade deadline? Nothing. No new wide receivers. Their biggest moves, Kyle Duggar, when he got traded from the New England Patriots. And their other biggest move, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. He is on the practice squad. Mike Tomlin made it clear he is a practice squad wide receiver at the moment. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents and some other stuff causing some delays. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Be careful fighting morning traffic. If injured in an accident, local Super Lawyers LGKG will help you navigate the legal fight. Do have an accident West Liberty Avenue at Stetson Street coming out of the South Hills and specifically Dormont. So watch for delays there. Parkway West, you're stacked between Carnegie and Green Tree. Inbound, outbound delays coming from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East at Churchill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
This year's senior class, adults 65 and older, is booked and busy. Holiday trips, homecoming events, class reunions. So they're showing up protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna, because older adults face the highest risk of severe illness from COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older, and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. It's not too late to protect yourself with a COVID-19 vaccine. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to find a vaccine near you. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. we can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles. Drugstore insoles, custom insoles. I spent thousands of dollars. I bought all these products, and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure that I got something that my feet felt good in, not somebody else's feet. I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. I have boots, I have cowboy boots, running shoes, I have walking shoes, I have flat shoes, heels. It makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Ready for a new ride at the price you'll love? Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net today.
You finally did it. You found the perfect girl for you. Before you pop the question, make sure you have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, vintage, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford and from a local, family-owned business that has been making couples happy for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. In 10 minutes, we talk to our NFL executive insider, former NFL GM, all-around good guy, Doug Whaley. Perfect day to talk to Doug, day after the NFL's trade deadline. That's why right now we're going around the NFL. Bang! ESPN has come out with their piece on winners and losers of the trade deadline. The Steelers not among the losers, they should be. But the Ravens are among the winners. Here's what they write. Ravens executed 3 trades before the deadline this year. They acquired edge rusher Draymond Jones from the Titans on Monday. Alohi Gilman, the safety the Ravens acquired with a 5th-rounder from the Chargers in exchange for Odafe Owe and a 7th-rounder, has made a big impact. So, the Ravens, who are hard-charging, winners of 2 straight, with an easy schedule ahead of them, they are dubbed a deadline winner. Interesting. Meanwhile, I flip over to SI. They do winners and losers. Everyone does. Real creative, folks. Well, who am I to judge? I'm using it as content. One of the winners was listed as Kyle Hamilton, defensive back with the Ravens. They write, he had 2 of his best weeks of the season as Baltimore continues to cobble together a complimentary defense on the fly. Gilman and now a trade for Draymond Jones gives Baltimore more pieces that can increase the Ravens' ability to generate organic and designer pressure and allow Hamilton to continue expanding his role as one of the league's most versatile players. So SI and ESPN say the Ravens are winners. The Steelers not mentioned in either. That's because they didn't do anything. Their inactivity has me calling them losers. And the Ravens, who are already the favorite to win the AFC North despite being 2 games behind, they're minus 125 favorites right now. They got even better. Awesome. Do we like what the Colts are doing? The Colts give up 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. That's a big price to pay, and that locks them in on Daniel Jones. I've mentioned during the show there are 7 teams that could need a quarterback. Before the season, I would have had Colts listed among that group. Didn't know that Daniel Jones was going to have a career resurgence. They're not going to draft a quarterback. Not one that'll push Daniel Jones. They give up their first-round picks for a corner who's having probably his worst season. I like the addition for Indy. They've already done a good job schematically locking down the opposition's best receiver. Now you can do that and throw Sauce Gardner on the number 2, or you can play around with it. It makes them better this year and probably by leaps and bounds. But I think it does ultimately hurt them in the future. As for the Jets, well, we all know they won't do anything with those 2 draft picks. They had Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner all as part of the same draft class. Now Sauce is gone. They haven't been able to win with these guys. I like the idea from the Jets. We'll see if it plays out well in execution. What the hell are the Cowboys doing? The Cowboys give up a first-round pick for Quinnen Williams from the Jets, so the Jets get another first-round pick in that deal. Now, the Cowboys, they have a first-round pick because of the Micah Parsons trade, but what do they think they're doing this year? They're not making the playoffs. There are 8 teams in the NFC that are 5-3 or better. The conference from top to bottom is as deep as it's ever been. It's incredibly stacked. They're by far the second-best team in their division, chasing the Philadelphia Eagles. Jerry Jones, great owner, bad GM. Here's one more team that's going to be interested in quarterback. Jacoby Brissett named the Cardinals quarterback. How about this? If Aaron Rodgers isn't a Steeler next year, do you think they wind up with Kyler Murray? Think they could wind up with Tua? I'd put decent money on one of those 2 guys being the Steelers QB next year if Rodgers ain't around. And you can tell me they're going to draft a guy. I'll believe that when I see it. Don't love the crop. Think there's a lot of teams that need QBs and a lot of teams with better draft ammunition than the Steelers have. We'll talk to Doug Whaley coming up next. Looking forward to his thoughts on what the Steelers did do before the deadline, getting Kyle Duggar, and what they didn't do on deadline day. First, though, fan weather's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, a high of 63. How about that? Low of 38. That'll be the high next Monday and Tuesday. But live in the here and now. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
Crowley here for Zero Res. Don't let Thanksgiving spills leave a stain on your holidays. Call Zero Res. Their patented cleaning technology lifts out even the toughest gravy, cranberry sauce, or pumpkin pie disasters without soap or residue, so your home stays cleaner longer. We had the family over at our place for the first time last year. The food was great. The mess, not so much. Uncle Ken spilled red wine all over his black and gold jersey, but also the living room carpet and mud stains galore after that turkey bowl. If you have a holiday emergency, call my friends at Zero Res or call them to get your home ready for the holidays. Don't do it yourself. Call Zero Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Take $50 off your air duct cleaning. Call my friends at Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey guys, Malsey here, and if what I'm about to describe describes you, then it sounds like you could need some help. It's time to get intimate, everything gets ready, and then you can't perform like you used to when you were in your prime. Blue Chew can help you out, fellas. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. Blue Chew is a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel like somebody gave you downstairs a pep talk and then handed it a gym membership and then slapped it on the back and said, get out there and do your best. Blue Chew's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is, because showing up matters. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews checking reports of an accident in Shaler Township, 600 block of Mount Royal Boulevard near East Penview Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jams over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass and the Parkway North. That is stacking before Camp Horn Road all the way down toward Perrysville. And then approaching McKnight Road, it's heavy down the East Street Valley to the Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. 2menandajuncktruck.com. At 2menandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fans Football Executive Insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's right. It is time for a Wednesday with Doug Whaley. Doug's on remote right now doing big, important Doug things. If you want to chime in with a question for Doug, you can. At 412-928-9370, the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I'm guessing Doug is off in the tropics somewhere, vacationing, probably by a pool. And you know, Doug, you could be a GM getting lambasted by dweebs like me on the radio the day after the deadline.
I've been there, done that, and I'm cool on that right now. So
Nobody's a happier guy than Doug Whaley, even when he has to join us on Wednesdays, and he's joining us today on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So where do we find you today, Doug?
Arlington, Texas, here for some meetings for the UFL. So getting ready for next year.
Very good. Well, we appreciate you for taking the time to join us today. Steelers didn't do anything yesterday at the deadline. They did, to be fair to them, acquire Kyle Duggar the week prior for a 6th-round pick, and then he played 77 out of 78 snaps on the defensive side. So it's not as if they did nothing, but yesterday they did nothing, and they didn't get a wide receiver, Doug. When Jacoby Myers went for a 4th and a 6th, and Rashid Shaheed went for a 4th and a 5th, your thoughts on their inactivity?
I think they feel very good about what Arthur Smith is doing and how Aaron Rodgers uses that system to distribute the ball to a lot of receiving options. And for reading the tea leaves, they just didn't believe what was out there was worth the draft compensation to acquire a number 2 wide receiver. So to me, that lets me know that they have faith in Calvin Austin, Roman Wilson to an extent that you see them starting to put him in the game plan a little more often. But more importantly, they feel that with the 3 tight ends, the 2 running backs, and DK Metcalf and Austin and Roman Wilson, they have enough receiving options that not only can they continue to score upper 20s, low 30s, but they can withstand an injury. We, on the other hand, you and a lot of people out there don't believe that if DK Metcalf goes down, that they'll be able to still put up the number of points that they've been putting up lately. So we hopefully we don't see, but they're betting on themselves and their internal candidates to be that number 2 receiving option.
Yeah, fingers crossed on DK Metcalf staying healthy. I mean, he's been a durable guy throughout his career. I mean, he's built like a brick you-know-what house. Should the Steelers feel good about their wide receiver room, Doug, do you feel good about Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson? And do you think it would have been worth it to go out and augment that group?
I do not feel good in the case that, okay, you have somebody that defensive coordinators are scheming to take out of the game in DK Metcalf. Now, if he's gone, there's no one that really threatens you. So now that whole defensive scheme can be set to shut down those receiving options that are left that are not as dynamic. And now you're talking about a heavy emphasis on the tight end receiving core. And those guys, besides Fairmouth, and he's not really a deep threat, but he can be an intermediate to short threat. So you can just shrink the coverages. You can just play man-to-man, know that you don't have to worry about deep routes. So it really puts a lot more pressure on the offense and then the scheme that Arthur Smith has. And then guess what? That also affects the running game because you're getting a lot more people closer to the box and closer to the line of scrimmage. So I think it's one of those, they're rolling the dice. But as the famous saying, we have high hopes, but we shall see.
Doug Whaley joining us. It is a Wednesday with Doug Whaley. This segment brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I think we're already starting to see teams get wise to the whole DK Metcalf thing, Doug. Now, he's had some drops, and that's not what the defense is doing to him. That's just him needing to catch the football. But he has 10 catches for 111 yards in his last 3 games, just 2 for 6 his last time out against Indianapolis. I think we're already starting to see defenses say, okay, we'll take the death by 1,000 cuts with the tight ends. We're not going to let DK Metcalf beat us.
And that's what I would do as well. But the thing about that they have to be careful, if it was any other quarterback, I'd be like, okay, yeah, the Steelers offense is going to be in trouble. But when you have an experienced vet like Aaron Rodgers that can distribute the ball, but more importantly, know where to go with the ball with what the defense is trying to take away, he can give you those 10, 12-play drives where he's just taking what the defense is giving them and not make that mistake. In other quarterbacks or younger quarterbacks, that's a tough thing to do because some of them don't have that patience. They want to make that big play. They can't get that 5-yard outlet pass or that little hook over the middle of the tight end and just keep the chains moving. They want to hit the big plays. But Aaron can be patient, knows how to be patient, but more importantly, knows where to go with the ball 99% of the time before the snap has even gotten into his hands.
Doug, the Steelers this offseason, they bring in Rodgers and Jonnu and Ramsey and a bunch of pieces, and really they replaced about half their starters from a team that got bounced from the playoffs last year, all with the eye on winning this year. Now, you got to figure they feel they're in a better spot than they even believed they'd be in. The Ravens are 2 games back. The Chiefs are on the outside looking in. The Bills have serious warts. 2 of the better teams in the conference are 7-2. The Patriots and the Colts, and you beat them. That's why I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't acquire anybody yesterday. I feel like even if that wasn't the plan coming into the year, you got to test the temperature of the water and look around and go, you know what, maybe we could make some noise here.
Well, maybe they did, and then they just felt that whatever they were being offered wasn't worth the draft capital or whatever investment they had to acquire that piece.
Yeah.
And we are saying this, and you said it, we're saying they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything what we wanted them to do, and that's add a receiver. They did add a safety at a position that they had injuries, and he came in and actually played a lot of snaps. So we can't sit there and say they didn't do anything. But the point being is, offensively, where I haven't looked lately. Where are they offensively points per game in the league now?
12th, averaging just shy of 25 points per game.
Okay. So the question is, does that draft capital you give up and this number 2 receiver does that receiver add, let's say, three points to that? Can they get him up to 28 with that? I don't know. I'm looking at it more of protection against injury. I just think in this system and the way it's been deployed offensively, it's not going to be one person featured. It's going to be a myriad of receiving options featured, and things are going to be distributed across the board evenly. So their thought process is a number 2 wide receiver, receiving option, we can manufacture that even if DK goes down, we can manufacturing receiving options across the board. And if you look at Aaron Rodgers' stats, he throws to a lot of players. So that, to me, is telling us and the public out there that this isn't the system that values a number 2 receiver. It's more they value receiving options, and it's going to be game plan specific.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Doug Whaley with us for the final hour of the show today. Maybe they feel like they've got insurance if DK Metcalf were to go down in the form of Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Here's what Mike Tomlin had to say about Scantling yesterday in his press conference.
He's just a practice squatter right now, and so we'll get him in the fold and get him working and check his overall level of conditioning, how he learns, and some of those things. It is not the Duggar discussion. He's just a practice squad guy.
How much did Aaron kind of advocate for bringing him in?
He did not.
I absolutely understand why Tomlin stomped out that question, because the narrative would then be, Rodgers, it's his get-along gang. He's bringing all his friends in here. So I get that part. Do you really think, that Tomlin views MVS as a practice squad dude, or do you think they've got something bigger planned for him?
I'm sure they have something bigger planned, but they want to test the waters of where he is physically. How long is it going to take him to get into what they would consider playing shape? And they just want to take their time and see, instead of rushing and saying, yeah, he's going to come in and be an impactful player on our offense. Let's go. The guy hasn't played in a while, and I think he's coming off an injury. So they're taking the temperature, engaging, and then I foresee him down the road getting more and more involved in the offense. And it might be one of those things where, hey, let's hold him off for another 2 or 3 weeks, and then when we're ready to make that playoff push, that playoff run, let's start getting him involved then. So I think right now he's just saying that and tempering everybody's expectation, because they haven't seen the guy. And the guy hasn't stepped on the field for a while.
Doug, there's a ton that happened yesterday in the NFL, including the Indianapolis Colts giving up 2 first-round picks for a corner in Sauce Gardner. Jerry Jones is wheeling and dealing. So I want to get some of your thoughts on the national news. I want to get your thoughts on what the Ravens did. So we'll do that at some point. Mike Tomlin also said something in his press conference yesterday that I agreed with, and I wonder if you do too. So we'll talk to you about that when we come back. You can text us at 412-928-9370, and you can join. Harry, how about this? You can join 93.7 The Fan for a toast to the fan at the Drum Bar inside Rivers Casino on Sunday, November 17th. We're going to celebrate winning the 2025 Marconi Award for Large Market Station of the Year. This incredible honor wouldn't be possible without you, our loyal listeners, so we're saying thank you the best way we know how. The Fan is buying. This is the best part. The first 300 guests a drink. Come raise a glass with us, hang out with your favorite host, celebrate another amazing year of Pittsburgh sports radio. We can't wait to see you there on November 17th. Yes, Harry?
You said Sunday, November 17th?
That's what it says here.
Oh, that's wrong because the 17th is a Monday.
Even better. Monday, November 17th. Come see us at the Drum Bar inside Rivers Casino. Say hello to me, or if you hate me, say hello to Harry and Doran. More with Doug when we come back, but first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers, they did just about nothing at the trade deadline. They got Kyle Duggar. That was a couple days ago when they traded for him. Well, not a couple days ago, sorry. That was last week. Holy cow. But yeah, they traded for him with the Patriots, and they signed Marcus Valdes-Scantling to the practice squad. Mike Tomlin made that clear yesterday that is his role right now. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alrighty, folks, it's starting to get really chilly out here on the old U-336-1 Jackson penalty lap track. Not surprisingly, the Bengals defense is here yet again, and they look really tired of running. So this week, we're going to try a little something different. We're breaking up the penalty laps with a tackling practice, and the No Heart Giants defense will be joining in. That ought to be fun. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions. Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T.
The testosterone booster?
Yes, it really works. I started taking it right away and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with Nugenix Total T, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference in the bedroom. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text HEFTY to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's HEFTY to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents and other things still causing massive delays. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. We do have that accident tying up the right and part of the center lanes of the inbound Parkway West, approaching the top of Green Tree Hill. Traffic getting by in the center and left lanes, but stacking back toward Carnegie. Also delays on the outbound Parkway West, stacking from Parkway Center down toward Carnegie. Parkway East is jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway North remains jammed around the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Saloni's Italian Bread Company is now hiring delivery drivers for Pittsburgh and surrounding markets. Join the expanding team at a proud, family-owned local business. No CDL required. Enjoy competitive pay, union benefits, and a pension plan. Apply today at Salonis.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Jalen will continue to work exclusively at safety. We value his positional flexibility. It's an asset to us. It gives a lot of people things to work on, but certainly under the circumstances that we're under right now, we deem that appropriate as we did last week in terms of nailing him down there.
Jalen Ramsey playing free safety at least for this week against the Chargers. That's what Mike Tomlin said in his press conference yesterday, and I love it. I think the violence was on display on Sunday against the Colts, decleated Tyler Warren early, took a guy's head off late, drew a 15-yard penalty that I'm sure he was fine with to send a message, had a bunch of solo tackles, has great instincts. Doug, I love this. I didn't want this to be the case coming into the year because I thought Ramsey would be better as a man-to-man corner, but I think he can extend his career and play the free safety position at a very high level, and I hope it continues.
I totally agree with you, and I think this is the way he can be the most impactful for the Steeler defense. And I was the one early in the year banging on the table saying he should cover the number one receiver and be the lockdown. But I was wrong. He's not a shutdown corner anywhere, but that doesn't mean he still can't be an impactful football player. And the way they are using him now as a free safety, because in the end, the game makes sense to him, and he can make big plays, but you just have to make sure you don't put him in position to give up big plays. And it's easier to do at the free safety position and let him really use his instincts, his ball hawking ability, his aggressiveness to the betterment of his production instead of the detriment of his production, which would have been to have him man-to-man anymore. So I give kudos to the coaching staff, to Mike T, TA, Terrell Austin, to saying, hey, let's stop trying to put this square peg in a round hole. Let's put this round hole in a round hole, and let's thrive and have him thrive and be very productive and help us overcome our ills that have been really plaguing us the last couple of years in the defensive secondary.
We were all encouraged by what we saw on Sunday against the Colts. That was the best offense in the NFL coming in. 2 really good wide receivers, arguably the best tight end in the sport, definitely the best running back in the sport, and one of the best offensive lines. I'm not going to buy in hook, line, and sinker into thinking the Steelers' defense is fixed. If they can do it against the Chargers and Flacco again, I will start to buy in. Do you think that what they did Sunday is sustainable, Doug?
It is not, because they haven't sustained it all year.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. And that's the thing, a mark of there. We all, for years, have had that. Are the Steelers a good team? They right now are an above-average team because good teams are consistent. And the lack of consistency is glaring, not only especially on the defensive side of the ball. So you think about it, the times that they have beaten above average to good teams, and Indy was playing like a very good team, you really have to think about it. You still only beat Daniel Jones. Now, is he on a heater? Absolutely. But if you look at his resume, not a very good quarterback. When they beat Minnesota, good team, but they were with Carson Wentz. If they can come out and beat a good team with a very good quarterback without having to get 5 to 6 turnovers, then I'll start believing. They have one way to win against good teams, and that's and I'm not taking anything away from it. They create a lot of splash plays and turnovers. Is that sustainable for the rest of the season, to think you're going to get 5 to 6 turnovers a game? That's a hard way to make a living, and I wouldn't bet on that. So to me, I want to see 2 things: consistency, and for them to have a team win in a different way than having multiple turnovers. So that's where I stand on them, and I think they got a long way to go, but they are trending in the right direction.
If they do it against Herbert and then Flacco, will you be bought in?
Again, if it's one of those where they shut them down without getting – if they get 1 or 2 turnovers and they shut them down, then I will definitely start believing. Right now, they're a feast or famine defense.
Would you agree with me? And I don't disagree with you, because you can't count on this many turnovers week in and week out. But I thought it looked different than the New England game. Like, New England did everything they wanted and then shot themselves in the foot in the red zone, whereas I thought the Steelers created all the turnovers on Sunday.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I like how they rebounded off from the game before, and they had some pride about them, and they took it personal. And you could see that. Now, can they sustain that? That's my key. And I do agree with you there that it did look different. They created a lot of those turnovers, wreaked havoc, put pressure on the quarterback. So it's trending in the right direction. But again, I need to see this week in and week out. And it's going to be interesting to see how the Chargers attack the Steelers defense without their 2 starting tackles. Me personally, and knowing Greg Roman, because he was an offensive coordinator for the Bills for a year and a half when I was with him, I think they're going to run at the outside linebackers. I think they're going to say the only way to slow them down is to run at them, and then once in passing situations, hopefully we beat them up enough where we've taken some of that first step explosiveness out of them and some of that pin our ears back and get to the quarterback. Have them thinking about playing run first and then getting to the quarterback. That's the only way, especially with 2 backup tackles. That's the only way I can see them having a chance to survive and put up any types of yards or points.
I'm with you on that. I think given the tackle situation, and they did just add Trevor Penning yesterday, we'll see if he's able to play on Sunday. That might be a quick turnaround for an offensive lineman. But I think because of the tackles, it's a pretty good matchup for the Steelers. They shut Jonathan Taylor down last week. I thought the Colts came out trying to throw to set up the run, but then when they tried to run, they couldn't do it. Meanwhile, I think Green Bay just said, the hell with running, we're going to throw it. Have you seen enough growth in the Steelers' rush defense to feel good about them taking on the Chargers?
After last game, you have to say yes. Again, the consistency factor, they haven't sold me on that. It's like Prego. It's in there. But what can they consistently do it against upper echelon teams? And, again, if they do it this week against the Chargers, I will start buying in even more. And in the end, I think after that embarrassment of that they've gotten beat down so much, especially Green Bay and Cincinnati, I think they're starting, like I said, to take it personally and having some pride in that defense and saying, hey, we are far away from what we thought we were going to be at the start of the season. Let's finally look each other in the mirror, grab each other's face mask and saying, we are better than this. We have too much talent to be laying eggs like we have. So let's take it one game at a time. Great showing against Indianapolis, but you have to back it up. You can't just have one showing and then disappear and then have another showing and just have that yo-yo. That up and down part of it, that's what makes teams average and getting beat in the playoffs and bounce real quick. So the consistency part of it, I haven't seen, none of us have seen, but they can go a long way of changing everybody's mind if they come out and handle business against the Chargers.
Doug, you said some things that make me think you're not the biggest Daniel Jones fan. Clearly, they are in Indy because they've given up 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner, thus stapling themselves, I would think, to their quarterback. I want to get into that a little bit coming up next. The Bengals, they did not trade Trey Hendrickson. The Ravens have made some moves. We'll go around the league a little bit if it's okay with you when we return. Sound good?
Absolutely.
All right, Doug Whaley for another half hour when we return. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates waived a few players. News first reported yesterday. They're waiving G1 Bay, I can't talk today. Leover Piguero and Jack Little. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. It's Crowley here for Bet Parks, where there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. Bet Parks is the only app I ever recommend. It's all about the live bet. Bet while you watch all the action. You got hockey tomorrow. You got Pitt men's hoops this week. The football team is off, but you got the black and gold on Sunday as a 3.5-point road dog in Los Angeles. I actually like the black and gold in that game. And you can bet on all your favorite sports and play all your favorite classic casino games right on your phone. Make your downtime fun time with the BetParks app. You can play blackjack, craps, roulette, hundreds of hot online slots games. And join me right now on the BetParks app. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. BetParks.com's got all the details. So whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win. You must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brett Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. With Jacoby Myers sent packing to Duval County, Trey Tucker is bound to see his target share spike. When patches are tan out and his look set to rise, give me the over. 3.5 catches in Denver for Tucker at +100. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. We'll even thank you with a $20 Visa gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Hey, it's Crowley. When sewer problems strike, you need a hero, Sullivan Super Service. If you notice water pooling in your yard or foul odor throughout your home, it's possible your sewer line needs repairing. With our trenchless pipe lining, we repair underground pipes without tearing up your yard or driveway. It's faster, cleaner, and built to last. And with free estimates, you'll know exactly what it takes before the work begins. Save money, skip the mess, and call or visit sullivanservice.com today. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Your neighbors, your family,
the people of Western Pennsylvania.
That's us, LGKG, with roots right here for over 90 years. When you need trusted personal injury attorneys, we bring experience and heart.
Free case review. 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George.
At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Think fast. Life can throw you curveballs. Having UPMC Health Plan helps you catch them. Now's the time to get covered. Open enrollment for individual and family plans is today through January 15th. No matter what stage of life you're in, they have individual and family coverage options like their new plans that bundle dental and vision, so you can handle all your health needs. While this year might feel a little different, one thing is the same. They're here for you with one-on-one support. To get started, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
Dan's angrily letting you know that this November, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has a deal worth being thankful for. Home equity loan rates as low as 5.5%. Join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union for just $5. Find out if you're eligible. AllegiantFCU.org.
Gobble up the grime and save big on getting your home Coit clean by Thanksgiving. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service and 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT now and get your home Coit clean by Thanksgiving. Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You said last week you guys would be buyers at the trade deadline. You already bought one in Kyle Duggar. Do you anticipate shopping around a little bit more before 4 o'clock?
We'll see what happens. You know, I like shopping.
Mike Tomlin going the window shopping route. The Steelers, they looked, but they didn't buy. Other teams around the NFL made significant moves, and our executive insider, our friend Doug Whaley, with us until the end of the show today. One last thing on Steelers-Chargers. Doug, before we get into some of those moves made around the NFL, Justin Herbert has been hit 9 times a game, third most in the NFL over the last 20 years. 9 times a game, this dude's getting clobbered. Now he doesn't have Joe Alt.
Or Rashawn Slater. So you're talking your book tackles, and you're already getting hit when you had them there. That's why I think this game plan by the offensive coordinator Greg Roman is going to be, let's bludgeon them with the run so it can open up the pass and slow down that pass rush, that vaunted Steelers pass rush, to help protect my quarterback physically and give us a chance to just really get through the game. So it's going to be interesting. But and he, if you really look at his background, he was with John Harbaugh all the way back in the Stanford days. And I remember going to see Andrew Luck, number one quarterback in the land, number one pick. And when I went to see the game, they ran it 50 times a game. So they are a big 3-yard in a cloud of dust type of old school football thought process behind it. So to me, again, this is going to be one of those things where the Steelers defense is going to have another chance to show that they have pride and they're really ready to step up and answer the bell to a team that wants to try to out-physical them.
Doug, flipping over to what some of the teams around the NFL did yesterday, I want to start with the Jets. I get what they're doing. They trade Quinnen Williams to Dallas for a first and a second-round pick, and they trade Sauce Gardner and get 2 firsts in return. It makes all the sense in the world for the Jets to be rebuilding with a new head coach and a new culture there. That's a lot to give up from Indianapolis' standpoint, though, for Sauce Gardner. And I don't know what the hell Dallas is doing, but that's just part and parcel with being Jerry Jones.
Well, it's a great tie-in when you talk about Dallas, because I believe that what the Jets did yesterday could be equivalent to the Herschel Walker trade for the Dallas Cowboys. You're talking about 8 picks in the first 2 rounds in the next 2 drafts. And many say, what about this draft and next draft and the next 3 years of drafts? There's got to be some type of quarterback or some quarterback that they can get. And while they're looking for that quarterback, they can stock that team with pieces that can be very central to building the foundation of a championship team, just like the Cowboys did with that many high picks. Now, you have to pick right. But that's the biggest caveat. But to have that flexibility, that's a GM's dream. What Dallas is doing is basically keeping the name of the Cowboys in the mouths of everybody across the sports landscape, and that's what Jerry Jones wants to do. He wants the Cowboys to be at the tip of everybody's tongue, win, lose, or draw. It doesn't matter because he's a marketing guy. And for him to trade for a defensive lineman and give up half of the draft equity he got for the Micah Parsons for somebody like that, I mean, again, that just shows you he just wants to be out there publicly and have the Cowboys in the mouth and the talking points of every sports radio or sports commentary in the land.
Well, you won, Jerry, because we're talking about you here in Pittsburgh. The irony about the Jets, Doug, is you talk about there's no guarantee that they're going to hit on the picks. Here's the irony. They hit on Breece Hall. Yeah. They hit on Sauce Gardner. They hit on Quinnen Williams. And now 2 of the 3 are gone. So even sometimes when you hit, it doesn't mean much.
It doesn't. And that's where it's one of those things where the Jets, are they looking to just overhaul and get all of Glenn's guys in, or are they looking to build a roster with talented football players, no matter where they come from? So there's a lot of times when a new regime comes in, they're not our players, let's get rid of them. I think that's short-sighted because, like you said, you still have to hit on these guys, and you have some proven commodities that you have under the salary cap that you're paying, and you don't have a quarterback that you have to pay. So it's not like you have cap casualties coming down the road. None of those guys would have been cap casualties. It's a curious move, but I get it. Some guys want their guys, and Aaron Glenn wants his guys, and the GM Mungie, he wants his guys. I think I was always taught as a general manager, your job is to collect and amass as much high-quality talent as possible. It doesn't matter if it was from the previous regime, some other regime, or people that you drafted and picked or signed. It doesn't matter. It's all about quality of talent.
Doug, the Colts, they get a talented player in Sauce Gardner, as we've discussed. I'm fairly certain the Jets are planning on taking a quarterback. Now I think it's obvious the Colts aren't going to be taking a quarterback because they just gave up 2 first-round picks for Sauce. That is a pretty price to pay. And do you agree that they might be married to Daniel Jones here, or at least trying to see it out?
Oh, they're definitely going to see it out, and why wouldn't you? I mean, think about it. They're 7-2. If the season ended today, they'd be the number 1 seed. They've been playing at an extremely high level, and Daniel Jones had been playing at an extremely high level. So they're probably like, hey, listen, we've had a merry-go-round at that position for the last 5 or 6 years. This guy is performing at a level that we can't say it's a fluke because it's 8 games. He had 1 bad game. So we're going to be all in. So let's start putting pieces around him. So even if it's a 1 or 2 year run, we can make a total push to win this championship. So they're putting their chips all in. And I give it to Chris Ballard. There was some heat on him before the season because of his revolving door at quarterback and them not being able to really make a run. They're making this run now, so he's capitalizing while they're hot. So good for him.
Meanwhile, the Bengals, they move off of Logan Wilson. He winds up with Dallas, but they hold on to Trey Hendrickson. I don't get that at all. I'm guessing they had a really high asking price and nobody met it, but they're going nowhere fast. They're 3-6, and I would think it would be a miracle if Trey Hendrickson is a Bengal again after this season. I just don't see why he would want to be there, and as we know, Cincinnati's pretty damn cheap.
Yeah, would you? I mean, obviously,
hell
you look
no.
at it as
I don't like chili that much, Doug.
No, and I don't like Skyline chili that much over my spaghetti. So it's amazing that they haven't been able to even put a below average defense on there. They've put a bad defenses year in and year out. And after a while, it does have to point to not only the organization, but their selection process and their thought process behind the defense and constructing the defense. And I think the person that should be the most upset about it is Joe Burrow. For him to languish in Cincinnati and first of all, getting beat up by a bad offensive line and had 2 major injuries. And then even when you are healthy, you got to score 40 to 50 points because your defense is garbage. So he's got to be frustrated. The fan base has got to be frustrated. And Trey Hendrickson's got to be beyond frustrated, and he's ready to just walk out. And think about it. Remember Carson Palmer? He sat out and said, I'm not playing again for the Bengals. So you never know what can happen. But I wouldn't put it past Joe Burrow. I wouldn't hold it against him if Joe Burrow is like, listen, until you guys do something differently, why am I going to sacrifice my body for this?
Oh, Doug, I think you can make the argument that they have failed him more than the Pirates have failed even Paul Skeens. He's a quarterback. No position in sports has more to do with wins and losses than quarterback. Paul Skeens is really damn good, but he's 1 of 5 in the starting rotation. I mean, the Bengals have done nothing to fix their offensive line in the defense. I mean, the defense is so beyond embarrassing. I feel like Alabama would put 35+ on them.
Yeah, and that's a good point. That's a good way to look at it because, like you said, Skeens is 1 of 5, but that position is so hard to find, and it is the hardest position in sports. I don't have a lot of absolutes in my life, but I would argue with a lot of people that I can't find another position in sport that it's harder to play, more is asked of them, more is demanded of that position, and the accountability is nothing higher than at the quarterback position.
Doug, there's a popular narrative that we've talked about on today's show because a lot of people have texted and called about it. I want to run it by you and see what your thoughts are next. So we'll do that with Doug.
Okay.
To wrap things up, hand it over to Joe Starkey after that. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In the early college football ranking, Pitt made it to the list, 24th of 25 teams. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews have cleared the earlier accident, reopening the ramp from outbound Route 28 to the 31st Street Bridge. Watch for leftover slowdowns. Meanwhile, an accident still blocking the right lane of the inbound Parkway West, approaching the Green Tree Road off-ramp. Traffic getting by in the center and left lanes, but stacking all the way back to Carnegie. Outbound delays are at Parkway Center. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 and the Parkway North pretty much steady on the inbound side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Catch every game at Shiloh Claytonport on Mount Washington. Football, hockey, food, and drinks.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. SouthHillsKia.net. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is putting you in control right from NBA tip-off, because every day to start the season, you get to choose your reward. Take your shot with a profit boost, play it cool with a no-sweat bet, or get a little backup with a bet-back token. So, you want to take a chance on a player. You want one who's hot and healthy. That seems obvious. Steph Curry at the beginning of this season. He's getting older, but he still gets it done. He's been a great bet to go over points so far. So make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to make your choice. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to make your choice. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We rolled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and you've heard me talk about it, but I'm going to tell you again, it's all about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is a cheat code for the old downstairs region. Like somebody kind of gave you a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best where and when it counts. And Blue Chew is also the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means you can be more confident where it counts. You can be more confident when it counts. You can be ready when she is. And it really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days, to your prime, when you told everybody you were at your best. And guys, it isn't just about performance. Give her group chat a little something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families in France, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at usps.com/holidays.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Texter writes in, where's Doran? His lady had the baby, not him. The kid will be 3 soon. Well, great news for everybody. Doran will be back tomorrow. Baby JoJo doing great. Last segment here with Doug Whaley. Doug, a lot of people have chimed in today saying that they think the Steelers are going to operate differently because the draft is in Pittsburgh. Do you agree with that?
Not at all. I think they're going to operate the same way they've operated for as long as Omar's been there, and even before that, Kevin Colbert, because the main consistent person that's still there is Mike T, and more importantly, Art Rooney Jr. So I would say they're still going to do the same thing. People are going to obviously hype it up because it's in Pittsburgh, but for them to deviate from what they've been doing for a long time is something the Pittsburgh Steelers they just don't do. They don't do something just because the draft's in Pittsburgh. They're going to all of a sudden overhaul how they go about identifying and procuring players. That to me is it's just not what they do. That's not the Steeler way.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I wanted you to say the other thing because you would have gone viral. Doug, thank you for your time. Enjoy Texas, and we will see you next week, buddy.
All right. Take care. Bye.
Doug's the man. What was that at the end? Goodbye. Take care. Starkey's up next.
That's how I feel when I talk to you a lot. Afterwards, I just feel like, you stink.
Starkey and Bechtold are already at odds. They're feuding. I'll let Joe fill you in on the details whenever he hops on at 10. He'll be reacting to what the Steelers didn't do yesterday. Doran is back tomorrow. Bostic will be in. Pitt, 24th in the first college football playoff rankings. I'm sure we'll get into that. We'll start looking ahead to the Chargers. But we'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, warmer. High is 63. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. You order, we deliver. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time. How pros get more done.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. It's where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things looking a little better at the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Insurance companies prepared to settle auto accident cases, not LGKG. LGKG prepares for trial. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. Well, they've cleared the accident from the inbound Parkway West approaching the top of Green Tree Hill. Leftover delays from the top of the hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, you're stacked from the 51 overpass up over the hill and down toward Carnegie. Route 28 is cleared out, so has the Parkway East, which is only slow at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com, your local super lawyers.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-505-9257. 800-505-9257. 800-505-9257.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-2027. That's 800-275-2027.
Brought to you by Mr. Magic. 23 neighborhood locations to keep your car clean and shiny every time.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Game week for the Steelers against the Chargers. Primetime Sunday night football. Fan Game Day will begin on Sunday with Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, Jason Mackey beginning
at 5 o'clock. The first college football playoff rankings were revealed last night, and the Pitt Panthers, 24th in the rankings. Pitt makes the cut, not ranked in the AP poll top 25, but they are in the college football playoff top 25, and that is truly what matters. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, reunited again on a Wednesday Pump and Joe.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabian and Joe Starkey, the Pump and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob, let's get to the important stuff first. It's actually Bob today and not a cardboard mannequin. Duck Hodges, after you told me he wouldn't, is giving me the Bellefonte snorkel. I wanted to do a nice story about them returning to L.A. to play the Chargers. That was where his somewhat legendary start was. Great game that night. He became a folk hero, and I sent him a text, and I said, could we talk? And then that morphed into... Hold on a second here. Let me look it up. That morphed into, after he snorkeled me for a couple of days, can you just send a text quote on what that night was like for you? And I'm getting radio silence, Bob. Pun intended. I am getting the Bellefonte snorkel from Duck Hodges, and I even sent him a copy of the story I did from his debut against the Chargers those years ago.
It was a very good story. I remember the game, and you captured it well.
You said he wouldn't do this.
No,
he's doing this. Can you step in?
Yes. I will step in.
You will?
And I will try to help you, yes.
Okay.
You know, he's busy. Huh? He's busy now with Lainey Wilson.
We're all
She's
busy,
got a big
Bob.
career. She's, you know.
Well, Bob, I did try to give Joe a little fair warning because when I had reached out to Duck on a couple of different occasions to try to get him on the show, he gave me the snorkel and never responded to anything.
You never met him. I not only met him, I used to interview him regularly, and I followed him around the day of the game or the day before and did a nice story about his debut. This is one of the worst snorkelings I've ever received, Bob.
Well, I'm going to try to unsnorkel you.
Okay.
And maybe it won't work. Maybe it will work. I hope it works for you because I think it'll be a good kind of story leading into this game, and you still have time. It's only Wednesday.
Well, the thing's due tomorrow, so I don't have that much time.
Well, then you don't have much time. Okay.
Joe,
I don't need what?
Did you hear about my interaction with Duck at the celebrity softball game?
No, what happened?
So I asked him for his phone number to come on the show and to join us.
Yeah.
Because people like Devin McCourty, Joe Hayden were really cool, and they're like, yeah, we can. And Duck said, take my email. And I said,
email?
Can I get your phone number instead? And he said, here's my email.
Here,
and
take my rotary phone number from 2002.
So I came in the next day and I said,
Well,
yeah, we're not getting him.
He has changed his number a few times. I don't know if that's
it might
Lainey
be the wrong
Wilson.
number. I could be texting the wrong person.
And I haven't, but I'll try. Maybe it's...
Just give it a try.
Yeah, why not?
Say, hey, my radio partner just needs a couple minutes or even a text, for God's sakes.
No, I think he needs to talk to you. It wouldn't take long, and he has a lot of memories about that game.
I agree, and I don't need a 60-minute sit-down, Bob. I need literally, we'll do a 2-minute drive at the end of the half.
2 minute.
The way old Duck used to do before he started to play horribly. And who knows, maybe if he doesn't get back to me, I'll accentuate that part of the story.
Don't mess with the savvy old news hound. Because there is little vengeance that comes out. I've seen it on this call when Tony calls. Hey, Joe.
Got you, Joey.
Tony.
How will that story be framed?
Like Ramon Foster once said, I know who has the pen in their hand, and it's not me. It's the person with the pen in the hand limits, right?
That's you. You have all the power of your rhetoric in your hands.
I would threaten that, but I wouldn't do that. Bob, how are you?
It's a beautiful day, Joe.
Beautiful day for you and I to have called off sick. We could be at, what if we were at Laurel right now?
We could,
can you imagine?
Well, first of all, it's closed. You can't go there, but we can go someplace.
Do they close in the fall and winter?
Yeah, they close. They're done in October, and they don't open until May, I think.
I mean, we could be at Bedford Springs. We could be at Old Stonewall.
We could go to Nemacolin.
We could be at Moon or Nemacolin or...
But we're not,
Hickory
because
Heights.
we're here
we could
to
be
make
anywhere.
sure everyone out there has a chance to call and air their opinions.
We also have a new theme song.
Yes, it's a very nice one.
somebody had the brilliant idea to have a high school football conference call right before our show, and Limits was required to be there. So when I called him at 20 to 10 to say, hey, did you get that song? He said, I can't do anything right now. I'm on a conference call for high school football. Bob, do they not know this guy works at 10 o'clock?
They should. It's right in the same building here. These conference calls scheduled at that time doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe an hour earlier.
Could they have done it at 9? I know you probably weren't up yet, but could you have done it at 9?
We know how important high school football is here. So I felt that it was very important and very necessary for me to be in the meeting. I'm not the one that schedules the meeting. That is well above my pay grade. I
forgive him, Bob. I gave him a nice hug when he came in.
He's right about that. I mean, they control certain things. So
I know. Well, that's my complaint here.
It was a very nice hug.
Make it at 9:30. All right, Limits. Let's start out in honor of our old friend Ron Cook, who's 3 deep in Fort Myers, even as we speak. Let's start out with a 6-pack, Bob, and there's so much happening. This might turn into a 12-pack right quick.
As it often does.
Okay. The Steelers stood pat. Thoughts? I mean, I could go into all kinds of details, but there were affordable receivers for mid to low round picks, really, and the Steelers have multitudes of them. Do you approve of them standing pat? I don't.
No, I would have preferred the Jacoby Myers. We've talked about his name for the last several weeks. Just because of what the return was, which was a 4th and 6, I think they could have made a better offer than that if they wanted to do it. And yes, and I say that only because they're thin in that position to begin with. It's something they've been searching for ever since they traded George Pickens, and now if DK Metcalf should get hurt or anybody gets hurt, you're limited enough, and it's going to make it pretty obvious that you're going to have, Metcalf will be the lone target that I'm sure Rodgers goes after, even though he's good about moving around. But does he trust everyone? Will they get the job done? Depth is always my concern if I was a GM.
Man, me too, but so is outscoring somebody on a week that I need to, Bob. This was a deal, and people feel like the cost, like the general reaction nationally was, yeah, the price was a little high for Jacoby Myers, especially if he's just a rental, and I don't know if he'll sign in Jacksonville. He seems to have some connections there. But so what? It's still, even if it was higher than people thought it would be, it was incredibly affordable. They have up to 12 picks next year, 3rd rounders, 4th rounders,
and none of the picks that we're talking about, Joe, will impact whether or not they can move up into a better spot in the 1st round. Those are going to be more 3rd round picks, supplemental, 2nd, 3rd, 4th even. But so what? At some point you have to think about now, because they do have a chance. They're 5-3 on top of their division. I would have preferred they go out and do something, but it didn't happen.
Well, it's not just about insurance for DK Metcalf. Like, here were the complaints. Crack another one, will you, Limits, as we dive into this a little further? Or not the complaints, the defenses of, big surprise that Kabali has defended this move, by the way.
It was a joke.
Or lack thereof. It's a tight end happy offense that doesn't incorporate many receiver heavy formations. Okay. Maybe that's because they're a receiver short. Number 2, the cost was too high for a rental player at a time when the Steelers are stockpiling resources to chase a quarterback. Okay, but they have up to 12 picks. And did they really need, let's say, a 4th and a 5th to go chase a quarterback next year? And will they even do that next year? I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be their quarterback next
Especially
year.
With so many teams having multiple picks in the 1st round now, and all of them are in need of quarterbacks, it seems.
Right. Number 3, offense. I keep hearing this. Offense isn't the problem around here. Okay. The offense maybe has been more consistent than the defense. But the offense, last I checked, Bob, is not exactly the 07 Patriots. They're 28th in total offense and 13th in scoring. More to the point, there's going to come a time when they need to outscore somebody. It might be Josh Allen. It might be Drake May, Lamar Jackson.
Might be this week.
It could be Danny Dimes. It could be this week. It could be Mahomes. And, yes, it could be Josh Herbert. It could be Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and the Broncos. I don't know. That's the point. I don't know. You're going to need, I think, in one game, either to get in, to win your division, or to win a playoff game, if you remember what that feels like. You're going to need somebody who threatens defenses on the boundary, and he does, Myers. Even though he plays inside a fair amount of the time, he plays outside very well. He didn't drop a pass all of last season. He was a 1,000-yard receiver last season. He's still in his 20s. He's dependable. He's smart. He's versatile. What are we doing here? Why didn't we do this? Do they believe in Marquez Valdez-Scantling this much? He's just a practice squatter limits, in case you didn't hear. That's where the clip was supposed to come in, Bob.
He's just a practice squatter right now.
We talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
Bob, your thoughts on all of the do any of those excuses?
He was on the phone. You tortured him there. I saw this firsthand. You owe an apology.
Well, he always seems to be on the phone.
That's
before the show, during the show. During the show. I need to interact with the guy, Bob. He's my producer.
But you come up with him in a split second and you
That's
turn
the
to
way
him.
the show rolls.
But he's on
there's
the phone.
a clip that needs to do it.
You should have looked first and said he's on the phone.
He needs to say, I'll call you back, unless it was the boss. Was it the boss?
It was not the boss. It was somebody that wants to talk on the show.
But that was pretty quick response by Austin.
Limits. I mean, Bob, do any of those excuses hold water for you? The offense is not receiver heavy in formation. The cost is too high, and offense isn't the problem anyway. Those are the excuses.
Well, no. Again, I say to you that I would have done it for a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about. I think they need more depth there. They need somebody to take a little pressure at times away from DK Metcalf. And you do, at some point, have to outscore people. Yes, they've been doing a pretty good job, but still their yardage numbers are down. This past week, they took advantage of field position, which is nice. They capitalized, made them into touchdowns. But you got to be sure you have it against high-power teams. And at some point, they're going to be trailing and need to come from behind in a big way.
Yes.
So the more you have there, the better, I think. And given what we're talking about, which is a 4th and a 6th-round pick, I think that was more than affordable if they wanted to do it.
Okay, how about Shaheed? To me, again, very affordable.
Down,
yes.
Again, I know what they're looking to get. He was available also. I think Seattle made a good play there. You put him with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Those guys with Sam Darnold and the run game, which is good, and a good tight end, they're going to be really hard to stop. So I would have done that as well. I think that was only a 4th and a 5th.
That was a higher price. Yeah, higher price for him, a 4th and a 5th.
And I'll say this, all due respect to those who are drafting the 4th or 5th round, how many do they really become?
The Steelers have multiple, I believe, of both next year. That's the whole point, is to go out and make a move because you've stockpiled resources. So if you need a player at a certain position, and they clearly do, go out and get him. Okay, don't go get Jalen Waddle for a 1st-round pick.
Yeah, I don't think that was really in play.
But do this. And here's the thing about Rashid Shaheed. He forces defenses to allocate resources toward him because he can blow the top right off. He can. Go back and look at the clip of him running 22 miles an hour. Bob, do you realize that would get you arrested in a school zone if you could run 22 miles an hour?
Wouldn't that be funny?
It's 15 miles an hour in a school zone.
If they pulled you over and you don't have a rearview mirror to see what, are you stopping me? Yes. You know what you're doing? What speed you're doing?
22 and a 15. He ran 22 miles an hour on an 87-yard touchdown run against the Giants. He is a legit deep threat. And he's a guy, okay, you got this tight end heavy offense. We don't want to alter it too much because it's been so great, even though it hasn't. Fine. But you must have some packages in there where you can bring Shaheed in. And when you do, they have to respect it. And as a bonus, this dude was a first-team All-Pro kick returner in 2023, and he still returns. He's only 4 years into his career. He had an injury last season.
He's young.
But did I mention 22 miles an hour? I don't think the injury has affected his speed. I just think they dropped the ball here on that. I was okay with no moves on defense, I guess. They could have added some depth here and there. They need a legit piece on offense, and I don't think MVS is that. Now, I'm willing to concede he also is a deep threat when he's at his best, and he does have a rapport with Rodgers. So I'm open-minded. I'll admit if I'm wrong here, and he comes out and plays well, but Bucky Brooks, who used to play in the NFL, writes for NFL.com, he labeled Jacoby Myers, quote, a savvy pass catcher, kind of like a savvy old news sound, Bob.
Doesn't drop anything.
with a high IQ, awareness, and instincts to thrive as a complementary pass catcher in a versatile, ball-controlled passing game. Nobody has ever said that about MVS. Trust me. I think they lost out here. They lost out on a dependable security blanket, veteran complement to Rodgers that could help them win a game. And even if it was only one game that he helped them win down the road, I'd say it was worth it, especially if that game happened to be in the playoffs with Josh Allen in town, where you could victimize a bad Bills defense. For God's sakes, Mike Williams helped them win a game.
Yeah, again, I wish I would have done it. I understand the Steelers' position if they value a lot of these draft picks. If you look at fourth-round picks over the last several years, these are players who actually help them. When you get beyond the fourth round, maybe not so much, but in the fourth round, they've had Mason McCormick. Correct me if I'm wrong. He was a fourth-round pick. Nick Herbig was a fourth. Calvin Austin was a fourth. This year, Jack Sawyer was a fourth.
Right.
Those are players already helping them. So they value that, and they want to keep those. I get it. But you're also talking about now striking while the iron is hot, as they say, an opportunity to do something here in this particular season when you spent a lot of this offseason bringing in guys like this.
Right.
So that's the counter argument.
That's the other thing that's been happening around here and is aflame on social media. Could you crack one for us, Limits? We're having a wonderful discussion at the bar here.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little tipsy, by the way.
Ooh, a double shot, Bob. This whole all-in idea. I hear people saying anybody who says that the Steelers were ever all-in is crazy. Then we have other people writing the Steelers have absolutely been all-in. I'll say this. They're way closer to all-in for this season than not. That's for sure. It's a matter of semantics. Did they mortgage the next year or 5 years or 10 years to go all in this season? No, but they're absolutely, you don't go out and sign DK Metcalf to that kind of deal. Jalen Ramsey, who carries a big figure. You don't bring in Darius Slay on top of all that and Aaron freaking Rodgers if you're not at least mildly all in, like the lesser version of all in. If you're not trying to win, those acquisitions are not a play for the future. Let's put it that way. So they're way closer to all in on this season than not. That's a fact. We can play with the semantics all you want. They're closer than not, and this lack of action did not fit that theme. They'd still be sitting here with 10 picks, maybe, in next year's draft if they drafted a fourth and a fifth and brought in a guy who last year had over 1,000 yards and 80 catches and didn't drop a single pass and can play slot and outside equally well and played with a crappy quarterback, by the way. Like Jacoby Myers is really good. I think he's a high-end number 2 receiver. What are you doing? They should have done it.
Yeah, I would have done it. And for the reasons you say, all these moves in the preseason were done to try to help them now as they continue to try to search for the future, and they're doing both. But by bringing in Ramsey and Slay, by bringing in Rodgers and Metcalf, you're talking about now.
And Jonnu Smith, I forgot about.
Smith, that's right. So they have a lot of moves they made, which indicated, and I applaud this when they did it, and I still do, because you're trying to win now. So this would have just been an extension of that, and I thought for sure they would get some wide receiver in this, and they didn't. So.
And there were affordable ones.
It's almost 2 years in a row we've gone through the same narrative.
Well, at least they brought in Mike Williams, and he did win them a football game. Right. That's pretty significant.
Yes, it is. But I think Metcalf or Jacoby Myers is an upgrade for sure from him.
For sure. Yes. Limits, could you please crack one?
I would love to.
Nationally, Bob, the big news was Sauce Gardner to the Colts. And I'd like to say this on that front very succinctly. The Colts are all in. You might think they won. You might think they lost this deal. They're trying to win a Super Bowl this season, and I admire that. I love that trade for them.
And they also have a nice situation in that they have a quarterback who's making $14 million on a 1 year. Now, there could be more down the road if he has this and finishes out well and wins playoff games, and they want to sign him longer term. But for now, it's a good move. And if you look at the way their corners have played, it's been up and down throughout the course of the season. They felt an opportunity to get a 25-year-old two-time All-Pro. That's not easy to find those guys. Although I don't think he's having that great of a year.
He's not, but he was banged up.
I understand, but I'm saying he's 25. You know, he's going to be around for a long time. They just signed him.
Yeah.
So it's almost like you did that and the market is still a good market for what they're looking at. So they have money to spend, and they're trying to win absolutely now. They have a number 1 seed even after that loss. I think they're 7-2, and they're gonna try to get home field. If they get home field, it's a whole different ballgame. Playing
Yes.
that place. So
I
give them a lot of credit for that. And they're the owner's widow, is that who she is, down on the field all the time? She was taking notes last week here in Pittsburgh. And, she must be all in on trying to
She's impressive when I've heard her speak.
And she doesn't, from what I understand, she doesn't dictate anything. She's just watching, observing, and if asked, will give opinions. So you don't see that style.
I admire them for it. All we heard when the Rams were trading to win Super Bowls, first-round picks. Oh, my God, they're mortgaging
taking a page
their
out
future.
of the Rams. That's a good,
where are they going to be?
The number 1 picks.
What's going to happen to them? Oh, they're going to be one of 3 or 4 teams with the best chance to win the Super Bowl this year? Mostly because they have a quarterback. I mean, that's sort of the name of the game in this business. And I'm not comparing Danny Dimes to Matthew Stafford, but if you have that, you don't need necessarily a bunches of first-round picks to build around that. You just simply don't. First-round picks, how often, there's a lot of misses. Fatanu and Harmon both look good right now, but let's wait on them. Let's go before them. Broderick Jones, Kenny Pickett, Najee Harris, Devin Bush, Terrell Edmonds, T.J. Watt, big hit, Artie Burns, Bud Dupree. Okay? That's for the Steelers. Now let's go look at the Jets, Bob, and their first-round picks through the years.
They've gotten a lot of picks, but they haven't made
there's just no guarantee that you're going to hit. Like, the Colts gave up 2 first-round picks. That is an exorbitant price. But the way the Colts are going, those are going to be low first-round picks, and the Colts went for it, and I admire it. And I'll tell you this. If the Steelers had made that exact same trade yesterday, I would have come in here and been praising them to the high heavens, Bob.
I mean, absolutely, given the injuries and the fact that there are 1 or 2 more injuries away from having not many options when it comes to cornerback. So I don't know if I would have gone 2 first-round picks. I think that price was a little bit high, but I get what they're doing. And if you're the Jets, I also agree with what they're doing. They are 1-7 with those guys. They could be 1-7 without those guys. Now, here's the thing about the Jets. They've had multiple high picks over the years, including Sauce Gardner, including Quinnen Williams, including Breece Hall, who was another guy expected to leave, and they haven't done anything with them. So it's incumbent upon them by having 5 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks in the next 2 drafts to make all of them hit. They've made guys hit, and they still can't figure it out.
Limits, do you know who the Jets' all-time leading passer is? Wrong.
Joe Namath.
Yes. Do you know who their all-time leading rusher is?
Curtis Martin.
Okay. You and Donnie get a steak dinner.
I don't know who the wide receiver's going to be.
At a place of your choice, if you can tell me the all-time Jets receiver. You and Donnie, I'll take you out for a steak dinner. You're 2 out of 3.
I know that it's somebody from like the 70s to 80s range, and I'm trying to think of the name.
It's too bad, Bob, isn't it? You can almost
Is it
taste,
Johnson?
You can almost
last
taste,
name Johnson.
Taste the steak, can't you?
You sizzled, but you
Donnie,
didn't deliver.
Donnie really liked the sweet potato crumble as well when we went to Roost Chris. Don Maynard. I'm sorry, Limits. Good try.
Close.
I'll give you one of those. How about I'll give you one of those per day.
Okay.
To redeem the steak?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've been giving him shots at it, Bob, and he's come close. I will say that.
I'm at the goal line, Bob.
In the end, I admire the Colts, and I think, you know what? I think their franchise is going to survive. It's 2 first-round picks. They're both going to be low in the first round. As far as I know, they still have their second-round picks, don't they?
I believe so, yes.
So I'm pretty sure that franchise is going to survive, and now they have a guy at a very important position in Sauce Gardner. Next. Thank you, Limits. Bob, the first college football rankings came out, college football playoff rankings, I should say. And who would have bet before the season that Pitt would be on there at number 24 and that Penn State would be nowhere to be found? Huh, Limits? Nowhere to be found.
And winless in the Big Ten.
With a fired coach and winless in the Big Ten.
Yep, and nobody having any idea who the next coach is going to be. I'm going to be very fascinated to see what the environment is like in that stadium on Saturday, Bob. Noon game, I'm going. It's going to be strange, I feel like.
It will be strange, but I think at this point, what can you do if you're a Penn State fan? You can't take it out on Terry Smith or that team. What are they going to do?
Who cares about them? The news is that Pitt is ranked and that Pitt is going to have
Pitt
some
kinda
big
controls its destiny
games.
here.
They can. So let me ask you guys.
Yes.
I haven't heard back from Stephen Thompson yet. I'm hoping we can have him on from the Post-Gazette. I heard Crowley mention this today. I don't want to misquote him. I think he said if Pitt wins out, they'll be in the college football playoff automatically. Is that a fact?
No.
Because there's like 19 teams with one tie, one loss in the ACC.
No, I understand. That's my point. You have a lot of teams that are still, if they win out, I still believe they'll get in, but it won't be automatic.
But let's start with if they win out, are they automatically in? No. Because first of all, you have to. I don't even know if they get to the ACC title game, which you'd have to win.
Right, because of the long jam of these. Virginia's still undefeated, and you have 5 teams, I think, with one loss.
So limits. What I need from Steven, one of the things I need from him is the tiebreakers.
Oh, try to read the tiebreakers.
Well, there was when Pitt played Urban Meyer and Alex Smith in the Fiesta Bowl. Remember that all those years ago, Bob? I was there. Actually, Urban Meyer wasn't there. Urban Meyer and Walty weren't there by game time. I believe there was a 4-way tie at the top of what was then a 7-team Big East. Only 7 teams were left because everybody had bolted. And the tiebreaker was your combined record within that little grouping of 4, as I recall.
The teams that are in the same bracket, right? The same.
Yeah. What is your combined record? If it was Pitt, Syracuse, West Virginia, and Boston College, let's say, what's your combined record within that grouping?
And you still have ties.
But Pitt did get in. I don't know what the tiebreaker is, Limits, if there's 3 or more teams tied here with 1 loss.
Yeah, first for like a 2-team tie, be head-to-head, but then it's winning percentage against common opponents.
I think that's it. Winning percentage against common opponents.
Right now, then.
It would take us too long, Bob.
I know.
Because there's 5 other teams.
And that's why it's not guaranteed. However,
I think Pitt should go if they win out.
I think they should
win the regular season.
I think they should be one of the picks. They got 12 teams here. You're going to tell me they're going to go on an 8-game win streak. They're going to beat number 10 Notre Dame. They're going to beat a ranked Georgia Tech team. They're going to beat a ranked Miami team, even though they're falling apart. I think that's a strong way to finish. And if I'm looking at it from their point of view, I would consider that strongly to be one of the at-large teams if they don't get into the ACC championship.
I'm going to be honest here. I would have to sit down and look at a lot of team resumes. But I will agree with this, that Pitt would have an interesting case. Even Florida State was ranked at the time, so that to me that counts as a win over a ranked team because you helped them become unranked. In fact, you made them unranked. They were 25th at the time. You beat 4 ranked teams and win 8 games in a row and beat number 10 Notre Dame. One of the bad things that happened, I think, was Georgia Tech losing the other day because then you would have had 2 top 10 teams in a row to beat, Bob. I think that hurt Pitt.
It would have carried a lot more.
And I think Miami dropping. On the other hand, what if Georgia Tech and Miami hadn't lost at all and could still beat Pitt in a tiebreaker, even if Pitt beat them? It's getting very confusing.
Here are the first-round matchups as they are right now based on yesterday's release of these rankings where Pitt is number 24, right?
Yeah.
So Oregon would be number 9 against number 8 Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Memphis would get in against number 5 Georgia.
Doesn't a team from there have to get in?
Yes. But I want to ask you about that anyway. Virginia, number 11. This is where Pitt would come into play. Number 11 against Ole Miss.
Virginia assuming they've won the ACC title game.
Right. And number 10, Notre Dame against BYU. Now, if Notre Dame loses to Pitt, I wonder what that would do to them.
They're done. No, at least the team last year that had 3 losses did not make the college football playoff.
Pitt can knock Notre Dame out of the playoff.
Pitt can knock Notre Dame. And also
what a game that's going to be, Limits. Are you going?
I wish. I have to call a game at 1. If it was a night game, I
wish it was. But, they play the Steelers
Bob,
play the next day. I do a pregame show over there. Yeah, so I do it all week. But my point is, next day they got a Steelers game, so they wanted that, I'm sure, to be earlier than later. That's probably a factor in this. But
that's a good point, Bob.
This is my point here.
Bob. Hold on. I want to praise you more for that point. I wasn't thinking.
But the night games would be hard to turn around, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
All right, let's talk about Notre Dame. This is the one slot I'm looking at for Pitt. If they right now Notre Dame's in it. If they suffer a loss to Pitt, that would knock them out, creating an opening there, I think. Should they be the team? Now, a long way to go with other teams winning also along the way.
Well, give me another candidate who might be battling Pitt for that spot.
Let me look at this.
Well, why don't you look at it for a moment?
Utah,
yeah,
for one. They're ranked 13th. Now, both Georgia Tech and Miami are both ranked. Pitt would end up winning three straight ranked teams. I think that plays into their
Pitt
advantage.
has to win out.
Also, the Washington Huskies are in there. They have 2 losses. Every one of these teams has 2 losses that I've just mentioned.
Right, but if you're saying if Pitt wins out, goes to the ACC title game and loses,
they may not even get to the ACC
they should still
title.
get in. Is that what you're saying?
That's what
Well,
I'm
they
saying.
would be a 3-loss team.
No, they wouldn't. I'm saying if they don't get to there's a chance they don't even get to the ACC title game.
Okay, so is Pitt one of these rare cases where they're better off winning out and not getting to the
that's my
ACC
point
title
with
game?
this.
But
If
then you
they-
lose your chance for an automatic
I understand
bid.
that, but with a third loss, you would also lose your chance to get in as an at-large if
This
you
is
eliminate
fascinating limits. Where do you stand on
Like
this?
if Notre Dame loses and Pitt beats them, I'm telling you that would create an opening, at least one opening.
You're right. But now we're getting to this idea of would it be best for Pitt to win out in the regular season and not go to the ACC title game and risk that?
But I just look now at these tiebreakers.
I don't think it would be. I think you got to get there and win.
Okay, but if you don't, then what?
I don't know.
You have
Bob.
3 losses and you didn't win the championship game. So then what? You don't
No,
get
you'd
in.
have 2 losses and didn't win the championship game.
No, you'd have 3.
Oh, because you lost the championship game.
That's what I'm saying. If you lose
well,
the
then you're
championship
definitely
game,
not getting in.
Right. So I guess my question is, because I looked at tiebreakers, it goes way down to the 5th one here if you're going to talk about these many teams involved. I have no idea how that's going to work out. They may not even get a chance. Maybe they will, maybe they won't.
Well,
But I still think they make a strong case beating 3 straight ranked teams.
I agree with you. They would have a strong case, or at least be considered. Like I said, I'd have to really do some resume comparisons here. But I didn't think Pitt was going to be playing in games of this magnitude anyway. This Notre Dame game is gigantic. They have Notre Dame on the ropes here for the college football
Coming
playoff.
to Acrisure Stadium, it'll be a crazy crowd. Those noon starts just bug me, but that's what we have to do.
I know.
There's not enough ramp-up time.
One of my favorite Pitt games of all time was when Wani was the coach. There was a light snow falling like ticker tape, Bob, and Notre Dame came to town for a Saturday night game. I think Golden Tate, remember him?
Oh, yeah.
He returned a punt for a touchdown, if memory serves, but Pitt won the game. Pitt won the game, and it was a beautiful thing. Notre Dame is still, they're an attraction, right? Limits. You play Notre Dame, it's a big game.
It's a huge game if you play Notre Dame. And I do think if they win out, that they will make the college football playoff, whether they go to the ACC championship game or not, because some of those wins are just going to be too impressive.
Are they? Are they, though? Like, because Georgia Tech's becoming less impressive, and so is Miami. So you guys both really think, like you'd be willing to bet on it without doing the resume comparison?
Before I make bets, you'd have to.
That if Pitt simply wins these final 3 games and doesn't go to the ACC championship, they're in?
I think that would
I'm
be
not
now,
willing to
but
say
I'm also saying there are going to be other cases that evolve here that will challenge that. What I'm saying to you is their path may be better suited to win these 3 and not get the ACC championship game and wait. Maybe. I don't know.
Man, it's fascinating. Here's my recommendation. Beat Notre Dame.
I love 12 teams, though. This is why we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
Before this ever happened, there'd be no conversation.
Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia. Peters Township, visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, we have so many things still to get to. This is turning into a Stroh's 15-pack. We have to get to moves that the Pirates just made, moves that the Penguins made that might set up a really, what was already a fascinating matchup tomorrow night, might become even more spicy. Kyle Dubas sat down with Pierre LeBrun. There's also other Steelers news. We're going to get to it all next on Pomp and Joe, the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, My feet hurt. You know that. At least they used to. And then along came the Good Feet store, and then everything changed. Here's the thing with the Good Feet foot arch support system. You don't need to go out and get new shoes, anything like that. The arch support's designed to provide pain relief, balance, and especially comfort for me. Fit into any shoe. Golf, tennis, basketball, dance, work, whatever you got, they fit. They worked for me. They could work for you. They're available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft. You can check the whole thing out at goodfeet.com, or you can visit one of the stores. I'll tell you where some of those are in a minute. Whatever your problem might be, maybe it's plantar fasciitis, maybe it's a sharp pain in your heel, needles in your heel, maybe it's pain and burning in the balls of your feet, something going up to your back. Whatever it is, this can work for you. Check them out at a store where the wonderful people over at the Good Feet store can tend to you and really look at your specific situation. There's one in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. And there's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Active NFL trade deadline for multiple teams, but not the Steelers. The Jets made the main highlights, trading Quinnen Williams, their defensive tackle, to the Dallas Cowboys for a 2026 first-round pick, also a second-round pick included. The Jets also trading Sauce Gardner to the Indianapolis Colts for 2 first-round draft picks. Steelers kept pat, did not make a trade. The last move that they did make was signing Marquez Valdez-Scantling to the practice squad and trading for Kyle Duggar, the Patriot safety that played a significant amount of snaps on Sunday against the Colts. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So what do the Patriots and Broncos have in common? Midway through the season, both 7-2 teams are surprisingly in first place in their divisions, and both are led by second-year quarterbacks. Both Drake May and Bo Nix have seasoned coaches who can help get them through tough times. And for sure, both can win in the playoffs, especially with the way that Drake May is playing. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Never Ending 90s presents As
Ezra Ray Hart. 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray. Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra. And Emerson Hart of Tonic. If you kid a night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Get 50% off all window styles from Window Nation. Visit windownation.com.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including International and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Frustration, humiliation, zero confidence. Sounds like ED. It doesn't have to be that way. New Flow Men's Health will help you get your natural function back. No pills, no injections, no games. If that crap worked, New Flow wouldn't be here. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 and tell them Donnie sent you.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. Next is their award-winning menu. The holiday season is around the corner, and there's no better place to celebrate than Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh. Book your holiday event today and bring the warmth of Bavaria to your celebration. Call 412-224-2328 or email Heather at hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com to get started.
Think fast. Life can throw you curveballs. Having UPMC Health Plan helps you catch them. Now's the time to get covered. Open enrollment for individual and family plans is today through January 15th. No matter what stage of life you're in, they have individual and family coverage options like their new plans that bundle dental and vision, so you can handle all your health needs. While this year might feel a little different, one thing is the same. They're here for you with one-on-one support to To get started, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. Cold beer, hot wings, every game live at Rival.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Bob, if memory serves, we were in the middle of a six-pack, were we not?
Yes, we were. We're starting to guzzle now because time is short.
All right. Up next, man, there's a lot going on here. Up next is the Penguins putting Tristan Jarry, sort of oddly, on injured reserve and calling up Miroshov, who in Wilkes-Barre, and this is a big story. I felt like he should have been here at the beginning of the year, but okay, they've gotten pretty good goaltending so far. This dude, after a great camp in which he legitimately won the job and should have been the starter, is 5-2 in Wilkes-Barre with a 173 goals against and a 931 save percentage and a shutout. I have thoughts, Bob. Here's two of them. Start him against his countryman Alex Ovechkin tomorrow night in what already is a drama-packed game because we don't know how many more we're going to get with Ovi, Sid, and Gino. And Jarry, I'm sure this isn't a serious, I'm not sure, but I'm guessing it's not a serious injury. He's off to a good start. This might be the best time ever to trade him, Bob. Trade him while you can still sell somewhat high. You agree?
Yes and no. I mean, I think that the whole plan is to eventually move him. Although I will say this, $5 million for a goalie is not all that much money these days. There are guys making double that. He's off to a good start, yes. I thought, that third period was an ambush the other night. So I would, for the time being, keep him around and see. But I want to see Miroshov. The one thing about young players, if they are here, you should play them. They did that with Ben Kindle, and they let it ride out. Harrison Brunick's had some ups and downs along the way, but still I think worthy of being around. And so Miroshov, if he's here, he's got to start and not just play once a week.
Wait, why wouldn't you trade Jarry?
Because
and get rid of that salary and give the reins to Shilovs and Miroshov.
Eventually that might be the way. I wouldn't do it just yet. I still think there's time to do that. And
Don't you worry that he's going to revert back into being Tristan Jarry?
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe he's under a new administration of coaches. He may be different. I don't know. What I've seen, he's been very good. Not third period in Toronto notwithstanding, but I thought that was a team collapse. You allow Austin Matthews to get in all alone on a breakaway. And what are you doing? You have a 3-0 lead. That's the last thing you want to do, and they did it. And all of a sudden things changed. But I would wait a little bit still because I saw last year the old Bloomquist come up. There was a lot of expectation, and it was too hot. The kitchen was too hot for him. I'm sure Miroshov is going to be better than that, but how about if he isn't?
Let's see. Let's find out. If he is, this might be the best time ever to trade Jarry. Limits? Bob, let's say a fond goodbye, perhaps, to Jiwan Bay and Leover Piguero. We hardly knew them.
Was there a question there?
They have been placed on waivers. It's always possible they could clear and come back, but I doubt it. They can be minor league free agents. Two players, highly symbolic of the mediocrity, the downright disaster of the Ben Cherington era. And what annoys me most is that Jiwan Bay kept getting chance after chance after chance. Piguero, for some reason, disappeared last season, didn't get any chances. Then he came back here this season and started out great and then stunk, and now he's 27 years old. Jack Sawinski's still around. More chances for – how about just getting good players that you don't have to keep auditioning every year? How about going out and getting good baseball players who are already proven to be good to when they show up at spring training, nobody's saying that guy is on an audition like Nick York will be next year, like Jack Sawinski still will be next year, like all their catchers will be next year. Go ahead. Start naming more people. Limits, I don't care.
No, it doesn't matter who you're in. It's all the same.
It's all the same.
They're all the
and
same.
they're emblematic of it.
Exactly. And so this is why when trades are made and when you see, oh, my goodness, the Pirates got 5 players for Joe Musgrove. Oh, my goodness. Okay, it sounds good, but quantity is not what we're looking for here. It's quality. And you can't get the kind of quality you have in making these kinds of deals. I think you got to go out right now and buy it. And if you don't buy it, you better develop it. And they're both something they haven't done well at. So I don't want to see this year 5 different guys sign for a total of $30 million.
Me neither. I don't. I don't want to see Adam Frazier 3.0. Just go out and get some players, please. Please, just go out and do that.
You still have a very good pitching staff, one that could be better than most. And if
there's
you don't
good
add
players that are affordable even for the Pirates.
So how would you describe their window?
How many years the Skeens have left?
That's the window. And the answer is 2 years, most likely.
Because
so if you're going to have it, if you're going to waste your time with having this guy here and not get high leverage games in a playoff that would really juice this whole town up, then what are you doing? You owe it to yourself more than anything. If you're an owner, why wouldn't you want
There's players out there who are totally affordable, who are proven already to be good hitters. Please do something. Somebody do something, Bob. Next. Ray Fittipaldo reports that, quote, a lot of players want the Steelers to keep the changes that they made on defense. And I saw a really good breakdown by Brian Baldinger. And that was Ray on our station, Bob, I think this morning. And it's really easy to understand. You know, I mean there are complications and intricacies and everything else. But, you know, you're playing a pickup football game. We're going to put 2 guys back so they don't beat us over the top and they don't get a lot of yards after catch. So 2 safeties playing safety. Then in the middle, we're going to match up pretty much man-to-man. It might be in a matchup zone. It might just be straight man, whatever. We're then going to cover people. And then we're going to rush 4 a lot of the time and mix in some blitzes, sure, but largely rush 4. It's just a simplistic defense where we're not throwing 18 new wrinkles, where guys are having to communicate, last-second major change, and we have all these communications breakdowns. Let's just go out and trust ourselves and play good, physical, smart, simple defense. It's very easy when I looked at it with Baldinger to understand what they're doing. Anybody can understand it. And like Peyton Wilson said, who cares if they know what coverage we're in? Let's just go play.
Right. It's like having a running back who's going to get all the carries. You know what's coming. And if you're confident with it, you execute it better, then they get the yard. Same thing here is true. Get rid of all the minutia that leads to confusion. That's been a 2-year run with this stuff. And I think their defensive line is good enough to put pressure, most cases, all by themselves. The outside guys would like to get in there and do it. If they can't, then you got to make sure that the middle range passes are taken care of. The question is, are they capable of doing that against really elite receivers? That's going to be, or tight ends.
Well,
and so
that's
far,
fine, and that's true, and I agree. And are you going to want to know? Are you going to want Josh Allen or Mahomes to know exactly what coverage you're in all the time? Probably not. But how about first we simplify and play that for a while, where everybody knows their role, and then you can start adding, some wrinkles for playoff games.
And I think they did that last week even. They blitzed at times when I don't think they were expecting it, but they also took advantage of no chip help for their tackles. And their tackles lost the one-on-one battle to Highsmith and Watt. That's why this week is going to be different. I think just by virtue of all the injuries they've had to tackle for the Chargers, they're going to have to decide what they do. I don't think any quarterback has been hit more in this year than Justin Herbert.
No, he's been getting
even
killed.
With Alt in there. Slater was gone for the beginning of the season, but now you have who knows what you got over there. So it just feeds into what the Steelers should be able to do. But when you have guys like Ladd McConkey, you have Keenan Allen, you have Johnson, these guys, they're getting a job done. They have a good tight end too, and if you don't get to him, you better be sure you're good with that coverage in the middle of the field.
Next. Big Ben says on his podcast, Footballin', and by the way, you can listen to the Pop and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. And the 50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. Big Ben says Aaron Rodgers should be throwing to DK Metcalf more, Bob. And I think that the phrase he said, throw it to your monster. He didn't get many targets the other day. Should he? And then, of course, everybody gives him grief, like on the interception. Which game was it where he got Cincinnati, where he threw a deep ball to DK Metcalf, and then it gets picked off because you're taking a shot, and then everybody bitches and moans about that.
That's
so do you want to force it to Metcalf the way Ben used to force it to AB, or no?
I don't know about forcing.
No, this would be forcing. I think he even used that word.
I would say, okay, force sounds to me like you're thrown into double coverage and it never.
Maybe.
Okay.
Great receivers beat double coverage. Would you throw it to Jamar Chase in double coverage? I would.
Not all the time, depending on the coverage. But I think the point is you got to get him more involved. That's the point. You can't have 6 yards receiving for the guy who is a $150 million player. They got to do that. But to our earlier conversation, that's a lot easier when you bring in another guy on the other side who could help. And if they don't have that on a routine basis, then he's going to get doubled. Yeah, I would get him the ball more, figure out ways to do it, and that's up to the offensive coaches to figure out schemes that work for him. But you can't have 6 yards of reception by DK Metcalf in a game against the number 1 team, although they got away with it in this week. But it's got to be more than that down the road.
Mark Cabali coming up next. Lastly, Bob Limits, give us one more if you'd be so kind to do that. Sunny today and a high of Dermani Dawson, 63, a low of 38. Sydney Thornton. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. There were some wonderful little Mike Tomlin clips from yesterday, Bob, and we'd like you to listen to a series of them and tell us your favorite one. Limits, introduce these.
Let's first start with what happened at the very end of the game with our buddy Roman.
I think it's been a steady improvement in terms of their quality of play, particularly Roman of late, other than that boneheaded lack of ball security.
It was boneheaded, Bob.
That's entry number 1, Bob. Number 2?
Entry number 2 is the practice squad.
Mike Beanie Bishop was one of those ball searchers a year ago. You guys make the decision to move on from him with the practice squad. How did you kind of come to that?
I'm not getting into practice squad decisions. That's just too far down the totem pole. I'm more interested in what we need to do this week and the guys that are on the 53 we're preparing to play.
Bob, I don't know about you, but for some reason I found his news conference very funny yesterday. He had some great lines, perhaps unintentional, but I enjoyed it. Next.
Entry number 3 is Tomlin likes shopping, but apparently didn't want to spend any money yesterday.
Like along those lines, you said last week you guys would be buyers at the trade deadline. You already bought one in Kyle Duggar. Do you anticipate shopping around a little bit more before 4 o'clock?
We'll see what happens. I like shopping.
Just not buying. One more, Limits, please, if you have one.
This might be the best one yet.
He's just a practice squatter right now.
We talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
Just practice. A practice squad player for MVS.
Is he downplaying MVS there when they really plan to sick him on somebody pretty soon? All right, Bob, your 4 entrants for your favorite Tomlin quote from yesterday. Roman Wilson's boneheaded play, Beanie the ball searcher on the practice squad. I'm not getting into practice squads and things of that nature. Remember, he didn't want to get into carts and things of that nature all those years ago, and Mason was carted off. He likes shopping, and he's just a practice squatter. Bob, what was your favorite one?
Well, the shopping one was interesting to me because, he has a wife who is a tremendous fashion designer. So for him to buy Christmas gifts for her, it has to be something of top level, because she knows good from bad. So he knows how to shop, but he did more window shopping, which is fine. You can do that. My favorite one is the boneheaded play of Roman Wilson because he also couched that with how his play has been on the rise, the arrow pointing up, so to speak. But I think the message there is, hey, come on. You know how you can't make that play, but he's not. I don't think based on that he's going to shy away from using him.
Well, now that they didn't get a receiver, I think one guy who probably had a pretty good day yesterday was Roman Wilson. All right, they're going to keep throwing to me despite my boneheaded play. Limits, take us out with that quote since it was Bob's favorite, and we'll get to the big boy, Mark Cabali, next on Pump and Joe. Oh, my God, we have the general. You should have told me earlier. He forgot the general because he didn't tell me he was waiting.
We always know that the general is on at this time on Wednesdays.
I apologize on behalf of Limits. General, how are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm fine. Thank you.
It's the General Jeff Patton. General Patton, you might call him. From the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. It's time for Starkey's Card of the Week. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Bob, my card of the week is not Roman, for God's sakes. He's the one who made the boneheaded play. Peyton Wilson. Which is yours?
Yeah, you took the one. I mean, that's the one guy who stood out to me more than anyone else, so I was going to take him, too. You should let me go first once in a while as a courtesy, but you never do.
Or is it Ovechkin going for his 900th
No, I'm not
tomorrow?
I'm not going to go Ovechkin.
Does Marashov have a card yet, Bob?
He will. He doesn't right now.
How about Beanie the Ball Searcher? How about a card for him since
all
he's
right,
gone?
We'll take Beanie Bishop, just because he's probably needing some help there, and so I'll give him a chance.
Limits?
I'm going with Yamamoto for winning World Series MVP.
Oh,
but he won't win the Cy Young.
What do you got, General?
Good morning, guys. I tell you what, there's a lot of guesses there. Peyton Wilson seemed meritorious. I'm going to throw one of those in, but it wasn't enough to carry the card of the week. Same with Yamamoto. We'll throw a Yamamoto card in. I prepared all week to have it be Jacoby Myers or Jalen Waddle. It was a little disappointing. I am grateful that it wasn't Jonathan Taylor because I thought for sure that could be a possibility this week. So in the words of the legendary Ron Cook, when in doubt, talk about the quarterback. We're going with Justin Herbert this week as a preview.
Ooh.
Herbert's a top 5 seller since his rookie year in 2020. And Starkey's Card of the Week listeners deserve the best, so we're giving you a Panini Prism Black graded 9 Justin Herbert. Very, very desirable card. We'll throw in Yamamoto and Peyton Wilson to go with it. And no, Marashov doesn't have a card, or he would have been today. Ben Kendall also would be one, but he doesn't have a card.
They soon will.
We're going with Justin Herbert.
At the card
they
castle.
will have soon.
I have a question for you, General, just because a friend of mine,
yes, sir,
Jim Mercero, he has an Arnold Palmer glove worn by Arnold with his initials signed by Arnold Palmer. How much would that be worth? Just guessing.
That's a great item. Obviously, I have to inspect it, but just going by what you're saying, that's probably a $2,000 item if it's a glove he wore in competition.
It was.
Those things are hard. It's hard to document those things, but most of the guys at that level had monograms, et cetera, that would make it identifiable. But that's a great piece of Western Pennsylvania and golf history.
Well, my friend may be on a trip to the card castle. He's been there before. He loves it, so now he may show you in person. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, that would be fun to look at.
Thank you, General.
You're welcome. You guys have a good week.
All right. Jeff,
great cards of the week and a great guest next. Our friend Mark Cabali. Your chance to win the cards of the week comes from going to our contesting page, 937thefan.com. Start there. Get to the contesting page right around noon Wednesday through Friday. Limits.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, lots of moves for the Penguins as they have recalled Ryan Graves, Danton Heinen, and Sergei Murashov from the Wilkes-Barre Scranton Penguins, as defenseman Owen Pickering was assigned to the Wilkes-Barre Scranton Penguins, as well as Noah Chari and Justin Brazeau being placed on injured reserve. Tristan Jarry also goes on injured reserve. Brazeau expected to miss a minimum of 4 weeks with an upper body injury, according to Penguins PR. Noah Chari, minimum of 3 weeks. Jarry, minimum of 3 weeks as well. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
Here for the Lowe's early Black Friday deals? You're right on time for some of our biggest savings. We're talking up to 50% off select major appliances, plus up to an extra 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Holiday lights going up soon? Select ladders are up to 50% off right now. Get Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 11/19. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free and 36 months of 0% financing. Plus, a bonus $500 off. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer & Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer & Cross Garage Floor Coatings.
Looking for the ultimate game day spot? Head to Shiloh Plate & Pour on Mount Washington. Catch every touchdown and every goal on wall-to-wall TVs. Wednesdays mean 75-cent wings. Thursday is trivia night. Sundays is brunch and bloodies. And every day brings ice-cold drinks and juicy burgers. Whether it's football, hockey, friends, or good vibes, you'll find it all at Shiloh Plate & Pour on Mount Washington. Grab your crew and grab a seat at Shiloh Plate & Pour, where Pittsburgh watches the game.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football ranked in the initial college football playoff top 25 rankings. The ones that do matter determine the 12-team playoff seeding. Pitt is not in the AP top 25. Penguins have recalled Sergei Murashov, and we'll see if he ends up starting tomorrow for the Penguins at home against the Washington Capitals at 7:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mark Cabali joins the show next.
Good Talk Radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Without further ado, although there really was no ado, was there, Limits?
No.
Let's bring on the big boy, Mark Cabali. Hopefully you're watching the show on YouTube. Bob has, for some reason, disappeared. I don't know why, right before the start of the segment.
Pizza time.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, you see behind me. I don't know if people can see that on our YouTube channel here, but there's huge boxes of pizza from Slice on Broadway, and man, is that a great place.
Incredible.
Here
There's
comes Bob. He's back. Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show. He's on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, big boy. Did the Steelers do the right thing by standing pat, or should they have traded, a fourth and a fifth for somebody like Jacoby Myers?
I think that's a little bit expensive. I mean, it's impossible to say right now if it's right or wrong because we don't know how the rest of the season is going to play out. We don't really know the intimate details either, Joe, of how this went, if a fourth and a fifth was really going to get it done or not. My thing is he's a two-month rental. And when did Jacoby Myers turn into Jerry Rice? And you look at the history, and I've did this earlier today of wide receivers being acquired at the trade deadline. Let's just look at last year or two. It's not very good, man. Deontay Johnson went to the Ravens. DeAndre Hopkins went to the Chiefs. Maury Cooper went to the Bills. Devontae Adams went to the Jets, and Mike Williams went to the Steelers. Any of those guys difference makers? Or is that
as it turned out?
No, but Odell Beckham sure was for the Super Bowl champion Rams. That's one thing. I mean, I could find plenty of examples where it worked and didn't work. There's literally nobody who thinks that Jacoby Myers is a star or Jerry Rice. What he is a high-end number 2 receiver, which on a given day, the Steelers are going to be sorry that they don't have. I think. I could be wrong, but nobody's comparing. Nobody thinks that he would have come in here. He's not a star, but he's a viable, dependable, versatile veteran weapon who was eminently affordable, and they stood pat.
I don't know. I don't know if affordable, I guess, is relevant. What's affordable?
Well, that's true.
Giving up two significant picks in their eyes. I mean, another thing that we have to think about here and is the fit. Do these guys fit into what they want to do? There are some guys that you might have thought they were interested in. They were not interested in because they just did not feel that they fit within the system or what they were looking for. Was he that guy? I don't know. He potentially could be that guy. Now, I know that they were in on some guys.
Were they in on him, according to your research?
I didn't. I'm sure they called and all that stuff. But what I'm saying is some of the guys that were not moved, they were in on. It was just way expensive.
You think a fourth and a sixth is way expensive? Because for a guy like Myers, I think I would have done that just because of the need here. I still think there will be a need, and I say this mostly, Mark, because of potential injury. That's all. I want to fortify every position I can that is a key position. And if somebody like a DK Metcalf would get hurt, it leaves you pretty bare on that cupboard. So from that point of view, I would have made that, and I don't think a fourth and a sixth would have been too much.
I think you could say that about everything. I mean, Joe's saying he could find good trades of receivers. You can look at any single person on any team and pick out a guy and say if he gets hurt, you're done.
But you have a chance to do something about at least one important position, though.
But is Jacoby Myers going to make up that huge of a difference between him and DK Metcalf? I don't think so. He had 1,000-yard season.
Yeah, but still,
he's good. But
when
he's
they talk
not
about all hands on deck in those situations.
He played with horrible quarterbacks, but I mean, if you have an offense that can't incorporate a guy who can play the slot and outside and who didn't drop a pass all of last season and had 1,000 yards receiving, then what kind of offense are you running? And I know this has been better than we thought, especially Aaron Rodgers, but this ain't exactly the '07 Patriots. The Steelers rank, what, 28th in offense and 13 in points?
You know, obviously they were looking heavily on these guys, but it just didn't fit what they were looking for, as in the price. I mean, what would be the right price? I mean, are you saying a third and a fifth? I mean, what will you be comfortable of giving up for Jacoby Myers for 2 months? I'm just asking.
I mean, a fourth and a fifth outdoes a fourth and a sixth, does it not? So why wouldn't the Raiders have taken a better deal from the Steelers than the Jags?
I don't even know where the fourth and where the fifth would be at. Is it early in the draft, late in the draft? I don't even know where their picks are yet. It would be probably conditional of where they get it. So it might not be that big of a difference right there. So my thing is, I think you already have 3 receivers, 2 Roman, Calvin Austin, that are not so far away from what Jacoby Myers brings that you can get away with it. If you're getting rid of DK Metcalf, forget it. I mean, you're done. You don't have that type of person out there, and you're not going to get that person. They thought that they were getting. They put a price on what they want, what they're willing to pay, and that obviously exceeded that price. And I guess your argument is, shouldn't that price been higher?
Well, Jacksonville certainly swooped in there and got that. I was a little surprised by that, but they are a team in contention. They had an injury to Travis Hunter, I know, but
Brian Thomas too.
Yeah, so therefore, I mean, that was more of a necessity, I thought, with them. But what do you think about the Colts? Because we talked about this earlier, and I looked at that and said, man, that's given up a lot for doing something for right now. Do you like or dislike what they did with Sauce Gardner trade?
Well, I like the Sauce Gardner because he's a young, top of the list type of cornerback. He's not like a rental. He's not a guy that you can't build your defensive around. Even if you do give up, a boatload for him, he could be the cornerstone of that defense for years and years to come. So I think that's a little different than saying adding a piece here and there just to get past this year, to be all in this year to try to win. So if it was somebody of lesser value, yes, but we're talking about one of the better guys in the league who's really not having a great season, but I don't think anybody for the Jets is having a great season.
Sports Talk on 93.7 The Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Mark Cabali on the line. Okay, well, we were just talking about maybe the happiest guy yesterday was Roman Wilson, Mr. Boneheaded, according to Tomlin.
Boneheaded, lack of ball security.
Tomlin did also say he's ascending. The arrow is pointed up. Where do you see the whole Roman Wilson thing going, Mark?
I think it was definitely ascending up. And by the way, he did that 2 weeks ago in Cincinnati. Don't you think somebody would have said, "Nice play, Roman. Don't ever do that again"?
Maybe Skoranek can tell him.
Yeah. I mean, Skoranek doesn't care. So
he yelled at him after the play the other day.
There ain't no doubt in my mind. I'm a little bit concerned now, just a little bit, because it took him so long to get to this point where he's ascending. Let's see now how he has to deal with. I know it didn't cost him the game, but I'm sure he quite realizes it was a boneheaded mistake. How he gets by that. Hopefully that does not hinder him at all. I'm not quite sure if it will or not. So you would hope it wouldn't. He would be past that type of mental fragility at this point. But you just never know with younger players. But, yeah, I think he's definitely ascending up. I think Calvin Austin, man, the biggest problem with him is just staying healthy right now. I've always been a big fan of his. So we're sitting here moaning and complaining they didn't add to the wide receiver room. But I think the least of this team's problems right now is offense, right?
Well, no.
If you extrapolate,
I think it is.
Well, when you have to get into some of these gunslinging battles, and I'm sure down the road there will be some with some of the. It could be this week too, depending on how Their offensive line protects Justin Herbert. You're going to need some more firepower. You would disagree with that?
No, more firepower. I think you need the guys that you have to step up. I want to see Jonnu Smith more. I want to see Freiermuth more than 25 snaps, more than 3 or 4 targets. I want to see the Calvin Austin getting the ball. You know who else I want to see, Bob? DK Metcalf more than 2 catches for 6 yards too. I don't care if he's getting double bracketed, whatever. You're DK freaking Metcalf. Go make some plays.
Yeah, but like I told Bob, then Rodgers tries to, force one to him down the field, and everybody complains about that in Cincinnati. Why are you throwing it deep to DK? Well, which is it? Are you willing to live then with some mistakes, some negative plays, maybe even a turnover if you force it to him, like you're talking about?
Let's get the easy things out of the way. Catch the 4 balls that you have drops this year. Is he have 4 or 5 drops this year?
Yeah, he's had a few.
That would help. But I don't have any worries about DK Metcalf. I think they just need to find him ways to get him the ball a little bit more. I think they got plenty of offensive weapon power. And one thing you don't have to worry about Aaron Rodgers is forcing things into that type of throw very often. Occasionally, yes. But I think he's been around long enough to know when to take that shot and when not to take that shot.
Mark, when you win games, there are a lot of things not to complain about, which is fine. But if you look inside the numbers, I'm just curious your take on this, because even in that win last week, the Steelers once again gave up more yards. They lost the time of possession game, and their run game averaged just 1.7 yards per carry. I realize they took advantage of short fields, defense, complementary football. That's all good, and it should be. But do those numbers worry you at all?
Not quite. I don't think they would. Put it this way. I think the other stuff that they did made up for some of those shortcomings you had. I mean, you can't. What do they have? 5 sacks?
Yeah, 5 sacks, 6 turnovers. But if they don't, let's say they play a game where they don't get any of that.
That's what Ben said. Just to interject here, Ben said he doesn't know if they can win without getting lots of turnovers. For whatever that's worth, that was his point.
Isn't that the goal of every single defense?
Yeah, I agree with you more or less.
Live and die on turnovers. I think the game changes differently of how it's played if there's not those turnovers. It's hard to say. I'm not a big late yardage type of guy, stat packing stuff. I think they played defenses. I think it was easily their best game of the season. You give me another one of those this week?
It was the best defensive game played in the NFL this season, is what the Steelers just did.
Well, that's a take.
I mean, the team they were playing was putting up numbers not seen since the 2007 Patriots, and they smacked the living crap out of them. I watched the game again last night, as a matter of fact. Just happened to be on NFL Network. And the points at the end were all junk. They were created by the offense stalling. They were created by Roman Wilson's fumble. It was 27-7, I think, or 10, with 4 minutes left in the game. That was junk. At the end of the game.
Extremely well, and I think it started with the discipline of those guys up front, Harmon, Benton, Hayward. I mean, they pretty much anchored down and weren't getting moved, and if they're not moving, they had to throw the ball, and I think that's where it started for those guys. Those 3 up front were big.
Bob, what do you think about that? Here was Ben's quote from Football, and he said, "My concern is, can we win without getting a ton of turnovers? Mm-hmm. 6 turnovers, you have to win. It's almost impossible not to win." I do get that, but I think I know what Mark is saying. Like, that would be like, Ben, those 6 touchdown throws you had against the Colts that day against Andrew Luck. I don't think you win if you don't have those 6 touchdown throws. To me, it's a great performance. And you know what? Aside from the turnovers, they shut down the leading rusher, one of the best running backs probably in the last 15 years in the league. They completely shut him down. So even without the turnovers, they were having they did some great things defensively. And by the way, those turnovers were born of violent play, and there were 2 more. Patrick Queen slammed Daniel Jones once and forced him to fumble. The Colts recovered. T.J. Watt made a great play on Taylor. Remember that one where he bobbled the ball? And they should have had 8. So let's not act like it was fluky, and let's ask Ben, Do you win if you don't get 6 touchdown passes that day? I don't get it.
Well, Joe, this is the second time it's happened. In New England, they did 5. I mean, it's not like this is a one-off. It's already they're already proven they can do it twice.
Yeah, I understand all that, but there's going to come a time, and we've seen those games in between these two, where they haven't done much of that. And so then it becomes who has a better offense consistently in a course of a game. I think that's what Ben's point is, and I would agree with that. You can make as many turnovers as you want, but instead of having 6 in one game, how about 2 every game to change games? And there are games where they haven't made any.
No, I'll take 6.
I'm not saying I won't.
And then if I get 0 the next game, I still have to find a way to win.
That's my point.
Having a more explosive offense in some of those games would have helped.
Right, or even limiting. You can bend and not break. As long as your offense scores. And one thing about Rodgers in the red zone, he's been very good. When he gets there, it's unlike what we've seen the last 3 years.
Guys, that's now what? We're looking at 11 turnovers against 2 teams
that are both 7-2.
14-4.
Yeah.
So they're doing it against the right teams, right?
Yes.
Did they get any turnovers against Cleveland? I can't remember.
No, they didn't have a turnover in 3 weeks.
That's what I'm saying, 3 weeks.
Well, that's what I'm saying is they still had a pretty darn good game against Cleveland, even though they didn't turn the ball over.
2 games
well, they were horrible in those games. Turnovers or no turnovers, they were horrible.
Well, and when you have one of those games, you better be able to keep up in terms of offense. That's all I'm saying. And
me too.
It's
I
both
agree.
sides there. You got to one has to pick up the other. And I thought both were in good, this week they made turnovers, offense turned it into something big. And that's what, if you're going to make turnovers, that's what has to happen.
I'm not saying you, Bob, it just strikes me as odd because I was getting the same feedback Monday. Like they have a game where they force 6 turnovers and somehow that becomes twisted into some sort of negative. Well, you're not going to do that all the time, but they did it. They did it. The same as if, Le'Veon Bell runs for 230 yards in Buffalo. Can't we just say that was a great performance and they did it and that's why they won?
But this is radio talk, and we're trying to figure out what happens next if it doesn't happen. That's all. I think that's a legitimate claim.
Well, what happens is the offense does what it's done for the most part of the season and play extremely well, right? I don't think Jacoby Myers makes that offense so much better.
I think extremely well is a stretch. Like I said, they're the 30th ranked offense and the 13th in scoring, and they've had long droughts. You mentioned the game in New England. That was an okay offensive game. I certainly wouldn't call it great. Would you?
No.
I can't remember what happened yesterday.
It wasn't.
The offense is in September 20th.
No, but you're right. It wasn't. I mean, they took advantage of what they had to take advantage of, and mostly avoided disaster with their defensive.
Well, let me phrase it this way for both of you: is the offense going to have to be better than what it's been for the Steelers to get where they want to go?
Absolutely,
indisputably, yes.
Yes,
I say not if their defense played like that.
That's an if that we didn't ask.
Well,
yeah, but
if
I'm saying 1.7,
what type of defense we getting here?
What are their yards per carry?
How about something? How about what kind of defense are we getting? How about something in between being historically inept against Joe Flacco and being historically great against Danny Dimes? How about just a good defense?
You can't even say that anymore. He's putting 5 bills up every week now, Joey Flacco. Maybe he's just pretty good for a 41-year-old.
Yeah, but if you have a defense that's one of the highest paid, if not the highest paid, with all these people on it, you got to do better than that.
Let's assume that they're a good defense. They're not great. They're not what we saw there. They're not what we saw second half against Green Bay. Let's just assume a good defense. They need to do more offensively to supplement a good defense.
And make life easier for defense.
You disagree with that, big boy?
I think they need to run the ball more consistently. I mean, that was a little bit concerning against the Colts. I thought they were going to come out and hammer them for, $1.50 on the ground, and that never really materialized whatsoever. I think they got to be more in tune with that a little bit. And I think if they do that, everything else clicks into place. I don't think Arthur Smith's done a wonderful job. I just don't know if he's figured out how to use 8 different weapons that were only – you can probably consider one of them an elite weapon, as in Metcalf, how to use them on a weekly basis.
He's done a pretty good job.
Yeah, but then you have Jonnu Smith and Freiermuth not playing. You're seeing Jaylen Warren getting 20 yards rushing.
Well, you just said he's done a wonderful job, and then you proceed to say he hasn't done a wonderful job.
I'm saying he's done a wonderful job, but I don't think he's quite figured out exactly how to go about it on a weekly basis. Is it going to just change every single week? Every single week? I don't think he knows how to use Jonnu Smith. I don't think that they knows how to use the Gainwells and the Warrens how to the best of their abilities right now.
What
I
do you
he's
think,
still
Bob?
learning. I think he's still learning.
Maybe so, but I think they have to put it all together. We're now 8 games into this, and there's a second half of the season where I think the level of competition is going to go higher. So they need, especially on the ground. That's my one thing about it. You know, Jalen Warren, every time he runs the ball, it looks impressive to me.
Wait, the competition's going to go higher than Green Bay and Indy?
Yeah, I think so. When you're talking about Detroit,
Patriots?
Buffalo, when you're talking about even this week, you don't think Detroit, Buffalo is in that Ravens twice? You don't think that's tougher?
I don't know that it goes up from Indy and Green Bay necessarily.
Well, what I saw from Green Bay, they've been up and down. And yes, last week it's 13 points only against Carolina at home. Every team has flaws. I mean, that's the bottom line here. But I think at some point they're going to have to play a much more productive game statistically, offensively, to make things happen. And that's all I want to see. That's it. The run game has not been good when you look at it from strictly a statistical point of view, Mark. You got to have bigger games in the run game.
Yes, and you have to run the ball more than 13 times and 3 times in the second half to be able to.
Right. Well, a lot of that was short fields in this specific game. I mean, they didn't have a lot of yardage to come up with. So
no matter what happens, Bob, we can always pick something and say, need to be better there. Need to be better.
I think every team goes through that, don't you?
Need to be better than 13th in scoring and 30th in overall offense.
I would say yes to that.
Oh, all they need to be is 1 point better than the other team on the scoreboard.
Oh, my God, Bob.
You like that one, Joe?
Yeah, I do like that one, actually. It's the big boy, Mark Cabali. The Mark Cabali Report brought to you by IC Light. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Listen, man, I'll take any win of any kind in a playoff game. And I think that opportunity knocks here. That's why I was disappointed that they didn't go out and add yesterday. I think there's going to come a day when they're going to need to have that one extra weapon on the outside, and I think that was a great opportunity. Anyway.
And the thing is, they did it last year with Mike Williams. They recognized
and he won them a game. For everything he didn't do, he won them a game on a jump ball.
And what was
against
the compensation mark for Williams? I forget. Was it a?
It was like a 5th rounder, right?
Something like that.
I think it was something like that.
So I mean, they did it last year. They did it last year, and to your point,
maybe that war didn't help. Maybe they're like that was not our best trade.
But you got
he did help them win a game.
Right, he made the game winning
9
touchdown
targets in 9 games or something like that.
Well, whose fault is that? That they beat Washington on a jump ball. He made the play. That's a good team and a good win.
A very good play.
You tell me Jacoby Myers comes in and helps them win one game when Buffalo comes here for a playoff game. I'll say the 4th and 5th were worth it. You
know who helped them win a game for a lot less than that?
Who? Ryan Switzer?
Kyle Duggar. Why don't we lump him into this trade deadline? Steelers are trying to.
Fair enough.
Well, but that's
Fair
true.
enough. They took care of their secondary maybe with that deal.
Difference.
What I'm saying is, Kyle Duggar was a trade yesterday, and we know what we know of him now. We'd be putting Omar up on the old pedestal right now, wouldn't we? Saying, "Wow, what a trade for nothing."
But it still counts as a deadline trade, essentially.
Plus, he's played one game. He's played one game.
Not thinking that. I know, but we're not thinking of that as a trade deadline trade. We're thinking they just did nothing.
My ears hurt, Bob. Is it because my glasses?
Because your feet still hurt.
Earphones?
When your feet hurt, your ears hurt. Do you know how many muscles in your feet control everything in your body?
Yeah, that's a fact.
It is a fact.
Do you like my Saints hat, big boy? I feel horrible for the Saints, and I love the logo, and I was at the Hall of Fame with Ron Cook, I might add, 3 years ago maybe, and I picked out this hat from their apparel shop, the Saints, Bob. You like it?
Yeah, you were before. I thought it was very nice, yes.
You like that franchise. We all like the Saints, I think. Does anybody dislike the Saints? Cabali, do you?
I'm just a little disappointed that old Limits didn't do the Ron Cook laugh. But other than that,
I mean, I suppose
I was saying, Joe, it's supposed to be 60 degrees out there. You're acting like it's going to be 18.
I know, I'm permanently cold. I grew up in a household where they kept it. My dad kept it at like 63, even in the winter. It was unbelievable.
Was he the type of guy that did not turn the furnace on until January?
Furnace? You speak of a furnace. We had radiators. We had radiators at the Starkey household, and my dad was obsessed with the heating bill, and he kept it at 63. My room upstairs, Bob, was like a little igloo.
I like sleeping in colder weather, but not 63.
My
I mean,
wife
I want
thinks
the
I'm
temperature to be
crazy.
Like 70, 68.
Yeah, me too. But my wife thinks I'm crazy because I climb into bed every night like I'm ready to climb Mount Everest. I have I go to bed like this.
Did
you know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled.
So I go into bed with a sweatshirt, a winter hat, huge like cotton, like, you know, the type of socks you give out for Christmas, Bob.
Yeah.
I wear those to bed. Sweatpants.
Do you wear a robe? You have a robe?
No, I don't have a robe. I'd like a robe. Do you have one?
There's no doubt that Bob has a robe.
I have a robe that says "Pumping ain't easy" on it. I bring that to bed.
Bob, I picture you having like a tiny glass of champagne and perhaps something to smoke, a little cigar.
No, it's a Benedictine. Normally, that's a good thing before you go to bed. Yeah,
in your robe,
a little bourbon.
Yeah, I love that.
Little soft slippers.
Yeah, definitely.
You got to have the Uggs, yes.
And then I picture
Why not take care of yourself, Mark? I mean, you have feet that need to be taken care of. Get yourself some Uggs.
Oh God!
And then don't you picture Limits with a little animal matching pajamas and a little what do you call those
onesies?
Ones? Pajamas.
A onesie. Oh no, a onesie on Limits before he goes to bed.
Somebody reading him a bedtime story, and then he gets his baba, and then he falls
actually has
asleep.
a recording of Dick LeBeau doing "'Twas the Night Before Christmas," and that's how he goes to sleep in his onesie.
Twas the night before. Twas the night before the season, and Penn State had hope.
They found a way to grab a pickaxe, a shovel, and dig even a deeper hole to a rung of hell that is far past Satan himself.
That's how I felt about that.
Wow.
Tell me you don't wear Garanimals.
No, I don't wear any of that to bed.
You wear matching animal pajamas.
I wear a regular hoodie and sweatpants like you'd see me typically wear.
Have you ever gone totally nude?
Ron did.
No, I'm sure
Ron
you
did. A lot of people do that.
Bob, you definitely sleep in the nude sometimes, don't you?
No.
You sure about that?
No, I don't do it. I just asked because maybe that's a kid thing. You know, maybe a younger person like you just.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Lemons still wears his Incredible Hulk underoos.
Oh yeah, Mark.
Mark's amusing himself.
Mark is completely amusing himself.
We have to go, Bob. Are you staying or do you have to go?
I can do whatever you want, Joe.
Limits, why did you tell me he has to leave early in the next segment?
I didn't.
Yes, you did. You walked in here and said, get rid of Kabali because we have to. Oh, you have to go on another call that you're distracted during
Correct,
the show.
yes.
Okay. This guy's got more phone calls during the show than anybody I've ever seen.
Though. He asked me about it. It's an important one.
I asked
Last
Bob, and
week,
Bob
he
gave
took
approval.
a call on Donnie Football Friday. He took a call from Pony in the middle of a segment.
They needed to connect.
Even Donnie ripped him for that.
They needed to connect. Pony was at home, and we had to make sure that he was on the air. It would be very bad if Pony was not on the air.
So I'm getting bumped because of Austin City Limits. Okay.
No. You're coming up next. More with Kabali. Let's get his prediction and breakdown on the Chargers here. Let's talk about that. Plus, I think an emerging Steeler. One guy that sometimes when you're watching the game live, you're focused on the ball. You know what I mean? For obvious reasons.
Television follows the ball. That's all you got.
Yeah.
So
I watched a certain player upon replay. Oh my God! I think they have an emerging star here. I'll tell you who, and we'll see what the big boy thinks. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is putting you in control right from NBA tip-off, because every day to start the season, you get to choose your reward. I've been telling you about Steph Curry. Not that he's news, but the fact that they're playing 8 million guys in Golden State, and he's still getting his numbers because he's healthy right now at the beginning of the season. So I'd jump on that. Take your shot with a profit boost. Play it cool with a no-sweat bet, or get a little backup with a bet-back token. Make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to make your choice. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers' first practice injury report of the week, will come out later today, right around 4 o'clock, as the Steelers prepare for the Los Angeles Chargers this Sunday at 8:20 primetime action. Sunday Night Football Fan Game Day will get you going. Kabali will be joined by Donnie Football and Jason Mackey to preview the game beginning at 5. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The New York Jets just made franchise-shaking trades, sending Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams packing. A bold move for a team mired in the NFL's longest playoff drought. The deal stockpile future first-round picks, but for a fan base that's waited 15 seasons, the math is simple. If one of those picks doesn't deliver a franchise-saving quarterback, the Jets won't be rebuilding. They'll just be restarting the same story over again. I'm Maggie Gray.
Not available in all states. Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary. Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a mere fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-474-1811. 800-474-1811. That's 800-474-1811.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. Mnexpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get Mnexpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. Mnexpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. Mnexpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexpike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Fight stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. SouthHillsKia.net.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy this afternoon, the high 66.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Setting. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
This is a Good Friday song. Getting ready for the weekend. It's Wednesday, I know, but yeah, sitting back. Just did a good 5 days of work. Want to crack a beer? Want to do anything?
This is good stuff, Bob. This is Duck Hodges music. Who yawned there?
That wasn't a yawn. That was
That's Kabali breathing.
Oh, I thought
me
someone
breathing.
said
That again.
Someone
He doesn't
said
like
a tone of a weed.
In deep.
You're
breath out.
full baloney.
He's very sensitive about his breathing, Bob. We learned that last week. I don't want to get into
You're making
that.
stuff up.
No, there was a caller who said that, who wondered if limits could turn you. I don't even want to get into it because he understandably got mad last week, and I don't want to talk about his breathing.
You just did.
It's like when Mark fell asleep at the press conference.
It's like when you when you fell asleep at the news conference with Tomlin.
I did not fall asleep.
He didn't. I'll confirm that he didn't fall asleep.
So
it was just a picture that was captured at the wrong time.
Man, it sure looked like it.
Yes, the Fabo.
So the safety situation. First of all, let me preface this with a question. And then I'm going to ask you about Jalen Ramsey, whether he's settling in here, the way Rod Woodson. I think Rod Woodson became a strong safety. But either way, whether you think this is now Ramsey's permanent position and if it'll be a good one for him. But before that, Mark, Deshaun Elliott, what are you hearing about whether he'll be back or not? Is he just done?
Yeah, I heard he had surgery. I have not been able to confirm that or not. It's going to take a lot for him to come back. So I think they're just keeping the door open just in case to see how this well, they put him on IR. You don't really have to mention if he's coming back or not. You can just leave him on IR. You can have him return. I think it's still just up in the air right now. But if he did have surgery like I was initially told, then yeah, he's out for the season. But I wouldn't anticipate him coming back, put it that way.
All right. How about Jalen? Is this something that is really going to agree with him? Do you think he wants to do this permanently? And he seems like it may fit his skills at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this is a position that he really hasn't played much at all before he came this year. He's only played it sparingly. That's definitely a position he can play, but I don't know if I'm quite ready to go. That's exclusively this year, maybe next year or the year after that. I think his still best place on the field is to play the safety position, then play off of that, being able to move him into the slot, maybe on the outside, make him freelance a little bit, have him a little bit more of a Troy-like type of player, but obviously not like Troy because Troy did amazing, crazy stuff. But I think eventually, yes. That's why a lot of these guys, these corners, it's either one of two things. You either move to safety, or once you lose that step, you lose that half a step, you have to retire because you know it quite instantly. This just, if he does go to safety and he's very good at it, Joe, that just extends life onto his career. So
well, it's like a Rod Woodson situation, or something of that nature where you just, okay, I still can play, but maybe not at that, position, but my talents are still good enough to be at that level back there. So I give him a lot of credit for doing that, by the way, too. It's not necessarily in his best interest in terms of statistical buildup, but he's been really good over there.
Hey, when he came here, that's the first thing that was told to me. He can play safety. Like, what are you talking about? He's really never wanted to play safety. So I think he never really did play safety. I think he just wants to be known as a defensive back who can play it all. And he's going to eventually gravitate to that best position as he gets older. And it is safety right now. I wouldn't say safety is his best position right now, but I could see more and more he plays like he gets more reps there, that it would be his best position.
What did you think of Duggar? I mean, when I say he wasn't noticeable, I mean that as a compliment. I don't want to notice safeties getting smoked like they did, in other games. What was his role and what did he do well?
Well, I mean, his role was they didn't know what his role was going to be because he was there for a day and a half before he went out there. So they had to be pretty much open-ended when they threw him out there. If he was going to get overwhelmed, if he didn't know what to do, didn't know the playbook, they were going to have to go with Thornhill. But the guy's a Pro Bowler for a reason. The guy got paid $50 million for a reason, and he knows how to go out there and do what was asked of him, and it was just keep things in front of him. It helped that they played next to along Jalen Ramsey, and that defense played like it is. But early in that game, you'd have to, I would imagine everybody would agree with me, the Colts were on that cusp of making this game a lopsided game in the other way.
Yeah.
So it could have went ugly real quickly. But you're right, Joe. I mean, you don't hear a guy who plays the deep back half of the field. He's doing something right. And you saw how they just threw him now this week. We're not even thinking about it. Mike Tomlin does not mess with depth charts. He doesn't care. But all of a sudden you see there's Kyle Duggar right next to Jalen Ramsey on the depth chart. So they liked what he is. Imagine when he gets a couple days of actually practice and knows what he's doing and knows, where the cafeteria is or something in that facility. So it's a good pick. Plus, Omar gave nothing up for him. Nothing.
Right. Mark, let me ask you real quick about your thoughts going into this game. What are they going to do to try to disrupt Justin Herbert, knowing that they're going to have some issues on their offensive tackles? What's the best way to go about doing it?
I think it's going to be the game plan is going to be very much similar. Harbaugh's going to want to run the ball, right?
Yes, regardless of not having Hampton or Najee Harris, this kid Vidal is doing very well.
Yeah, they're going to have to stop the run right away. And they're going to have to pressure those tackles. I mean, you got arguably the two best tackles on a single team out with Alton and Slater, right? And then you got your defense is based around edge rushers. You have to be able to pressure them. I would use the same exact game plan, Bob. It's the same exact game plan, keep it in front of you type of stuff, be quite vanilla. Make Herbert hold on to the ball for that extra split second. He's going to get you for some yards, but that just goes along with it. I think the keys are always the same, and this is setting up for them to pressure the guy to make mistakes, make bad throws. I'd bring the kitchen sink in. They blitzed a whole bunch last time. I think they should blitz a whole bunch this time. Don't change anything.
Good stuff, big boy. Thank you. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, Joe and Bob, take it easy.
All right, Mark, safe travels.
Mark Cabali brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com. To get a free quote, Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to this show, The Pomp and Joe Show, on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. And the 50-minute mark, Bob, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up, let's take stock of these Steelers, why don't we? We now know, like Gene Hackman famously said, my team is on the floor. They didn't make a move. So what do we have here? Let's give out some mid-season awards, Bob. Would you like to do that? You could be the master of ceremonies.
Yes, I'd love to do that. And also there's an interesting Penguin little twist that we should talk about.
Why don't we? Sunny today and a high of 63. Dermani Dawson, a low of 38. Sydney Thornton. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Gina Giampetro is what I want to talk about. When Ed wanted to sell his home in Robinson, he knew exactly who he wanted to work with to get his home sold quickly and for top dollar, and that was Gina. Why was Gina the first person he called, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. Ed has worked with Gina multiple times in the past, and in his 5-star review, he said he'll continue to work with her because she's so knowledgeable about the real estate market and is a calming influence in a stressful time. Whatever your questions are during the selling and buying process, Gina has an answer. If you want your home sold quickly and for the most money possible, well, Gina's the answer there too. If you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to buy or sell, call my friend Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. She sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football ranked number 24 in the first college football playoff rankings of the year. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
51 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Dan's angrily letting you know that this November, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has a deal worth being thankful for. Home equity loan rates as low as 5.5%. Join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union for just $5. Find out if you're eligible. AllegiantFCU.org.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode too. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Chris Muller here, and look, I don't like wasting money, especially mine. And if you've got an HSA or FSA, you might be about to do just that. Those pre-tax dollars, they could vanish at the end of the year. But here's the move. Use them on something that pays you dividends every single day, your health. Awaken 180 Weight Loss is HSA and FSA approved because it's doctor approved and recognized for its real results. Best part, you don't have to guess what you'll save. Just head to awaken180weightloss.com and use their savings calculator. You could save anywhere from 22 to 40% off your entire program. You all know my story. I didn't skip a holiday, a dinner out, or a night with friends while dropping my 35 pounds. How? Awaken 180 works with real life, not against it. Weekly weight loss, then free support for life. Don't let money go to waste. Let it help you earn daily dividends instead. Call your medication-free solution for weight loss at 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com. Hey guys, Mulsey here, and if what I'm about to describe describes you, then it sounds like you could need some help. It's time to get intimate, everything gets ready, and then you can't perform like you used to when you were in your prime. Blue Chew can help you out, fellas. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. Blue Chew is a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and then handed it a gym membership and then slapped it on the back and said, get out there and do your best. Blue Chew's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is, because showing up matters. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
New jewelry might not be in this year's budget, but have you considered refurbishing or redesigning your existing jewelry at only a fraction of the cost? Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our expert craftsmen can breathe new life into an existing piece of jewelry that maybe hasn't been worn in years. Or let one of our designers help you repurpose some of your unused jewelry into exciting new creations using your diamonds and gemstones. The leftover gold can be used to offset the cost. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College class of 2006. Westminster College means a lot to me. I learned from great professors and received hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. At Westminster College, every student accepted for fall 2026 is guaranteed a scholarship, making exceptional education genuinely affordable. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more and to find out if you're eligible for a $1,000 visit grant.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Bob. Sergei Murashov was called up by the Penguins as Tristan Jarry goes on injured reserve, as the Penguins now will play against the Washington Capitals tomorrow at 7:30 at PPG Paints Arena. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We are back on a beautiful Wednesday. Joe Starkey returns to the studio. And Joe, I teased a little thing about the Penguins, and today,
very curious.
This is after, 18-year-old Ben Kindle was inserted into the top unit of the power play. He's now on the top line with Sidney Crosby and Brian Rust. And I think this kid, I don't know about you, he reminds me of Jake Gensel in so many ways. He's not that
Good
big
call.
He's not that big, but he was in front of the net in Toronto the other night with all the trees and all the big guys. Myers was trying to decapitate him a couple of times, and he stood in there trying to make plays.
Well, what's the twist?
That's it. He's on the top line.
Oh.
Because he's been
I
playing.
like
He's been playing with Koivunen and Tommy Novak. So now they've split that all up to put. And now, basically, this is based on practice today. But
so what are they doing with Brunick? Do we know that yet?
He's still on. They haven't. The 9th game is coming up. So
I thought he just played the 9th game. No.
I think he had 8. I think he was not a. Did he play the other night?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would have been 8. I think he has 1 more to go because he was at 7 while Kindle was at 9. They didn't dress him a couple of times, but you could find that out for sure. He's listed still on the practice as either the.
What do you think they should do with him, Bob?
I would keep him. I just think
he's played 9. He's played 9 games.
All
This
right,
is
well,
the time.
Then he's still skating with them. Whether or not he dresses tonight, they could keep him around, and I would suspect they'll do with him what they probably do with Ben Kindle eventually is just give him a few nights off here and there, keep him around the parent team, and let him learn from Sidney Crosby and others.
I agree with that. He's a different case than Pickering. He appears to be a better player than Pickering. Plus, it's you're not sending him to the minors. You'd be sending him back all the way back to junior. No, just keep him here. Let him grow. Let him learn. If this was the plan 4 games ago, so he struggled a couple games, that's not expected. Like you would change the whole plan. I don't agree with that one bit. And I'll tell you what else I don't agree with, Bob, is keeping Jarry much longer, and that's a compliment to Jarry. He's played his way into becoming a tradable asset again. So trade him while the selling's good. Sell high. Hopefully this injury is nothing to speak of.
It's a 3-week injury.
Oh, it is? Is that what they said? All right. Well, as soon as he comes back, maybe give him a couple more starts, but I'd be looking in the meantime. Yeah. Everybody, or at least a lot of teams, need goaltending. He's gotten off to a nice start to the point where, was it Colby the other night mentioned him as a candidate for Canada's team?
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that, but maybe
I'd be scared to death with him in goal in a big game. But
or if he did that and he was still in the possession of the Pittsburgh Penguins, you saw him play really well on a big stage like that, you might change your mind. And again, his salary is not that big a deal right now. I think people were more stunned at the term when they gave him 5 years.
It's still a pretty good chunk of the
Bob
of the
Roski's
payroll.
making double what he makes.
I know.
Demko makes double what he makes.
But in their circumstance, it's still money. I think you could. Well, here's the real story: Dave Miroshov. He's the guy. He's ready. I think we're going to find out soon.
Yeah.
At some point, Bob, you have to make a choice here. And if you wait around with Jari, then you might be waiting around for lack of performance to return or more injury. To me, now's the time. Right now.
The only thing about right now, he's injured. So I would wait till he comes back, gets back in there, and if he continues that level, then I think your asking price might be a bit better.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Maybe. I'm not even that concerned about the asking price. I never dreamed there would be a day where they could trade him for anything.
What was your takeaway from the other night where I thought they were completely dominant for 40 minutes at a tough place to play against a very high-octane offense, shut them down completely, and then they reverted back to some of the stuff we've seen in the past?
Bob, my take might be a little unusual, but after an epic collapse, given the entire nature of the game, I came out feeling better than I did going into the game, at least. Not going into the third period, obviously. But when the attempted shots are 72-37 and you dominate the way they did, if I'm looking to pick up little breadcrumb clues along the way of, is this real or not, that game the other night was a breadcrumb in the maybe it is real category, not the other one. Am I crazy, Bob?
No, I thought I've been kind of bullish on them the whole way because of the way they've played. And that system frustrated Toronto. Now, when you give them a breakdown and you allow the 66 goal scorer to come in all alone, I mean, you're asking for trouble, and that started the whole thing. It didn't take much to get them back in the game, but they had to be aware of that, and they just collapsed.
I'm ready to see this goalie. Like, I can't wait to watch this.
To me, he's
goalie.
got to start on Thursday, right? You didn't bring him up here not to start.
He's certainly going to start. They have 3 games in 4 days.
At one point.
Yeah,
based on the
I
way
think
they've been alternating, Sheilov will probably start tomorrow, but I think it should be him.
So do I, against his countryman Ovechkin, who's looking for his 900th NHL goal. What a game that should be, Bob.
Well, if you're Miroshov, you don't want to be the guy who's looked at it. I gave my first shot on goal. I gave up number 900 to Ovechkin, although that might be a funny story to tell one day.
Well, that was last year's story, giving up goals on the first shot every other game.
Yeah, they've changed that, which is good.
All right. Anything else Penguins-wise
No, I just thought that was interesting that this kid is moving right up the ranks here. First unit power play. He's been really comfortable there.
I mean, he looks like a great pick and a potential star right now. There was one other thing I wanted to mention, if I might, and that was my changing opinion on Kyle Dubas. Yes, of course, the winning has everything to do with that, certainly a lot to do with that, but it's more than that. It's drafting a kid like Kindle with that pick looks brilliant. And it's also an interview that Dubas did with Pierre LeBrun, which appeared this morning in the clips that the Penguins sent out. And I really liked the way that he portrayed his time in Toronto to Pierre LeBrun. He simply said, "It's on me. That's my fault." He doesn't regret the way that he left, and there was a lot of commotion when Kyle Dubas left Toronto, where they didn't want him to do a media availability. Remember that?
Yeah.
Because, Brendan Shanahan didn't want to, and he wanted to anyway. And his reasoning, as he told LeBron, was, I needed, and this is paraphrasing, I needed to get in front of the media and take responsibility for what happened there. He said, we lost to Florida in 5 games. I didn't feel I could run from doing the press and leave Sheldon Keefe, the coach, and the players just to do it without me. I admire that. He said, because in the end, I felt it was on me. I wanted to face the music. I wasn't going to run from the fact that we hadn't reached our goal again, and it was on me, he said again. I really appreciate that, Bob. I appreciate that honesty and accountability, and I think if it's real, like that's really the way he felt, I feel like, he's young enough to where he can really learn from his time in Toronto and be better. So I like that. I thought that was a great interview if you get a chance to check it out with Pierre LeBrun today with Kyle Dubas.
And I think more people should have that philosophy, just ownership of whatever situation you're in. It doesn't take all that much to do that. Just sit up there and answer the questions. You can answer them any way you want. But when you're doing it, you tell people Hey, I'm here for you. What do you want to know? Because it all starts with me. I'm the guy who's orchestrating this roster mostly. So what's your concern? What's your question? And he can answer it. I love the fact that he was going to take responsibility, but I found it interesting that he wasn't given the chance to.
And he said of this start, and again, I'm paraphrasing, that, we're not sitting here pushing in anybody's face. We're a few weeks month into the season right now. And this is no time, this is me talking, certainly no time for I told you so's yet with the Penguins. But, again, the other night, even though it was a disaster of a third period, if I look at the overall performance in the context of, is this sustainable for the Penguins? I put that in if I have a yes or no categories, that one goes in the yes. More evidence on the way. 3 games in 4 nights. What do they have? The Devils, the Kings.
Oh, no, the Caps. The Caps, the Kings.
Devils, Kings.
Yeah.
3 of the next 4 days. When we come back here Monday, Bob, I think we're going to have a little bit better of an idea of whether this is sustainable. But it's been fun to watch, hasn't it, Ben?
Yeah, it really is. And we'll see about Brunick. And he's skating with them today, so you're sure it's 9 games. So the next one would trigger the entry-level contract.
Right. That's exactly right.
So
Josh Yory writes there's been some back and forth in the Penguins organization.
What would you do?
I said I would keep him.
I don't think there's anything to gain by going to a junior team where he's going to be better than everybody.
I just don't think you make that decision based after he looked so good. You don't then change your mind based on a couple bad games. The kid's 11 years old. It's okay. He had a couple bad games.
Right. What better way to learn how to overcome them than be up here, do it again against really high-level competition? He can make those same mistakes down there and never, ever pay for it. But he'll get careless as a result, I think. I'd rather have him up here.
All right, Limits, I want you to join in here. Are you available, or do you have to take a phone call?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do that right now. Fan Twitter brought to you.
He has 67,000 reasons not to pay attention to us right now. So
yeah, it's not looking good here for the home crowd, Bob.
Well, I don't get it. What happened?
Bob and I we have an inside joke going right now.
Oh, there's only going to be 67,000 people at Penn State this weekend, are you saying?
Oh,
wow.
Wow.
That's a good.
Not the direction we were going with that.
All right, I guess that's an inside joke. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I need the answers to be succinct here. If you're then asked in a follow-up to defend your position, Bob, you may go as long as you like. Are you ready?
Yes, but that seems to go against your original thesis here. You want quick answers, and now you're giving us as long as we want after that.
You intentionally filibustered right there. Are you ready, Bob?
Yes.
The Steelers are the blank best team in the AFC right now, halfway through the season. They're a little less than halfway. A lot of the conference is a little more than halfway. You get the idea, Bob. It's an odd number of games, so you're never really halfway unless you're halftime of the Chargers game. Then you're halfway.
4th.
So we can do this all again next week.
4th.
Who's ahead of them, Bob?
I would say Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, even though they just beat the Colts, the way they are, 2 games separated from them, I'll say the Colts.
Holy ostrich milk.
Well, I know they just beat them, but they're 7-2 as well.
Okay.
And so they're going to have to make up some time. I would look at, I'm going to say Kansas City still, because I still believe Kansas City has a lot more coming.
So they're better than New England, Denver, and the Chargers?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Limits, the Steelers are the blank best team in the AFC.
The Steelers are the 3rd best team in the AFC.
Wow. All right. Ahead of who's ahead of them?
The Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Holy ostrich milk.
And I'm not very high on the Chiefs, but I feel like what I'm going off of this is if they played head-to-head, who do I think would win? And I think that the Chiefs would beat them, and I think Buffalo would beat them. And I think that they're going to beat the Chargers on Sunday. I'll give that away now. And I think they're better than Denver, and we saw them beat the Colts.
Yeah, but I think if you play the Colts the way it is right now, you have to go there to play them, and I have a whole different feeling for that game. That's the only reason why I put them up there.
I still think they'd beat them.
The Steelers are the 7th best team in the AFC. You ready to hear who's better than them, Limits? Are you ready to hear who's better than them?
Well, pretty much everyone, apparently, right?
Well, Denver, Buffalo, New England, Indianapolis with Sauce Gardner, which neither one of you mentioned, Kansas City, and Baltimore. That's 6 ahead of them, Bob. They're the 7th best team. I don't know why that would be so insulting. They're in 4th place right now, and the Bills are behind them, and the Chiefs are behind them, and you both think that they're better than them. So
no, I didn't know. I have I have Buffalo and Kansas City better than the Steelers. Is that
right.
what you asked?
Yeah, but they're behind them right now.
Yeah, but again, you just said you added Sauce Gardner in the mix.
Exactly.
Okay.
So if those two teams played again, especially in Indy.
That's why I have Indy ahead of them. That's the only one else I have ahead of them.
You don't think New England's better than the Steelers right now?
No, I still think the Steelers will beat them if they play them again.
Denver.
Depends on where.
Buffalo, you said yes. And you don't think the Ravens are better than the Steelers,
Not right now, no. That could change. You always say more evidence results in changes of
Not
opinion.
Baltimore, huh?
Not Baltimore, no.
All right. Well, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. However, having said that, I don't think there's a great team, and I think the Steelers roster stacks up. So just because I might rate, let's say, New England ahead of the Steelers right now, the Steelers have beaten them, and if they played again, I think it would be a field goal game. I don't think any of these wouldn't be a field goal game, no matter what the venue. Like, I don't think there's anybody way better than them. So I don't find what I said insulting. I think they're a playoff team, and I think they can compete with anybody in the AFC. I think that's a compliment.
So you think
Bob.
they're going to get the 7th seed then?
Not necessarily, no. That's a way different question, Limits.
I think they're the 7th best team, naturally, and you think Baltimore's better than them, so that means that you think that Baltimore's going to win the division and that the Steelers are going to get the 7th seed.
Maybe Baltimore's dug a hole for them. No, that's not the case. I think the Steelers could finish ahead of you. Just picked Kansas City as better than them. You think they're going to finish with a better record and a higher seed?
Probably not, no.
Well, I rest my case then, Bob. What is going on here with Limits lately? He's jumping down my throat, Bob.
No, he has a feeling, and he stands by his feeling, even if you may think it's a bad feeling.
Thank you for that diplomatic response. So, all right, we're all on the record with that. And you want to join in, by the way, and we should really open the lines to the trade deadline. We were mired in a 6-pack earlier today. We all feel, I'm assuming Limits does too, that Jacoby Myers was gettable and should have been gotten, right?
Correct, should have been gotten. I would have done a 4th and a 5th.
Your thoughts out there on that at 412-928-9370, 928-9370. The Steelers MVP at the midway point is who, Bob?
Aaron Rodgers.
Wrong. Limits?
Aaron Rodgers.
That's right, Aaron Rodgers. And I think the only other realistic candidate is Chris Boswell. And
yes,
and you know what?
I think he's always going to be in the conversation. Yes.
I might pick him.
My mind does not immediately go to kickers, but I understand why you say that. And it's, to me, it's almost automatic that he's in that conversation, I guess, every year just because of what he does. And he's better than everyone at what he does. But I tend to look at it strictly from who's out there all the time, not just a kicker.
Normally I would too, but there's not a lot of candidates on this team. The defense, for example, has been up and down all year, and I don't think anybody's having an all-pro season right now. And then offensively, kind of the same thing. But Rodgers is the guy there, and I think he's exceeded expectations. So normally I would say the same thing, except for what I just mentioned, and except for the fact that Boswell hasn't just been accurate, he's been cranking 50-plus yard field goals with regularity, and he won a game with them, for them. They'd be 4-4 right now if he didn't make a 60-yard field goal to beat the Jets. I actually think he's their MVP right now. He's playing the best at his position of anybody on the team.
Sure, I would agree with that. But when I look at MVP candidates of the team, I want guys who are out there all the time. And I love Boswell, don't get me wrong. It's just that that's what he's supposed to do, and he does it better than anyone else. So
By the way, Bob, as a quick aside, I teased earlier about a Steeler who just jumps off the charts when I'm watching the team right now. Troy Fautanu.
Troy Fautanu is really taking a major step.
He's just burying people.
No sacks allowed, and he's played, he was injured last year, so we really didn't get a good chance to see what he was about. But he's not only winning his own battles, he's coming over when somebody else needs help, and he buries
when Buckner, do you see what he did to Buckner?
He nailed him like a roadkill. He just flattened him.
He made him feel worse than Bill Buckner in the 86 series.
That was
Bob.
one of the best moves by an offensive lineman all year.
Wow. So that looks like a budding star to me. Anywho, who's been the LVP, Bob? The least value. Oh, limits. Who's your MVP again? Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers, yes.
Who's your LVP so far?
Well, at first it was Broderick Jones, but now he's playing a little bit better.
Yeah.
My LVP right now has to be Darius Slay.
That's who I was going to pick.
Talk about that, Bob.
Great career, but
expound upon that.
He's just not the well. What am I supposed to do if I had the same? If I think deeper, hold on. Go with your pick.
No. I mean, just explain.
I just expected more from him.
Yeah,
especially at 1 year, $10 million.
Yeah,
and I hate to judge people based on their salary, but that's how it works. You know, they brought him in here to shut down one of the sides of the left or right, wherever they have him, and
sure,
he's been missing tackles, not making enough plays for $10 million.
I'm going to go there's a couple choices here for me. One is Jonnu Smith. I'm not sure how much of this is his fault, but he did drop what would have been maybe a 40-yard play to open the game the other day, and he just hasn't been what I think anybody thought he would be. Again, I'm not sure how much of that is his fault. 6.4 yards per catch. Bob, you could get 6.4 yards per catch.
Couldn't.
That is paltry.
Yeah, for him
it
is.
is,
especially because he was one of those guys brought in here because of what he did in Miami, which was get the ball and run with it. He was very good at, the yards after.
Right.
We haven't seen that at all.
He'd be one, and then another LVP for me would be Juan Thornhill, who before the season was talking about history in the making, Bob. The only history he's made so far is making one of the most incredibly ridiculous attempts at a ball down the middle of the field that I've ever seen when he misjudged it and then jumped and put his arm behind him. Do you remember that?
It really was. If you're in PFF grading that, you would have given that an interceptable play. It should have been.
Oh, my God.
I think it could be one of the best of all time.
Really?
And I'm putting that in there now. One of the best of all time. I mean, when you got, literally, we got pieces everywhere. Look at the roster. Look at who we have. It's incredible.
Little did he know when he said that he'd be replaced by Kyle Duggar 7 games into the season. So I'd go with him. How about your biggest surprise this season, Bob?
I don't know if it's a surprise necessarily, but I wanted to see Peyton Wilson do what he did the other day. I hadn't seen it on a consistent basis, so I'm hopeful that continues. So surprise may be the wrong word for that one. Surprise.
I'm going to go with Mount Washington myself. I didn't think he was going to become their number one tight end and a receiving threat that I think is ascending right now. That catch he made the other day.
He also had a drop in there, too, but I like the fact that utilizing him, yes.
Yeah, he had one at the goal. He probably should have caught either one of those or both those at the goal line. He couldn't have caught both, Bob, because that would have been 2 touchdowns on one possession. But the catch he made down the field early in the second half where he reached behind him on an unusually errant throw by Rodgers was a great play that a real tight end down the field makes. Like, where is this going? Plus, this guy is an indispensable blocker. He's now become their pusher. I didn't expect this. He's my biggest surprise. Limits?
Yeah, I mean, Darnell Washington actually is one for me that is really significant. Also, the fact that Calvin Austin has played better than I thought. And the relationship that Aaron Rodgers has with Calvin Austin is pretty apparent. He was the leading receiver in last week's game, and it seems like Rodgers trusts him. So a combination of Calvin Austin being better than I expected and Aaron Rodgers playing very well, which I thought he'd play well, but I didn't expect him to be this good. Top 10 quarterback in the NFL, good.
Limits, we have to get Stephen Thompson on next, and I lost his number.
I have it. He's going to join the video.
Out there. Okay. Bob, the biggest disappointment. It doesn't have to be a single player. It could be a game, could be an incident, could be something off the field, could be a player, could be anything. The biggest disappointment of the Steelers season is what to you? To me, it was getting riddled like they did by Joe Flacco, and I respect Joe Flacco. And he's been very good in Cincy, but you also notice he mixed in a couple interceptions in his latest performance. The fact that they showed up on a Thursday night in Cincy and got humiliated to that degree is my biggest disappointment of the season. You?
That's a good one. I would follow up with the next week, the second half of the Green Bay game. Disappointing because they had a 16-7 lead. That's a home game. You could have responded back, beat a good team again, and then they, For whatever reason, they collapsed in the second half and got burned on every single possession by a Green Bay team that then followed up by losing at home to Carolina. So that was there for the taking. And we're looking back, that's a win that you'd love to have.
The defense is the disappointment, just despite this great game that they're coming off. They're especially given their own self-generated preseason hype, a colossal disappointment. Limits, your biggest disappointment of the season?
The defense, and also the Green Bay Packers fans overtook the stadium on Sunday Night Football.
See, he took it to another level, Bob.
Yes,
he got creative, and I like that. You know what another disappointment is? The total lack of involvement other than a historic blooper that he committed by Caleb Johnson. That, to me, is disappointing. Would you agree?
Yeah, that and the boneheaded play by Roman Wilson in the ball security department. Yeah, but I think that one, even look at a guy last week like Downs. He's a veteran.
But we all thought Caleb would play more, right?
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, when he was drafted, people were talking about he being not only the complement to Jaylen Warren, but eventually the guy who succeeds him as the number one running back. So he's not even come close to that.
Wonder Twin, I was hoping you would play the boneheaded play. Anyway, coming up next, we got into a debate about Pitt, who appears, if you would have told me after the West Virginia and Louisville games that team would be in the first college football playoff rankings, I would have laughed for an hour. Here they are at number 24 with a national, like a gigantic game with Notre Dame coming here. It's Notre Dame. Maybe still the highest profile college football program in the country. Am I right, Bob, or am I out of my mind?
No, they're always going to be there, and they're ranked 10th again. And
guess what? They're coming here for a heavyweight bout where if they lose, it's a knockout. They're done in the college football playoff, I think.
3 losses, they're not going to get in, and that's the one area. This is the motivation for Pitt, that you can put yourself into an at-large situation potentially by winning this game. They have to win them all, but if they win this game, that, to me, is a knockout punch for Notre Dame.
Well, let's talk to Stephen Thompson of the Post-Gazette about that next, and also Mason Heinschel. What a story. He's the guy that gives them a chance. I mean, we could be looking, if this goes right over the next 3 games, we could be looking at an entire nation feasting its eyes on Mason Heinschel for a college football playoff game, Bob. I mean, this is getting good. They have a chance at least. I didn't think they were going to. In fact, I thought it was preposterous at one point because it was. And now it's not.
It's the opposite of last year. They started 7-0, and everybody's like, oh, they're going to, and then they lost 5 in a row.
Fan text line
6.
Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Bob, it's time for a message for the populace.
It is. It's a beautiful day outside, and this is a time where people think, what can I do to help my house? Inside, outside? Well, I'll tell you this. When it comes to upgrading your home, why not go with America's most trusted home remodeler? And that would be West Shore Home. They can help with a variety of home projects, from tub to shower conversions, full bathroom remodels, window and front entry door replacements, and even full house flooring. They have you covered for your remodeling needs. The best part, their work is backed by more than 60,000 5-star reviews. 60,000, think about that. That's because every single project is completed by their teams of highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors here, and that means the work is done right the very first time. This is one of many ways they make home remodeling really easy for you, plus on top of everything else. Right now, they have some exclusive savings for our listeners. Anyone that goes to westshorehome.com/fan right now to schedule their free consultation, you will save an extra $500 on the project. That's westshorehome.com/fan to lock in those exclusive savings. Scheduling is very quick, and they can have someone to your house as early as tomorrow. What's not to like here? West Shore Home, remodeling reimagined.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football ranked number 24 in the initial college football playoff rankings. The Panthers are off this week. They will play against Notre Dame at noon next week at Acrisure Stadium. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tom Brady isn't just retired, he's diversified. The 7-time Super Bowl champ is now a broadcaster, Raiders part-time owner, trading card mogul, and biotech investor who just revealed his new dog is a clone of his old dog. From Saudi Arabia sports ventures to lab-grown pets, Tom Brady seems to be everywhere there's a high-dollar opportunity. But with every new deal, you have to wonder, does any of this start to sully his good name? I'm Maggie Gray.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Hey guys, low T, ED, or medical weight loss? Steel City Medical Center.
Looking for the ultimate game day spot? Head to Shiloh Plate and Pour on Mount Washington. Catch every touchdown and every goal on wall-to-wall TVs. Wednesdays mean 75-cent wings. Thursdays, trivia night. Sundays is brunch and bloodies. And every day brings ice-cold drinks and juicy burgers. Whether it's football, hockey, friends, or good vibes, you'll find it all at Shiloh Plate and Pour on Mount Washington. Grab your crew and grab a seat at Shiloh Plate and Pour, where Pittsburgh watches the games.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by J.P. Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Pretty good stuff, Bob. Pitt ranked number 24 in the initial college football playoff rankings, and they're going to have a very high-profile game coming up against Notre Dame. And then who knows, even if they lose that game, they still have a chance to get to the college football playoff if they win their final two, Georgia Tech and Miami, and then win the conference title game. But there's all kinds of ramifications to all these games and what might happen if they don't get to the conference title game. What if they win out in the regular season and still don't get to the conference title game? And here to talk about that from the Post-Gazette, Mr. Stephen Thompson. First, I want to mention, join 93.7 The Fan for a toast to the fan at the Drum Bar inside Rivers Casino on Sunday, November 17th.
It's actually Monday, Joe. I had a typo on the graphic there that I apologize for.
Thank you, Limits.
Monday, November 17th.
On Monday, November 17th. That's Monday. Bob, tell them it's Monday.
It's Monday, November 17th. Not December 17th, but November 17th.
Thanks, Bob. As we celebrate winning the 2025 Marconi Award for Large Market Station of the Year, this incredible honor wouldn't be possible without you, our loyal listeners. So we're saying thanks the best way we know how. The Fan is buying the first 300 guests a drink. Bob, this sounds like you after a hole-in-one.
300 guests a drink.
Come raise a glass with us, hang out with your favorite hosts, and celebrate another amazing year of Pittsburgh sports radio. We can't wait to see you there. That's going to be quite a night. 50-minute mark on The Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. All right, Stephen Thompson. Is he on the
He's here.
Video screen, Limits?
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Right in the middle.
Stephen, this is very confusing to me. What happened? There's many scenarios here. What are the tiebreakers in the ACC? In other words, what if Pitt were to win out? If they beat Georgia Tech and Miami, and still only have one loss in their ACC schedule, could they miss the ACC title game? Like what if they're tied with 2 other teams or 3 other teams? Yeah. How does that work?
Yes, they could miss the conference title because after you get through the first tiebreaker, which is obviously head right, so they have a chance to beat Georgia Tech, who's really the only other team.
Limits were having some severe.
I know. Title game, but
sorry, Steven.
Steven, you're freezing up.
You're freezing
up. We're
up.
going to have to unfreeze you.
Oh.
And we're glued to these details, and they're coming in a little choppy. Should we try again, Limits?
Yeah. Steven, why don't you hop out of the video and try to hop back in real quick?
That'd be great. Bob, who are you picking in Pitt, Notre Dame?
I'm picking Pitt to win. Now, first of all, if you look at Notre Dame's remaining schedule, they have it all in front of them as well. They have Navy this week. Then they have Pitt. And then after that, 2 very winnable games, Syracuse and Stanford. So they should, if you're a Notre Dame fan, think they're going to run the table and probably improve their chances of getting into, or they're already going to be in, but a better seed potentially. So they still have a lot to play for. So, but I mean, that game is going to be here in Pittsburgh. I think the Pitt fans know it. I think this offense is going – it's a good Notre Dame team, make no mistake. But how they start will go a long way in determining where they end. Because if I'm Pitt, I do not want to fall behind by 14 points and try to have Mason Heinschel dig out from that against that defense.
Bob, do you have a comparable for Heinschel? I say a little taller Johnny Football. He's got that little swagger to him.
He's very confident. Steven knows that, too. He's just a confident guy. Let's go through those tiebreakers again.
We have Steven. He's on the phone, but we can still see him on the video right now. It's very fascinating.
This is unbelievable, Bob. This has never happened before. Back to the tiebreaker scenarios. Steven, go ahead.
Yeah, so the tiebreakers start with head-to-head, right? And so Pitt will have a chance to knock off Georgia Tech later in the season after that Notre Dame game. So that's kind of the first one you got to get through, but then it gets pretty messy. It's win percentage against all common opponents, right? So Pitt doesn't have necessarily a ton of those, I think, with, Duke or Georgia Tech. I mean, they've got that NC State game, but, Virginia played them in technically not a conference game. It's still a little unclear whether or not that NC State-Virginia game, which was not a conference game, but against 2 ACC teams, counts into that. And then it's, win percentage against all common opponents based on their order of finish in the final.
Wait, what did you just say about something not counting as an ACC game? I didn't catch that.
That was at the beginning of the year.
So Georgia Tech and Pitt both played NC State, but NC State also played Virginia in a game earlier this season that was technically not a conference game. I think the
Still
two
don't
teams just
understand
had.
that.
Well, why wasn't it a conference game?
I believe they had an uneven number because you have an uneven number of teams in the league, and I think someone might have dropped a non-conference game, and so these two teams needed to pick up a game, and I think they just ended up playing each other, and it didn't count against the conference standing. So
how did I miss that one, Bob?
They could miss out because of something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So that is completely thrown a wrench into the ACC standings right now. So Pitt is still doesn't control their own destiny. They would need, I believe, Louisville to lose a game right now, especially since Pitt doesn't have a head-to-head tiebreaker over them. They would need to win out and beat Georgia Tech and Miami. So a lot really has to unfold, and it's a little hard to predict what would happen over these final weeks because so many other dominoes kind of need to fall elsewhere throughout the league.
All right, Bob, ask your question about what you think could happen if they don't even make it to the ACC title game.
I thought their path would actually be easier, Stephen, if they didn't make it to the ACC championship game, because you can lose that game, and I think it would affect you. If they don't, but they win with 3 impressive wins over, I assume, all 3 ranked teams. Notre Dame's 10. I know Georgia Tech is still ranked, and so is Miami. What case could they make to the playoff committee that, hey, this team has won 8 in a row? They're electrifying with this freshman quarterback. I don't know if they take that stuff into account, but maybe they do. What case would they make would they have a chance? I think they would.
Well, I think they'd be in the conversation. It is really hard to imagine, though, that, given what we saw in the rankings last night, so, I'm looking at them right now. Like, you've got a 1-loss Virginia team at number 14. You've got Louisville also with 1 loss to that Virginia team that's ranked 14th at 15. Miami, 6-2, same as Notre Dame. With a head-to-head win over the Irish is 18th, while the Irish are number 10. And then you got Georgia Tech also with 1 loss down at number 17. They dropped 10 spots after losing to NC State. last weekend. There is not a lot of respect nationally for the ACC, and these rankings prove that. So when you talk about two impressive wins over Miami and Georgia Tech to end the year in a hypothetical, 10-2 Pitt season, how impressive would the committee think those wins are? Clearly, I don't know. To me, it does not seem like they really respect Georgia Tech or Miami. So I really do question just how much those wins would be valued moving forward. I think if you're talking about a Pitt team that wants to get into the at-large discussion for a college football playoff spot, it would have to mean beating Notre Dame as well, because that is really the linchpin here.
Bob, that's what I said. If you win all three and you beat a number 10 team.
No, the more I think about it, Bob, you might think they should get in, but the idea of a team in a conference that is perceived as weak as it is, not even getting to that conference title game and getting an at-large bid, it's just not going to happen. Pitt's path is to get to the ACC title game and win.
But they could be very much shut out because of a stupid wrench in the schedule about non-conference game with a conference game.
Do you agree that's the only path they're getting in?
No, I still think they can. If they win these three games and do so impressively, I think they're going to have a chance to do that. And
even if they don't get to the ACC
okay,
title
Stephen,
game?
do me a favor. Look at the rest of these teams that would be at-large teams. All right, so I got to cue it.
Bob, he doesn't have all this in front of him.
Well, I don't either. I'm going to call it up right now, but he knows about these teams.
No, he doesn't.
Yes,
Not off the top of his head.
Well,
Limits. Bob is asking Stephen to do something very unfair.
He's asking
here.
for a lot.
He's
right
asking
now.
a lot. For all we know, Stephen doesn't have a computer in front of him.
I'm going to give you this right now, and we're going to look at these matchups. And Stephen, you tell me what team could be, taken out of this scenario. One of the matchups is Oregon, number 9, against Texas Tech, number 8. Memphis would get in because they are, but there'll be a 12th seed against Georgia.
Bob, this is very confusing.
No,
for
I'm
people.
just asking what team. Right now, number 11, Virginia, is against Ole Miss. If Virginia loses again and Pitt wins out, again, I guess you have to get.
It's too confusing to the radio.
Notre Dame, number 10, Notre Dame.
Bob.
If Pitt beats Notre Dame, Stephen, do you agree they're done?
Notre Dame?
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame probably would be with 3 losses.
Does that create an opening for an at-large bid? And who would Pitt go up against to fill that slot?
Well, yeah, Pitt could theoretically climb up into that spot, but I would assume you're looking at an Oklahoma or a Utah, like a Big 12 contender, or one of these SEC teams to climb.
It's not happening, Bob. We might think it should. It's just that committee, and it's maybe unfair that they judge the ACC the way they do. Maybe it's unfair. They're not going to choose an at-large team from this conference that doesn't even make the ACC title game.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you, if they make the ACC title game and lose in it, no shot, right?
No shot because they'll be a 3-loss team.
My sense is my point is, Stephen, agree or disagree, it doesn't matter which way you go, but I think if they don't get that chance but they win out, they still have a better chance than they do getting to it and losing.
I would agree with Bob on that. Because I think that definitely taking a third loss is – because especially to another, it depends on who gets to that game, but clearly, like I said earlier, like Virginia, Louisville, Georgia Tech, Miami, whoever it ends up being, a win over them even in the ACC championship game is clearly not going to be – or a loss to them. But these just aren't teams that the committee clearly values very much. So it's going to be tough, I think, for Pitt to stack meaningful wins down the stretch here because, again, like if Georgia Tech loses to Pitt, they're not staying at 17, right? If Miami loses to Pitt, they're not staying at 18. They're probably going to be unranked after losses like that. So we're going to look at them as good losses, and we look at them as good teams right now. But I just don't think at the end of the season the committee is going to look at, I don't think they're going to have 5 ACC teams ranked at the end of the year.
No, but my point is it's better to miss it and win out than get into it and lose. If you win it, it's automatic.
Right, but the real story there, and see if you agree with me, Stephen, is by far, like by a million miles, Pitt's most realistic route to get to the college football playoff is to get to the ACC title game and win.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
There's no doubt with that. It's automatic.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not automatic. Actually, it's extremely likely. But there is a scenario where, say, you would like if Pitt loses to Notre Dame and it's not very competitive, right? and then they make it to Charlotte as a 9-3 ACC team, and they win. And they, eke out a win over, let's say, Miami gets in there with 2 losses and still isn't very highly ranked. Like, it's not super likely this year just because there isn't like a Boise State coming from the Mountain West or something like that could enter the conversation. But this year it is 5 highest ranked conference champions get an automatic bid.
Oh,
so
wow. I didn't know that was me and Bob are both surprised. I thought it was an automatic bid.
I'm glad you guys brought this up because there was someone who emailed me this morning saying I got something wrong in a story that I wrote yesterday, but I double checked it and I was not wrong. It is the 5 highest ranked conference champions regardless of if they are power conference or not. So that's a big change from last year where
wow.
Yeah, so it's unlikely to happen this year because there just isn't, an American conference team or like an undefeated American team or a one-loss Mountain West team that could push Pitt out. But in theory, the ACC could get left out if there are 2 group of 5
slap in the face there.
Holy bird milk! We weren't aware of that. Can you milk a bird, Stephen? Is that possible?
Kind of above my pay grade. I'm not so sure.
All right, Limits, do you have
That's a perfect response to that. Stephen, we can ask those questions, or at least questions that are similar to that on a near daily basis.
About milking a bird? Yeah.
No, maybe not milking a bird, but what else would you say, Bob? Yawning is definitely something that comes
yelping,
up a ton.
Whether or not people sleep in the nude, all these things.
Yeah.
Your question, Limits.
So, Stephen, I'm curious just overall Pitt's health level right now. Like they have the bye this week. But do you think that they will have a ton of their key contributors, maybe not 100%, but Des Reed, Kyle Lewis, in the long list of injuries, do you think that they will be in a much better place?
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Lewis played last week, so I think he should be good to go. Desmond Reed, game time decision, which I think indicates that he was close, even though he didn't play. So I'd expect both of those guys to be in the lineup. I think the names that you're really looking out for are Rasheem Biles, who I have been told the injury that he suffered a little while ago that kept him out of, both the Syracuse, NC State, and the Stanford games would have him back after the bye week for this game against Notre Dame. So I'm expecting Rasheem Biles to play, outstanding linebacker, one of the top tacklers in the ACC. Kyle Lewis and Des Reed I expect to be in there. I think the other names that you really should look out for are Cruz Brookins, the safety, arguably the best player in that secondary, I think. And then Jeff Percy, the left tackle. Kendall Stanley had been filling in for a while. Seems like Percy and Brookins are progressing a little bit, but still don't know anything definitive about their status. I would say Biles, definitely. I'm pretty confident that he'll play, but the other two, not so sure.
So, Stephen, I want to ask you, when we look at, I don't know if you've followed up on, coach opportunities, and Penn State's still looking for one. I've heard a whole bunch of different names. I'm just, I know this is not what you're necessarily covering on a regular basis, but have you heard any names that are more surprising than others going to Penn State at this point? Like Joe Brady's, and the reason I asked that, Joe Brady, who is now employed by Buffalo, has ties to Terry Pagula, who has ties to Penn State. And I'm just wondering, because of those ties, is he tied to them?
Bob, first you're asking about national college programs, and now Penn State. He's the Pitt football beat writer.
That, but he certainly has heard some stuff.
I apologize, Stephen, on behalf of the show.
What's wrong with that question?
This is unbelievable, Limits. Would you agree?
Do you think Eli Drinkwitz is a good candidate for the Penn State football job? I'm really curious, Stephen.
He has his eye on it. He knows of these names. Everyone asks about names, and that's still a hot topic.
What about Urban Meyer?
All right, I withdraw the question, Stephen. Joe, you're next. Go right ahead.
The only thing I think I can say is that there were a lot of names thrown around when the search began, when James Franklin first got fired. I think whoever gets hired is going to end up feeling underwhelming to Penn State fans. And that doesn't mean they're going to be bad, but a bad hire at all. But, an Eli Drinkwitz, is that someone that's really going to electrify the Penn State fan base? I wouldn't say so, especially after some of the names.
Stephen,
that's a good answer.
I don't think Matt Rule, he signed a contract extension with Nebraska, but I don't think that was someone who was going to necessarily excite the fan base either. I think a lot of these big names that were thrown around early, probably not going to end up there. And so, I would be lying if I said I had any clue who they were going to hire. I just think Penn State fans are going to have to be a little patient, I guess, would be my prediction.
Stephen, the Seattle Mariners are headed for a big offseason. Any idea what they might do? Anyway, Stephen, I'll finish with this. Heinzel, is there legitimate fear in those walls, within those walls, that he could be bought out by somebody after the season? And what's a flat number you believe would keep him? A couple million?
That's a good question. I don't know how much it would take to keep him. I think it's less than people think. There is absolutely no fear in that building that they're going to lose him. Because think about what happened last year. I mean, how many guys off of the roster from last year did Pitt lose that you thought was a huge loss, right? They kept, their 2 all-ACC, All-American caliber linebackers. They kept Desmond Reed. They kept Eli Holstein. They kept Kenny Johnson. I just, I understand that there is a food chain to this thing, but Pitt is not completely out of money, right? Like, they have their own money to spend, and they are going to prioritize retaining these guys who have been outstanding for them this season, and Mason Heinzel is certainly one of them. And, they made Eli Holstein a priority last year, and I have no reason to believe that they wouldn't make Mason Heinzel a priority this year. There were plenty of teams that came calling for the good players that Pitt had on this team last year, and none of them left. So,
but I guess what you are acknowledging that people will come after him, and so I guess what you're taking here is money will be money. He'll get maybe what he wants or maybe not, but the loyalty factor is something that comes into this because he was taken by them. They had enough belief in him to start him. Do you think that?
And may I piggyback on this, Bob,
Sure.
once you're done?
No, go ahead. I was going to ask him about Olivia Babcock next, so we may as well just go ahead.
Just, Stephen, none of those guys are him. I mean, if you heard Frank Reich talking about him last week, he said the throw against Florida State, like a handful of NFL quarterbacks might make that throw. He's a star quarterback, it looks like, and I just think that's a different ballgame.
Yeah, quarterbacks certainly have a different market, right? But, I think we also forget that this guy's played 5 collegiate games. We'll see what he does against Notre Dame and Georgia Tech and Miami and beyond. But there's a long way to go in this season in Mason's development. And I totally understand that they are going to have to work to keep him. They're going to have to pay him some money. That's just the nature of things. But again, Pitt has their own money to spend, right? And I do think the loyalty factor does play into it a little bit because, you look at the offer sheet that Mason Heinzel had, the official offer sheet, and Pitt was his only Power 4 offer, but there were schools that came calling for him after he committed to Pitt, right? Power conference schools, ACC, Big 12, Big 10, and he turned them down. He didn't really entertain any of those offers. I do think that to a certain extent, the offense, the relationship that he has with Pat Narduzzi, the proximity to home, the relationship that he has with Cade Bell and the offense that he's playing in, that all plays a factor as well. It's not completely about the money.
Stephen, we appreciate the time. I apologize for Bob. We can't take him anywhere. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Steven.
There he goes. Bob, that was incredible.
I'm only saying that because I've talked to a lot of guys who are specific
that
beat
question
writers.
was great, yeah.
I mean, and they know, and we haven't heard a thing about it. And I heard this week that Joe Brady is now one of the guys that is being, up there. And he was in the original conversation, but I thought maybe he heard something about it.
Yeah, that was.
And whether or not you want to believe it, Pitt and Penn State, there's always something there, right?
There's always crossover. You're right.
There's always crossover. So I withdraw the question again, though.
50-minute mark on the fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Sunny today and a high of 63. Dermani Dawson, a low of 38. Sydney Thornton. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Bob, I said we'd take a look at the NFL at large at the halfway point in the season. Why don't we do that next on Pump and Joe?
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joe, the Penguins will be playing against the Washington Capitals tomorrow, PPG Paints Arena at 7:30. Will we see Sergei Miroshov for the first time. We will find out as Tristan Jarry was placed on injured reserve for the Penguins as a part of a flurry of roster moves. Also, Alex Highsmith being named AFC Defensive Player of the Week after 4 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, and a forced fumble in the game against the Colts. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of kindness. I don't think Stephen Thompson had it on his bingo card that he was going to be asked today if you can milk a bird. He seems to take a very level-headed approach to such things.
Yes, he's very calm and professional in
Yeah.
his nature. He is.
He really is.
He's also the same age as me, Joe. I think he might be a year younger, actually.
Where's he from?
He's not originally from, like, the Pittsburgh area. I think he's more of a New England guy.
New England, okay. Very good at what he does, I might add. All right. My feet hurt, or at least they used to, the joints of my big toes. And it got misdiagnosed as gout at one point. Yeah, I was eating and drinking enough to have gout at the time, but it wasn't that. I never found out what it was. All I cared about is that when I wanted to exercise, play basketball, even just go for long walks, I didn't want that pain to be like it was. Well, that's where the Good Feet Foot Arch support system came in, and that's where the pain lessened. Arch supports at the Good Feet store designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. Available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, to promote maximum performance, versatility for every foot, every lifestyle. You don't have to go out and get new shoes, anything like that. It's so simple, really. And it can apply to whatever the problem might be, plantar fasciitis, sharp pain in your heel, pain and burning in the balls of your feet. There's so many things that go wrong. This lessened the pain for me. It worked for me. It could work for you. Check it all out at goodfeet.com or head into a store where you can get some interpersonal service happening. Robinson Town Center across from IKEA is where I went. Cranberry Township on Route 19 North next to Walgreens, there's a store. And down in Crowley Town, otherwise known as Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is putting you in control right from NBA tip-off, because every day to start the season, you get to choose your reward. Take your shot with a profit boost, play it cool with a no-sweat bet, or get a little backup with a bet-back token. So, you want to take a chance on a player. You want one who's hot and healthy. That seems obvious. Steph Curry at the beginning of this season. He's getting older, but he still gets it done. He's been a great bet to go over points so far. So make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to make your choice. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to make your choice. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. At Shooters Golf in Wexford, brunch isn't just good, it's unforgettable. Every Saturday and Sunday from 10 to 2, we're serving dishes that people can't stop talking about. Dig into our Shooters Breakfast Smash, the brunch twist on our famous smash burger. Or keep it classic with fluffy golden pancakes. And if you're craving comfort food, our chicken and waffles are a crowd favorite. Pair it all with a mimosa or one of the best Bloody Marys in town, and you've got brunch done right. Shooters Golf in Wexford. Golf may be our name, but brunch is our game.
Oh, it's the holiday season. Can you believe it already? At Schultz Ford, they work hard all year, holiday or no holiday. Get there this month. It's a fantastic time. It just is. All the great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Man, it's great down there. You need to get down there. Always online, too, at schultzford.com. The inventory? Yeah, they got a ton of it. So go get in and explore. F-150. Expedition, maybe for those ski trips or up into the mountains this winter. Anything you want, the inventory is there. It's fantastic. It's great. So get to one of the locations. Again, always online at schultzford.com. They have such great service. How about mobile service? Something small you need in your driveway? They'll come and fix it. Bang, right out of there. You don't even need to get dressed. Stay in your pajamas. So schultzford.com always, and all those great locations. Customer service can't be beat. schultzford.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Now open, Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, design-forward solutions, 2 great divisions, 1 unstoppable company. Make your appointment to visit our new showroom in the heart of Pittsburgh's Cultural District. Call 412-771-0760 to schedule today. Tri-State Office Interiors, elevating the everyday.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and you've heard me talk about it, but I'm going to tell you again, it's all about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You know, like somebody kind of gave you a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best where and when it counts. And Blue Chew is also the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means you can be more confident where it counts. You can be more confident when it counts. You can be ready when she is. And it really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days, to your prime when you told everybody you were at your best. And guys, it isn't just about performance. Give her group chat a little something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair.
Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Bob. The Steelers will see their practice report in about 3 hours or so that will be released before Steelers and Chargers this Sunday from Los Angeles. It's primetime Sunday Night Football. Second time the Steelers are on Sunday Night Football this year. And Fan Game Day will get you going for it with Mark Cabali, Jason Mackey, and Donnie Football anchoring the coverage beginning at 5 o'clock. Pitt is off this week. They will play Notre Dame next week at home at noon. Hear it right here on The Fan. Huge ranked matchup. Pitt slotting in at 24th last night in the first college football playoff rankings. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Back to the show.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, the nice thing about a 17-game schedule, Bob, is we can spend 2 or 3 weeks saying it's the halfway point of the season, and that's precisely what I intend to do right now. Limits, I would love for you to join in this conversation, so why don't you call up the standings in front of you, would you please?
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for being invited. Football Talk on 93.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus, streaming November 16th. On Paramount Plus, it's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. Okay, Bob. I'm going to give everybody a chance for a do-over here. We're going to take a sober look right now at the NFL, at what is essentially the midway point. I don't know what your original Super Bowl pick was, but I'd like you to tell me, and I'm giving you a chance to redo it. What was your original Super Bowl pick, and who would you pick now?
Ravens, Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Ravens aren't going to be my pick now. I think that hole is too deep for them, although they could climb out of it. So if I have a chance to change this, I'm going to stick with the Lions just because I was on them and I still think they're a very good team.
Yes.
But I'm going to switch that, and instead I'm going to take the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, man.
I think it's still time for them, and I still think Josh Allen will leave them there.
I think it was shameful that they stood pat at the deadline. Just absolutely
So did Kansas
shameful.
City, and there were a lot of talks they were going to get Breece Hall. And
well, they have a
York
good
Jets
roster. The Bills don't.
But their running game could use improvement, and he was available on that fire sale they were doing.
That would have been something to see Breece Hall on the Chiefs, I'll tell you that. All right, Limits. Bob has redone his Super Bowl. He's got Lions and the Bills. What was your original pick, and what would you pick now?
Well, you got to know when to hold them, and you have to know when to fold them. And I am holding right now, guys. I had the Buffalo Bills defeating the Detroit Lions in the Super Bowl.
Oh,
and I'm going to stay with it, Bob. Okay. Welcome to the Buffalo Bills side. It's odd that the Buffalo Bills fan is the one that is not on our side yet and saying that Buffalo
He wasn't
will
all
win.
year.
No, you guys are crazy. First of all, even if they had, like, by far the best roster, they never get to the Super Bowl. So why would this year be it when they've got, like, the 8th best roster in the AFC?
And maybe it's time for Josh Allen to single-handedly take them there.
The Chiefs aren't as good as they've been in previous years.
That's a good point.
And Kansas City may have to go on the road.
That's a good point as well, although they beat Buffalo in Buffalo just 2 short years ago, Bob.
I know what you're going to do, Joe.
What?
I can read your mind.
What am I going to do?
You're going to have the Colts. You love Sauce Gardner.
Well, my original pick was the Ravens and the Lions, just like you, Bob. And I'm ashamed of that pick. Ashamed of
No,
both teams,
It made
really.
sense at the time.
Maybe. My new pick is not Indianapolis. My new pick is the Broncos and the Eagles, who are always the sensible
Wow,
pick in
that's
the
a
NFC.
radical change now.
I'm picking Broncos-Eagles for this week anyway. I mean, what are we doing here? All three of us. The Eagles are the best team, and what did they do at the deadline? Added functional pieces to a defense they think they need to add to. They've given up 185 points in 8 games. They still have I think, from quarterback on out, the best offense in all of football. When you combine line, quarterback, running back, receivers, and tight end, that's the best offense in football when it wants to be. And the defense is going to come around, and they're sitting here like disappointed at 6-2, 5-1 in the conference. Bob, they're going to the Super Bowl again.
No, they're not. If the Lions don't take them out, Seattle will.
What about the Rams?
Rams could also. I just think there's too much competition. There's some really good, solid teams. And I have a lot of respect for the Eagles, don't get me wrong. But Seattle, that trade they made yesterday and what they've been doing, especially winning away from home.
Yeah.
And I believe they're undefeated away from home. So that tells me that they are championship worthy. I like their team.
Have we all forgotten about Tampa Bay?
No, I still have, you got to pick one team here. How many can you pick? I like Tampa Bay. They'll win that division.
I think your point might be limits. We talked about this yesterday. Going into the trade deadline, I honestly feel like there's at least 16 or 17 teams in the NFL that have a rightful case to believe we could get there.
Yeah.
That might seem ridiculous, but hang with me. New England, Buffalo. Pittsburgh, Baltimore. That's 4. Indies, 5. Denver, Chargers, Chiefs. That's 8. And I didn't even include the Jags, who just made a big trade. That would be 9. They obviously think they can. And who's to say they can't in a wide-open AFC? That's 9.
Just from the AFC.
Yeah.
If you go to the NFC, you'll see the Eagles, certainly.
Yep.
1. Packers.
Yes.
Lions, Bears, all of them. The Bears are 5-3. You can say what you want about them, but they're in a hunt.
Yeah.
Buccaneers.
Let's omit the Bears for now, and we'll come back to them. So
All right.
that's 3. Tampa Bay, that's 4. Seattle, LA, and San Fran. That's 7.
Right.
So even on the conservative side, there's 15 teams out there, and there's no great team. Like, I think the Eagles may still have the best roster, but there's no great team. It's an unusual year, I think, in the NFL.
But isn't that fun?
It
I
is.
like having.
Yeah, I like it.
Because now it's just we're going to make another adjustment to these predictions, I think, mid-season and when we get closer to the playoffs.
For sure.
And we're going to change them again.
No doubt. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, if you guys had an MVP vote right now, who are you voting for? Bob?
Well, I had Baker. I don't want to go off of that. I still think because of their schedule, he can accumulate what they need to accumulate. But I'm going to stay with him. Why not? He's the guy I thought from the very beginning. They've lost their receivers. That scares me. They've lost guys, and Mike Evans is a big part of what he does, so that makes me wonder. If I had to pick a 1A, can I pick a 1A just in case?
Sure.
If I want to do that.
Would be wonderful, Bob. Yes, you can pick a 1A.
If I have to pick a 1A, then it's going to be, and this sounds crazy, but it's going to be Sam Darnold.
That's not crazy at all. I mean, he's 16 touchdowns, 5 picks, 116 rating, completing 70% of his passes. It's not crazy. Limits, who's your MVP?
Oh, Sam Darnold, everybody. What a run he's having in Seattle. Joe, I felt like you with the Trubisky train talking about Sam Darnold.
I know, but
he's been incredible.
He has been
and
really
I think
good.
that he's going to be the MVP. 4 touchdowns in that game against Washington.
You don't think he's going to be the MVP. He's your MVP.
He is my MVP, yes.
Can you look up the Vegas odds on MVP for me right now?
I can.
Oh, limitless one.
Joe, I felt like this, and it caught you off guard.
What about...
That was me.
It's the Trubisky train.
There was no doubt about it.
The Darnold train.
And there was a lot of doubt about Darnold going into last year when they took him in Minnesota. But then I wonder now if Minnesota thinks, we should have kept him and given him $100 million. That's not all that much in quarterback terms.
Definitely.
Maybe. Here's my MVP. Matthew Stafford. Listen to these numbers. He's got 3 more touchdowns than anybody in football. 21 touchdowns, 2 picks, 113 rating. And his team is really good. And he's the main reason for it. I think he's the MVP of the whole league. If you took well, you could say it's about a lot of quarterbacks. But if you took him away from the Rams, they're the equivalent of a lottery team, Bob. I think he's the MVP. And if I get to pick a 1A, and I appreciate you offering, it's Drake May. Because he has taken that team, and that's not a great roster, and lifted them to first place over the highly publicized Bills. He's sitting here completing 74% of his passes, Bob.
What about your boy, Bo Nix? You had him as your MVP to start the season. Now you're going away from him?
No,
and
he's
done
okay.
Nothing?
He's been good, but on some of the advanced stuff, it doesn't look pretty. He does have 17 touchdowns, 6 picks. Hold on a second here. Here's an unbelievable stat with Drake May. He leads the NFL in completion percentage, okay, at 74%. And you might think, well, Joe, that's because he dinks and dunks his way down the field. No, he doesn't. He's 3rd in the league in average yards per attempt. So he's having a Burrow-like season when the Bengals went to the Super Bowl. That year, Burrow was pressured more than any quarterback and yet was, I think, the most accurate, or one of 2, and took his team to the Super Bowl, division title and a Super Bowl that year. That's the kind of year Drake May's having. I want lots of people to stand up and admit they were wrong on Drake May. I've been wrong on lots of things lately, not him. I said when I was watching him in college, and we could document it because
I remember that.
Ron was standing across from me, that he's the closest thing to Ben that I've seen since Ben. That dude right there. He's a little smaller, not much. He's incredible, Bob, and he's turned into a star before our very eyes.
He has. And whether or not Daniel Jones, who has the most passing yards of any quarterback in the league, I believe, this year, despite what happened in Pittsburgh this past week, he's another guy who should get a lot of consideration just because of what he's done, given the fact that he didn't even start there as their starting quarterback.
Well, I'd like to point out that you're wrong about one thing.
He doesn't have the most yards?
There's one guy who averages more.
I'm talking about total yards, though, not average.
Well, yeah, because he's played one more game than this guy.
All right, well, so be it.
Bob's on fire today.
Matthew Stafford, Bob. He's the MVP of the league, and I'm standing by that. I'm going to die on that hill, my friend. There's a lot of quarterbacks.
It's going to be for fascinating down the stretch football for sure. All these matchups at the end of the year, they've tried to highlight division matchups, and in that particular division, those games at the end of the year are going to determine everything.
And you know who it's not too late for, believe it or not? And everybody will laugh.
Lamar Jackson.
Bob, he leads the league in passer rating. He has 14.
He's unbelievable.
14 touchdowns and 1 pick. I've never seen anything like this guy. And then what the hell happens in the playoffs?
I give Lamar Jackson a 2% chance to win the MVP because he hasn't played the whole year.
Yeah, but how about if they come back and win the division?
If he plays, how many games do they have left?
Half the season.
They have 8 games left. He's going to play. He's still going to play 13 games. Forget about the MVP. Since the beginning of last season, this dude has 55 touchdown passes and 5 picks. That's ridiculous. Did I mention he almost ran for 1,000 yards last year? It's crazy what he does. He is the MVP. He's the MVP.
If he takes them into the playoffs after a 1-5 start, I absolutely think he can win the MVP.
So do I.
Again.
He could wind up with 35 touchdowns and 2 picks and have a miracle comeback of a year. Limits just doesn't like Lamar, and I can't figure it out.
No,
Bob.
that is not it.
You always rip him about his playoff stuff.
Well, yeah, he hasn't been good in the playoffs. That's just facts. I think what Drake May has been able to do, same thing with Sam Darnold, is we know how good Lamar is. Like, we know Lamar is great.
A lot of people didn't think he was capable of passing this way when he first came out.
I was one of those people.
73% he's hitting on this year. And his average per attempt is higher than Drake May's.
And he hasn't had, elite receivers necessarily. He's had guys but they're not elite.
Well, Drake May's receivers are not elite. I mean, Stephon Diggs is old. Their running backs fumble all the time. That's not a bona fide top 5, top 10 offense in terms of weapons that Drake May is dominating with. You know, and he's turned a team that
I wouldn't
Drake
classify
May
him
has-
as dominating. He's been very good. Dominating is
Yeah, maybe dominating was too much praise, but
Bob, he's pretty close to dominating. He's completing 76% of his passes.
I understand. But dominate, when you watch him, do you think of a dominant quarterback?
I thought other than he has a little bit of a turnover problem, I thought that he dominated the Steelers that day. He did whatever he wanted. They kept giving him the ball
I'm
back.
not disagreeing with that, but overall, when you watch these games, I don't come away thinking he's dominant. Dominant is Joe Burrow, and when he's passing for the way he is. Dominant is the elite guys, Mahomes, when he's on one of his rolls over the past several years.
I respectfully disagree. I think he's on precisely that kind of role. He has 17 touchdowns, 4 picks, 260 yards a game, 117 rating, and he leads the league in completion percentage. He's been unbelievable. I agree with limits there, Bob.
Okay, your choice. If you had Drake May or Matthew Stafford, your choice. Who would you pick? You made it, but I mean, compare the numbers.
Probably for this, if I had to win a Super Bowl this year, Matthew Stafford. But it's not by much.
Okay.
You know who still doesn't get the respect? Jalen Hurts, sitting here with 15 touchdowns.
He doesn't seem to mind either.
No. How many picks does he have, guys?
2?
Wrong. 1. 15 touchdowns, 1 pick, 115 rating, completing 70% of his passes. And how many touchdowns has he run for, Limits? Wrong.
8.
4.
5. So he's going to wind up with double-digit touchdowns. He's going to wind up with 30 touchdown passes maybe a little less than that, maybe like 26, 27, and hardly any picks. He just wins. He does what it takes to win, Bob.
Yeah, he does. He's a winner. There's no question. He's done that. When he has to light it up in the pass game, he can. He's proven that.
Who's the coach of the year, gentlemen? Wrong. Vrabel?
Vrabel is in the conversation.
I think he is the conversation for me. Now, they're 7-2. What did they win last year? 4? Limits?
4 or 5. Can't remember which one it was.
I think he's the guy. Do you guys disagree?
Do you give?
He's in that conversation.
They were 4 and 13 last year.
He should be the leader in the clubhouse. Do you give Liam Cohen some respect with Jacksonville for what he's doing?
Yes, but not to that level.
How about Ben Johnson with Chicago?
Maybe. There's still work to be done there, but yeah, maybe.
I certainly would. How about Shane Steichen despite this last game?
Yes.
Yes, for sure. Who else are we missing? Seattle?
How about McDonald? McDonald. In
maybe.
Seattle.
Yeah,
McDonald,
maybe.
this
He's
is
been
year
good.
2 for him, and he's really ratcheted it up. And he took a big chance. They did, in bringing in Darnold. A lot of people thought, oh, what are you going to do with him? But, I mean, they've coached that team. They got a great defense, too. He's part of that. So,
how about the coach of the most surprising team in the league, which is the Carolina Panthers and Dave Canales?
One of 3 undefeated quarterbacks in the month of October was Bryce Young.
Don't you just want to see the Panthers go to the playoffs? I want nothing more than the Panthers to make the playoffs.
Where are they right now? They're 5-4. Are they close, Limits?
They're in that division.
They're
for
a game
sure.
out.
That would be tremendous. They are so bad, and yet they sit here with that record.
Are they bad?
They're bad. Well, maybe
they
I'm
bad?
biased. I saw them play the Bills, and it was one of the worst performances
They just don't.
I've
they
ever
don't-
seen.
When you watch them, you don't think of them as a playoff kind of team. But they're getting it like last week against Green Bay.
That's unbelievable.
People came away that thing, oh, Green Bay imploded, which they did to some degree. But, hey, you got to go in there and win, and they won.
They are 5-4. The Lions are the final wild card at 5-3. Carolina's 2 back in their division.
Yeah,
Not only are they
Buccaneers lead them.
5-4, they play New Orleans twice. Well, they have Tampa twice, Atlanta, and Seattle. Who cares about them? Everybody's mad about the Steelers. We spent a good 2 hours on that topic. Bob, why don't we come back with our predictions moving ahead?
Yes.
I think that would be enjoyable.
That would be a lot of fun.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bob, you have a message for the populace.
Joe, I want to talk to you about upgrading your home. You've been in your home for a while, haven't you, Joe? I have.
Yes,
I had to
I
do
have.
these kinds of things. So when you do it, you got to go with America's most trusted home remodeler, and that would be West Shore Home. This is what they do, and when you get it done by them, you know it's going to be right. They can help in a variety of home projects. We're talking about tub-to-shower conversions. You need that. How about if you need a full bathroom remodel or window and front entry door replacements? Over time, you'll need them all. And even full house flooring. I had to go through that. When you're in a house for a long time, this happens. Well, they got you covered for your remodeling needs. And the best part about West Shore Home, their work is backed by more than 60,000 five-star reviews. And that's because every single project is completed by their teams of highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors. And that means the work is done right the very first time. And this is one of many ways they make home remodeling really easy for you. Plus, on top of everything, right now they have some exclusive savings for our listeners here. Anyone who goes to westshorehome.com/fan to schedule their free consultation, and it's a free consultation, you'll save an extra $500 on the project. That's westshorehome.com/fan. Lock in those exclusive savings. Scheduling is quick, it's easy, and they can have someone at your house as early as tomorrow. Make it West Shore Home. Remodeling reimagined.
Thank you, Bob. Your kindness is unmatched. I've been telling you about Bo Nix and the Broncos, and I think it's time for him and them to really bust out offensively. They face some pretty good defenses, including Houston's. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. This is my point for this Thursday. The Raiders are coming to Denver, and the Raiders give up 30, 40, whatever. I think Denver is absolutely going to destroy them, and Bo Nix is going to go crazy. To get in on the action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. He runs for him, too. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Quinnen Williams goes to the Cowboys. Sauce Gardner goes to the Jets as New York ends up with 3 first-round picks back in total and a second-round pick back in the Williams deal after they have a little bit of a fire sale in New York. Sauce Gardner commanding 2 first-round picks from the Indianapolis Colts. The Steelers stay quiet. Just add Marquez Valdez-Scantling this week to the practice squad. Kyle Duggar last week from the Patriots at safety. No other moves from the Steelers of significance. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines there. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ready or not, here come the Indianapolis Colts. They traded 2 first-round picks for Jets quarterback Sauce Gardner, sending a clear signal that they're ready to be contenders right now. It also means they truly believe in quarterback Daniel Jones. The Colts haven't been in the Super Bowl since Peyton Manning left. Now they're back in the AFC mix with one of the best defensive players in the NFL. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
You want Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's gets it. We check the calendar, and Christmas is coming early. $99 is all you need to grab your favorite select 7-foot pre-lit artificial Christmas tree for the holiday season. And don't sweat what gifts to get Dad, because we've got up to 40% off select tools and accessories. That's how Lowe's celebrates Black Friday early. Selection varies by location, while supplies last.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Hey,
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
The Allegheny County Jail is hiring correctional officers and healthcare professionals now. Get a competitive salary, healthcare, and a pension. Ready to make a difference? Apply today at joinacj.com. Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Hi, friend. Lanny Fratteri for Klein, Keppel & Koriak, a full-service certified public accounting and business advisory firm practicing for over 40 years. If you need forward-thinking advice due to today's economic uncertainties and challenges, the experienced professionals at Klein, Keppel & Koriak can provide that guidance. For a consultation, call 412-281-1901 or visit 3kcpa.com. Work with the experts at Klein, Keppel & Koriak because your business is your future.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Cheerleaders, Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar.
It's about time pros had one partner for every part of the job. Simple ordering, fast delivery, continuous support, all from one partner. The Home Depot delivers supplies on your schedule. Our pro team helps you plan ahead so projects run smoother. And with Pro Extra benefits, you can simplify ordering, track spending, and save time every step of the way. Because with one partner, you get more than materials, you keep your job moving. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
So in the end, gentlemen, we're all giving the Steelers an F for the trade deadline, correct? I certainly am. No, that's not fair.
I'm not going to do that because I think
of Kyle Duggar.
Yeah, I think Duggar was part of it, even though
trade deadline day maybe an F, but that's not fair. Strike what I just said because of Duggar. I'm giving them a C- for for their trade deadline activities. Bob, you?
I would just say C, just because I did expect them to pick up somebody in the free agent wide receiver department or trade, whatever the case may be, and I thought the price was right actually for a guy like Jacoby Myers.
Twinning streak?
I give them a D. I think that adding Kyle Duggar is important and going to help out the secondary, but I also thought that they needed another receiver and also maybe even depth on the defensive line could have helped.
Bob, I'm just...
That's an underrated position, by the way, that as far as depth.
Yeah.
Because beyond the three that are there right now, you know, Y.A. Black has been in and out, but I haven't seen enough to make me think that he's going to be a reliable guy. Other guys, Loudermilk's still injured. Who else do they have there?
Quality's out for the year.
Logan Lee. I mean, Logan's a nice kid, but a nice player, but he's not, the production would drop off pretty good.
So, Kyle Duggar's played one game. I think we might want to hold off on judgment here. I'm going to be baffled if this guy's good. Why New England would put one of their main competitors for a wild card in a way better position to beat them? That's crazy to me. Why you would for such a low cost? Why would they give him to the Steelers if they think he's good?
Yeah, because they may meet again, and he may have a lot to say about it.
They may cost New England a playoff spot.
The only thing I can think of is they have, I don't know enough about the depth of their roster in the secondary. They must have younger guys who are playing well, or they felt they didn't want to re-sign him after
That
this
still
year.
doesn't explain giving him to a team you're directly combating for a playoff spot.
Why do you think they do it?
Because they don't think he's good, and I'm wondering if they're still right. I'm not going to change my mind based on one game.
No, but as time goes on, you might see that that they're wrong, and the Steelers are right.
And if they are, and they wind up missing by a game, let's say the Steelers are the 7th seed and they're 8th, then I'd be pretty mad if I was a New England fan, I'll tell you that. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Sunny today and a high of 63. That's Dermani Dawson. Low of 38. That's Sydney Thornton. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Mike White of the Post-Gazette. He's semi-retired, Bob, but only semi.
He's never going to be fully retired. He has too much knowledge in that head of his about all these high school matchups and history. Everyone wants to hear those things.
He just put out a list of his top 25 Whitfield football coaches since the year 2000. Anybody want to say who number one is?
Bill Chirpak.
Wrong.
No, I would
Bill
say
Chirpak.
Is it Bill Chirpak?
Yeah.
He's
Wow.
dominated.
He has, but a lot of guys have dominated. Who else is on his list then?
Well, he's the third winningest coach in history. Has a ridiculous winning percentage of 847 and 10 Whitfield titles. That's incredible.
That's incredible.
I don't know if those, when did he start? I don't know. He's number one. Bob Palco, number two, put West Allegheny on the map. Won 6 Whitfield titles in the 2000s before resigning after the 18 season. Went to Mount Lebanon, was a difference maker. Mount Lebanon finished 16-0 in his third year, won Whitfield and state titles.
He won the National Coach of the Year and was honored at the Super Bowl during that season.
Yeah, he was.
Holy bird milk. Art Walker, number 4, Central Catholic and NA, and Mike Zamanek. Is that how you say that? Zamanek. That's Ron's buddy.
Yeah.
Aliquippa, Ringgold, and Seton.
Yeah, I mean, all that was really...
Ringgold and Seton didn't go well.
No,
I should add.
was... And he was the double basketball and the football coach down at Aliquippa, so he had 2 jobs.
Won 87% of his games at Aliquippa.
Mike Smianek is one of the better coaches, absolutely, during his time.
He gave Ron an Aliquippa pullover that Ron wore at least once a week for 34 years, Bob.
Isn't
Maybe was
Woodland
that
Hills coach for long?
Was that his greatest accomplishment?
He wore that thing a lot, yeah. Novak.
87% of his games and 6 Whitfield titles and 1 state championship.
Novak, is he not on the list? He has to be on the list from Woody High.
Terry Totten is next, Central Catholic. George Novak is 6th,
Okay.
Bob. Tom Nola, Mark Lyons, Greg Matsuk from Rochester, and Kasparovich round out the top 10. You like that?
Kasparovich had a national championship when USA Today was crowning them, right? Back in his days with North Hills. Has anyone else gotten that, even though I don't know how many years they did it?
Mike says Pine Richland's firing of Kasparovich after the 2020 season is still incomprehensible. All he did in 8 seasons was win 4 Whitfield titles, 2 state titles, and go 85-18.
Yeah, that's when politics enters sports. And
Holy
it's never a
horse
good
milk.
mixture.
Wow. Well, in high school sports, when do you avoid it?
Yeah, but I mean, it shouldn't be the reason
No, it
you're
shouldn't.
out.
I don't remember, honestly, the circumstances around his firing. I can't remember it. I remember we were talking about it. How about our friend Bubba is now the South Fayette baseball coach from 100.7. Did you know that, Lemon?
Yeah, Bubba's the man. He does a really good job over there.
I had no idea that was the case.
Good luck, Bubba. Goodbye, Bob. We'll see you. Where are we tomorrow?
Tomorrow at the Rivers Casino.
At the Rivers Casino
Rivers
tomorrow.
Casino Sportsbook tomorrow. Yes, right outside of it.
Goodbye, Limits. Love
See you guys.
Bye.
Have a
Love
good
you.
See you in the morning.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Our Penguins will play tomorrow against the Washington Capitals, 7:30. Sergei Murashov was called up in the AHL. He got a chance to make his debut tomorrow. We will find out. Tristan Jarry goes on injured reserve. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We also want to tell you the fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia and Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The PM team is up next. Talk to you tomorrow.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with BetMGM Network. We're going to the ice and taking the Caps on the money line against the Blues. Both of these teams have been struggling as of late. St. Louis has lost 7 of 8, and Washington has lost 4 in a row. But Alexander Ovechkin is in search of goal number 900 for his career. Great opportunity to get that mark, and I think the momentum of that puts Washington in a great get-right spot. Take the Caps on the money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Snyder. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Hey, Chris Muller here, and look, I don't like wasting money, especially mine. And if you've got an HSA or FSA, you might be about to do just that. Those pre-tax dollars, they could vanish at the end of the year. But here's the move. Use them on something that pays you dividends every single day, your health. Awaken 180 Weight Loss is HSA and FSA approved because it's doctor approved and recognized for its real results. Best part, you don't have to guess what you'll save. Just head to awaken180weightloss.com and use their savings calculator. You could save anywhere from 22 to 40% off your entire program. You all know my story. I didn't skip a holiday, a dinner out, or a night with friends while dropping my 35 pounds. How? Awaken 180 works with real life, not against it. Weekly weight loss, then free support for life. Don't let money go to waste. Let it help you earn daily dividends instead. Call your medication-free solution for weight loss at 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer & Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer & Cross Garage Floor Coatings.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Macy's Veterans Day sale is one of your best chances to save big on furniture and mattresses. That's because you'll find great deals on our best sellers, like our exclusive Radley 5-piece sectional, delivered to any room in your home with white glove delivery for $25.98, and so many top brand mattresses at 20 to 60% off, plus an extra 20% off closeouts. So come in, try it all out, and get an incredible deal today at Macy's Veterans Day sale. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med-mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
The Neofis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neofis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neofis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neofisinsurance.com. That's NEOFES insurance.com.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. Cold beer, hot wings, every game live at Rival.
Frustration, humiliation, zero confidence. Sounds like ED. It doesn't have to be that way. New Flow Men's Health will help you get your natural function back. No pills, no injections, no games. If that crap worked, New Flow wouldn't be here. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 and tell them Donnie sent you.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. It's where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers getting set for their showdown with the Chargers in L.A. Sunday. We'll get a practice report. Guys like Isaac Seumalo up in the air for this one. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day on the PM team.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Jacoby Myers, you said ask for a trade. Were there more people interested, more teams interested in?
Well, the one team that also called on him was Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh expressed some interest in Jacoby Myers, but obviously Jacksonville really stepped up to get something done here. Those are the two teams, I think, that really wanted to add Myers to their roster.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're starting with this again because by popular demand, YouTube viewership through the roof yesterday around the trade deadline. Reaction to the Steelers doing nothing got a big response. So nothing's changed. We're just back for more of this and listening to Adam Schefter, who obviously has a great relationship with agents out there who feed him information, saying the Steelers really wanted Jacoby Myers. First of all, here's what that does. Let's just end this farcical argument. You know, sometimes, I hate to say this, sometimes Steelers media, and I love most of these guys, Chris, Donnie, sometimes they're propagandists. Is that the right word? Propagandists?
Yes.
Sometimes they're propagandists.
Sometimes it's like they're working for Pravda. That was the official paper of the Soviet Union.
I'm hearing some of them say things like they like their wide receivers. Well, then why for the last 2 weeks have we been hit over the head with them, but hit over the head by media outside of Pittsburgh telling us the Steelers have been calling on and checking in on all these wide receivers? If you like your wide receiver group so much, why even waste your time? Go look at other positions. Try to get an offensive lineman or another corner or safety. I don't know. The fact that they kept at this, they fell short. But they obviously didn't love their wide receiver room, because if they did, they wouldn't have been so active. Really aggressive was one quote from James Palmer. Kabali, the price just isn't right. They're out there. They're looking around for wide receivers. They just couldn't find a match.
All right? That happens to Austin all the time. He wants a girlfriend. He just can't find one. Sorry, Austin.
Man,
okay?
You've got the rifle out early firing shots. My God.
But do you know what I'm saying? They weren't. No, we're good. We don't want wide receivers because we have enough of them, or a wide receiver 2 doesn't fit in our offense. They were actively looking for guys. Schefter says they were basically the bridesmaid or the runner-up on Myers. So here's the story on that from Dulac today. Jim Furyk got back in his chat.
How about Big Furyk?
Jim Furyk, U.S. Open champion, diehard Steelers fan.
Furyk's got nothing else to do, huh?
Jerry, and Jerry even says this is a great point by Furyk. You don't get a lot of acknowledgement from Dulac in these chats that
he's not once referenced and praised the questions of Sarah J, for example, who is a devoted member of the chat.
Jerry, why make all these win now moves in the offseason like Rodgers, then get conservative and worry about future late round picks at the deadline? That seems contradictory. Thoughts? Dulac, that's a good point. And then says, maybe because they know they can't keep overhauling their roster every year. At some point, you have to go back to what you've always believed, that the best way to build a roster is through the draft, then supplement with your 53-man with some free agents and trades. Okay, but why now? If that's true, that, Art Rooney stood up and said, stop the insanity. This is like the 1960s Steelers. We didn't win anything with Bill Austin and Bobby Lane at quarterback, and we were always trading our picks. We've strayed too far away. We've drifted too far away from our hardcore
so far
values.
From God's light.
Yes. Why choose this week to adopt that?
Particularly coming off of a win that not many people saw coming. You'd think, if anything, they would feel a little more bullish about themselves.
The organization that traded for DK Metcalf, signed Aaron Rodgers, traded Minkah Fitzpatrick for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly, they've come to their senses and said, whoa, we can't live this way anymore. And the time that they've decided to do it is midstream? When they needed another wide receiver, I agree.
It'd be pretty strange. So I'm not going to defend Steelers media so much as explain the reason why I think you're getting some of these statements. I think I heard you right. Most of them said, well, they felt, meaning they, the team, felt that they were set. They liked what they had. To me, that's reporting what probably team sources are telling you. And then there's a difference between doing that and saying, okay, but now as a reporter, because no beat reporter is now just the facts, Sergeant Joe Friday.
I mean, somebody came on the air. I don't know if it's Fittipaldo or Caballi.
Did he say did they say their own opinion was,
yes.
I think it's all good?
Somebody came on the air, one of those two guys, and said, I don't think there's a big difference between Roman Wilson and Jacoby Myers. Are you on drugs?
Yeah, there's
someone who said that. We will go through our list of insiders, and I will ask that question, each one of them, to figure out who said it, because that person should have to submit a urine analysis right now to see if it coincides with their paper or outlets. If it's Jeff, yes, let's call him in.
If it's Ray tomorrow, and we say, Ray, were you the one who said this? Are you going to say, Ray, hang up that phone and pee in a cup?
Not a lot of difference between Roman Wilson and Jacoby Myers. One guy didn't drop a football the entire year in 2024, and our dude tries to leapfrog over two guys like he's Frogger up 10 points in the fourth quarter. What are you talking about? Not a lot of difference. Add up Roman Wilson's entire dossier of stats throughout his career in the NFL. It might not even equal Jacoby Myers' best game. And these two guys are close? I've got people saying, let's not take playing time away from Roman Wilson. What has happened? Have these? You know why it pisses me off? Sorry, now I'm off on a tangent.
I actually can't tell that it pisses you off.
Here's why it makes me mad. Here is why it makes me mad.
Okay.
Going back to the propagandist comment, if they traded a 4th and 6th for Jacoby Myers, you know what they would have come on the air and said? Heck of a trade by the Steelers. Job well done. And you know I'm right about that. You know I'm right. They let the team's decision dictate their opinion. You disagree with that?
No,
Anybody want to disagree?
No.
Caballi, if they make that trade, does he go on could go on their show for an hour today and say, guys, they effed up big time with this trade?
No.
Instead, Donnie, he came on the air and said, Jacoby Myers. I thought he was going to say Randy Moss yesterday. He goes, let's stop making him out to be Jerry Rice. I absolutely hate when people put out, like, they get mad at people for an opinion that nobody has. Nobody has said Jacoby Myers is one of the best wide receivers of all time.
Is that like the old opinion that the old tweet somebody put out that was like, oh, I was told Steph Curry wasn't a good shooter?
Like what?
It's like, no, nobody has ever said that.
What are you talking about? This is odd that they pushed a lot. They didn't go all in with future draft picks, but they said that they were going to try to win this year with Rodgers. They got to the trade deadline and said, oh, wait a minute, 4th and a 6th, that's way too rich for our blood. That goes against everything we stand for as an organization.
That is
weird.
That 6th-round pick was somehow a deal breaker.
That's weird, Chris.
You have set the YouTube chat completely alight, but maybe not how you thought. Many people are fired up about your opinion, but weirdly, we have now a battle in the YouTube chat about what you said about limits. There are women arguing over Limits' merits as like a desirable bachelor,
God.
Which is kind of an unbelievable direction.
Donnie, do you disagree with anything I've said? Don't you think a lot of these Steelers media, and I like these guys, if they had made that trade yesterday, we would have gotten A+. They're going for it.
I think you're dead on.
Yeah,
because
that's the best argument you made, is that Mark would come on and say, look, this is a sign that they're taking it seriously. They saw a hole in their roster, and they addressed it. And that cannot exist. Sorry, Don, he went to you, and I'm totally just taking this from you. That can't coexist as a take with, well, I mean, hey, they look at that room. They're fine with it, and they should be.
I put out the question, just simply what grade do you give the Steelers trade deadline, because there were people split whether or not they liked them making a move or not making a move at all. Mark responded with A+, and if they would have acquired one of those receivers yesterday, I could almost guarantee it would also be A+. I mean, he can text me, he can come in here if he wants to dispute that, but I think that's what his answer would be, no matter what they would have done.
Nate, I'm convinced Jerry Dulac uses Furyk as his own alias to give questions or critiques he himself has about the team.
Maybe.
Implying that the Jim Furyk questions are an inside job? Jerry just writes that he hates the stuff they do in the chat with his own name. I do think you're right, though. I think if they didn't make a move, oh, that's good. If they did make a move, oh, see, perfect. Great job.
We have these people on the air. I think they do a fantastic job. I can't stress that enough. I just think it's bizarre that the Steelers media, the people that cover the team, how is it that collectively as a group, they've all agreed as a group that the Steelers did the right thing, and not all the fans, but most of the fans are wrong? Most of the fans are like, what are you doing? You're kidding me. Nothing? And they all come back immediately and say, well, hold on a second, guys. This was actually a very prudent thing to do. You have to be fiscally responsible sometimes. You can't start handing out 4th and 6th round picks like it's Halloween candy. Meanwhile, if they had done it, I'm telling you, they would have said, hey, this is a continuation. Omar Khan is an aggressive GM, and that's what you do when you're 5-3 and in first place. Well, I just like one person who's around the team to say, guys, they might regret this. You know who actually did that? Pomp. I give Pomp credit. Pomp does the Tomlin show. He's doing the Tomlin press conference. He's in the bosom of the Steelers.
We're going to have a chance to ask Jeff what he thinks they should have done. I think Jeff will be an honest broker later today.
I didn't see any tweets from Jeff yesterday, or I didn't see an article on our website that said they're going to regret this. If there was one, I apologize, Andy Lindbergh. But I didn't see Jeff write, man, they're going to regret this.
I think he's writing just the facts.
Oh, he doesn't sprinkle in 2 cents?
He does the opinion when he's on with us.
Okay.
Cavalli also could just be trolling. I think we know that Mark likes to troll the audience.
But, Chris, it's not just him. I only singled him out because he's I didn't single him out, but I'm just also reacting to what I heard from him on my way into work today. You know, if they had DeFabo on, or if they had Batco on, or one of those guys, and they
had Ray on in the morning, but all it says on the show notes Callis sent out is 8 o'clock. Ray Fittipaldo.
Well, there's some extensive note taking there.
Wow, thanks, Callis. Didn't have a chance to catch that segment. I would have loved to have known if Ray said any of that stuff.
I don't understand how anybody could possibly not look at what Jerry and Furyk brought up in this chat and say, well, that really is kind of a contradiction, or what other word makes sense here?
That's a paradox.
A paradox.
It's just a paradox.
You put so many eggs in this year's basket, and then when it was time to put one more in,
a 6th-round egg,
you had one more chance to boost this year's team. You said, nope, we're good.
Well, to me, it's specifically, if it really was the Jags were willing to throw in a 6th and the Steelers weren't, the Jags have the same record, so it's not like the projection would be that you're going to be getting a much better pick out of them, like it would have been picking between 6th. It sounds like if the Steelers had just nudged a little further or been the first team to do that, they might have gotten it done. You know what I mean? Hey, we'll just forget about a 4th. How about a 4th and a 6th right now? Do the deal. Probably would have gotten done. It's just weird to me more than anything else that it is such a relative pittance in NFL draft terms and capital terms that they decided this is our line in the sand. Like, usually when you're willing to go a certain distance, taking one extra step doesn't really concern you. Hey, I'm pot. What is it in poker? It would be, I'm pot committed.
You're right.
I got to see the river. I put most of my chips in.
No, they've already seen the river, and then they got raised afterwards, and they said, "No, I'm going to fold my cards." Yeah, they went to the absolute end, Chris.
You pay to see what the other person has there in that setting. I don't think any poker player would even say, "Oh, it's good strategy to just lay it down if you think you might win."
All right, you want to respond to the Steelers standing pat at the deadline and their change of heart in terms of philosophy? Call us 412-928-9370. It's also time to play our favorite game, the fan versus the fans. We stump each other on the air with trivia questions constantly. Now it's your turn to do that for us. And the winner is going to get a 20. I was confused if it's 20 or another number. Is it 20?
25?
It is 25. Yes, that's right. Great job by Rival Sports Bar. You can use that at their Fox Chapel Waterworks or Collier Town Square location. Coming up on Tuesday, November 18th, our grand prize for this promotion will be you and two friends competing against us in a live trivia contest at Rival. So if you call in and win today at 412-928-9370, and again, the way you play is you pick one of us, you ask us a sports trivia question,
we
and
decide
if you stump us,
we decide if it's fair enough to be answered, and if we get it wrong, you win.
You win, but this time not only will you win a $25 gift card, you'll also win the grand prize of competing against us November 18th at Rival at Collier Town Square, 6:30 on November 18th. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. Let's get to a headline. By the way, you can text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, a person you're law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football, you can hear this game right here on 93.7 The Fan to kick off Week 10 of the NFL season tomorrow night, Vegas and Denver. Westwood 1 coverage begins at 7:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Well, here's a trivia question that's not exactly a stumper. Fellas, guys out there, if you need a boost in the bedroom, you don't have to search around and wonder what the answer is. I've got the answer for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. Blue Chew is a cheat code for your downstairs. Like you got a pep talk, a gym membership, and then went out there confidently. Blue Chew's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you do some of the following things. Be more confident where it counts. Be more confident when it counts. Be ready when she is. Give you the flashbacks to your prime, to your glory days, and make the date nights longer and better for everyone. Not just about performance. You know that group chat's always talking. They're always chatting in the group chat. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The Jets made a statement by trading away two great defensive players in Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. But yesterday's trade deadline sure didn't feel like business as usual. GM Darren Muji made two bold moves that set the team up for the future with a massive draft haul. A lot of work ahead, and nothing is guaranteed, but it's not hard to see how brighter days could be ahead. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. From tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon lineup to top shelf spirits served over ice balls. Plus local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. Twin Peaks Street menu is second to none. And don't forget about those legendary 29-degree drafts. Why wait for the weekend? They're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league at your local Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Dan angrily letting you know that this November, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has a deal worth being thankful for. Home equity loan rates as low as 5.5%. Join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union for just $5. Find out if you're eligible. AllegiantFCU.org.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Ready for a new ride at the price you'll love? Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's time for the Fan versus the Fans. Call in now and flex your intellectual muscle. 412-928-9370. Show the guys how much you know by stumping them with a trivia question that will bring them to their knees and cause their sports minds to explode.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Good detective work by Austin, who caught a stray for me in the first segment. My apologies. I got worked up.
He's got a lady named Desiree that really is fond of him. A lady named,
she's great.
A lady named Brokerage Babe who is significantly less fond of him.
He said that Fittipaldo's the guy that said there's not a difference between Myers and Roman Wilson.
I thought it was Ray.
That to me is just, and I think Ray obviously played college football and has covered the Steelers for a long time, and he has a lot of right opinions, and I have a lot of wrong ones.
Well, cue the ELO for tomorrow's show because we're going to have ourselves a little showdown.
I can't.
I'm on your side here. I'm going to let you lead that interview tomorrow with that question. And if I don't get a single word in edgewise because you guys duke it out over that, that's fine with me.
I got to be honest with you. I don't even think the Steelers agree with that. They might now spin it as, we've liked Roman Wilson the whole time. Funny way of showing it. They've had him on ice for most of the year.
Mike Tomlin said in his presser yesterday, I love shopping, and kind of gave everyone the stay tuned, keep your popcorn handy. They tried. They decided that the price wasn't right, and that got us to where we are. Somebody said, what if the offer for the Jags was not the same as the offer to the Steelers, i.e. the Raiders would have played hardball with the Steelers where they wouldn't have with the Jags? I know you have floated a theory that I, by the way, disagree with, that Mark Davis has some sort of old blood feud with the Steelers. There is no good reason why the offer to the Jags, the Raiders would have taken less. They have the same record as the Steelers, so they'll be presumably picking in a similar spot in the draft. That's one, Pony.
Mm-hmm.
Neither team plays in the Raiders division. They're both AFC trades that are not to AFC West teams. No good reason why that deal would be
Listen
different.
to the PM Team on demand, Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. That music means it's time for the fan versus the fans. Check us out. November 18th, we will be at Rival in Bridgeville/Colliertown Square, taking on the winner of this contest and two friends in a trivia night for the ages. Us versus them. You versus me, Malzy, and Donnie. So who is going to be the lucky winner? Let's go to Jimmy and Plum. Hello, Jimmy.
Hey, guys. How you doing? It's Jimmy E. Inser. You know me as E. Inser.
Oh, you're the put him up and slam him down guy, right?
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Are you guys still putting out the videos with you and your kid and your dad? What's going on with that?
Not as much. My one son is coaching a lot of his daughter's soccer, so he ain't over here as much.
Gotcha.
But I'm still blowing my stack.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Can
you believe they think? Can you believe they steal a roster with these receivers? I've never seen anything like it.
I think it could be good with them or without them. I mean, they don't need a guy. They could use a guy, but they also don't need a guy. Inser.
What are you talking about?
I'm looking at Scotty Miller with one catch on the year.
Pony.
Oh, that went over my head.
We just got done doing 20 minutes about how people equivocated two things that can't be equivocated.
What about Scotty Miller, Jim?
Well, Scotty Miller got one catch on the year. Scarani got 2 on the year. Wilson got 9 on the year. I mean, where's the receivers on this team? I feel sorry for Rodgers, because if you're open, he's going to throw it to you. And I see Rodgers holding the ball open, so obviously nobody's open.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
I agree 100%. That's
you
why
got a trivia question for us?
That's why I said I wanted. That's why I said I wanted them to trade for Myers. And who cares about day 3 picks?
And I hate to say this. I think Metcalf is a number 2. I think he's lost a step in the last year or so.
I don't think
he's lost his hands.
I don't think he was ever like a high-end number 1. I thought he was a mid-tier
I don't either.
number 1. Like, I thought he was like the 20th best receiver. Jackson Smith and Jigga is a real number 1 over there. You see what that looks like in that offense.
Yeah, he gets $30 million a year, though.
All right, thank you, Jimmy. I think he just wanted to call in and.
He said he had a trivia question.
Oh, he did?
He said he did.
Crap. Call back, Jimmy. My bad. Here is Rich in Quicksilver. Hello, Rich.
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
My question is, when was the last time the Steelers had a
Hold on. Start over again. I'm yelling so I don't hear the question and cheat. Who is the question directed to? You have to pick one of us.
Malzy or Donnie?
Malzy.
Okay. Here we go, Malz.
I just feel disrespected all the time. Like, people are like, I got to pick the weakest Buffalo.
Go ahead. Let's hear it, Rich.
When was the last time the Steelers had the second half of the season bye?
The last time they had a second half of the season bye. So bye week from weeks, 9 on, you're saying?
Yeah.
I'm going to say...
Hold on. Do we like this question, Donnie?
I had a season in my head, but it's probably wrong. I don't know. This one seems kind of esoteric.
I'm not a huge fan of it.
It's very niche, I feel.
Yeah, because I'm not a huge fan of it. I let him go.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of it.
I would have said 2020. But
here is Vic in Hazelwood. Hello, Vic.
My brothers, what's happening, y'all?
Hi, Vic.
What's going on? Damn, Mosey, why you say it like that? Like,
no, I'm sorry.
I'm getting on your nerves or something.
No, Vic. We have to ask you the first question that we always ask you.
Okay, sure.
Is it that night? Is it tonight? Tomorrow night?
It's Thursday night.
Thursday night. Sorry, Thursday night.
I'm kind of looking forward to it this time, but most nights, I'm just like, whatever.
Most nights you're not that enthusiastic about it.
Is it
no, man. After 28 years, come on, bro.
Is it once a week or once a month?
Once a week. Damn. Yeah, it's once a week.
After 28 years, though, once a week's an aspirational thing.
May I recommend some Blue Chew for a little extra boring in the bedroom?
Oh, man, that's funny as all hell.
Your group chat will be exploding, Vic, if you do that.
All right, Vic, who do you want to ask the trivia question to?
Donnie.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got a question. When's the last time University of Pittsburgh assistant coach won a Super Bowl as the head coach?
When is the last? So football.
Yeah.
I think I know
When
this.
was the last time a member?
A former University of Pittsburgh assistant won a Super Bowl as an NFL head coach. Pony, I think I know the answer. I feel like it's topical
As
right
a head
now.
coach.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm going to allow this question if you're good with it, Donnie.
I think I know the answer.
I'll allow it.
All right. Let's do it.
I mean, I have no idea. It's going to be a total shot in the dark. Like, the only...
Can I
so
give him
it would
a hint,
be
Pony?
It would be a Pitt assistant that
Somebody
won
who
a
was
Super
on
Bowl as a
staff-
head coach.
Somebody who was on staff at Pitt as an assistant for at least a year.
Who went on to win
to become an NFL head coach who won a Super Bowl. I want to give you a hint.
No,
We're not giving him hints, Vic. Don't worry. I'm staring at him, wondering if he's going to put two and two together.
My initial thought is Tony Dungy. I'm going to go Tony Dungy.
Nope.
Vic, who is it?
Jimmy Johnson. He was the assistant head coach in 1977 through 1978, and he won a Super Bowl with the Dallas Cowboys.
I got news for you, man.
Dungy won one. Well, it's also Gruden is the answer.
Your answer's you're right about Johnson, but your answer's not right. He's not the most recent
John
guy.
Gruden was an assistant at Pitt and won one in 02.
You got to fact check yourself,
Dungy would have
man.
won it. It was Dungy.
You guys are both wrong. Mike McCarthy was an assistant at Pitt for 3 years and won the Super Bowl with the Packers against the Steelers. So goodbye, Vic.
Did Dungy do it?
I
thought he wasn't on.
When
Pitt's
was
staff.
Vic on Pitt's coaching staff?
When was Vic in Hazelwood?
I mean, when was
I have no idea. That
when was
a complete
Dungy
guess.
on Pitt's
We know
coaching
Vic's
staff?
off day was Thursday if he was on Pitt's coaching staff. He had bigger things
He was not.
fish to fry.
Dungy was not. That was your guess,
So
right?
it would have been McCarthy and Gruden, the last two.
Yeah.
I thought it was a Gruden question because I forgot about McCarthy because I know Gruden was a Pitt assistant for a year.
If Jimmy and Plum wants to call back in and offer us up a trivia question, please do. One more here.
Okay.
Let's try Eric and Carrick. Hello, Eric.
Good afternoon, guys.
Hey, man.
All right, this is a boxing trivia question.
So it's got to be for Mulsey then. I'll put it to him right now because he's the boxing aficionado.
Well, if he wants to win, wouldn't he ask one of you two?
No, I'm making an executive decision and saying it has to be for you.
All right.
Because you're the boxing guy. So go ahead, Eric.
All right, everyone knows if you look in the boxing record books, they see one name as a heavyweight champion who never lost, and everyone knows that's Rocky Marciano. I say there's a second one. Who is it?
A second heavyweight champion who never lost.
Yep.
Can I ask you a question, though?
If it's subjective on your
if
part,
it's
how do we
subjective,
know?
Like, I think Floyd Mayweather
you look
lost
in the record book.
He said
you
heavyweight.
look in the record
Chris.
book. It's official.
Heavyweight. Right? Heavyweight, Eric?
Yep.
So that takes Mayweather out.
Wait a minute. Does this have
Minimum
to be
fights?
Hold on. Does this have to be a male boxer?
Yes.
Okay. Thought we were.
And do we have to have a minimum fights? Like, is 1-0 good enough?
It's not who I'm thinking of, so
okay.
I don't think that's
all right.
Really matters.
So it's a guy that boxed enough to count here.
I know the Marciano.
It's official. His name's in the record book, guaranteed.
Man, I'm struggling with this one because all the old-timey fighters who, in my brain would do this, they all fought and lost, and no one cared that they had a couple of losses. Like Harry Greb, who was not a heavyweight, I don't think, is one of the greatest ever, and he's from here, but he had a ton of losses, but he just fought constantly.
All right, so what's your answer? Give us a name here, and then we'll fact-check Eric to see if his answer is
You don't even
accurate.
have to fact-check it because it's wide knowledge. The name in the record
Go ahead,
book
Mulsey.
who never lost.
He's...
Who?
What's his name? Emil Griffith.
Cassius Clay never lost.
He lost when he became Muhammad Ali and changed his name.
That's right. And the name in the record books, which is what I asked, is Cassius Clay, heavyweight champion, never lost.
I'll allow it. I like it.
Oh, you're giving him the okie? You're letting him... That's
Yes.
a rabbit punch, Pony.
Somebody got me with first no-hitter at PNC Park, and it was a Whitfield kid and not Homer Bailey.
All right.
So I got to count that. I got to be consistent.
He did say... He even tried to stress it's a name in the record book.
I'm going to put Eric on hold so Donnie can give him his prize.
Damn it.
I am going to say, if Eric would be kind enough, because of the way I blew him off accidentally.
You mean Jimmy and...
Yes. Would Eric invite Jimmy and Plum to be one of his teammates at trivia night on the 18th. Because I can get in touch with Jimmy and Plum. And I think Jimmy and Plum, given the way he speaks about the Steelers, would be a formidable trivia partner in that game. With the huge following he has.
I agree with that part of it. I'm just disgusted that I got kind of beat with well, no, you know why?
Yes.
Because I helped us get the Michael Robinson question right by being like, wait a minute, did that quarterback have to make it as a quarterback? And I helped us out, and I wish the old brain was sharper.
Donnie, get Eric's information and ask about the Jimmy offer and see if he's cool with that. And then I'll let Jimmy know. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. The Penguins made about 900 moves at the end of yesterday's show. We'll ask Tyler Kennedy about them next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Penguins back on the ice tomorrow night. Puck drop against the Capitals at 7:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, so thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about the NBA and NBA betting heating up on FanDuel, season underway. And FanDuel wants to allow for you to pick your reward on America's #1 sportsbook. Every day here at the start of the season, you get to choose your reward when you log on to the FanDuel Sportsbook. You can do a profit boost where you up the amount you can make on a bet. So let's say, for example, it's even money. Well, with the profit boost, you might be able to up it to plus 120 or plus 150, something like that. You can play it cool with a no-sweat bet. That's my way to go. Put together a big, let's say, same-game parlay, and then if you lose, no big deal. You get the money back in site credit, or you can get a little backup with a bet-back token. So make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to make your choice today. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wednesday means wings. Thursday is trivia. Shiloh Plate and Pour on Mount Washington.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are dropping early. You can save up to 50% throughout the store all weekend. Yep, call it what you want. Manifestation, luck, fate. The point is, it's happening. Plus, you'll earn $15 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent on Friday. Shop early Black Friday deals at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. And thank the universe later. Select styles up to 50% off, valid November 7th through 9th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the faceoffs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode too. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Mr. Kennedy!
Sports Talk on the Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Remember, the Steelers play Sunday night, and it is a single game scenario for Paramount Plus and KDKA this Sunday, not a doubleheader. So our options in Pittsburgh were the following: Arizona and at Seattle late, the Browns at Jets at 1, the Bills at Dolphins at 1, the Jags at Texans at 1, Pats at Bucks at 1. Chris Muller, which game do you think we're getting? Mike's not on.
I know, sorry. That was a
Ron Cook
moment. Rattle them off again because I had one.
Cards, Seahawks,
No.
Browns, Jets, Bills, Dolphins, Jags, Texans, Pats,
I think
Bucks.
we're getting Bills, Dolphins.
Donnie?
Go through a couple of those again.
Browns, Jets, Bills, Dolphins, Titans.
No, Jags, Texans.
Jags, Texans, Patriots, Bucks.
Cardinals,
Patriots, Bucks.
That was the one I was gonna say, but that just feels like there's an NFC.
Patriots, Bucks.
Damn it, Don.
Jim Nance and Tony Romo.
It should be a good game.
They're not giving us Browns and Jets and keeping it in division.
Donnie, this is messed up. Nate tweeted in just as a coda to our
I already have a response.
Fan versus the fans and said somebody should have called in and asked Donnie who ranks 37th on the Steelers
Yeah, he's
all-time
on there.
receiving list.
No, he's not.
Nelly,
the guy who sent the Dewey Beach Truman thing last night, that was a master class. That was
if you don't know what we're talking about,
go back and listen to the name game from yesterday, 5:30. Really quick, Don, just like the officials in any sporting event, Nelly is starting to become like too much of the main character. You never want to know the officials' names and have them. There's some Don Denkinger here.
Tyler Kennedy on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service. Penguins blew a third-period lead in Toronto Monday night. Then they made a flurry of roster moves for their next game against the Capitals tomorrow night, Tyler. Let's start with the goaltending situation. Tristan Jarry placed on IR. Here comes, how do you say the kid's last name, Chris? Miroshov, thank you.
Miroshov, yeah. Sergei
Here comes Miroshov
who
from
was outrageous in Wilkes-Barre.
the American League. His first taste of NHL hockey, one of the best prospects in hockey. So how should they divvy up the
reps.
starts, TK? What's the move here?
Well, I think they stay to the same game plan. I think you don't want to bring them up here and wear them out. I think you obviously want to take your time with them. This is his opportunity, but again, I don't think you want to burn him out trying to squeeze every bit of everything out of him. I think you go back and forth, you let him warm up, and then in another 2 months, then you kind of see if he can take the lead on the net. Because this is, I think everyone's looking forward to this kid. I think there's so much hype around this kid coming in, and he's done so well. And let's see if it transfers to the NHL.
What if it does?
Shots.
What do you do with your goaltending then in 3 weeks when Jari's healthy?
Well, one, it'd be a great, tough decision, right? Something that I think we've been looking for the last couple of years is pretty consistent goaltending, the next rising star. And then when it comes to that point, I think you got to make a decision, right? You're either going to put Tristan on waivers or Arthur, you got to get rid of one, because this guy, if he shows he's ready, you can't keep sending him down to the AHL. You got to make a move. And again, I'm excited to see how this kid plays with a lot more pressure, right? You're going from, in the AHL, there's maybe 2,000 fans there, 1,000 fans, to 10, 15,000 fans, a lot more pressure. The speed is so much faster. You're going against the most elite goal scorers in the world, guys that, they hire their own specialists to teach him how to score more goals. So this kid's going to have his hands full, but I think he's up for the challenge. I think, again, I don't think anyone realized how good he's going to be, and it shows by his numbers. He goes from the East Coast, doing really well. He comes up to the AHL and is a rock star. And even this year, he's had a tremendous year. He deserves a really good shot, and he's going to get it.
TK, you kind of partially answered it, but other than some of the obvious stuff, big arenas, packed houses, a faster game, and better overall players, obviously. Is there anything else about the way the NHL game is played differently from even the AHL that is like a tough transition for a goalie? Like in my brain, I'm like, maybe it's a little sloppier in front of the net in the AHL. Like the play can be a little more ragged. Is there anything else besides just an overall uptick in quality of opponent that he's going to have to adjust to?
Well, I think it's a couple things. Obviously, the plays, right? I think there's a lot more tic-tac-toe plays, a lot more talented, skilled plays in front of the net, right? And another one is, they're playing the Washington Capitals. You're playing against the best goal scorer to ever live.
Yeah.
I don't think you can ever compare that to anyone in the AHL. It is just a different level of speed on that shot. It is coming at you, and if you're not ready, it'll push you over. And I think that's the biggest thing. The plays that these guys are able to make at that high level in the NHL, and just, again, going against Alex Ovechkin, the best goal scorers to ever live. And, again, guys, I find sometimes when in the AHL, when you play 3-3, the last game of that 3-3, it's a different hockey game compared to the first game, which is 3-on-3. It means they play 3 games in 3 nights, which means you're worn out by that third game. You're holding it together. You don't really have that in the NHL. Usually, there's teams coming in on a back-to-back, but they're usually rested going into these games. So the teams are just more ready to play compared to the AHL games. AHL, again, they pack the games in those weekends so they get the attendance. So this is definitely a different game than the AHL. But on the flip side, right, he's not riding a bus for 3 or 4 hours, getting off the bus, quick warm-up, and going to play hockey. He's coming from a hotel or his place here. The preparation in the NHL is going to be a lot easier for him to get prepared for games.
We saw the defensive changes, too. Pickering got sent down. Ryan Graves back from the dead to at least occupy a roster spot for now. Brunick played his 9th game against Toronto. We know Kindle's here to stay, and what a player he looks like. He hasn't slowed down a bit. He played an awesome game against the Maple Leafs. Not his fault at all that they blew that game. So we've asked you this a lot, Tyler. Where do you stand at this very second? Should Brunick play against Washington, yes or no?
I think yes. I think when you hear about the guys around the dressing room, you hear what they're saying about those two guys and the energy they bring to practice, the energy they bring to the room, I think you got to keep that young talent around because, again, it helps them be around the best players, right? Like Malkin, Crosby. And when you look to the future, that's the future. And you want to get your eyes on them as soon as possible. So I think he's going to stay around, and I think it'll be good.
TK, do you give any, credence, I guess would be the right word, to the idea that that's going to be a really damaging loss to them, losing the way it's an historic loss to Toronto, blowing a 3-goal lead at the start of the third period. Like, is that going to have a hangover effect for them, in your opinion?
I hope not, right? Because, you watch those first two periods, I was so high. I'm like, the Penguins
That's the best I've seen them play in a long time. They were completely dominant.
And it was like, they are the real deal. This is what we haven't seen in a long time, especially consistency, right? And then they come out and they play exactly how you want to them. Your hopes are so high, and then that third period, and then it like literally drops off like the stock market right now. It is like, oh my God, they came back and just some of the details weren't there, and they let that one slip away. So it's going to be interesting to see how they bounce back, because that's not like losing 2-1. When a team rallies back and scores 4 unanswered, it's a different story. So that first period, that first shift's going to mean a lot for the Penguins, and I'm interested. Now I'm excited to see if they're different, because last year you would see a different game. You would see a team that's fragile next game. Let's see if they're fragile against the Washington Capitals, or they come out guns a-blazing and focus on playing how they've been playing, focused on themselves. So it's going to be fun to watch. And again, I think everyone's excited with the way this team has played, and there's a little bit more excitement. But with that happening last game, I think people are interested to see how they're going to rebound.
Tyler Kennedy, check him out tomorrow in studio with Pomp and Joe. Thanks, TK.
Thanks, boys.
Still not going on the morning show. I think there's actually maybe something there between him and
Even
Crowley.
Though he joked about it in the moment and kind of gave him a hard time,
Yeah.
that maybe there's just friction.
I think so.
Real friction.
That's just a really
Crowley
tough
said
thing
one
to
of
get
the
over.
Crowley said one of the all-time bizarre, unnecessary.
You had a great
things.
moment, and then the rest of your life pretty much sucked. Your thoughts?
Hey, TK, you've started a family, you've got kids, you still had a long and fruitful NHL career. Even years later, you scored
Making
a massive
millions of dollars. Yes,
you
that
scored
too.
a massive playoff goal in a series against the Islanders later on, but it all sucked, huh? By the way, were you surprised watching that Penguins game that they've only blown leads in the third period like that, twice in their history before that game?
I was a little bit, based on how the last years have gone, especially in thinking back on
just also some of
the 70s and 80s too.
They're good teams
With
even
fire wagon
sometimes
hockey.
who's just playing crazy fire wagon hockey. I was stunned when I saw that stat.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. In Pittsburgh tonight, a low of 39 degrees. There is a conspiracy theory on why the Steelers did nothing at the trade deadline that I want to run by you guys and our listeners coming up. And if you want to call in on the decision to do nothing, you can at 412-928-9370. Let's get to a quick timeout followed by a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Black and gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med-mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Never Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart, 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray, Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra, and Emerson Hart of Tonic. A night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Waiting on that Steelers injury report from day one of practice, getting ready for a trip out west to play the Chargers. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Play action, Rattler to the air. Looking deep down the field. Shaheed's got great speed. He's got him. Shaheed down the sideline. 10-5, touchdown. There's the home run ball for the Saints. 87 yards.
Different game. Jamal Williams in the game at that. Ball pressure, lets it fly. Going deep, Shaheed. He's got it. Touchdown, New Orleans.
That's what the Steelers are missing out on. Rashid Shaheed, one of the two wide receivers who went at the trade deadline. Out to Seattle for Shaheed, to Jacksonville for Myers. I will be tracking what those guys do the rest of the way. That's part of the accounting work that comes with doing nothing at the trade deadline. What did you miss out on? How did your guys who you internally viewed to be good enough? How do those guys perform? Roman Wilson, Calvin Austin. I would probably lump even tight end production in there for the Steelers over the second half of the season. There's a conspiracy theory on what really happened yesterday, and you guys can all react to it. And there's even a conspiracy theory inside of the conspiracy theory. It's like those, remember those eggs?
Russian nesting doll.
You know those Russian nesting doll eggs that maybe
They're not eggs, they're just dolls.
You'd open one up and there'd be the
There's
same exact
one.
looking
Yes,
one inside.
It's called a Russian nesting doll.
Yeah, my grandma had a ton of these.
We have one that Ace likes to play with it. He's like, where's that doll?
Which grandma? The one that used to have the big jug of wine?
Yes, Bubba.
I love her.
She had a ton of these things around the house.
She'd have Russian nesting dolls and just lots of wine.
Donnie, I never met her. She sounds like a first-class lady. I could see her and Candy in Monroeville sitting down and talking about that Steelers-Dolphins game played in the slop over at Heinz Field.
Well, I mean, I've told Candy and Monroeville this before. They actually sound the same on the phone, too, which is like, it's like weird to me.
Yeah.
But like every time Candy calls in, it sounds a lot like what my Bubba sounded like on the phone.
Well, and she would say to you, how about when that ball got stuck in the mud, Donnie?
Well, don't most grandmothers have like sort of I'm not saying they all sound the same, but there's a certain cadence, a warmth to the voice, Donnie. Candy's never calling in raising hellfire and brimstone. Maybe Pony's grandma.
Yeah, I was going to say, my grandmother's not really associated with the word warmth. She's coming in hot all the time. Yes. Yeah,
Wow.
F-bombs. If it's not an actual F-bomb, it's like the Italian equivalent of what those words are. Yeah. She's like, "Do you see what this Strumbalad did last night?" I'm like, "Wait, what?"
I'm gonna get in trouble within my in-law in my in-laws for saying this.
Yeah.
Alex's grandfather and grandmother, maternal, are still alive, and they're they're still doing a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Her grandfather does not he won't swear, but he will. And Donnie, be very careful here because I'm not gonna say the words, so don't worry. he'll just go, "Oh, those mother suckers," and I'm like, we all know what you're saying. You're not hiding it from anybody. Like why don't you just say it if you really want to say it? But
some people don't believe in swearing, like
he'll say
Ben
like
Roethlisberger or BMAC or Phillip Rivers.
He'll say "suck that" and stuff like that. And I'm like, what are you?
Wait, how old is this person?
He's in his mid-80s. He'll come up to me and be like, "Oh, those
suck on that."
No, he'll just substitute an S where an F would make it a very FCC unfriendly word. But he'll say
instead
it a lot.
of F that, he'll say "suck that."
It's
this
mainly
is a man in his 80s doing this?
It's mainly mother suckers. It's just, and I'm always just completely thrown for a loop by it.
The conspiracy theory is that Rooney blocked the trade. That Rooney was the quote-unquote voice of reason that's like, simmer down now. Let's not get our panties in a bunch. We've got good players here. Let's not give up future picks.
Oh, I can't wait to ask Mike Florio
Okay,
about
let's
this.
not go too crazy here.
Hey, did you see where the next year's draft is? I want to make lots and lots of picks.
Well, I was just going to say that was the conspiracy theory inside the conspiracy theory, which is the motivation behind that is they've got a festival here. They've got the biggest event in football other than the Super Bowl, you might say, coming to Pittsburgh next April. And so they're going to be more protective about those draft picks than any draft ever. And I go back and forth on that. Like, part of me thinks that's really stupid when I say that out loud. Why would you let the location of a draft affect your decision-making? But I've also heard intelligent people say things like they'd love to take their next quarterback here in Pittsburgh. They think that would be really cool to anoint their next quarterback successor.
I would rather
at the
than
draft.
just pick the right quarterback.
Yes.
I don't care if they do it here or Timbuktu.
Agreed. But it's their event, you know?
Yeah,
and it's
that's
their
not a
party,
good-
so they want to throw a good party, Chris.
Well, you know what this conspiracy within the conspiracy, I guess, would sort of underscore? It usually doesn't get associated with the Steelers, or it's a family business and football is the business, but it would be we're running this like a business, and that's a big event for business, and we're letting it supersede like what happens on the field potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it would be a very Jerry Jonesian thing to do, don't you think? To say, I'm not trading picks in part because I'm having the draft here next year, and we've got a lot of picks, and I want to make this a complete, like, Dallas, a blowout here in Arlington. It's at Jarrah World, and I'm going to make this the biggest show and spectacle next to the Super Bowl, maybe even greater than. Like, if Jerry Jones said, my point is, if Jerry Jones said exactly this, or this conspiracy went around about him, people would be like, what an asinine reason to step in. I know he's their GM, but still.
But the Steelers also are the franchise that up until recently was synonymous with building through the draft and winning with the draft.
I know.
So they might not look at it like they're doing something just for appearances. They're doing it because it's perfect. It makes football sense, and it also helps the bottom line too, and helps them pull off this huge event. Bless you. Oh no, he's dying over there. Donnie, first of all, let me ask you, do you buy this conspiracy theory that Rooney got involved here?
No, it seems pretty silly to me that this would happen. That I feel like the only owner, and you guys brought up Jerry Jones when they hosted
the whole
in
conspiracy
Dallas.
theory, or just the little egg inside the egg about the draft being here? Do you think that Art told those guys, hey, do what you want with the trade deadline? Or could you see him saying, hey, be very careful about trading those draft picks?
No,
Let's remember, we need those draft picks for April.
I get on Art Rooney's case a ton, and it's mostly deserved. But, I don't think he stepped in yesterday and told them, hey, do not make a move because I want all of these picks for late April.
So the only now that I'm done, I think it was like a small piece of pepper somehow. Anyway.
Well, yes, because you're eating 29 peppers during the breaks.
No,
here.
like actual pepper, the seasoning.
Okay.
So I'm not even sure I could call this a football reason, where he would step in and say, don't make this deal. But I would call it like I'm going to be the realistic person in the room, the adult in the room here. Their odds right now to win the Super Bowl not that anyone's making decisions necessarily based on Vegas odds, are
They're
still 16th in the league.
Yep.
Art could look at them and say, hey, I'm not you, Mike. I'm not Andy. I'm not a football guy per se. But there are a lot of teams to leapfrog. How much would this really help us this year? It's looking like a deep AFC again. We're currently the best team most people think isn't even technically in playoff position, the Chiefs. Is this really going to move the needle? That's the best I can come up with for a football reason.
I don't think that's how he looks at it, though. I think he looks at it like they're in first place in their division, and that's a home playoff game, and that's what he cares about.
Somebody
got to win your division.
Somebody might want to tell him what the rest of their schedule looks like and then have said, hey, Art, you probably should have made a trade because you've got Baltimore twice, Detroit, Buffalo, Chicago on the road where you never win.
Listen to the Fan on Demand. I already said that. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Matt Clement, our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst, joins us next. He has thoughts on the start of free agency for the Buccos that he wants to share. Mike Florio on the trade deadline moves and lack of moves at 3:30, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball back in action on Friday night, hosting Longwood at the Peterson Event Center. Tip set for 7. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame begins at 6:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, if your garage is a disaster and you want to avoid it, you don't like pulling into it, you hate what you see when you step out of your car. I felt that way for a while and said, I've got this nice house, but it's not really finished because the garage floor is so gross. The people that can fix that all, Comer and Cross, they did for me. My garage now feels like an extra room of the house. And right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer and Cross garage floor, but you got to call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. The number, write it down or just call it right now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. New Comer and Cross garage floor is going to be a game changer for you. They can get the job done in one day. They did for me, less than one day actually. They came over, they were trained pros, not subcontractors that had no clue what they were doing. They fixed the cracks and pits perfectly before they put the coating down, and they'll even take big-ticket items out of your garage for you, like my refrigerator. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We'll find out if they made the right moves at the right price down the road. But for today, I want to give the Jets, the Cowboys, and the Colts some credit. There should be no half measures. If you're selling, send out Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. If you're buying, let those first-round picks fly. You never know when you'll be back in these situations, so you have to take advantage. I'm Andrew Bogish.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Hey, it's Crowley for Window Nation's end of the year sale. This November, you'll save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0% financing for 5 years. Plus, you could get 2 tickets to a Penguins home game while supplies last. Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good, you'll actually save money on lower utility bills and come with a lifetime warranty. Window Nation even has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Don't miss out on 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com to get started.
At twomeninajunktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Other sportsbooks just don't hit right. But FanCash makes switching to Fanatics easy. Only Fanatics gives you up to 10% FanCash back on all bets, win or lose, which you can use to unlock the world of Fanatics. From more bets and game tickets to signed memorabilia and one-of-a-kind experiences only Fanatics can offer. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook and let the fan cash roll in. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. Cold beer, hot wings, every game live at Rival.
Now for the Gerken Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic is starting to build on the Parkway East outbound from the bend at Bates as you try to head out of the city, and heading into the city on the Parkway East. Traffic is slow moving from Edgewood Swissvale. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. You've invested in everything else this year. Have you invested in yourself? Awaken 180 is HSA and FSA approved. Make your tax-free investment in yourself pay you dividends every single day. Up to 40% savings at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Listen to Starkey on Wednesdays. Today's a Wednesday. You hear about his card of the week from Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon on the 937thefan.com contesting page. Our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst Matt Clement joins us. Our listeners got a big kick out of hearing Matt and his sports card collecting hobby last week and all of the investing he did into LeBron James cards early in LeBron's career.
And you're saying yesterday on the air that you're basically going to do the equivalent of buy stock in Coca-Cola and Apple and try to make a modest profit. Meanwhile, you want to take no risks in your own card buying forays and like project onto somebody who's young and possibly very good right now.
I mean, Matt, you obviously are a very smart guy. Do you agree with my thought? Instead of investing in stocks, I should invest in things I know, like sports, a la sports cards?
I'd probably invest in the stocks. It's hard to hit those. It's hard to hit those sports cards like that. And like I said last week, there's a plethora of people that I missed on in the mix there, but it's nice to hit on somebody every once in a while.
So what is your thought on the start of baseball free agency and how the Pirates should go about their business here?
I think it's going to be an interesting time here, especially for Pirate fans, and I've been thinking about this a lot.
Because usually it's a depressing time, Matt. So I'm intrigued by your word choice right off the bat there.
Well, this is Ben Cherington's in an interesting situation. I think that like a lot of these higher end, higher paid free agents aren't the answer. Like you get 2 or 3 of them, 2 of them hit, they're the answer. Like to me, I look at this from a different perspective. Your strength is your pitching staff. You need bats, but your pitching staff is going to win if you're going to win. And like the first person I would call, in the first moment is I'd call JT Realmuto with the Phillies, because you're catching both ends of this, right? You're getting this veteran leader, number one, which we talk about. They always could use that with this young team. You're also going to teach all these young. You have the, he's been the best defensive catcher, arguably, over the past 5, 6, 7 years at times, at least one of the top two. So that's going to enhance your pitching staff at the same time. And you're going to put a bat in the lineup that, like, okay, worst case scenario, he's a 260, 270 guy with 12, 15 home runs. He steals some bags still. He has, at least in the past. I don't know about last year in particular. And it's just, you're bringing that leader in. And in my opinion, it's a win-win situation. They're projecting him for like 2 years at 12 to 15 a year. Sign him for 3 years. And here's my thing, at that rate, because you're going to have to make him come to the Pirates. Like, he isn't going to just want to come to the Pirates. And then here's the thing: if it's July and you're out of the race, Will Smith might be hurt, and the Dodgers will take him in a heartbeat. The Padres will take him in a heartbeat. The Mets will take him in a heartbeat. There'll be a team that wants him to help them win the World Series when it comes around. So the investment, to me, isn't even a huge investment from that case. I'd use my money trying to sign Connor Griffin to a big deal and get him on the Raps, and maybe even think about Chandler, maybe even think about Jared Jones, because I think that money you have, the big money, just doesn't translate into what's they're going to need as much as they need at bats.
It does feel like you're trying to get the Russell Martin lightning in a bottle 2.0 with Real Muto there.
Well, I feel like that would be great, but I feel like he's been a good hitter, number one. But
he's coming off his worst hitting year basically in a decade, though. I will say that.
True, but you're having to take some chances with people. I'd rather take chances a lower number in a spot that, okay, now we have Henry Davis who can learn from this guy, and maybe that takes him over the top as a catcher. Maybe he becomes Skeen's personal guy because he kind of Skeens likes to throw to him. And then you move Flores as the platoon guy to first base, maybe with Horwitz, and you really haven't spent a lot of your money. Then you hopefully use Keller maybe to go to, let's throw something hypothetical out there. Let's go to Boston, who has a plethora of outfielders and needs pitching. So you go Keller, maybe get Jason Duran in that situation, and who's still under contract. He was $7 million this year, who's not huge. So just some moves from my thought, and maybe lock up these young guys in a deal. And I think that's the best bet if you want to hit the jackpot with the Pirates. I mean, if you want to try to just sneak in the playoffs, there's other moves to make, but that's the way I look at it.
Matt, how much blame does former Pirate IKF deserve for the Blue Jays losing Game 7 Saturday night?
I mean, I give them zero blame.
Wow. Okay.
Why are you clapping, Pony? Because you agree?
No, I'm just that's a
okay. It's a bold statement.
Based on the way that Twitter reacted, he was like the scapegoat for what happened in that game.
Well, let's start with this. I mean, I don't know if they're there without some of the contributions he had with Bichette down, because he played a pivotal role up until that time. But secondly, and here's the thing. I haven't dug into this on Twitter, but I did see an interview that Muncy did saying, almost sticking up for him, saying, I was holding him on at third base. I was holding him on like I was holding him on at, like I'm holding him on at first base almost, and to keep that jump from being down. So I take that away, and I think of it from the flip side. If he's getting this monster lead and gets picked off at the end of the game, what do you think the Twitter hate would be then?
Well, Matt, here's my rebuttal to that. The Twitter hate would be off the charts, and I'm not trying to give a voice to just Twitter is the arbiter here, but I saw the wide-angle view, and the one credible thing I thought people were saying, and I know former players have disagreed on this. Pony, you could refresh my memory as to who said they all freeze on these plays now because they don't want to get doubled off on a liner, but they show him as the pitch is very clearly being thrown. It's not going to be a pickoff attempt to third base. He basically shuffles his feet maybe a foot or two. Not like that quote-unquote aggressive secondary lead you always hear that guys are supposed to take. And because the difference is so minuscule in him being out versus safe, I've got to believe if he just takes more of a standard secondary lead as the pitch is starting to become to head towards home, he probably beats that throw given what happened to Rojas's footing on the play.
Well, and I think we can kind of cut it in the middle here if we want to. Like if he takes the super aggressive one, then you're running the risk of the line drive pickoff.
That's what Justin Turner said.
Yeah,
Justin Turner said that if a major league player in the infield gets a glove on the ball, you're out at home plate. So there's a better chance of getting doubled up on a line drive than scoring from third on a ground ball in the infield. That was his take.
Yeah, and I believe so. So I mean, could we? You know, I'll respect your point because, yeah, you probably can always say it could have been, especially when you see the replay and Smith's foot came up and all this other stuff. I've heard the other argument is he should have ran through the base on that rather than sliding on that, which is, you know, that happens like 2 or 3 times a year anywhere. So, and the biggest part of the World Series, I don't know if that's the case. And I'd have to guess the third base coach was giving him specific instructions on how he's going about that at third base too. Like that's not just something that IKF's just sitting over there, you know, freelancing on his own. To a degree, maybe, but that third base coach is going to be saying, "Hey, man, we need you to get this, we need you to get that," and quite honestly, like I think that's the part about the big leagues that sometimes amazed me, and sometimes I tend to forget. Like the big leaguer gets that, the infield's in, big leaguer gets glove on that ball. He's scoring, and if it's a crazy play where he has to dive or whatever the case may be, I mean, he's not scoring if big leaguer gets glove on that ball, like Turner said. But if he has to dive or something, like it's going to get through, and you can't take the chance of getting doubled off. So I just, you know, there's just too many other things that happen to put all your hate onto him in that situation. But, you know, fans, that's
all right, Matt, I've got one more for you. Then it has nothing to do with a secondary lead. It has to do with a bit of conventional baseball. Well, this is just how you do it that I think is maddening. Why slide there? It slows you down. Just sprint through the bag. You're not Jeremy Giambi in the A's Yankees series where you don't slide and Jeter's able to flip the ball. Just sprint through the plate.
And I think that there's some that's conventional baseball. You don't do that, and I think that maybe that's got to be something that, you know, my goodness, like because nobody does it. That's something maybe the third base coach gives them. Like, hey man, we're going straight through this, especially if you see Smith out front. You know, if you see Smith out front, it's a traditional ground ball. We're gonna go straight through this because you run the risk also, like if you're going straight through it and all of a sudden the throw takes Smith in front of you, then you have a monster collision there and craziness ensues, and they're replaying it in New York to figure out if he's safe or out or legal.
Matt Clement, our 93.7 The MLB analyst, a word to the wise: don't invest your kid's college fund in cards. Go with stocks instead. Thank you, Matt.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net.
93.7 The MLB? Did
I say that?
That's a new one. I'm always paying very close attention to what you say.
Florio next on the lack of movement by the Steelers at the trade deadline. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Local college football this weekend. West Virginia back at home after the win over Houston. They host Colorado Saturday at noon. Indiana at Penn State, a noon kickoff on Saturday. Pitt enjoying a bye week. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. And the NBA season is underway. Lots of craziness already ensuing. And the best thing about betting the NBA on FanDuel is that every day to start the season, you get to choose your reward. So take your shot with a profit boost, which means here's a bet, whether it's a spread bet, a total bet, the money line bet, a parlay, and give yourself better odds. Or you can go with a no-sweat bet, which means exactly that. Put in a bet. If you lose it, you don't lose any money because you get it back in site credit and bonus bets through FanDuel. Or you can go with a bet back token. So make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way on FanDuel. FanDuel.com/Andrew to make your choice. 21 plus resident in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get 50% off all window styles from Window Nation. Visit windownation.com.
If you have Medicaid and are new to Medicare, you may qualify to enroll in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan with a lot more benefits like dental, vision, and hearing, along with helpful support when you need it most. Now is the time to see if you qualify to enroll. It only takes a few minutes to find out if you're eligible. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well. Learn more at humanaduals.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a dual-eligible special needs PPO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the state Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
This is Pat Bostic. Every foundation poured, every beam placed, every mile of asphalt laid, P.J. Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group take pride in building Pittsburgh's future. Their work shapes our communities, leaving a lasting impact for generations. With passion, craftsmanship, and an unwavering commitment to excellence, they build more than structures. They build legacies. Ready to be part of something bigger? Join the team where hard work meets passion. Learn more at pjdick.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Hey, join us for a toast to the fan. It's a party about us at the Drum Bar inside the Rivers on Monday, November 17th, as we celebrate winning the 2025 Marconi Award. We won a Marconi Award as a station, even though during that time, shenanigans took place, like me getting my nipples pierced.
Well, that wasn't during the voting period.
Yeah,
that was
good point.
after. It was after.
Good thing we waited until after. This incredible honor wouldn't be possible without you, our loyal listeners, so we're thanking you by buying the first 300 guests a drink.
You better read that real carefully,
I am.
pal.
Buying the first 300 guests a drink. Okay. If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. Raise a glass with us, hang out with our hosts, and celebrate another amazing year of Pittsburgh Sports Talk Radio. We can't wait to see you there. Monday, November 17th, our Marconi Award night.
Where do you think Pro Football Talk had the Steelers in their power rankings, Pony, this week?
7th.
11th. Mike, do you write all
Not
the
a big
blurbs
bump
here?
for the Colts.
A 3-spot bump for the Steelers, but I hope you write all of these yourself because I think you've said before that you kind of roll your eyes at power rankings, but do them anyway. I love this.
No, that's his take on mock drafts.
Oh, that's right, mock drafts. Steelers at 11.
Same thing, though.
Oh, okay.
Same thing.
Sunday's performance proves conclusively that they should burn those ugly-ass throwback uniforms, Mike. I enjoyed reading that.
Those are the worst. They're absolutely the worst. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a factor in losing. How do you get yourself ready to go play a football game against the Green Bay Packers when you look like a pack of idiots wearing
And you know what? You know what? You're backed up even more on bad throwbacks in general. What did the Packers go out and do the very next week? Lose in those ugly-ass throwbacks they wear.
Mike Florio, our guest, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, I'm going to read you a question from diehard Steelers fan and U.S. Open champ Jim Furyk. He asked a question to Jerry Dulac in his chat today, and I want your response to it. He said, Jerry, why make all these win-now moves in the offseason like Rodgers, then get conservative and worry about future late-round picks at the deadline? That seems contradictory. Thoughts? Dulac response. That's a good point. Maybe because they know they can't keep overhauling their roster every year, at some point you have to go back to what you've always believed, that the best way to build a roster is through the draft, then supplement your 53-man with some free agents or trades. Mike, my question is, why choose yesterday as the day where, sanity prevailed and all the big splashy moves the Steelers have made for a year, suddenly we're not going to make any more because we're worried about 4th and 6th round picks? Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's this balance that every team has to strike. How much are we going to make the move to help now if that means mortgaging a little bit of the future? And they were in the Jacoby Myers thing. That's been reported. You were sounding that alarm as a possible acquisition. He ends up going to Jacksonville instead. We don't know who else they were conclusively and concretely talking to, but you have your principles, you have your standard. This is what we're willing to do, and we're not going to give up anything more than that. And at the end of the day, if they had opportunities, they decided to not go higher than whatever they were willing to offer, so none of the deals got done. It doesn't completely surprise me. It's disappointing because they could use help at various different positions, but they have to think about the future. And you don't want to start giving up too much of the future in an effort to get someone who's going to help you to some undetermined amount in the present.
Mike, how about this one? I know you love a good rumor and a good theory. This is one that Pony received earlier, that maybe they didn't make a move because Art Rooney II stepped in, and I'll give you the Cliff's notes. The thought would be, he said, whoa, guys, let's not get too crazy here. We do have the draft in Pittsburgh next year, and we want to keep a lot of those picks and make sure we have the capital to make moves and make a very big splash at our big event in 2026. You think that's plausible as you hear me say it out loud?
No. First round pick, yes. Second and third, yes. By Saturday, nobody cares. By Saturday, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many picks you have. And if you trade a 6th or 7th round pick now, you can always pick some up next year during the draft. I think by Saturday, the whole thing's winding down anyway. So early round picks, yes. Late round picks, no.
So, Mike, do you think they'll regret then hoarding these day 3 picks and not picking up the second receiver that they badly needed?
Well, they added Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and who knows how much gas he has left in the tank.
Mike Tomlin told us yesterday he's just a practice squad player, and it has nothing to do with Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback of the team, Mike. That Rodgers had nothing to do with that signing whatsoever.
Well, they didn't trade for Alan Lazard, and I thought the way the Jets were moving guys yesterday that he would have been in play if somebody wanted him. But it's impossible unless you had a clear shot at someone, and it was obvious if you increase the offer from, a 6-7 swap to a straight 6, or, whatever little nuance it might have been. And you had a clear shot and you said, no way, no how. And the guy goes somewhere else and becomes an instant superstar. That's the only way you're going to be regretful. And I don't think it's healthy to regret these decisions, because you got to focus on moving forward. And that's what they have to do. They got to focus on moving forward. They made their moves in the offseason. You don't do deadline deals if you do your deals earlier in the year. They did their deal for DK Metcalf. They did their deal for Jalen Ramsey. There's your deadline deals. That's what I think they would say. We did our deals well in advance, and we got use out of these guys the first half of the season.
What do you make of the, I'd say, the phalanx of callers that we had into yesterday's show who were saying things like, well, once again, they didn't plug their number 2 wide receiver hole. Therefore, they should have held on to George Pickens and not given up a 3rd-round pick that does nothing to help and getting back a 3rd-round pick that does nothing to help the team now. Having more regret over that deal.
No, I think the problem is, and the moment that they traded for DK Metcalf, I said George Pickens is gone, because in a contract year, and at the time we didn't know who the quarterback was going to be, you can't be in a position where you're trying to justify the financial investment in DK Metcalf, $30 million per year on a 5-year deal, and also feed George Pickens enough targets so he's someone who will suddenly be a guy that they want to have around. They clearly got to the point where they didn't want to have him around anymore. So they got what they could. They sold at the maximum level they thought he would be at. And now he's Dallas's problem. Hey, look at that move he did the other night. And I'm a big George Pickens fan, but sticking the ball in the guy's face when you're trying to drive down the field and score 10 points to force overtime or more than 10 points to win the game and you give up 15 yards of field position, it reminded everyone that for as good as he is, he's still prone to doing things that'll drive you
it's
crazy.
classic. That was a classic vintage George Pickens play, Mike. All right, so we have a decent body of work. I'll ask you more of a broad question. I know you have them 11th. We have a half season, essentially, of the Steelers. Do you look at them, if you were tiering your AFC contenders, you've got the favorites, the serious contenders, the everything goes their way tier. Where would you put the Steelers? Like, are they getting close to serious contender status for you?
Serious contender as in to get to the Super Bowl?
No, that they can win, that they could
That's
be.
how I think serious contender.
Yeah, serious contender is you can at bare minimum be in the conference title game.
I mean, serious contender to justify everything they've done this offseason is team that gets to the playoffs and wins at least one playoff game for the first time since 2016. I think that's the floor for considering everything that's gone on this year as success. Look around the conference. You've got the Patriots and the Bills, who are both powerhouses in the East. You've got the Colts and Texans, Jaguars in the South that are going to be in the mix. And you got three teams that are all very good in the West. It may be that the only path to the playoffs is to fend off the Ravens. And I think it comes down to the Ravens-Steelers, and one of those teams is going to win the division, and the other team very well may be home once Week 18 comes and goes. And that puts even more importance on those two games, Week 14 and Week 18, between Pittsburgh and Baltimore. So that's really the question. Can they fend off the Ravens, or is this beast that supposedly was awakened by a pair of wins after their bye week, is this Ravens team going to be impossible to hold off?
Mike, I have a funny way of unintentionally igniting a fire with Steelers fans and making them very upset. And I unintentionally did that last night. I tweeted, if Aaron Rodgers retires, here are three guys who I think could be the Steelers' starting quarterback in 2026. And here are the three names I threw out there. Joe Flacco, Kyler Murray, Anthony Richardson. Which one of those three names do you think is actually the most realistic?
The most realistic?
Yes. Flacco, Murray, Richardson.
I don't see why they would pursue Flacco. He's been available multiple times over the last 5 years.
But Mike makes him out to be the greatest quarterback of all time, so it's weird. He gets nervous about playing him, but then he doesn't want him.
If he was walking through the team facility, might like throw his coffee or something if he came around the corner. He's so scared of him.
And look, Browns fans are up in arms that they traded him. Look how great he's doing. Well, the Browns don't have T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. That has a lot to do with it. So you give this guy T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, and he's going to potentially light it up. But he's also prone to making bad mistakes, and ultimately they're not winning football games in Cincinnati. I think it would come down to Richardson or Murray. I think Murray's going to be available. The question is, do you have to trade for him, or are you going to have another Russell Wilson situation? I broke down what's going on with his contract, and they're in this minefield now where Murray's still injured, and they realize they're better with Jacoby Brissett. There's a chance he gets cut after the season with a $39 million full guarantee next year from the Cardinals, and maybe the Steelers can get him for the 1 year minimum if he's available. Now, I'd want to have to go there, but I look around and I say, where are the clear landing spots going to be for Kyler Murray? Who's going to clamor for Kyler Murray? He never really fulfilled his potential. He's been to the playoffs one time, and it was an ugly loss to the Rams in 2021. He's had injuries, and his height or lack thereof can be glaring at times. And as he gets older, that explosion, that ability to just kind of take off, that's going to be diminished as well. But of the three, I'd probably go Murray just because I think he's going to be available potentially for nothing. Richardson is intriguing. He's a work in progress. He's got a lot of maturing he needs to do as it relates to the things necessary. Check all the boxes and do everything you can to be a true professional. Maybe he's learned the lesson, but I think he's going to be available in the offseason, but the Colts are going to want something for him.
Mike, I got one more for you. Very big picture. Just what do you – I missed Monday Night Football. I couldn't watch it because I have YouTube TV. What do you make of the ongoing impasse between ESPN/Disney, Disney really, and Google here, who are the two real players of this situation.
We've got multiple examples in our current existence where stuff is going on and we're all caught in the middle. And it's unfortunate when there's so much crap that we have to deal with in our day-to-day lives that you can't just easily press a button and watch the game if you're a YouTube TV customer. And I've had so many people say, all you got to do is go get rabbit ears. Well, who the hell wants to go find rabbit ears and figure out how to hook them up to your TV, right? And you can get this app or that app. Well, I don't know that app's going to be available on my TV where I watch the game all the time. Like, I want to be able to just click the button and watch the game. I don't want to have to spend time thinking about a workaround. I don't want to have to spend a minute worrying, can they work this out? Here's how it works. And when I practiced law, this was true. If there was a lawsuit that needed to be settled and the two sides wanted to resolve it, you resolved it. You went to a room, you closed the door, and you stayed there until it was done. Often with a third party. When you're ready to get something resolved, you can get it resolved. And if they gave a crap about the consumers, and I don't think they do on either side, they would say, we got to prioritize this. We got to fix this for our consumers. These people are paying us a lot of money. They count on having this content. They want to watch their football. Let's do what we're going to do anyway. This isn't going to never be resolved. It's going to get resolved. But there's too much ego and money and posturing, and we're the ones who are caught in the crossfire. And I'd like to say a bunch of words that would get you guys fined. And I'd probably end up having to pay some of it, too. If I knew I wouldn't have to pay any of it, I'd let them fly right now. But any expletive you can think of, let it fly in your mind. That's how they're treating us.
Here's one other just quick aspect to this. We know ESPN and the NFL are very much tethered together. But so, too, is the NFL with YouTube and YouTube TV because of Sunday Ticket. So I guess I would wonder, what's Roger Goodell's role in all of this?
Good question.
He's got to play both sides of it here, too.
I've written about this and I've talked about this. The NFL is in a position where they could, and if I was with you guys, I could reach my hands out and I could be like Mo Howard. Do you guys know who Mo Howard is?
Isn't he in
Please tell me you know who
Muller's
Mo
never
Howard
seen Godfather.
But I know who he is.
He's never seen it.
I know who he is.
No, not Mo Green.
Oh.
Not Mo Green. Mo Howard.
He was making his bones when we were screwing cheerleaders.
Wait, is Mo Howard in Three Stooges?
That's Three Stooges.
All right, yes.
Okay, yes.
So you're going to knock our heads together?
Gotcha. Okay.
The bowl cut, and he would get.
I like Mo Green better.
Get Larry and Curly's heads and clunk them together.
Yep.
That's what the NFL can do. They've got the business relationship with ESPN, the business relationship with YouTube, and the NFL has a habit of telling its broadcast partners what they're going to do. And when we say jump, you don't even ask how high. You just jump, and you just assume you jump as high as they want you to jump. And for them to stay on the sidelines here is curious, to say the least. They're going to own 10% of ESPN. They've got the YouTube deal where they want to have more games streaming, and they've got the Sunday Ticket deal with YouTube TV. You know, people said, hey, I'd like to cancel YouTube TV, but I bought Sunday Ticket through my YouTube TV package. What's going to happen to that if I cancel YouTube TV? So the NFL is being conspicuously quiet here. I asked them on Monday. I sent an email saying, can you just tell me so I can pass along to my audience how your fans can watch the game tonight if they have YouTube TV? They never responded.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Thank you, Mike. We'll talk again next week. We'll get our Mo straight then. Mo Green, Mo Howard.
Oh, people in the chat not happy that we went Mo Green there. I did too.
Mo Lewis.
Well, he's the guy who knocked Brady out.
No,
or
knocked Bledsoe out.
Excuse me.
Aaron Rodgers next. What did he think of the Steelers not making any trades? Only place you're going to hear it is right here. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. First, I'm going to tell you guys about Mr. Magic Car Wash. Mr. Magic, 23 locations all around Pittsburgh. I was at one today, right down the street from where I work out in Bethel Park. Guy couldn't be nicer there. Did a little pound dog when I pulled up, and we were rocking and rolling. Choose from any of the unlimited washes they have to offer, starting at just $19.99 per month. And monthly unlimited plans pay for themselves in just 2 washes. How about that? You get a free wash right now. That's right, a free premium wash by texting 47757. That's all you have to do, and you're going to get a little voucher for a free wash and experience it for yourself. MrMagicCarWash.com.
This evening, increasing clouds with wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Overnight lows in the upper 30s with a few spotty showers and partly cloudy skies. Thursday, mostly sunny with highs in the low 50s and partly cloudy Thursday night with lows in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. When sewer problems strike, you need a hero, Sullivan Super Service. If you notice water pooling in your yard or foul odor throughout your home, it's possible your sewer line needs repairing. With our trenchless pipe lining, we repair underground pipes without tearing up your yard or driveway. It's faster, cleaner, and built to last. And with free estimates, you'll know exactly what it takes before the work begins. Save money, skip the mess, and call or visit sullivanservice.com today. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. Next is their award-winning menu. The holiday season is around the corner and there's no better place to celebrate than Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh. Book your holiday event today and bring the warmth of Bavaria to your celebration. Call 412-224-2328 or email Heather at hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com to get started.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credit is on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Now open, Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, design-forward solutions, 2 great divisions, 1 unstoppable company. Make your appointment to visit our new showroom in the heart of Pittsburgh's Cultural District. Call 412-771-0760 to schedule today. Tri-State Office Interiors, elevating the everyday.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are dropping early. You can save up to 50% throughout the store all weekend. Yep, call it what you want. Manifestation, luck, fate. The point is, it's happening. Plus, you'll earn $15 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent on Friday. Shop early Black Friday deals at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. And thank the universe later. Select styles up to 50% off, valid November 7th through 9th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Kevin Moret here from Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
When my furnace went out last winter, I got a little panicky, but I called my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. Dorn Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. They came prepared. They handled the issue. They handled the furnace replacement. Since then, they've done sewer camera inspections, hydrojetting, the works. Here's what I love. Family-owned since 1947, certified techs who are not paid on commission. No pressure, just honest fixes. Call 412-431-7455 or go to their website, southsideplumb.com.
This year's senior class, adults 65 and older, is booked and busy. Holiday trips, homecoming events, class reunions. So they're showing up protected with mNextBike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna, because older adults face the highest risk of severe illness from COVID. mNextBike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNextBike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNextBike may not protect everyone. It's not too late to protect yourself with a COVID-19 vaccine. mNextBike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnextbike.com to find a vaccine near you. That's mnexspike.com.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together.
And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale.
1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format.
With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your Legacy Box. We'll take care of the rest.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Getting reports for a disabled vehicle on the Parkway East heading outbound right before the exit towards Monroeville. There is a shoulder closed there, so it is starting to cause some bumper-to-bumper traffic in that area. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Got junk?
TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com. Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers' first day of practice.
Football is on
Hello,
at
Chris
Rival
Mack.
Sports Bar, Rival, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square.
Thank you, Chris. Steelers' first day of practice in the books, and we'll figure out who was unavailable, including guys like Isaac Seumalo momentarily. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day on the PM team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. For Sunday night in Los Angeles, where the Steelers will play the Chargers. Preliminary weather reports for kickoff, 71 degrees with a roof over your head, but air coming in from the outside is how they built that thing. So, yeah, a lot of Steelers fans will be there. Aaron Rodgers is going to be there against Justin Herbert. This is the time in the week you hear Aaron Rodgers on this show. His weekly confab with Jeff Hathorn, who you'll hear in about an hour and change. In other Steelers media, he is going to react to the lack of moves at the trade deadline, MVS signed to the practice squad, all those things with Aaron Rodgers. Here it is.
Aaron, you talked about cleaning up things after the last game. What were things you guys, when you had time to go over the film, that you could do cleaner that would make you guys get more complete offense?
Just the details, I think, and some of the, really all the plays, run game, passing game, just little things like that.
What's the next step for this offense? You guys are on the red zone, done a little bit of things really well, but then you have a lot of free and outs. What's the next step for you guys to become a better offense?
Just consistency with the details.
Aaron, what could you do to help MVS kind of pick this up quickly?
I can translate, the offense we ran in Green Bay for a number of years into this offense for him. He's a smart guy. He's played a lot of football, been around a long time, been productive, so I'm sure he'll pick it up pretty quick.
What kind of challenges does Derwin James bring to safety with the different levels that he plays at?
Yeah, I mean, he plays the high safety, the half-field safety, the quarter safety, the big nickel, dime linebacker. He can do it all. I mean, he's one of the top players in the league, and he can do it at multiple positions. He can blitz, he can cover, he can tackle. I mean, he's one of the more impressive players you see on film.
Aaron, how have you seen the receivers kind of handle all the outside noise about adding a guy or needing a guy, and how have you seen them progress over your time?
That was just yesterday, so I'm not sure. I haven't heard a peep about any of it, so I'm not sure.
He just, for the record here,
he seems unbelievably annoyed to be doing this.
But also, he's in one of those moods where if you give him an opening
to say one word,
to not really answer a question, he's going to take that.
What would you say is the best response? The Derwin James question probably got the most detailed response.
The second question was kind of the same as the first one, and so he gave it a very short answer. And Jeff just ended up asking too much in that question there. You know, if Jeff had just kept it to the last part, which Aaron Rodgers could have chose to answer. You know, what have you seen from these receivers in terms of their growth?
Wonder why he's wake up on the wrong side of the bed here? What happened?
Well, they didn't play well on Sunday. Maybe that's it.
You think he's sending a message coming off of a win? He's going to be saltier than people would think to, hey, it's not good enough, boys.
Well, he was the guy that said they basically sucked in the Colts game. I could see that. He's not going to act like everything's peachy, although there's still some time left in this interview. Maybe we'll
see his temperament change.
Breath at all at the trade deadline yesterday, hoping that there would be a move, see anybody else brought in?
You know, what I've learned about the trading deadline is there's a lot of conversation, and rarely is there a lot of action. Maybe a little bit more the last few years, but in my early days, there was hardly ever any roster moves at the deadline. There were some big ones yesterday, but you know, you feel pretty good about your guys, and we added Marquez to the P squad. We've had guys on the P squad who've been playing for us. Obviously, Keyshawn got elevated and been doing a nice job for us. Max has done really good all year. Isaiah's done good. So we've had guys in the P squad step up every single week and play, and there'll be no difference this week.
Aaron, does the versatility you have in tight ends to also maybe make it not as urgent a need to find whatever people define as both number two receiver?
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of outside talk. You got to look at the way we're playing and the personnel groupings that we like. You know, we're a multiple personnel team. We run a lot of guys out there. We had an offensive lineman play a lot of snaps. Obviously, Darnell plays a lot of snaps, and Johnny and Pat, and Connor gets in there on some plays, and rotating three different backs, a lot of different receivers. So we're not a big three-receiver team in general. And when, you know, Calvin's come back and played really well for us, and Roman's been more consistent, so there was probably more noise outside of the facility than maybe inside the facility.
I don't agree with him on that, because unless Schefter is full of it, they were the runner-up on Myers. Jeremy Fowler came out today and said that they wanted Waddle. They were trying to get Jalen Waddle.
Do you expect Rodgers to give a straight answer on that, though?
I think he can. Well, I think he could have left the last part out. The last part there is basically you guys have made up or fictitiously said that we wanted another wide receiver. That's not how we play. All right. Well,
I know. I also just think though that in his position, is he really going to get called on? People are going to say back to that immediately. Hey, Aaron. Actually, there are reports out there from people who are presumably hearing from inside the front office. Like, is it going to get that contentious? I mean, the guy seems like...
No, it's not. But my thing is, he didn't have to throw it back in reporters' faces and fans' faces like, you guys think we need a wide receiver, we actually don't. Your own GM apparently was extremely aggressive in the last few days trying to find another guy. But maybe he thinks that's fake news.
Aaron, before the game, cameras caught you, CBS talked about your finger, nothing at all. No.
Ask Zach about that one. But the point I was making was I dislocated my pinky when I was like 11 years old, and it never kind of recentered back up. And he snapped one a little bit on the inside. But no, I'm fine.
And you talked a little bit about the 2010 team after the game. Can you draw any comparisons with this team, maybe in the locker room?
The 2010 team?
Well, the Packers team won the Super Bowl.
What did I say?
I forget exactly what you said, but you mentioned the team. But I was just wondering if you can draw.
All about the different guys.
With the guys in the locker room and maybe on the field with this team.
I mean, it's that which you can't measure, which is often the most important part of the chemistry in the locker room, and I think Mike did a good job. You know, the team has gone to Latrobe every year, which is a good foundation building for us. And, the guys get along. I was telling Marquez, there's no bad apples in here. There's nobody you worry about. Nobody with consistent late issues or team rule issues. Not that there's a lot of rules in general, but no, there's a bunch of good guys in here that care about each other and play for each other.
I think you could tell from that answer. It's another time where it's obvious. Aaron Rodgers, I think, told the Steelers if he was going to come here and have fun his last year, he didn't want to put up with George Pickens. So now they don't have that bad apple in the locker room anymore. Richie was bringing up what Rodgers said about Kyle Duggar and how that Green Bay team that he won a Super Bowl with had a lot of cast-off players on it and guys that had been kind of discarded by teams and told they weren't good enough anymore. He did say that after the game. He did draw that parallel, so...
Richie, for a second there, though, was like a quarterback scrambling, and then he found his safety valve and got the question out, but I was worried. Yeah. He was on the run, and he was being chased. But
Rodgers was, again, being kind of pedantic with him. He did say that after the game, that's the thing that team did a lot of, that guys used as a chip on their shoulder to play well. And, you know, Duggar would be an example of that. Like, the Patriots just gave him away, and he lost a lot of future money in the deal, too, because it was a chance for him to play again and not just sit on the bench.
With the game on the West Coast this week, do you go do any work with the body work guy, anything like that you get while you're on the West Coast?
I'm not going to talk about what I do in my personal time.
Can you talk about the relationship that you've developed with Cam as kind of twin leaders?
Cam invited me to a movie night a while back and said it was a big team function. I showed up. I was the only player there. on a Tuesday night, too. Just like we got an early Wednesday morning, the quarterbacks, with our meeting with Mike. So I was like, fun. I love, team bonding, chemistry stuff. I show up. I see him and his son, Cal, who we got to know during training camp. I'm like, oh, cool. Of course, Cam's here. And looking around, I go, where's everybody at? So then he texted me a couple nights ago. He said there was something on Monday night. And I said, is this going to be like the last one? No response from the group chat. But I really appreciate his leadership. He's a guy who knows how to use his voice at the right times. And his play has been stellar, I think. He's made some plays where he's hustling the backside of balls being on the flat that are really impressive. He's pushed the pocket in the middle. He's got his hands on a lot of footballs that have been key kind of game-changing plays for us. But he's a steady guy. I like to razz him from time to time because I'm a little more maybe chipper, would you say, in the mornings than he is. But I'm really fortunate to play with Cam Hayward.
What movie did you watch?
When I actually went, it was Tron, the new Tron. Yeah.
Hold on. I would have laughed for the record if he said, "I'm not going to tell you what movies I watch in my personal time."
Me too.
He just deadpanned it.
Man,
he clobbered Brooke there.
I know.
That was a pretty innocuous question, and she just got absolutely run over.
Donnie, would you
Tron?
See, I'm trying.
I think of Tron Carter, the Chappelle Show character.
I'm pulling a similar stunt on Donnie. I'm trying to get him out to celebrate his 30th birthday. And I feel like if I pretend that maybe you're going to be there, which you're invited to, by the way.
First time hearing of any of this.
Or if I said, hey, Ken Carman's going to be there, I feel like he'd stop everything he was doing to meet me out. I'm just trying to. His 30's a big, to me, landmark. Birthday.
What's the bigger landmark birthday, 30 or 40?
I think 40 because you feel like your life's starting to get away from you a little bit.
But then most people now say 40 is the new 30.
I wouldn't want to take him out for a big birthday dinner if he was just turning 28. But I feel like that's kind of. I have to at least make the.
Make the overture.
Yes, make the offer.
I think if you got Ken Carman to come down,
no,
Donnie'd be like, where do you want me to be and when? And it would just be Ken making fun of you the whole time.
I think just like Rodgers was with Cam, I think Donnie's nervous. Like, wait a minute, I just don't want to hang out with Pony for an extra 2 hours. I got to hang out with him for 4 hours on the air. I don't need another 2-3 hours of him.
What if Donnie did the old fake, ooh, I got to run here. I just got a call. Just got a text message. Has his buddy call him and just fake, one of the nasty boys just fakes, what, a bad date? Yeah, neighbor's dog just got stuck down a well. We need Donnie here.
I think he's going to tell me the morning of, I'm just not feeling that good. Sorry, man.
Have you ever had, Pony, I feel like Donnie, the answer is no. Have you ever been on a date so bad in your past where you had had one of your buddies text or call you
I actually
to try to get out of it?
I'm pretty sure that's happened to me on the other end of things.
Maybe that's the better question. Do you ever feel like you were probably on the wrong end of one?
I have. I've gotten no-showed.
Really?
Yeah.
That is a tough one.
I got no-showed back in the day. Person just never showed up.
Did they, ever message you and say, hey, I'm sorry?
No, just complete Casper mode.
Just a total ghost.
Just ghosted out. That's kind of a, look in the mirror, come to Jesus moment with yourself.
But do you think that they were specifically doing that because of you, or they just got cold feet in
general?
How
do you not take it personally and think it's about you? Of course it's about you.
True.
I'm not going to say anything about the movie yet.
How excited are you to have MBS back?
I love MBS. Yeah.
What's the trickiness of balancing having so many different targets to work with on offense and strike that balance week in and week out?
It's not tricky at all. Throw it to the open guy. So whoever gets open usually gets the opportunities.
You find that easier than when there's one guy that you're kind of...
It's never that. Even with Devontae, I just said, listen, I throw it to the open guy, but Devontae was open more often than not. So he's obviously getting getting those targets. But I throw at the open guy. Obviously, we have a lot of different personnel groupings and splits and alignments and motions and stuff that we're trying to get certain guys the ball. Teams have been trying to shut down DK. They've been rolling the coverage to him damn near every play. Even when it looks like single high, they'll just roll to his side. They're basically playing 0 on one side and 2-man on the other side. So other guys got to step up and make plays.
You mentioned no bad apples here. You talked about Pat a couple
Except
weeks
for Cam. Yeah.
A couple weeks ago when you were talking about Pat, you said, look, some guys, they don't get targets, they bitch and whatever. It seems like it's not happening in general with this group. What do you sort of attribute that to?
Well, me and Mike are pretty scary, I think. I welcome those conversations. I do. Somebody wants more targets, I welcome the conversation. But I usually say, let's watch the film. Let's see. Let's talk about football. I love doing that. I think what young players learn is that practice is very, very important. And when you show it week in and week out in practice, it gives a quarterback a lot of confidence to come your way with football. And when guys have good weeks of practice, like Roman did a couple weeks ago, you just kind of feel that the ball is going to find him at some point. Now, the balls that he caught weren't exactly as him as the number one in the progression. But when you have confidence in a guy and you've seen him do it in practice, it gives you that confidence to do it. The play I had Pat on in practice was a play we worked on since training camp, and it didn't quite look right until about 2.5 weeks ago. Me and Pat worked on the side with it, and we talked about if you just wait a little longer on that and sell it and really get your feet in the ground, I think it's going to open up more. Now, that was for match coverage. They played cover 4 on that one, but because he waited, the ball was able to be completed between the safety and the corner, and then he made a beautiful athletic play to get in the end zone. But when you see stuff like that in practice, it allows you to have the confidence to go to that guy on those plays in the game. And the other part is, like I said, I'll say it again just because it means so much to me, but when a guy's not getting the ball and they still show up to work the same way every single day, every week, there's a lot to be said for that. And I've mentioned Pat and I mentioned Roman, Calvin at times as well, DK. There's a lot to be said for that.
Yes, that's a really good answer from him. I think it's pretty obvious in that answer that for a long time there was something about Roman Wilson's practice habits or practice routine that Rodgers didn't like. And that changed obvious. Recently.
So what could it, is it as simple as didn't know things well enough to be, with him it could just be
right question.
Wasn't where he was when he wanted to be there.
We can ask Jeff about that in the Hawk Report coming up in an hour. Let's go all access with the DD next. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. Personal law firm, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers in action on Sunday Night Football in L.A. against the Chargers. 8:20 kick on Sunday. You can listen to Fan Game Day right here on 93.7 The Fan from 5 until kick. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mike's Beer Bar. A week ago, we were at Mike's, and I was hours away from getting my nipples pierced, an event that changed my life forever. And hopefully we did some good helping other people's lives change for the better. With the money Mike helped us raise to fight breast cancer, that's the kind of guy Mike is. That's why we have the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's, because some of that money, a big portion of that money, goes to help local charitable causes in Pittsburgh. 80 rotating taps of local craft beer. They have the games on. So when you go to Mike's tomorrow, you'll have football and you'll have the hockey game on. So meet me at Mike's Beer Bar. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. Big Wednesday, hump day at Bet Parks, where there's always another way to win. Yes, that's how it is on the Bet Parks Online Casino and Sportsbook app, the only sports betting app I recommend. It's all about the live bet, too, which means you can bet while you watch all the action. You've got pro football Sunday night, the black and gold, 3-point road, say it with me, dogs against Los Angeles. Bet Parks also has all your favorite classic casino games right on your phone, like blackjack, craps, roulette, and more, plus hundreds of hot online slots like Peaky Blinders and too many others to name. Join me on the Bet Parks app right now. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in your first 24 hours. BetParks.com for details. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks Online Casino and Sportsbook app. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 37.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Getting reports for a disabled vehicle on the Parkway East heading outbound right before the exit towards Monroeville. There is a shoulder closed there, so it is starting to cause some bumper-to-bumper traffic in that area. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Have an easy holiday, only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Don't forget custom cards, invites, photo gifts, wrapping paper, and more. Staples. That was easy.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Football Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, the co-creator of one of my favorite shows, Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton's back, featuring Academy Award nominee Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus in Pittsburgh. This Sunday, you will get the Bucks and Patriots. Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on the call. Aditi Kinkhabwala returns to... Wait, is that game in Cleveland? No, it's not. Never mind. She's going back to New Jersey, where she's from, to watch the Jets, who are tearing things down, take on the Browns. And the Browns did nothing. Actually, no, that's not true. Did they trade for anybody yesterday? I don't remember. It's all a blur to me.
Pass rusher.
They traded away somebody. Thank you. There's Aditi, brought to you by Tap Brick Oven and Poorhouse in Greensburg. And Sir Grout Pittsburgh, your local grout cleaning expert. Yeah. Who doesn't love to clean a little grout?
Can you hook me up?
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
I would assume so.
If you don't like to clean your grout, I believe that's where Sir Grout would have you covered.
Yes. His
Well,
Highness.
then if they're sponsoring this spot, that might be a really good in.
Yeah. Put that in your back pocket and take it with you.
Yeah.
All right, Aditi, so...
Well, hold on, but you're saying that the Jets are tearing things down. This might be the process of rebuilding.
Sure.
Sometimes you need to gut the house to renovate
Which
the
they've
house.
been doing for the better part of 50 years, ever since Joe Namath waved his finger coming off the field. Look, the thing I've said about the Steelers here today, and this was brought up by Jim Furyk. Do you know who Jim Furyk is, Aditi? The great golfer, U.S. Open champ.
I was just going to say, the golfer?
Great.
Okay, yes.
So he got in Dulac's chat and said, obviously those are golf guys, and was like, how do you reconcile this? You make all these moves in service of Aaron Rodgers and winning now, and then you get to the trade deadline yesterday and you're like, whoa, 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 we can't trade day 3 picks. And he said in this chat, he said, that's a contradiction. Why not just push one more chip in? And Dulac even acknowledged that's a good point, probably because he respects Furyk as a golfer. But I do think that's my way of looking at it too. Like, you were so aggressive, and then when all was necessary was a couple of day 3 picks to get the wide receiver you've needed for 2 years, the Steelers said no. What's your reaction to that?
I think it's very fair as well. We've said from the very beginning that it looks like the Steelers are all in on this year very clearly. Aaron Rodgers is not giving them another 10 years. He's certainly playing well enough that maybe he can give another year, as much as he said that maybe this is the last year. But even Ben Roethlisberger made the point, right? Didn't you guys see this, where he essentially joked, hey, they got Aaron Rodgers DK, and I had to play my last year with a guy that never played center before? So,
Pony, there's no way you didn't see that. Even I saw it.
Oh, I know all about it.
but so even he is driving home the idea that the Steelers were all in on this season. So why not go in just a little bit more when it might be one more pass catcher, one more potential game breaker that puts you over the top?
Well, the thing that I don't get about it, Aditi, is this. If the Jags were able to get Jacoby Myers for a 4th and a 6th, it stands to reason to me that the Steelers knew that the start of that negotiation has to be a 4th. And then to walk that far with a better pick and then not be willing to presumably take that extra little step of a 6th-round pick is where it has me scratching my head. If you're going to walk that far, you're going to walk the last foot of that journey, I would think.
You would think. I mean, I've been told many a time. Now, obviously, a fourth is very valuable. Picks are valuable in general. I've been told that I've spoken to multiple general managers who really like fifth-round picks because a fifth-round pick can often be turned into a key veteran piece in some way. Maybe not a game breaker, but a veteran piece. But a sixth, not as much. So, again, to your point, I don't think that that's an obnoxious price. I don't think that that's an absurd price. But, again, we said at the start of the season, let's have a chance to see who these other younger receivers are. Let's see what the Steelers can get out of them. Fans, media on the outside are perhaps thinking, okay, we've seen what these receivers are, and perhaps a Jacoby Myers, a Jalen Waddle, price is clearly high there. Someone like that is better than what's currently on the roster, but maybe that's not what the Steelers think. Maybe they think they're on the cusp of getting a breakout.
You've seen Myers up close. You've seen Shaheed up close. Some in the Steelers media, and I made this remark, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I said there's propagandists. It's very tribal. The Steelers media want to stick up for what the Steelers did. And I told Chris if they had traded for Myers, they would have told me what a great move. They don't trade for Myers. Now they tell me why they were smart not to do so. And one of the things that's been floated out there is, well, there's not a big difference between Roman Wilson and Jacoby Myers or Rashid Shaheed. I don't watch those guys every week, but I flatly reject that. Do you agree with me or them?
I spoke to a coach who had Jacoby Myers. He's not currently with the Raiders. He had been with the Raiders, and he told me that Jacoby Myers is easily, in a 20-year NFL career, one of his top 3 players of all time.
From a talent perspective or nice guy to be around? What did he mean by that?
No. Just talent, the way that he could be used, his versatility, the way that he shows up every day, his approach, his professionalism.
So the total package of what Jacoby Myers brings to a team, on and off the field. Okay.
Correct. And so perhaps Roman Wilson is going to grow into that. And that, I'll say this. Look, I had the Bears this week. I had the Bears-Bengals crazy game.
Oh, my God.
And I talked to Colston Loveland during the week on the phone. And I sort of felt like, okay, I like the tight end matchup against these Bengals linebackers. Colston Loveland is a story because people can't help but compare him to Tyler Warren. But what Colston had said to me is that our position, we have to do more than just catch the ball and catch touchdowns, and I have to feel good about the production I'm offering in other ways. And then I asked Ben Johnson about him, and Ben Johnson said, look, the reason that he is not producing at those numbers is because of me and how much I'm calling his number. We absolutely, in fact, his exact quote to me was, we absolutely nailed that pick and talked about the cornerstone he would be. Well, lo and behold, Colston Loveland, this very past weekend, has this amazing breakout game, scores that unbelievable game-winning touchdown, and you have to think, okay, that's the moment. And from here, they're just going to continue to build off of that. And sometimes that's it. It's the coaches themselves see a breakout game that we don't necessarily see, or they see that there's a player on the cusp of something, or they see how they're using the player is perhaps not fair. So I can't say that that's Calvin Austin, that that's Roman Wilson, that that's anybody that's currently on the roster. I'm just saying maybe that's part of what they're thinking that we're not giving them credit for thinking.
Aditi, you look at the AFC broadly speaking, it seems a little bit more muddled than it is most years as far as a couple of teams who could bubble to the top of that, especially with what Buffalo just did. Where do you currently, 8 or 9 games in, depending, see the Steelers fitting into that picture?
Ooh.
I mean, I still don't see them as the top of the pack, right? I still don't see that they're in that top 3. They're always in the playoff picture. They're always in the playoff picture.
Yep.
I'd like to see another defensive performance like this past week. I'd like to see some of those performances stacked. And I'm not willing to say, okay, one game, snap of the fingers, it's solved. Everything's great.
Yep.
We feel great again. They're going to go ahead and be that historic defense that Mike Tomlin promised. But if they can stack another week like that, okay, good. Then that's trending in the right direction. And this offense is not Joe Flacco and the Bengals. It's not, oh my goodness, they're scoring on every single drive. Oh my goodness, they're explosive in a variety of different ways. But it sure as heck is a lot better than anything we've seen recently. And Aaron Rodgers, like Joe Flacco, is so wily, so smart. Defenses are not surprising him, and you can't undersell that. knowing where to go with the ball, when to go with the ball, is one of those things that doesn't show up in a box score, but is so valuable.
Yeah.
It's so necessary.
It's being a grizzly vet, as Mike Tomlin likes to say.
Yes.
Not grizzled, but grizzly veteran is the
So
thing.
using cadence, the way that Flacco and Aaron Rodgers can use cadence. I mean, these are not necessarily the gaudy things, the sidearm throw you get so excited about, the tush push, the off-schedule run. Yeah, those are the sexy things that you get all excited about, but these guys are still doing things that mean so much, especially as we now get into December football.
Aditi, I want to ask you to respond to my half-serious, half-joking tweet about the Steelers quarterback situation. I said, if Aaron Rodgers retires, here are the three guys who I think could be the Steelers quarterback next year. Joe Flacco, Kyler Murray, Anthony Richardson. Which one do you think is the most realistic?
For the sake of Steelers fans, I mean, I love Joe Flacco, but I don't know that any of them are realistic. The only one I'd take of the three is Joe Flacco.
You wouldn't take Kyler Murray?
No.
Wow. There you go. We'll leave on that note. Thank you, Aditi. We'll talk next week.
Bye.
Bye.
Don't disagree with her.
I feel like there's more there she didn't want to get into.
No, I mean, I don't.
Flacco would be my pick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Kyler Murray is any great shakes. I feel like I was out on him before it was fashionable to be out on him as a big time quarterback. And I'm not saying big time because he's 5'10". I just don't think the guy has it.
I mean, what are they going to do if Rodgers retires and these quarterbacks get scooped up in the first round? My God, if they're not willing to give up fourth and sixth.
Football Focus will rejoice as Will Howard will finally get the chance he clearly deserves as an underdrafted fourth-round player.
Do you think there's a better than 10% chance Mason Rudolph is their week one starting quarterback next year?
I don't.
Donnie? Better than 10%?
I don't.
No, I mean, I'd probably put it about there. Like, you have to acknowledge there's some chance.
Do you think there's a better percentage it's Will Howard?
One. I'd say it's a higher percentage that Howard is.
I think they would love if they don't get Rodgers and somehow get boxed out of all the QBs they really like. I think they would love to see Will Howard beat Mason Rudolph in like an actual competition.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie's biggest football topic is next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football to kick off Week 10 of the NFL season. You can hear this game tomorrow night on our airwaves. The Raiders are in Denver to take on the Broncos. 8:15 kick. The NFL on Westwood 1 coverage starts at 7:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thank you, Donnie. I want to talk about Universal Windows Direct right now because we are getting into fall, like the meat of fall. Before you know it, it will be winter. Before you know it, in fact, go look at the forecast for next week. Lows in the 20s. Uh-oh, if your windows have not been up to snuff, your house will start having drafts whistling through. It'll be colder than you want it to be. Your energy bills will be higher than you want them to be. All of that is bad. Here's where the good stuff starts with Universal Windows Direct. They've got a great deal right now. It's buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. You'll also get 36 months of 0% financing with equal monthly payments, same as cash, and a $500 bonus off your project. The Super Spacer technology that is exclusive to Universal Windows Direct's windows makes them last longer, perform better, seal out the cold, keep the warm air in, keep your energy bills lower, and you more comfortable. Don't hesitate on this one. Do it now. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. Cold beer, hot wings, every game live at Rival.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Let's get to the Donald football debrief, his biggest football topic of the day from the football guy, and it has a big sponsor, Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Donnie.
The debrief, November 5, 2025. All right, so this is a fun one. I think our buddy Steve on Twitter threw this one my direction for either the debrief or for the hodgepodge. So Compton Junior College, their football team this season went 0-10, and we will get to some of the numbers, some of the scores from their games. But they featured a 45-year-old wide receiver, Lamar Willis. His son, Josiah, was also on the team. And a 50-year-old defensive end, Orson Villalobos, on this team. So a 45-year-old man and a 50-year-old man were on this team, as was a guy's son. And this team went 0-10.
The 45-year-old guy's son.
Yes, the 45-year-old son. This team went 0-10. They have actually forfeited their final. They forfeited their final 2 games of the season.
You buried the lead too. The 45-year-old wide receiver, Lamar Willis,
mayor candidate.
He was a former mayoral candidate for Compton. So the guy was trying to run for public office. That didn't work. Now
Screw it, I'm going to go back
to school to prove to Dad I'm not a fool. The 50-year-old guy, no offense to Orson Villalobos.
Oh, none taken, I'm sure.
He doesn't look like a guy who's 50 but could pass for like 30, or, like somebody who looks really young. He looks like a 50-year-old. He doesn't look like a guy who... Here, for example, remember Herschel Walker at 50 still looked like he could probably play? Harrison's probably going to look like that when he's 50. No, Orson looks like he should be, like, teaching or working a normal job, Donnie. Not playing defensive end.
I'm just flabbergasted that a team with 2 guys who are closing in on AARP memberships could somehow go 0-10.
Orson's got one.
Playing against 18 and 19-year-old kids.
Not only did they go 0-10, the scoring margin for them was 480-12. Oh,
jeez.
Here are some of these scores.
Oh, jeez, dude.
It began on August 30th against Grossmont, and it was a gross game to begin the season, 64-0.
Okay.
Then they went scoreless the entire month of September. 56-0 against Santa Monica.
Yeah.
San Bernardino Valley beat them 70-0.
Oh boy.
West LA 63-0. Glendale 62-0. Then we get to October, a Thursday night affair here. They lose at LA Valley 53-0. They finally get on the scoreboard. Back-to-back games. They get on the scoreboard here in October. Desert beats them 64-6. LA Southwest beat them 48-6.
Don't you think when you
LA Southwest has to feel like crap? They only won by 42.
No, but I was just going to say,
they probably went 1-9.
You're the team that finally gave up a touchdown to them. I don't care if you won the game by 55
like a loss.
points. You're pissed.
Phil in the Twitter comments about this on this story, they could still probably beat the Jets.
And then they just forfeited their 2 games in November.
I'm also with this account. Put this on Netflix immediately. I agree. How about these guys get together and play Bishop Sycamore?
I agree with what Heath just texted in. Sounds like this school has something in common with Penn State. No conference wins. True.
Jeez, dude.
That's right. The number 1.
No Power 4 wins.
The preseason number 1.
These 2, the father and son, Lamar and Josiah Willis.
Yep.
I feel like there has to be balance in the universe. So on one hand, you have way back when Ken Griffey Sr. and Ken Griffey Jr. homering in the same game. You got these 2 poor guys just getting their asses kicked. Also, Josiah's a DB.
Yeah.
Dad's a wide receiver. They got the dad repping against the kid in practice.
Did he have any catches this year?
The only one whose stats you can see in our buddy Steve's tweet to us, I believe Orson had 1 tackle in 2 games.
How many? I just,
Their leading rusher this year had 49 yards.
Oh, my God.
Geez,
as a larger point, what is up with these old heads trying to go back and play college football? I get it. The game's changed. We got guys that are staying in school for 9 years now and are practically 30 by the time they've run out of their eligibility. But what is up with this recent – I don't remember this in my life, unless we just didn't find them. This rash of people, like the guy who's playing college football somewhere in PA, who's old, in his 40s or 50s, I think. What's up with these old heads trying to bring back the glory days and play college football? And these programs are like, sure,
you've got eligibility.
We'll take you.
Couple things. Somebody said Danny Almonte must have been their quarterback. Kind of like that one. Here is a hypothetical. Okay. Let's just say the obvious thing here would be an injury risk. Let's just say you know that the game will be played and none of these Compton College guys are going to get hurt or maimed because this is happening.
Yep.
What would you set the line at if they had to play all 60 minutes? Compton College versus Ohio State. And Ohio State's presumably trying to play the game for real and not like calling off the dog.
Ohio State's winning by over 100. I'm setting it at minus 100 and a half.
What was that game from
Cumberland
like
College and
ago?
Georgia Tech. I think Georgia Tech won that game 222-0. Ohio State's putting 400 on them if they want to.
400?
I'll make it
100 per quarter. Can you imagine?
An even bolder proclamation. I don't think Ohio State would ever see a third down in this game.
Of course not.
They might not see a second down.
I was going to say, they'll just score every play.
In fact, I'm not sure an Ohio State offensive player would ever get tackled. I'm not even sure they would ever go on offense. They might just keep returning kicks and punts.
That's another good point, actually.
Here, maybe this is the better question. Over/under on offensive plays actually run out of necessity by Ohio State. 8.5. Are they running more than two plays a quarter? I say no. I think they're returning every punt for a touchdown.
What do you tell these grown men? I guess they stopped telling them this because they canceled the rest of their season. But what do you think those halftime better yet, what do you think those pregame speeches sounded like? When they were like 8 games into this losing streak and they were losing each game by 50 points. What do you say?
Good question. When you've lost 6 in a row, I'm doing the quick math here, by a combined, 120, 190, 253, you've lost by almost 370-0. If they scored in the first half of the 64-6 game, what is the coach saying when they've actually put points? Like, I'd go in there and say, great job,
He's probably
guys.
asking for a Gatorade bath at that point.
Imagine lining up against an MF that your parents voted to be mayor. That is the other thing. If you're an 18-year-old kid or a 19-year-old on one of these teams playing them, you're just trying to play JUCO ball. Maybe in that part of the country you think you might be able to get a scholarship somewhere. And you got this guy who looks every bit 45 years old, or you're an offensive tackle and Orson's lining up against you? What do you even do there? You pancake him?
That was a Donnie Football Debrief.
What a story.
I'm still thinking about the Kyler Murray thing. Not that this was not a fun aside, but the way that Aditi just said, I'd rather have a man in his 40s, Joe Flacco, over Kyler Murray. Like, I would not want Kyler Murray as the Steelers quarterback under any circumstance, which I get it. I mean, the guy has fallen off a cliff here. He is still only 28 years old. We've seen a ton of these reclamation projects. Look at Daniel Jones this year. People were making fun of him last year. The other thing I thought about with Kyler Murray, though, is this. Because we've seen the opposite so many times. Actually, no, we've seen this happen a lot in football and then baseball. Do you think he would just give up football and go try to chase the big league thing? It was a top 10 pick.
I think, if anything, he'd become a Twitch streamer and play Call of Duty at this point. Given what we know about his study habits.
He had $103 million guaranteed at signing. I don't know what sport he prefers, but let me put it this way. If I liked baseball more than football, and I'd made all this money in football already, it's in the bank.
You'd give it a shot.
They can't take it away. And I liked baseball more, I'd go play baseball right now.
God, but how much of a grind is it for him to start in? You're going to start in single A.
No, I don't think they'd start him that low. You really think so?
He hasn't played in how many years competitively? Think about knocking all the rust off. Thinking about just not seeing a ball that's whizzing by you at 96 miles an hour, man.
But if he started training, then went to spring training, I think the A's have his rights. They picked him in the top 10. Could he be in the major leagues by the second half of 2027?
No. That would be my guess is no. If you were him and you were offered a $2 million annual contract to stream yourself playing video games and retire from football, or your other option was you still retire from football with all that money in the bank, but you risk playing baseball and not making anything, he might take the money to just hit the sticks.
You are basing his love of video games on this homework clause.
I don't know, man. I don't think I'm basing it on a flimsy premise here. They wrote a literal clause into his deal that they didn't want to get out, basically saying you have to study.
But is it publicly known that he's like a huge video game guy? So there's video of him playing video games incessantly.
It is a known thing that he's like a big Call of Duty guy, I believe is the specific game.
Here's another thought I would have with that. Even though he has great natural ability, and the video game thing means that there was a weird commitment to him playing the sport that he has paid a lot of money to play. How much baseball activity has he done in the last 7 years?
That's what I mean.
But I got drafted in 2018.
But I was going to say back to that, maybe that's proof he doesn't like football that much. If he's that bored by football, maybe he actually does like baseball more. Because remember when he first got drafted by baseball, everybody just assumed he'll go play baseball. He's a top 10 pick, and it's better on your body than baseball. And then his last year at Oklahoma, than football. Then his last year at Oklahoma, he blew up and played great and ended up turning himself into the number one pick. And at that point, you can't say no to that.
The only thing I would say is
riding buses in the minor leagues.
If he really does hate putting in the work as a quarterback, and we know how much study is required to really know everything back and front. Baseball, comparatively, is a lot less of that. You've got to study pitcher tendencies if you're trying to hit them. You've got to.
There's way less moving parts.
Well, there's less. I'm saying for him, it's see ball, hit ball.
That's
ultimately.
what I'm. Yeah, exactly.
So maybe if he wants to give it a try, his natural ability, I can concede, shows through. But dude, it's still batting a pitched ball after, as Donnie put it, probably 6-7 years minimum of presumably not doing that at all.
All right. Coming up next, the real reason the Steelers didn't make a move at the deadline. Are you, as a fan, good with it? We'll dive into it. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, a message from Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. It is a message from me, Mulsey. I am somebody who struggled for a pretty long time to lose weight, specifically lose it consistently and then keep it off. And I had many starts, stops, failures, brief successes, only to have the failure come back worse the next time. And I knew it was not doing anything good for my health. What I did not know until I discovered Awaken 180 weight loss, where I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks and kept it off for 3 years, is just how bad that extra weight can be. There's things beyond the number on the scale where Awaken 180 scale can tell you all these things. Your visceral fat, a much smaller number than your actual weight, but you don't want it to get really over 10, and mine was. And that was a huge part of it for me, or a huge piece of it for me. I didn't just want to lose the weight to feel a little better. I wanted my long-term health to be better. And that was a major impetus to take the plunge with Awaken 180 weight loss. And like I said, you've seen my results. You've heard me talk about them. 35 pounds down in 6 weeks and kept off for 3 years with the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. SouthHillsKia.net.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. After trading Sauce Gardner to the Indianapolis Colts and Quinton Williams to the Dallas Cowboys, the New York Jets now have 5 first-round picks over the next 2 drafts. And for what general manager Darren Muji did to work, he has to hit on 4 out of those 5 first-round draft picks he now has. He's allowed 1 mulligan, but that mulligan can't be used on the pick he uses to take a quarterback, and we'll see if that QB selection comes during the 2026 or 2027 NFL draft class. I'm Zach Gelb.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
Hey, Chris Muller here, and look, I don't like wasting money, especially mine. And if you've got an HSA or FSA, you might be about to do just that. Those pre-tax dollars, they could vanish at the end of the year. But here's the move. Use them on something that pays you dividends every single day, your health. Awaken 180 Weight Loss is HSA and FSA approved because it's doctor approved and recognized for its real results. Best part, you don't have to guess what you'll save. Just head to awaken180weightloss.com and use their savings calculator. You could save anywhere from 22 to 40% off your entire program. You all know my story. I didn't skip a holiday, a dinner out, or a night with friends while dropping my 35 pounds. How? Awaken 180 works with real life, not against it. Weekly weight loss, then free support for life. Don't let money go to waste. Let it help you earn daily dividends instead. Call your medication-free solution for weight loss at 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles. Drugstore insoles, custom insoles. I spent thousands of dollars. I bought all these products, and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure that I got something that my feet felt good in, not somebody else's feet. I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. I have boots, I have cowboy boots, running shoes, I have walking shoes, I have flat shoes, heels. It makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install.
And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Frustration, humiliation, zero confidence. Sounds like ED. It doesn't have to be that way. New Flow Men's Health will help you get your natural function back. No pills, no injections, no games. If that crap worked, New Flow wouldn't be here. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 and tell them Donnie sent you.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is putting you in control right from NBA tip-off, because every day to start the season, you get to choose your reward. Take your shot with a profit boost, play it cool with a no-sweat bet, or get a little backup with a bet-back token. So, you want to take a chance on a player. You want one who's hot and healthy. That seems obvious. Steph Curry at the beginning of this season. He's getting older, but he still gets it done. He's been a great bet to go over points so far. So make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to make your choice. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to make your choice. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
What's up, black and gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, it's Craig